Master, is the food in your temple always this good? You jest, benefactor. It is nothing more than ordinary vegetarian fare. How could there be talk of good or bad? Tisk, 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 this is anything but ordinary. Since when does ordinary vegetarian fare contain the hearts of children and the brains of the elderly? As he spoke, the young man slowly raised his head, revealing red lips, white teeth, and strikingly handsome features. The monk before him swelled grotesquely at those words, his body ballooning as twisted chunks of flesh tore through the yellow kasaya. The once bright and serene refectory drained of color, turning rotten and dilapidated. A stench of blood and rot surged straight to the crown of the head. You jest, benefactor. This is merely ordinary fare. Where would hearts and brains come from? Could it be that some evil spirit has possessed you and clouded your eyes? The monk of flesh shambled forward with a warped gait, his limbs twitching as he walked. Do not fear, benefactor. I shall purge this evil spirit at once. As he spoke, the flesh monk's lower jaw split open, a vertical maw lined with razor-sharp fangs yawned wide and lunged straight for Shan Liang's head. It was obvious that the monk's resolve to cleanse the so-called evil spirit was unwavering. Puff! Before it could bite down, two red chopsticks stabbed into its eyes, one in each socket. The abomination let out a piercing scream, its already warped hands clawing at its face as it desperately tried to pull the chopsticks from its eyes. The young man, however, acted as though he had seen nothing at all. He merely turned sideways, grabbed the silver briefcase beside him, and pressed a latch. With a snap, an exaggeratedly large longsword sprang out from within. He caught the hilt one-handed. A flash of icy light swept past, and the giant monk's head tumbled to the floor and rolled far away. Puff! A fountain of blood erupted from the severed neck, spraying high into the air. Yet as the blood splashed against the beams above, it corroded them into curls of white smoke. Seeing this, the young man covered his mouth and nose, then hurled himself through a window into the open air outside. The once clear sky had turned gloomy and sinister. The statues of serene, merciful Buddhas were now splattered with blood. Strange laughter and anguished wails drifted from unseen corners, turning the surroundings into a ghostly hellscape. The youth flicked the blood from his blade and teased, "So your blood is red after all." His words seemed to trespass upon some forbidden taboo. The colossal Buddha statues within the temple slowly turned their heads, fixing him with a gaze as if they were living beings. Evil spirit! Evil spirit! Evil spirit! Each shout was louder than the last, until the final roar boomed like thunder, shaking the soul. Shan Liang only threw back his head and laughed wildly. Not only did he show no fear, his face was alight with manic excitement. "Evil spirits," he said. "I like them. Ha 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 ha." Even as he spoke, he had already leapt forward. The long sword in his hand traced a streak of cold light, cleaving the incense burner before him cleanly in two. Squeak! A shrill scream rang from within the burner as a huge rat, half its rump hacked off, burst out and bolted away at full speed. The rat was grotesquely fat, its chubby face disturbingly close to that of a human. Evil spirit! Evil spirit! Evil spirit! The thunderous roars grew even louder, as though they meant to devour the youth alive. Crack, crack, crack! The sounds of earth and wood shattering echoed through the temple. From the innermost hall, a towering Buddha of flesh over 10 meters high slowly rose to its feet. Its posture was grotesquely warped, its entire body a glistening crimson, reeking overpoweringly of blood. Narrowing his eyes, the youth finally saw that this Buddha had been pieced together from an uncountable number of flayed corpses. "The sea of suffering is boundless," it intoned. "Turn back, and you shall find the shore." The Buddha of flesh spoke with sorrowful compassion, yet in its hand it fingered a strand of prayer beads strung from human skulls. The youth twirled his blade in a casual flourish and smiled with playful amusement. "If there's one thing I hate," he said, "it's turning back." As he spoke, wisps of red mist began to seep from his body. The moment the surrounding statues sensed the mist, their expressions turned utterly ravenous. "Medicine! Great medicine! The great medicine that will help me attain Buddhahood." The statues spoke in unison. With a series of cracking sounds, they broke free from their stone lotus pedestals and charged toward Shan Liang. There was no trace left of benevolent, kindled mercy on their faces. Only greed and ferocity remained. Seeing this, the youth burst out laughing. "Trash, come on then." Boom! The red mist erupted, surging violently toward the long sword in the youth's hand. Flesh began to sprout along the once ordinary blade, rapidly proliferating until the weapon and Shan Liang's right hand had fused into one. The original hilt vanished, completely replaced by a writhing mass of crimson flesh. Vein-like tendrils pierced into the blade, channeling streams of red energy through it until the entire sword gleamed with a bloody radiance. By then, one of the statues had already closed in on the youth. Before it could strike, the long sword in his hand had already swung down. Whoosh! The crimson blade seemed to cleave straight through the darkness, trailing a streak of red as it chopped the approaching statue cleanly in half at the waist. Yet even so, the statue did not die. Its great hands of stone and flesh still reached greedily for the youth, eyes brimming with avarice. "Medicine, my medicine." The crimson blade flashed again, and both of its hands were severed by Shan Liang. In front of him, the statues were ponderously slow, unable to do anything but let themselves be butchered. In the span of just a few breaths, the small courtyard around him was carpeted with severed limbs. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the sword seemed slightly longer, its fusion with his arm spread a little further. Had your fill. Thump thump. A heartbeat pulsed from the fused flesh. The smile on the youth's face grew more demonic as he cocked his head toward the still merciful flesh Buddha and said with a grin, "Hey, your little underlings are far too fragile. How about you come and give it a try yourself?" The flesh Buddha acted as though it heard nothing, continuing to roll the skull prayer beads between its fingers. "You really don't want to know what I taste like." The youth called out again, letting another wave of red mist spill from his body to tempt the other party. The flesh Buddha sighed softly. "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back, and you shall find the shore." Hearing this, the youth's face twisted with scorn. "You keep telling me to turn back," he said, "so why don't you? Are you afraid of looking at the believers you turned into temple food, or of the bones you buried in the foundations?" The flesh Buddha spoke again in a low, distant tone. "All things in this world abide by cause and effect. How many among the myriad beings are not suffering in the mortal dust? To make them into foundations, into temple meals, is not necessarily a lesser form of release." At that, the youth could no longer restrain himself and burst into loud laughter. "Interesting, truly interesting. You lot of evil spirits are the interesting ones," he said. "You talk so nicely. I absolutely love this place." The flesh Buddha did not reply, continuing to finger the skull prayer beads as if they were something of great importance. The youth hefted his sword and stepped forward. "Since you enjoy granting others release so much, why don't you try tasting release yourself?" "All right. Remember my name. Shan Liang. Shan Liang." Shan Liang advanced step by step, crimson mist congealing around him as a scarlet vertical pupil at the knife guard suddenly snapped open. "Come then, let me grant you release." At his words, the vertical eye on the knife guard whirled rapidly, its gaze locking onto the flesh and blood Buddha statue. For a moment, it was truly difficult to tell which of the two appeared more like an eldritch abomination. Seeing this, the flesh Buddha let out a sigh, and in the next instant the flesh upon its body began to wriggle like worms. Lost in obstinacy, even the Buddha bears the visage of wrath. Those fleshy worms writhed frantically, and in the blink of an eye the once kindled benevolent flesh Buddha twisted into a blue-faced tusked fiend. The string of skull prayer beads it had been rolling between its fingers suddenly came to life as well. Bloodied flesh clung to the white bone, joints opened and closed, producing a relentless clacking that set one's nerves on edge. Without a single wasted word, the Buddha statue flicked its hand. The skull beads snapped apart, and severed human heads flew toward Shan Liang. Blood tears streamed from their hollow eye sockets, trailing in the air like a storm of scarlet rain. The blood rain sizzled as it struck the ground, corroding pits into the earth, while wisps of white smoke slowly rose from the holes. Shan Liang bared a feral grin, the red mist gathering beneath his nose to form half of a crimson mask. He slashed his long blade horizontally through the air. Crimson blade aura crisscrossed, wind roaring forth from nothing. The flying heads in midair swayed wildly. Those too close were dragged into the blade aura and ground to dust. With that single strike, the wind and rain abruptly ceased. Before the flesh Buddha could launch another attack, Shan Liang had already closed the distance, his scarlet blade arcing toward the statue's neck. Just as the blade was about to land, the flesh at the statue's neck split open, causing Shan Liang's strike to cut through empty air. Seizing the opening as he drew back his blade, a forest of meat spears shot from the torn neck. Shan Liang was midair and had no way to change his movement. At the instant the meat spears were about to impale him, Shan Liang suddenly dropped, as though burdened by 1,000 caddies, his body plummeting rapidly and narrowly evading the strike. "Well done," Shan Liang murmured in praise. Had the blade not abruptly grown heavier and dragged him down, he truly might have met his end there. He did not pause. Power rose from his feet, flowing through waist to arm. The long blade trailed a crimson afterimage as it carved a perfect arc and swept toward the Buddha's ankle. A cold gleam flashed, legs severed from foot. At the stump, the exposed flesh once more transformed into writhing meatworms growing in both directions in an attempt to rejoin. Yet Shan Liang struck again and again, after several blows that foot had been chopped into a dozen pieces. The meatworms at the wounds still struggled, but in the next heartbeat they were utterly devoured by the crimson mist seeping from the blade. The Buddha statue staggered, unable to keep its balance. Such a prime opportunity was something Shan Liang would never let slip. His guiding principle in life had always been strike them hardest when they are at their weakest. The long blade flared once more with streams of crimson light, as though it had become a small, blood-red sun. Sever. With a single upward stroke from below, the blade light cleaved the flesh Buddha cleanly in two. The two halves of the statue crashed heavily to the ground, bursting apart into a carpet of writhing meatworms. They squirmed in a dense, seething mass that could drive the phobic insane, yet Shan Liang acted as though he saw nothing at all. The blood vessels linking him to the blade snapped one after another, torrents of crimson mist spraying from the ruptures and surging toward the worms. The blood-red fog corroded and devoured every wriggling thing it touched like a torrent of vicious acid. At the same time, the surrounding temple buildings began to collapse. Cracks split open across the dim sky, as though this entire world was on the verge of shattering. Shan Liang took a deep breath as the blood-red mist behind him slowly condensed into a hazy door. "Congratulations, you are finally released." As he spoke, the door swung open, unleashing a terrifying suction that drew in every last worm on the ground along with the remaining red mist. A sharp crack resounded. Only when every trace had been swallowed did the scarlet gate slowly close. The flesh on Shan Liang's right hand once more dissolved into blood mist that gently dispersed, flowing back into his body. Cracking noises rang out all around as everything continued to fracture. Shan Liang hurried into the refectory, grabbed a silver briefcase, and sprinted back out. At the same time the temple, the earth, even the sky itself began to disintegrate. Endless darkness surged in to devour everything like a colossal grinder, reducing all it touched to dust. Shan Liang ran for his life, pounding forward while his fingers tapped at the code lock on the case. A silver projectile shot out, unfurling into a gate of light not far ahead. Without a second thought, he leapt and dove into it. As the light gate hummed shut, the darkness completely consumed everything that remained. H-City. Quarantine zone. The light gate opened with a low hum, and Shan Liang's somewhat bedraggled figure tumbled out. Ah, damn it, that was almost the end of me. Good thing I ran fast. Footsteps sounded, thud thud thud. Shan Liang turned to see a portly man in a black suit hurrying over, wiping sweat as he ran. As expected of Mr. Shan, when you take action, such paltry abominations are hardly worth mentioning. The fat man's smile was so broad his eyes nearly disappeared. Shan Liang brushed bits of flesh from his clothes as he replied. Your flattery doesn't come cheap. My sincerity is 10 million. At that figure the fat man's smile froze for an instant, but he still forced it back into place. No problem, no problem. By noon tomorrow at the latest the money will definitely be in your account. Shan Liang gave a faint grunt of acknowledgement, hefted the silver briefcase, and strode away. The fat man hurried after him with a constant ingratiating smile, leaving the accompanying security personnel utterly baffled. Only after seeing Shan Liang off into a car, did one of the guards finally ask, unable to hold back any longer. Leader Wang, who exactly is that man? Leader Wang, the fat man, waited until Shan Liang's vehicle had completely vanished from sight before slowly answering. You're not from H-City, are you? Me? No, I'm from N-City, recently transferred here. Leader Wang showed an expression of just as I thought, then pointed toward the direction in which Shan Liang had departed. Anyone from H-City would know him. His name is Shan Liang. He once graduated from H-City Martial Academy, ranked first in its sequence. Even the Great Wall Watchtower extended him an olive branch, but he turned them down. At those words the guard's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Turned down the Great Wall Watchtower. Ever since the birth of the abominations, the Great Wall Watchtower had been the unshakable pillar of the new cities. For nearly 99% of young people, awakening a divine aspect and joining the Great Wall Watchtower was the highest honor. And yet this man had walked away from it. Is that really true? Of course, there's no reason to lie about something like that. Leader Wang's expression grew somewhat wistful. Later he became a bounty hunter specializing in handling sudden eruptions of the spirit realm. He usually keeps a low profile, so you may not have heard his real name. But within the circle he has another title that you should find familiar. What is it? Everyone around looked at Leader Wang with curiosity. He sighed with emotion and answered, the Warden. Lalalala. Lalalala. Bravely move forward. Dan Liang hummed a tune while showering under the faucet, spending nearly an hour washing away the lingering smell of blood. Ding, ding. 2 computer notification sounds rang out as Dan Liang wrapped himself in a towel and walked out while drying his hair. A small icon in the lower right corner of the computer kept flashing. It was a message from the largest forum for pioneers in the country, of course, including official notices. A expansion of the evil realm has occurred in City M, and 3 pioneers in the Gateway realm are currently missing. The current bounty is 5 million, and the type of evil is suspected to be physical. The Steel Club cordially invites pioneers above Entrance Realm to join. The required divine manifestation is of the attack type. 5 people have already joined with 2 spots remaining. Interested parties contact XXXX for an interview. Beneath this message were several pictures. On a desolate hill, a glowing orb with a diameter of about 20 meters was slowly rotating. This is the evil realm. Since the arrival of the evil era, this kind of evil realm has appeared worldwide. They are similar to a portal connecting to the realm of evil. Evil realms can be roughly divided into 3 types. The first type is fixed evil realms, which have a set area when they appear. These evil realms are often very large, at least the size of a football field. The second type is the expanding evil realm shown in the pictures. As the name suggests, this type of evil realm expands on its own, initially not being particularly large. If these 2 types of evil realms are not dealt with in time, they will eventually merge with the real world, and the evils will invade reality, turning that area into a forbidden zone for humanity. The method of handling both types is the same: eliminate the core of the evil realm. For example, the blood and flesh statue that Dan Liang previously destroyed was the core of the evil realm. So after it was absorbed by the Crimson Gate, the evil realm began to collapse. The third type of evil realm is the most peculiar, known as the Rule Evil Realm. Inside there are no core evils, only various strange rules. Once one enters a Rule Evil Realm, they must complete a certain task according to its rules to exit. However, this type of evil realm is extremely unstable. Even if no one enters to deal with it, it will eventually disappear after a period of time. Therefore, unless one accidentally enters, very few would venture into a Rule Evil Realm. Yet regardless of the type of evil realm, they all share one common feature: they appear suddenly and devour everything they touch. Initially, humanity was powerless against them. Even entire cities were swallowed by suddenly appearing fixed evil realms. However, it wasn't long before scientists concluded from data that the probability of evil realms appearing in areas with copper mines is extremely low. Subsequently, scientists conducted numerous experiments to verify this conclusion, and soon after humanity's new city plan commenced. Whether in City H or City M, both were established on large copper mines. But while evil realms do not appear within the cities, it doesn't mean that those outside do not need to be dealt with. After all, if evil realms are not dealt with promptly, they will merge with the real world, and the evils inside will invade reality, permanently altering a region. The importance of keeping enemies at bay is self-evident. Shan Liang opened the refrigerator, casually grabbed a can of cold cola, and began to sip while glancing at the next message. A giant evil realm has appeared near City Inn, and Great Wall Watch has mobilized. This message was followed by several exclamation marks, clearly indicating the excitement of the poster. Aside from this headline, the rest were images and videos. Outside the vast evil realm, a group of people in black clothing was gathering. The comments below the leading image had already exceeded 99. Can you tell which legion it is? I think it should be Calamity. Only those who can execute such tasks should also be Calamity, but I wonder who is leading them. No, Death's Call could also execute such tasks. It might be Death's Call. Don't joke, what kind of scale of evil would require Death's Call to mobilize? Exactly, Death's Call deals with the most dangerous evils. I say it could very well be Blood Chill. Yes, it should be one of Calamity or Blood Chill. Alright, stop arguing. The video posted by the host below has the truth. This reply also thoughtfully included a link, and the number of comments dropped sharply here, clearly indicating that many people were watching the video through the link, with Shan Liang among them. Clicking the link automatically redirected to a short video posted by the host. The video featured a close-up of a robust young man in his 20s, and the comments again exceeded 99. Holy crap, it's him. Who? The third ranked in the 37th J City Martial Arts School, Han Wuqi. What? He is Han Wuqi. The one who took out 57 evils single-handedly even before awakening his divine manifestation. Of course, who else would dare to be called Han Wuqi? It is said that he was admitted to the J City Martial Arts School as an exception due to that incident and later graduated with third rank, directly joining Blood Chill. My God, being able to take down 57 evils before awakening, I think he must be an evil himself. Such combat power when he was an ordinary person, how strong must he be now? No need to say Han Wuqi is now the 9th seat of Blood Chill, the youngest Centurion in history. What? 9th seat? Centurion? How old is he? Isn't he being trained as head? Don't joke, head is the highest combat power. Han Wuqi is strong, but others are not weak either. Yes, however, the fact that an evil realm has dispatched a Centurion from Blood Chill indicates that the danger level is not low. Agreed, it seems that the commissions near City Inn cannot be accepted for the time being. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes. There are 9 major legions under Great Wall Watch. The strongest is the legion leader, also revered as head. For instance, the leader of Blood Chill is referred to as the Blood Chill head. In addition, the second strongest is called the 2nd seat, with rankings continuing down to the 10th seat. These individuals often serve as Centurions in the Legion, but there are exceptions such as Han Wuqi, who despite being the 9th seat, is only a Centurion. Now the fact that this evil realm has sent him to lead suggests that it is indeed very dangerous. Interesting. Shan Liang finished his cola in one gulp, just as the notification sound rang out again. Ding. Emergency mission. Evil riot at the Biological Technology Laboratory in City M. It has now been temporarily sealed out. Anyone who can resolve the evil will receive the latest technology from the laboratory or equivalent items. Important statement: the evils are particularly dangerous. All participants bear their own risks of life and injury. This message was pinned in the region, and several nearby cities could see it immediately. Below there were several images, among which the most striking was labeled latest technology. It was a mass of flesh contained in a test tube with a line of description below it. Biological agent stability, 87%. After taking the agent, it can significantly enhance the host's physical qualities. Note there is a 13% possibility of mutation and infection. A 13% chance of aberrant infection. Shan Liang casually tossed the empty can into the trash bin, utterly unconvinced by the figure. Merely glancing at the vial, Shan Liang instantly deduced its nature: flesh of a malevolent entity. Not everyone who survived the outbreak awakened a divine aspect, becoming a forerunner. That probability was staggeringly low, less than 1%. Thus, laboratories began exploring ways to equip ordinary people with means to resist such entities. This flesh-based biocompound was one such approach, akin to an attenuated vaccine, yet not designed to stimulate antibody production, but rather to induce beneficial mutation. Yet Shan Liang refused to believe the claimed 87% success rate. The reason was simple: if the odds were truly that high, this lab would long since have been absorbed by official channels. How could outsiders even know of it? Shan Liang curled his lips, scanning glossy promotional images touting the compound's miraculous efficacy. Is this an urgent mission or an advertisement? He scrolled onward. At last he found several useful images, including researchers at work, and among them a close-up of a malevolent entity. Shan Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. The entity looked oddly familiar. Rising, he strode to his bookshelf and retrieved a heavily worn notebook. After a brief search, he confirmed it an entity matching the image, Hunger Ghost Tai Sui. His eyes gleamed with unmistakable fervor. An extraordinary find. Truly extraordinary. Among malevolent entities, the Hunger Ghost Tai Sui was virtually synonymous with immortality. You could mince it, boil it, and still it would live. So long as even a sliver of its flesh remained viable, given time, it would regenerate entirely. Its name, Hunger Ghost Tai Sui, stemmed from its insatiable capacity to consume. It devoured, ceaselessly growing without pause, even feeding on wind alone. Though its offensive capabilities were rudimentary and its appearance exceedingly rare, somehow this biotech lab in City M had captured one. Shan Liang swallowed hard. Moments earlier he'd regarded the mission with indifference, now all he wanted was to join, immediately. Entities possessing unique abilities fascinated him beyond measure. After all, his own divine aspect granted the power of harmonious unity, the ability to integrate others' powers into his own. What? Malevolent entities aren't human. They could be. If he acquired the Hunger Ghost Tai Sui's regenerative prowess, he could finally dare to push his limits without restraint. At that thought, Shan Liang sprang up and began packing. Whether this was truly an emergency, or merely clever marketing, it made no difference. He would claim that entity. City M, I'm coming. The distance between City H and City M was negligible, barely 2 hours by car. When Shan Liang arrived at the lab's perimeter using the provided coordinates, he found numerous others already gathered. Among them stood members of an organized group clad in uniform attire. Clearly the allure of this biocompound was immense, for in this world every increment of strength meant another breath of survival. Even if one had no use for it, personally selling it to newly wealthy patrons promised substantial profit. Clusters of 3 or 4 huddled together, their gazes sharp with mutual suspicion. The mission issuer had stated the reward was singular, meaning every other person present was a rival, and when rivals gathered, vigilance was never misplaced. Shan Liang drew a deep breath. Oh, how splendid. He could scent the subtle fragrance of their divine aspects, each one to him a delectable morsel. He longed to devour them all. Instinctively, he pulled his hood lower, concealing the ravenous glint in his eyes. A sharp, grating burst of static crackled, snapping every gaze toward its source. A man in a white lab coat approached, flanked by 8 heavily armed security personnel whose expressions radiated tense vigilance. Thank you all for responding to the biotech laboratory's summons. I trust the mission parameters are already clear. Let me reiterate, this operation is extremely hazardous. Anyone wishing to withdraw may do so at any time. He paused, surveying the plaza. Seeing no one step forward, he continued. Since none choose to withdraw, allow me to outline the mission specifics. All other malevolent entities within the facility may be eliminated, but one was acquired at great expense for research purposes. That one must be captured alive. Do not fret, this entity moves exceptionally slowly. So long as you avoid reckless proximity, grave danger is unlikely. Moreover, its regenerative capacity is extraordinary. Even sustained assault will scarcely kill it. Simply deliver it to us intact, and the mission is deemed complete, even if other entities remain unaddressed. Full compensation will be paid. At these words, many frowned. The man in white spoke smoothly, but no one present was naive. If the task were truly so simple, and the targets so non-threatening, why hadn't the lab simply deployed its own forces? A biotech laboratory certainly maintained private armed units. Had the mission truly posed minimal risk, those units would have handled it effortlessly. From what I understand, malevolent entities lacking direct offensive capability often possess specialized functions, enabling symbiosis or alliance with far more powerful entities for mutual protection. Like aphids and ants. This one you're asked to capture is the aphid. Then tell me, where are the ants? A man in a tailored suit spoke calmly, his tone edged with challenge. The lab-coated man smiled faintly, his cadence unwavering. I harbor no intention to conceal anything, merely hadn't reached that detail yet. As this gentleman astutely observed, indeed a far more formidable entity resides within the facility, precisely why this is classified as an emergency mission. His gaze narrowed slightly. I emphasized its peril from the outset. Anyone wishing to withdraw may still do so, now or at any moment. No sooner had he spoken than several turned and walked away, without hesitation or courtesy. The white-coat man remained unperturbed, waiting until they vanished before continuing. Your analogy was apt. Yes, the entity we require is indeed akin to the aphid. And the ants. His expression hardened into grave solemnity. Dowlao. At those 2 syllables, over half the crowd rose and departed, many muttering curses under their breath. Are you kidding? 1 vial of biocompound expects us to confront Dowlao. That's like handing me 5 yuan and telling me to buy an apartment. Exactly. Do you take us for monkey minions? Even those who stayed wore grim, pallid faces. Crude as the phrasing was, the truth was undeniable. The reward bore no proportion to the peril they faced. Only Shan Liang's eyes flickered, restless, calculating. He twitched his nose twice, a quiet smile playing at his lips. I smell it, the scent of conspiracy. Seeing no further departures, a faint smile finally surfaced on the white-robed man's face. I know what you're thinking. You may believe the reward for this mission falls short of justifying such peril. Yet the mission briefing was explicit: those who do not require the serum may instead claim an equivalent item. and our laboratory values this serum at 50 million. At that figure, murmurs erupted across the room. 50 million. Under ordinary circumstances, a 3 to 5 million payout would already be considered exceptionally generous for such assignments. Take Dan Liang, for instance. His prior mission involving the Blood Buddha malevolence had yielded merely 10 million. The sheer magnitude of 50 million's allure was thus unimaginable. Gazing upon their astonished expressions, the white-robed man spoke once more. Moreover, our laboratory maintains extensive partnerships with numerous corporations. Should you claim the 50 million, we stand ready to assist in procuring equipment, serums, or any other necessities. Trust me, you'll receive a discount beyond your wildest imagination. Even reselling the items would yield a substantial profit. Hearing these words, even more hearts stirred with desire. Where great rewards lie, courage inevitably follows. A truth as timeless as history itself. Under the overwhelming lure of wealth, none paused to consider whether they'd live long enough to claim it. Instead, their minds raced ahead, to all they might accomplish with such fortune. Thus, the earlier air of solemnity dissolved instantly beneath the white-robed man's 50 million enticement. Eager hands clenched to shoulders, tensed eyes burned with anticipation, each one yearning to storm inward immediately and seize the malevolence in exchange for 50 million. Ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the white-robed man raised his voice, drawing every gaze toward him. Though the reward is lavish, it is singular. Only one shall claim it. Whoever retrieves the targeted malevolence for me shall claim the entire sum alone. As he spoke, he tapped his wristband, and a three-dimensional holographic projection shimmered into existence before him. He extended a finger toward the outermost zone of the projection. The laboratory is broadly divided into 4 sectors. The outermost ring comprises our residential quarters. Moving inward lies the experimental zone, where most procedures are conducted. Our evacuation was rushed. Several test subjects were left unsecured in their chambers. You may therefore encounter hostile malevolences here. Without concern for whether the audience could discern details, he gestured further inward. This sector houses our storage vaults and specimen archives, the very origin point of the malevolence outbreak. Dao Lao was previously confined here as well. Yet all surveillance systems have since failed. We possess no knowledge of current conditions within. Whether you succeed depends entirely upon your skill and resolve. Next, he pointed to the innermost sector. This is the laboratory's core, the chamber where test subjects were long held in containment. However, bear in mind, over 24 hours have elapsed since the incident began. Countless variables may have unfolded in that time. Thus, we cannot guarantee their precise locations. It is even possible you'll encounter the target, or Dao Lao, within moments of entering. Understood? His expression turned grave, and so did theirs. All knew full well that mortal peril now loomed imminent. Observing no further withdrawals, the white-robed man tapped his wristband once more, projecting the visage of a malevolence onto the hologram. This is your quarry, the hungry ghost Tai Sui. All eyes converged upon the projection, revealing a cephalopod-like entity devoid of tentacles, its entire surface pocked with countless orifices large and small. Let me reiterate, the first to deliver the hungry ghost Tai Sui to me claims the full 50 million, exclusively. All others walk away with nothing. At these words, the atmosphere thickened with palpable tension. Glances exchanged among the crowd grew less amicable. Sometimes humanity proves far more terrifying than any malevolence. We shall provide each of you with communication devices and containment vessels. We await your success. Having spoken, staff members distributed wristbands and palm-sized thermos-shaped glass containment vessels to the assembled individuals. When approaching Dan Liang, one attendant paused briefly to glance at his leather briefcase, receiving in return a broad, unrestrained smile. Once every participant had received both wristband and vessel, the laboratory's specially forged alloy doors slowly parted open. Without waiting for instruction, the nearest factions surged forward in swift succession. Dan Liang slipped seamlessly into the throng, offering the white-robed man a dazzling grin as he passed. The gesture startled the white-robed man, but out of courtesy he returned the smile. Yet, whether illusion or intuition, immediately after reciprocating that smile, his chest tightened with a sudden, inexplicable tremor, as though some unseen presence had fixed its gaze upon him. Before he could fathom its meaning, Dan Liang had vanished into the crowd. Inside, the laboratory corridors lay shrouded in near total darkness, the primary lighting systems long destroyed, leaving only sickly green emergency glows flickering overhead. As the group advanced deeper, the stench of blood grew increasingly oppressive. Brothers, we all scrape by the same way. Our lives dangling by a thread, none of us spared hardship. I know the reward is extraordinary, enough to make one wealthy overnight. But if we turn on each other the moment we step inside, not only will the money slip away, but our very lives may be forfeit. Therefore, I propose this: until the hungry ghost Tai Sui is located, we cooperate fully, avoiding the folly of mutual destruction while the malevolence profits. Only upon its discovery shall we compete freely. What say you? His voice rang bold and hearty, brimming with sincerity. Smaller factions quickly voiced assent. Exactly. If we tear each other apart, won't the malevolence reap the spoils unchallenged? I'm in. I stand with humanity first. Even for profit, fair competition remains the honorable path. More voices join the chorus. After all, no fool enters this line of work Infighting yields no advantage whatsoever. Even should one eliminate all rivals, hordes of malevolences still await. Who dare swear they'd survive their onslaught? Better than to abide by the proposal unite, first contend only when the hungry ghost Tai Sui appears. The motion passed unanimously, and many exhaled quietly relieved. Dan Liang, however, merely twitched his nose, hoisted his briefcase, and drifted toward a quieter corner, drawing no remark from nearby figures. In such dire circumstances, everyone guards their own secrets. Then, without warning, a piercing metallic stench of blood erupted violently from the experimental zone. Danger! Take cover! No one knew who cried out, but before the cry faded, a colossal crimson centipede burst into the corridor. Blood, entrails, screams, wails. In that instant, hell manifested upon earth. Its countless legs scythed through flesh with terrifying ease, carving behind it a gory path, brutal, visceral, unforgiving. And then, a thunderous roar tore through the chaos. Divine form, unshakable as mountain. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the air. The crimson centipede was as though crushed to the ground by an invisible giant hand. No matter how fiercely it writhed, it could not break free. A burly man in the crowd, flushed crimson arms thrust downward, sweat beading heavily across his brow. Now, he roared, and only then did the others snap into action, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the centipede without restraint. Though its bones were hardened like steel, it could not withstand such overwhelming assault. Within moments, it was hacked into severed fragments. Only then did the burly man dispel his divine manifestation, swaying slightly on unsteady feet. Stay vigilant, all of you. After this incident, every nerve among them tightened like drawn bowstrings. Only Dan Liang remained utterly unruffled, calmly stowing both the wristband and the glass container into his cipher case, never once glancing toward the carnage. TCH. We've already lost so many before even reaching the experimental zone. No wonder that 5 million is so hard to claim. Exactly. Isn't that precisely the risk we're paid to take? What's with all the whining, right? Lying safely in bed is safe, but who'll pay you for that? Hey, you two bastards forgot how to speak human. Ha ha. Old man, when you leave, better keep one eye open behind you. In moments of extreme tension or terror, emotions flare with startling volatility. Take now the fragile alliance they'd just forged crumbled instantly into dust. Two factions erupted into brutal combat. Bystanders scattered far away. No one stepped forward to mediate, though many wore expressions of quiet contempt. Some people simply cannot discern urgency from triviality. Brawling here, wasting precious stamina, is no different from courting suicide. Still, if they perish, so much the better. Fewer rivals remain. The crowd flowed onward, bypassing the chaos. Yet Dan Liang, turning away, paused instead, watching the embattled two factions with detached, almost scholarly interest. Their performance was remarkably convincing. Even an outsider might truly believe them enemies. Choosing this moment to act suggests two likely motives. First, entering later allows others to blaze the trail, minimizing their own risk. Second, the centipede claimed several lives earlier. They likely intend to loot the fallen. Only when nearly everyone had passed did Dan Liang saunter forward at his leisure, pausing beside the brawling opponents to offer them a broad, unmistakable smile. But they were too engrossed in fury to respond. Dan Liang sighed softly, inwardly musing how utterly uncooperative these fellows were, not even granting him a single token mark of acknowledgement. Yet before he'd gone far, a cry pierced the air ahead. What the hell is that? Oh, help me. Divine manifestation. Secret Vajra fat dispelling art. With that furious shout, a blaze ignited, accompanied by solemn Sanskrit chants. The flame flickered wildly. A squinting Dan Liang saw it consuming the man's own hair. In mere breaths, fire engulfed his entire body, yet inflicted no harm. On the contrary, his once portly frame grew leaner, harder, radiating newfound vigor. You bastard, die! Roaring, the man became a streak of flame, hurtling forward like a comet. As his blazing form illuminated the surroundings, the truth struck them all. They were already encircled, swarmed by a dense, writhing mass of malevolent entities. Most were low-tier abominations, but their sheer number sent chills down spines. Divine manifestation. Divine manifestation. Divine. At that instant, many activated their divine manifestations outright. Exhausting, yes, but surely preferable to death. Hadn't several unlucky souls already perished in this very span? Dan Liang clenched his fist, scarlet mist coiling like living smoke between his fingers. The blood and flesh littering the floor trembled faintly as if summoned. In such chaos, no one spared attention for a twitching puddle of gore. Sensing discovery, the malevolent entities surged forward en masse. Wave after wave, relentless, unceasing. The area transformed into a slaughterhouse. Many didn't even have time to scream before being torn apart into crimson mist. Yet the entities fared no better. Their foes were no ordinary men. Each strike of a divine manifestation felled them by the dozen, bodies collapsing like wheat before scythes. Advance. Oldly, cover the front with me. Understood. The burly man who'd earlier urged unity spoke again, his form swelling mid-sentence. In an instant, he towered 3 meters tall, his head nearly brushing the ceiling. Beside him, the man called Oldly let out a thunderous bellow. Divine manifestation. 5 celestial guardians. As he cried the words, 5 rotating shields materialized, each etched with a unique sacred sigil. This was the scent of the haunt realm itself. Faces paled instantly. This place had already become haunt-real magicant. Only two explanations existed. First, a terrifyingly powerful entity dwelled here. Others fell in line behind them. Their goal was singular: retrieve the hungry Gouet polyp from the laboratory. With willing pathfinders, why not ride the momentum? Swiftly the group cut through the experimental zone and entered the storage district. Beyond this lay the lab's core, where the hungry Gouet polyp awaited. Yet the moment they crossed the threshold, many froze rigid. A sinister cloying odor saturated the air, so potent it overpowered even the iron tang of blood. Nearly all present had ventured into the haunt realm before. This scent was unmistakable. This was the scent of the haunt realm itself. Faces paled instantly. This place had already become haunt-real magicant. Only two explanations existed. First, a terrifyingly powerful entity dwelled here. Second, an entity had long resided here, meaning the white-robed man's stated outbreak timeline was a deliberate lie. Either possibility spelled grave peril. Damn that scum, he's playing us. A single Daolao ghost couldn't possibly corrupt this entire site in a day. Fighting entities within the haunt realm is nothing like battling them in reality. What do? Hearts hammered wildly. Then came the chilling realization: no entities stirred in the storage district at all. According to the white-robed man, this zone should teem with them. So why this eerie silence? As uncertainty thickened, a voice cold and quiet drifted from the crowd. When exactly did he say there was only one Daolao ghost? A collective chill seized them. Indeed, he'd named the ants as Daolao ghosts, but never specified their number. And ants never travel alone. SHHH. From the darkness, a volley of arrows descended like black rain. Those on the outer edge didn't even react. Pierced through like pincushions, their bodies dissolving into viscous steaming pus within seconds, dying in unspeakable horror. Chapter 12 of the Records of Spirit states in the mountains near Linchuan dwell monstrous entities. They appear amid violent storms and gales, emitting a shrill wailing cry. Capable of launching projectiles, their barbed darts inflict swift, virulent swelling upon impact. Locally known as the Daolao Gouet, the Daggertoil Ghosts. Upon entering the warehouse district, nearly all awakened their divine manifestations. But before the rain of poisoned arrows unleashed by the Daggertoil Ghosts, they stood helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Don't abandon me. In retreat. And fall back now? In crowded and sluggish, the fleeing mass became living targets for the Daggertoil Ghosts. Within just 2 volleys of poisoned arrows, over 2/3 lay dead, melting into putrid sludge absorbed instantly by the accursed expanding ground of the haunted realm. The survivors scrambled backward toward the experimental zone, only to find hordes of malevolent entities surging inward, sealing their only escape. These entities were markedly more potent than those previously vanquished, a trap, a deliberate lure deep into enemy territory. The middle-aged man, now a towering giant turned ashen-faced, knew any entity possessing sentience was invariably perilous. That such a creature could execute a tactical feint revealed alarming intelligence. Loudly shielding himself with the 5 directional Vidyarajas, moved swiftly to his side. Lao Zhang, do you suppose we've been fed to them like livestock? In the giant Lao Zhang instantly grasped his meaning. To malevolent entities, humans were the finest sustenance, accelerating their evolution. And those who had awakened divine manifestations, they were veritable ambrosia. Lao Li suspected this entire scenario was an orchestrated experiment by the biotech lab to fatten these horrors upon human essence. But what did the lab stand to gain? Lao Zhang's brow furrowed. Then a chilling possibility struck him. Could it be that their lab's hungry ghost polyp was nearing its next evolutionary stage? If so, everything fell into place. The raw material for their bioagents must be the hungry ghost polyp itself, and its potency would surge dramatically upon maturation. Both stability and enhancement efficacy would leap forward, undoubtedly an irresistible prize for the biotech lab. And the simplest means to accelerate such evolution: consumption, especially of humans bearing awakened divine manifestations. Yet would anyone truly dare risk such a transgression? For if the Great Wall Watch ever uncovered it, even the faintest association would see one's head impaled upon the city gates. The Great Wall Watch's doctrine was absolute when it came to malevolence: better 1,000 innocents slain than a single traitor spared, let alone perpetrators who fed humans to horrors. Damn it all, could well be true. And Lao Zhang cursed, his expression darkening further. Yet the horrors granted no reprieve, roaring as they lunged forward. Lao Li's 5 directional Vidyarajas deflected wave after wave, its radiance visibly dimming. Lao Zhang, we'll be worn down to death if we stay. Break through. Not so simple. You saw the alloy door's thickness when we entered. It barred even these entities. Do you truly believe we can force our way out? We must try. Anything is better than waiting here to die. And Lao Li's face paled. The Vidyaraja's shield possessed formidable defense, yet even it buckled beneath ceaseless tide-like assaults. Gritting his teeth, Lao Zhang roared anew, "Goddamned bastard tricked us. This is no accident. It's a trap laid for every last one of us. These entities are beyond our strength. If you wish to live, follow me." And with a sharp gesture, he charged forward once more, leading the way without hesitation. As Lao Li surged outward, he caught sight of a young man smiling directly at him, somewhat disarmingly shy. Under ordinary circumstances, such a smile would have drawn no second thought, bashful youths were not uncommon. But now, surrounded by horrors, what in heaven's name was there to smile about? Lao Li concluded the youth was either addled or shattered by terror. With a cold snort, he followed Lao Zhang. Yet as he turned, an inexplicable chill gripped his heart. He dismissed it. Surely the dagger-toiled ghosts were closing in. Seeing Lao Zhang and Lao Li break free, the others needed no persuasion. They surged after them without pause. When gripped by fear, humans instinctively follow, blindly, unquestioningly. One flight ignites a cascade, the herd moves as one. This was the herd effect, and Lao Zhang became its unstoppable engine, barreling straight through ranks of horrors as though they were mere mist. Lao Li kept pace behind him, the 5 directional Vidyarajas spinning ceaselessly, interposing itself before Lao Zhang again and again to deflect ranged assaults. The rest fought with unrestrained fury, unleashing their divine manifestations without reserve. Their goal had shifted utterly, from claiming the 50 million reward to simply surviving. They re-entered the experimental zone to find the 2 earlier brawling factions eviscerated, gutted corpses twisted in grotesque horror. Even more unnerving, the bodies had been contorted into impossible reverse-jointed postures, arranged with eerie precision into a perfect circle. Every survivor was a veteran, seasoned, unshakable, yet even they felt icy dread coiled deep within their spines. Strange, and unnervingly strange. And this was no mere feeding or slaughter. It bore the unmistakable hallmarks of ritual. And impossible. Could these entities truly possess such intellect? All who beheld it sensed something profoundly wrong, yet ahead lay their sole path forward. Lao Zhang clenched his jaw and charged anew. Brothers, stay close. Ni's voice rang out strong and unwavering. Some men are born leaders. Their presence alone commands trust, inspires certainty. At such a moment of life and death, having such a figure lead the charge lifted morale like a banner raised on the battlefield. Teeth gritted, they followed, because survival demanded it. Fwip, fwip, fwip. Poisoned arrows hissed from behind, yet Lao Li was ready. His Vidyaraja's shield expanded instantly, barely intercepting the storm, though its luminescence flickered, fading further. Lao Li spat crimson blood, his vision swimming. Behind them, dagger-toiled ghosts closed in, swift, relentless. They resembled humans in form, but faces were smooth, featureless, devoid of eyes or nose. A single cavernous maw dominated each visage, lined with jagged, outward-curving fangs. Smaller specimens displayed unmistakably feminine traits. At a glance, 30 or 40 stood arrayed before them. In that instant, hope died. One dagger-toiled ghost could be overwhelmed by numbers. 10 forced retreat, leaving fate to chance. Now this many. Na hollow laugh escaped them. There would be no escape, only annihilation. Even Lao Zhang, who had charged forward at the front line, felt a creeping despair. Not surprising, given that he was merely at the hall entry realm. Even someone at the chamber entry realm would hardly be able to contain this. Despair surged through him, yet beneath it burned an unrelenting fury. He had survived the cursed realm, only to perish within the city walls. The irony was almost laughable. Shan Liang stood amid the crowd, gripping his case, as his gaze swept restlessly across the surroundings. If the Daolao ghosts were ants, then the aphid spirits must also be nearby. Just as the white-robed stranger had warned, the place had been utterly overrun by malevolent entities, thus their appearance anywhere was no longer extraordinary. As he pondered, his eyes drifted toward the circle of corpses arranged on the ground, and the more he stared, the more unnerving they became. Their configuration felt hauntingly familiar. It resembled some kind of sigil. Where had he seen it before? Shan Liang stroked his chin. Then, catching sight of the most distinctive corpse in the ring, memory struck like lightning. Yes, he had seen this very symbol carved upon a tombstone. Back then, he had only just reached the first glimpse realm. His inaugural descent into the cursed realm had nearly claimed his life, yet he'd narrowly survived by deciphering its underlying patterns. Indeed, it was a rule-bound cursed realm. Its most formidable entity was a tomb guardian, a desiccated skeletal wraith, whose every step bore the weight of a mountain. Each footfall sent violent tremors through the earth as though summoning an earthquake. And upon the tombstone it guarded, this very sigil was etched deep. He had meticulously copied the symbols, then convinced they held arcane significance, or at least commercial value. Even if merely script of the cursed, they promised profound scholarly merit. Yet upon exiting the realm, he discovered his notebook utterly blank, as if the act of transcription had never occurred, a phantom of memory. But Shan Liang remembered with absolute clarity. He had recorded them. At the time, he was still a student at H City Martial Academy, and had immediately reported the incident to his instructor, who dismissed it with little concern. After all, inscriptions appearing within the cursed realm were not uncommon. The Academy's library even housed a dedicated display shelf for such records, compiled by pioneers across generations. In his instructor's words, scholarly valuable, but financially worthless. Yet Shan Liang knew with quiet certainty that his symbols were unlike any others. At the very least, those on the display shelf did not vanish. This matter had long faded from his mind, until now confronted once more by these grotesque corpse-formed sigils. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. A faint sharp smile curled Shan Liang's lips. Opportunity and peril were inseparable twins. Originally drawn here solely for the starving ghost Tai Sui, he now sensed the possibility of far richer unforeseen rewards. Lao Li struggled desperately to maintain the 5 yani protectors, his face as pallid as bleached rice paper. Lao Zhang fared only marginally better, his once powerful frame now crisscrossed with countless wounds. From each gash writhed spectral human heads, gnawing ravenously. Each time one swallowed, the wound dimmed, as if leeching vitality. Within mere breaths, the wounds darkened into spreading black blotches, expanding relentlessly. Lao Zhang was helpless against these phantasmal heads. He could cleave through corporeal fiends without hesitation, but against intangible horrors he possessed no effective counter. Normally such entities fell under Lao Li's purview, but now Lao Li could scarcely preserve his own life, let alone aid another. Those around them fared no better. Despair flooded every pair of eyes. Yet the Dao ghosts made no immediate move to attack. Instead, they stood silently watching. Roar, and gurgle, and screech. And before them the fiends roared ceaselessly, inching ever closer. NHSSSS. A pale mist rose from Lao Zhang's body, as if air escaping a punctured doll. His towering frame, over 3 meters tall, shrank, rapidly collapsing to barely 1.7 meters within a single breath. And he spat a mouthful of blood. Divine manifestation drained the body mercilessly. That he'd endured this long was miraculous, especially with those spectral heads relentlessly eroding his essence. Wiping blood from his lips, Lao Zhang retreated, while speaking urgently. These fiends, they're hurting us, toward the corpse circle. As he spoke, he glanced again at the grotesque ring of bodies. Lao Li's breathing was ragged, labored, like air wheezing through a broken bellows. What is that cursed circle? Some sacrificial rite? Nonly heavy, strained breaths answered him. No voice dared reply. Wah, I don't want to die. And whimper all you like, you fool. We chose this path. We're Vanguard warriors. Death is part of the bargain. Exactly. From the day I swore the Vanguard oath, I knew my end would come only in battle against the cursed. And damn it, even in death, we'll make them pay. And when fear surges past its breaking point, it ignites into pure, incandescent rage. And rage was all that remained in their eyes now. Though exhausted beyond measure, even sustaining their divine manifestations taxed them to the brink. They stood ready to shatter themselves against the fiends, to die as one final defiant explosion. Seeing their refusal to enter the corpse's circle, the fiends advanced once more. And the Vanguard charged, roaring, united, determined not to yield to the enemy's design. VVVVRRR. An incandescent crimson light erupted from the crowd, so sudden and blinding that even their charging steps faltered for 2 heartbeats. Shush. And clatter. And clatter. And jet-black chains streaked with arterial red erupted from the ground, impaling the surrounding fiends like skewers through candied hawthorns. The impaled fiends thrashed wildly, shrieking in piercing agony, yet all struggle was futile. No matter how violently they writhed, they could not wrench free from the chains by even a hair's breadth. And with each convulsion, scarlet mists bled from their forms, swiftly absorbed by the chains. Fed by the blood fog, the chains grew livelier, coiling like colossal serpents, striking indiscriminately at every fiend within reach. Some chains vibrating at a frenzied ultrasonic frequency split, doubling into twin serpents. The very fiends who had driven them to the edge of annihilation now lay broken, fragile as toys. The surreal spectacle left the Vanguard stunned, faces slack with disbelief as they slowly turned as one toward the source of the crimson radiance. There stood a tall, lean youth, gently waving his hands, graceful, precise, like a conductor commanding a symphony. With each gesture, more chains burst from the earth, whistling through the air as they speared the fiends. Lao Li's jaw dropped when he recognized the youth. Isn't that the kid who grinned foolishly at me earlier? Lao Zhang, however, fixed his gaze on the chains, growing increasingly certain of their familiarity, until witnessing several chains combine forces to tear a fiend apart limb from limb, he cried out in shock. Dianxing chains, you're the warden. Not that name. Silence fell. And what? In the warden? Lao Li's mouth gaped wider and wider. He had clearly recognized Shan Liang. Around him the crowd stood bewildered, until someone suddenly recalled the title warden, prompting astonished exclamations. What the hell? The warden? He's the leader of the bonfire. The warden? No way. He can't possibly be that young. Exactly. I heard the warden once single-handedly quelled an entire tide of malevolent entities. How could he be so young? How is it impossible? Don't you see these chains that dissolve evil itself? Who else but the warden wields such restraints? Wah. If it truly is the warden, then we're saved. Someone in the crowd even burst into tears of relief. Upon hearing this, Lao Li's jaw dropped another 2 inches. Click. His mandible dislocated. The sharp ache in his joint triggered a flood of saliva, lending him a rather vacant expression. Roar. The Dao Lao ghosts roared in fury, and a fresh volley of venomous arrows descended. Lao Li hastily raised both hands aloft. The 5 Yani guardians surged forward to shield the group, but exhaustion had sapped his strength, rendering the guardians as flimsy as paper easily shattered. Gazing at the onrushing storm of arrows, many closed their eyes in despair. Clatter. One by one, iron chains whipped across the air with grinding shrieks, instantly coalescing into an unbreachable wall of steel. They waited, eyes sealed shut, expecting agony, yet none came. Cautiously parting their lashes, they beheld a sight seared forever into memory. The very Daolao ghosts that had nearly slain them now dangled midair, their throats bound tight by iron chains. Crimson mist bled ceaselessly from their bodies, only to be absorbed, transmuted, and devoured by the chains. This. Speechless, the onlookers stared, dumbfounded, struck mute by sheer awe. Whoosh! A sudden gust rose from still earth, and one by one those grotesquely mangled corpses lifted gently into the air. From their hollow abdomens black hands emerged, swaying softly in the breeze, brushing against the inner walls of their own ribcages. Like macabre wind chimes fashioned from cadavers. Lao Li gazed entranced and hollow-eyed, the others stood similarly transfixed, as if their very minds had been stolen by the horror before them. Patter, patter, patter. The corpse chimes swayed, emitting rhythmic hollow claps, dull, suffocating, deeply oppressive. Shan Liang pressed down on his briefcase. A long blade snapped forth, gripped firmly in his palm. The fractured ground rapidly decayed, rust-red corrosion spread like living blight. This place, too, had been subsumed into a haunt realm, an unequivocal catastrophe from city's inhabitants. Gurgle, gurgle. Ripples trembled across the floor, and from the depths a cephalopod-like entity slowly ascended the hungry ghost Taishui. No words wasted. Instinct alone propelled Shan Liang into immediate assault. The punitive chains shot forth like crimson serpents. The hungry ghost Taishui neither evaded nor flinched, letting the chains pierce its form without resistance. Once more scarlet mist billowed upward. Any ordinary malignancy would already have been refined and consumed. Yet the hungry ghost Taishui did not wither. Instead, it began feeding backward, devouring the punitive chains themselves. In their mutual consumption, a ghastly equilibrium took hold. Scarlet mist churned violently, and the long blade in Shan Liang's hand pulsed. A new crimson flesh bloomed along its length, while a solitary slanted eye cracked open upon its hilt. Shan Liang's grin stretched wider, grotesquely ecstatic as he moistened his lips. The hungry ghost Taishui, ha! Truly the hungry ghost Taishui. Little malignancy, come to big brother. I'm no saint, mind you. Whoa. Its cry echoed like stifled sobbing. Indistinct, mournful, barely intelligible. Its body shuddered. From countless orifices slick, glistening tentacles erupted, clamping down hard upon the punitive chains. Where they made contact, a corrosive hiss tore through the air. The blade in Shan Liang's grip flared with intensifying crimson light. He raised it high and brought it down in a single devastating cleave. Swoosh! Woo! The hungry ghost Taishui split cleanly down the center. Yet before Shan Liang could deliver a finishing strike, the fissure swelled violently. Shan Liang watched stunned as one hungry ghost Taishui became two, identical in size, aura, and presence. A blatant violation of the law of conservation of energy. The hungry ghost Taishui's regenerative prowess lived up to its fearsome reputation. Yet something felt off. It bore no kinship with the floating corpse chimes suspended in midair. A profound dissonance separated them, not merely in form but in essence, as stark as the distinction between two distinct races. Could it be? The true core malignancy within this laboratory isn't the hungry ghost Taishui at all. Just as Shan Liang pondered this, the floating corpse chimes opened their eyes, all at once. As though resurrected, they unleashed shrieks that froze blood in the veins. Each cry isolated was piercing and grating, but woven together they formed a haunting, eerie harmony. A hymn, macabre and sacred. Shan Liang had heard this melody before, in that very haunt realm. It always played when the gravekeeper drew near, as if summoned like a relentless soundtrack. Back then it had tormented him relentlessly. But the Shan Liang of today was no longer an invisible nobody. One after another punitive chains lanced upward, impaling the corpse chimes with effortless precision. Yet just as the chains tensed to rend them limb from limb, the hungry ghost Taishui extended thick, sinuous tentacles, locking with the chains in fierce, writhing combat. Simultaneously, the song of the corpses sharpened, climbing in pitch and intensity. Lao Zhang, Lao Li, and the others, once numb as automatons, now bled profusely from every orifice, horrifying beyond measure. Shan Liang frowned. These people could not die, not now. They were living witnesses, proof that he had dismantled root and branch a laboratory where malignant entities conspired to murder. He himself was merely an innocent bystander, forcibly drawn into this nightmare. To safeguard them, he would have to scour the lab clean. Purify it utterly. Perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? Shan Liang drew a deep, shuddering breath, his eyes burning crimson, his voice thickening with raw power. Buddhas and dragon elephants. At his utterance, the surrounding crimson mist convulsed, rushing toward his back to coalesce into a colossal, fleshy Buddha. At the same moment, sacred chants swelled, deep, resonant, ancient. Bathed in their resonance, Lao Zhang and Lao Li, faces twisted in agony, slowly relaxed, their grimaces softening. This Buddha was the very same one Shan Liang had previously enshrined within the Crimson Gate during his time in the Haunt Realm. Now at last it had attained enlightenment. Its halo, formed from coiled dragon-elephant motifs, was proof enough of its sanctity. Though admittedly its credibility would be stronger if that halo weren't composed entirely of pulsing living flesh. The corpse chimes sensed rising dread, their song sharpened further, turning shrill. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost Taishui was fully encased, bound, compressed, and utterly subdued within a sphere of punitive chains. Just as Shan Liang prepared to turn his attention to the corpse chimes, a croaking sound rasped beside his ear. Qua. Amidst the croaking of frogs, the black hands within the corpse's abdomens began to melt, transforming into viscous black liquid that hovered in midair, merging with one another. In an instant they coalesced into a black sphere roughly 1 meter in diameter. Its surface rippled and warped relentlessly, gradually reshaping itself into the hollow visage of a skull. Beneath it the dianxing chains constricted tighter and tighter. Half of the hungry ghost Taishui had already been absorbed. Through this resonance Shan Liang felt his own vitality swelling rich and inexorable. Yet now was no time for such reflection. Shan Liang swung his long blade toward the black skull. Crimson sword aura slashed across the air. The black skull darted aside, but the flesh and blood Buddha behind Shan Liang lunged forward instantly, slapping with the casual, contemptuous precision of swatting a fly. Trapped with no avenue of escape, the black skull dissolved once more into liquid, slipping like ink through the palm of the Buddha's massive hand. At that very moment, another frog's croak echoed sharply in Shan Liang's ear. This time, even Shan Liang's expression froze for a fleeting instant, while Lao Zhang, Lao Li, and the others reverted entirely to their prior vacant countenances. VVVVRR. His blade hummed violently. Shan Liang snapped back to awareness. Thick crimson mist coiled around the weapon and vein-like tendrils pierced its surface, causing the blade to swell relentlessly until it reached nearly 2 meters in length. At first glance it no longer resembled a man wielding a blade, but rather a blade dragging its wielder along. Gurgle gurgle. 2 more eyes opened at the guard of the blade, forming a pin-shaped triad with the central eye, each rolling wildly grotesque and absurd. No wonder the lab personnel risked so much. You've already corrupted them. Shan Liang's smile twisted into something feral. It was a malevolent entity capable of spiritual corruption. The earlier white-robed figure had surely fallen under its influence, transformed into a fanatical devotee of the false god. Neither the hungry ghost Taishui nor this black skull possessed the power to fully taint this realm overnight. Thus they must have been released long ago, and Shan Liang's group was certainly not the first to be lured into the laboratory. The pioneers sought wealth, the laboratory sought their lives. Boom. The flesh and blood Buddha hurled a fist. Once again the black skull fragmented into black fluid and fled. But this time, before it could fully liquefy, the surrounding air thickened into solid resistance, locking its motion in place. It quickly discerned the source, the flesh and blood blade. The 3 eyes, previously spinning wildly at the guard, now stared unblinkingly, all fixed upon it. Kekekek. Shan Liang leapt high, swinging the flesh and blood blade down in a devastating arc. VVVVRR. The liquid skull split cleanly in 2, black smoke erupting from the wound. Whoosh. The severed halves wrenched themselves free and shot deeper into the laboratory. Shan Liang landed atop the interwoven dianxing chains, which fused and surged forward like a soaring black dragon, bearing him in pursuit. Boom, boom. Shan Liang, the Demolition Bureau incarnate, had arrived. His image seared itself into the memories of the surviving malign entities. For a breathless moment, they could no longer distinguish who was truly the monster. Ha ha ha. Run, run. I'm almost upon you. Shan Liang's laughter grew increasingly unhinged. The flesh and blood blade flushed deeper crimson as a 4th and a 5th eye slowly opened. The 5 eyes seemed to strain the blade grievously. The blood vessel tendons anchoring it trembled uncontrollably. Yet Shan Liang paid no heed. Standing astride the black dragon, he raised his right arm high and brought the blade down in a single sweeping cut. The air stilled. A slash of scarlet light blazed across the entire laboratory, illuminating every corner where the surviving entities huddled, trembling in silent terror. Though their intellect was crude, they instinctively knew. Under no circumstances should they draw near that man. The fleeing black skull barely evaded the strike, vanishing headlong into the laboratory's core zone without glancing back. Boom. The crimson slash tore straight through the core zone's wall. Countless chains surged into the breach, widening the opening and carving a path for Shan Liang. Unlike the oppressive gloom elsewhere, the core zone blazed with brilliant artificial light. Dozens of malign entities floated inside transparent liquid-filled glass cylinders tethered by tubes to machines. Several white-coat researchers stared at Shan Liang, faces pale with panic. Outside scores had perished, yet here silence reigned undisturbed. But the moment they laid eyes on the liquid skull, their panic dissolved, replaced by feverish, rapturous ecstasy. True God! Long live the true God! True God! Their minds burned with manic devotion, yet the liquid skull did not deign to glance at them. And as it streaked past, each researcher withdrew a dagger from their pocket, and eyes blazing with fervor slit their own throats. Blood erupted skyward, not falling under gravity, but surging after the liquid skull like devoted acolytes. Crimson streams intertwined, glistening under the harsh lights, a tableau of visceral horror. And the true God they worshipped sped onward, unwavering, toward a statue at the chamber's heart. It stood less than 3 meters tall, its surface a deep, desiccated crimson, like dried blood. Its form vaguely humanoid, yet crisscrossed with countless fissures. The moment the liquid skull touched it, it seeped inward seamlessly. Crack, crack. Crumbling fragments sloughed off the statue's surface. Shan Liang struck. His crimson blade flashed forth, instantaneous and lethal. Just before impact, a desiccated skeletal hand burst forth from within the statue. and seized the blade's aura barehanded. Crack! The crimson aura shattered instantly, scattering into 1,000 motes of scarlet dust. A crushing wave of oppressive aura erupted, sending waves of dread shuddering through the chamber. The mummified figure shook loose the last shards of stone from its body, its hollow eye sockets locking onto Shan Liang. Yet Shan Liang's gaze remained riveted, not on its face, but on its right hand. Clutched tightly in that withered grip was a book. Massive and ancient, its cover wrinkled and leathery, as if crafted from some unknown beast's hide. What drew Shan Liang's attention, however, were the eyes embedded across its cover, now staring directly back at his blade, unblinking. A silent psychic confrontation unfolded between them, two sets of eyes locked in mutual challenge. What are you looking at? What if I am? Then with chilling unanimity, they both chose war. Rustle, rustle. The mummy's book flipped open of its own accord. From its pages rose spectral forms, malevolent entities, that plunged instantly into the throats of the freshly slain white-robed figures. Snap crack. A cacophony of bone grinding echoed as their bodies contorted, swelled, and mutated, finally bursting forth as grotesque, tongue-lashing abominations. Their oppressive aura dwarfed even that of the earlier Daolao ghost. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes, holding the blade horizontally before him, his left hand pressing firmly against its spine. The 5 eyes at the guard rolled ceaselessly, fixed upon the advancing horrors. He exhaled slowly, deeply, then declared, "When living beings perish and chaos reigns, 4 fiends howl in lament. Upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood my blade is forged anew. When specters, demons, and phantoms are purged to the last karma's infernal fire, shall forge my war robe." Taoya. Shan Liang's blood and flesh greatsword trembled violently in his hands, his earlier words seeming to have shattered the blade's seal. The 5 eyeballs, once rolling chaotically across its surface, now grew dull and lifeless. Crunch, crunch. A series of gnawing sounds echoed as fangs erupted from the blade's edge, interlocking and grinding against one another, transforming the weapon into something ever more monstrous. The dull eyeballs warped and fused, twisting inward until they coalesced into a single massive maw. Its jaws remained tightly shut, yet the fangs clicked open and closed rhythmically, as if breathing. Roar. With a guttural roar, the malevolent entities, once white-robed figures, lunged toward Shan Liang. He thrust his left hand forward against the blade's spine, letting the sword carry his momentum as he executed a sweeping horizontal slash. The first fiend to reach him didn't even have time to react before Shan Liang cleaved it deep across the chest. Its body pierced by razor-sharp fangs, the creature had no chance to respond. Then with a sharp crack, the chunk of flesh vanished into thin air, severing the entity cleanly in two. Hee hee. A shrill, grating laugh burst from the mouth carved into the guard. Before the severed corpse even struck the ground, it detonated into a crimson mist, sucked instantly into the blood and flesh greatsword. Roar, roar. Even as their comrade met such a grisly end, the remaining fiends showed no hesitation, pressing forward with relentless ferocity. Clatter, clatter. With each motion, the Dianxing chains swayed like steel tentacles. In mere breaths, the white-robed fiends were cut down, reduced to nourishment for the greatsword. Shan Liang did not pause. Treading upon the chains, he surged toward the mummified figure. The corpse raised its book, and a shimmering azure barrier materialized, encasing it completely. Boom. The greatsword slammed into the azure barrier, unleashing a shockwave so violent that the surrounding glass containment columns exploded. One after another, fiends tumbled onto the floor, slicked in viscous, translucent fluid. Crack, crack. Fractures spiderwebbed across the barrier's surface. The mummy lifted its gaze, the eye embedded in its book fixating on Shan Liang with chilling intensity. Shan Liang responded with a faint smile. His left hand pressed down once more upon the blade's spine, like the final straw breaking the camel's back. With a chorus of shattering sounds, the fangs drove deep into the barrier. In the next instant, the fangs snapped shut, and just as before, a large section of the barrier simply ceased to exist. Boom. The barrier shattered. Before the mummy could react, the colossal blood and flesh greatsword descended, severing its head clean off. Yet Shan Liang remained vigilant. Unlike mortals, fiends did not die so easily. Even decapitation was no guarantee of annihilation. Indeed, the mummified fiend still moved. It flipped open its book once more. From its yellowed pages rose a shadowy figure, its arms sharpened into lethal blades that pierced Shan Liang's throat in an instant. Shan Liang's smile froze, then twisted into raw terror, disbelief, and despair. The eye on the mummy's book rolled wildly, its expression unervingly human, smug, cunning, triumphant. Thwack! The greatsword plunged downward along the mummy's neck, splitting it vertically in two. Crimson mist billowed from the blade, corroding and devouring the corpse. The eye on the book stared stunned, only to witness Shan Liang calmly crush the shadow in his bare hand. Blood gushed from his throat, yet before their eyes the wound sealed itself. He rotated his neck slowly, joints clicking audibly. This Igui Taishui truly did not disappoint. During the battle, the Dianxing chains had fully absorbed the Igui Taishui, and Shan Liang had inherited its regenerative power. What appeared to be a failed defense was in truth a deliberate feint, a calculated opening. Had he not done so, victory would never have come so easily. Within the mummy's desiccated frame, viscous black liquid began to well up, wrapping around the book as it attempted to flee. The Dianxing chains surged again, converging into a cage that enfolded both the liquid and the book, compressing them into a massive iron sphere. Crimson mist coalesced around Shan Liang, forming a towering scarlet gate behind him. Slowly the gate swung open, exuding an overwhelming gravitational pull. Sensing its fate, the black liquid writhed violently, resisting the gate's inexorable suction. Clank, clank. From within the gate, several more chains shot forth, latching onto the iron sphere. Like winches winding tight, they dragged it steadily inward. Only when the gate sealed shut completely did Shan Liang exhale in quiet relief. The blood and flesh greatsword dissipated into crimson mist, then reformed into an ordinary longsword. Shan Liang glanced around the laboratory, at its equipment, its materials, and chuckled softly. Where am I? Ugh. Lao Zhang stirred awake, his skull pounding as though a nail had been driven into his forehead. He exhaled deeply, only to find 7 or 8 others lying unconscious beside him, including his closest friend Lao Li. He urgently nudged Lao Li's head. Lao Li, how are you? Cough, cough. Lao Li stirred with a soft cough, then turned his head slowly, surveying the room before speaking. Lao Zhang, are we in the underworld? Lao Zhang spat out a few flecks of blood before replying. Probably not. If we were dead, it wouldn't hurt this much. The movement reopened his scabbed wounds, making him wince in agony. They exchanged a glance, both faces etched with bitter resignation. Lalalulal. Oh, gentlemen enjoying the view. From the lab corridor, Shan Liang strode in silver briefcase in hand, smiling warmly. Lao Li blinked in shock, then scrambled upright. Warden. Lao Zhang tried to rise too, but his injuries were worse. He collapsed twice before finally standing. Shan Liang waved lightly, chuckling. Enough, you're seriously injured. Move again and you might die. Lao Zhang, ever the obedient one, immediately lay back down. Lao Li scanned the surroundings, voice hoarse. Warden, are we still inside the lab? Yes. At that answer, Lao Li's face paled further. So even the warden hadn't broken free. Shan Liang's reputation was no small thing, especially after his public refusal of the Great Wall Watch, a decision that had placed him squarely at the center of controversy. Many accused him of vanity, of craving fame at any cost. That changed only after he single-handedly quelled the fiend tide. Thereafter, the title Warden spread like wildfire. Soon after, he founded the legendary Bonfire Unit, 7 members strong, yet none of them ordinary. Bonfire's defining triumph came when those same 7 breached a fixed cursed realm, an operation that had previously claimed an entire 1,000-strong detachment sent by the Shualing Corps, of whom only 1 returned alive. What 1,000 soldiers failed to accomplish, 7 achieved. Rumors soon circulated that each of the Bonfire's 7 rivaled 1,000 commander in strength. And one prerequisite for attaining the rank of 1,000 commander was mastery of the Rushi realm. The cultivation realms of the Forerunners are currently classified into 4 major stages and 8 minor stages. First glimpse, threshold entry, ascension to the hall, integration into the chamber, divine transcendence, unfettered mastery, and transcending mortality, shedding the mundane. The first glimpse realm, aptly named, marks the initial awakening to one's innate abilities. A cultivator attains this stage upon successfully awakening their divine aspect and learning its true name. The threshold entry realm builds upon the foundation of the first glimpse, demanding deeper comprehension and refined command over one's divine aspect. Do not underestimate this leap. Many spend their entire lives stranded here, unable to advance. After all, the powers of a divine aspect are profoundly intricate. Countless cultivators never truly grasp theirs, and thus stray from the correct path from the very beginning. Only those who fully comprehend their divine aspect and wield it with consummate artistry may ascend to the ascension to the hall realm. This stage serves as a definitive watershed among Forerunners. Only those who reach it earn the title of true power. The integration into the chamber realm is enigmatic, a realm of qualitative transformation in a Forerunner's power. It is precisely for this reason that only cultivators who attain this realm qualify to serve as 1,000 commanders. Take Han Wuqi of the Bloodlin faction, for instance. His strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, he could never have secured the 9th seat. Yet even so, he remained only 100 commander. One reason lay in his relatively shallow seniority. The other, more decisive factor was his failure to break through to the integration into the chamber realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, a cultivator not only gains unparalleled mastery over their divine aspect, but also becomes acutely aware of the ambient chi surrounding them. This heightened perception proves invaluable when leading expeditions into the cursed realms. Thus, only those who have surpassed the integration into the chamber realm are entrusted with command of 1,000 soldiers. As for the primes, their strength remains shrouded in mystery, and even their cultivation realms are unknown. It is said the primes never act within the mortal world, lest their overwhelming might unleash irreversible devastation akin to detonating a nuclear warhead upon reality itself. Old Li and Old Zhang exchanged glances, their expressions grim and bitter. If even the warden could not escape, then their own chances were surely non-existent. Yet almost immediately they sensed something amiss. If escape were truly impossible, why did he show no trace of anxiety? Moments earlier they had even heard him humming, a clear sign he felt no urgency whatsoever. Old Zhang, bolder by nature, dispensed with hesitation and asked directly, Warden, why do you seem utterly unconcerned? Concerned about what? Replied Shan Liang, his tone light and carefree, confirming their suspicion. We can get out. Ventured oldly tentative but hopeful. Shan Liang smiled and nodded. In an instant they soared from the depths of despair into radiant euphoria. Their earlier anguish vanished, as if swept away, replaced by broad, crinkled grins. In an instant they soared from the depths of despair into radiant euphoria. Their earlier anguish vanished, as if swept away, replaced by broad, crinkled grins. Whether drawn by their laughter, or simply roused by time, others gradually stirred awake. Yet upon learning the situation, few shared their joy, for reasons all too plain. They had entered the facility 70 or 80 strong. Now fewer than 10 remained breathing. Many had watched comrades, or even kin, perish before their eyes. How then could they rejoice? Old Zhang and Old Li, however, retained their smiles, because only the two of them had been dispatched on this mission and both still lived. Was that not cause enough for celebration? Seeing the others fully roused, Shan Liang stretched languidly and declared, I trust you've already realized. This was never a mission to purge malevolent entities. Rather, someone intended to feed us to them. At his words, many eyes flared crimson with rage. Even the dullest among them now understood the truth. Had the laboratory housed merely 7 or 8 Daolao ghosts, it might have been excusable. Task posters often downplay danger to avoid inflated fees or outright refusal. But 30 or 40 Daolao ghosts. What was this if not a death sentence? Recalling the gruesome deaths of their companions, their fury burned even hotter. Shan Liang, seemingly oblivious, sighed softly, alas. If survival didn't demand such risk, who would willingly strap their head to their belt? Hearing this, even Old Zhang and Old Li's faces darkened. They mean to feed us to the fiends. Then let them taste our vengeance. Hearing this, even Old Zhang and Old Li's faces darkened. They mean to feed us to the fiends. Then let them taste our vengeance. Exactly. My third uncle's maternal cousin's neighbor works in internal affairs at the Great Wall Watch. Once I'm out, I'll tell him. He'll escalate it immediately. Yes, I'll report it upward too. They conspire with the cursed. The Great Wall Watch will not forgive such treachery. Their outrage swelled, until abruptly they fell silent, exchanging uneasy glances. All their vows rested upon a single unspoken condition. First, they must escape. Inside this laboratory, not a whisper of signal reached them. Not a single thread connected them to the outside world. At that thought, despair seeped back in. Shan Liang, observing their dejection, chuckled and strolled toward the alloyed blast door. The survivors blinked in bewilderment, their gazes turning to him with growing incredulity. They had watched closely. Upon entering, the door was nearly a meter thick, and a hydraulic lift gate, meaning the entire barrier was a monolithic slab of forged alloy. To exit, one would either need to lift the door or shatter it. Both options seemed physically impossible. Then came the inexplicable. Shan Liang approached the door with a faint, knowing smile, raised his right hand and tapped it lightly. Open sesame. With a deep, resonant groan, the massive door began rising, slowly, inexorably. Slivers of light pierced the widening gap, illuminating rows of slack-jawed, stunned faces. The door opened. This actually opened. We can leave. They stared at one another, disbelief warring with dawning elation, then erupted into cheers. We're free. We can get out. Damn it. I'm reporting them the moment I step outside. No one walks away unscathed. They all die. Survivors stood readied, hearts heavy with sorrow beyond words. Old Li stepped forward and gently helped Old Zhang rise. Old Zhang, the warden has just saved our lives. Yes. Old Zhang sighed, then added with a wry grin, we're just foot soldiers. But when we tell the boss, he'll repay this debt. That's his way. Old Li nodded, then supported Old Zhang toward the doorway, others falling in behind them. Yet as they reached the threshold, they froze. A figure in white stood waiting, just beyond the door. His neck, however, was gripped tightly in a massive gloved hand. You wretched scoundrel. I'll kill you. Beat the living hell out of you, you cowardly cur. Two relatively unharmed pioneers, overcome with fury upon seeing the white-robed man, immediately lunged forward to teach him a lesson. Halt! A deep, gruff male voice rang out from behind the white-robed man. Only then did the two men realize he was being held aloft. He was a towering giant, broad-shouldered and thick-muscled, his sheer physical power seeming ready to burst through his garments. Blinded by rage moments earlier, the two had failed to notice him at all. The giant ignored them entirely. His gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Shan Liang, and his face instantly lit up with delight. And Shan Liang smiled and nodded, then glanced at the white-robed man before asking, Bader, have you secured everyone? All knocked unconscious, except him. We kept him awake to open the door. At that, Bader shook the white-robed man in his grip, as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. Well done. Shan Liang's praise sent Bader into unrestrained delight. Seeing that the giant knew the warden, the others relaxed, just slightly. Only after Shan Liang stepped forward did the group begin to follow, subtly coalescing around him as their de facto leader. After taking 2 steps, Shan Liang turned back and said, Why are you trailing me? Didn't you just discuss this in the lab? Make your calls, now. We came here to earn money, not to watch so many die without compensation. Are you truly willing to accept that? Old Zhang and Old Li quickly grasped Shan Liang's intent and chimed in at once. I certainly am not. I demand not only their deaths, but restitution extracted from them before they perish. Exactly, I feel the same. Both were masterful at stirring emotion, especially old Zhang, who possessed an uncanny instinct for manipulating human sentiment. Under their incitement, the group hurriedly retrieved communication devices and began contacting their networks, determined to disseminate news of this place without delay. The white-robed man, still dangling in Bader's grasp, sneered. Ha ha ha, what pitifully naive fools you are. Do you even know where you stand? M-City, have you ever asked yourselves why we were permitted to establish a laboratory here? Why, despite its full descent into a cursed realm, the outside world remains oblivious? Go ahead, spread it far and wide. Let us see whether your message escapes M-City, or survives online for even 10 minutes. Hearing this, many faces darkened. They were all adults. Some truths required no explanation. As the white-robed man implied, could such experiments truly unfold in M-City without the authorities' knowledge? Even the rampant cursed realm corruption testified to prolonged demonic infestation, and countless lives consumed during that time. Disappearances, especially among pioneers, surely raised alarms. Did those in power truly know nothing? Perhaps, as he claimed, none of today's events would ever leave this city. Or worse, any trace uploaded online would vanish within minutes, leaving no digital footprint. Old Zhang wasted no time indulging him. He strode forward and slapped the man hard, sending him swaying wildly in Bader's grip like a pendulum. Can't get it out. Our leader is a retired centurion of the Harbinger of Death. Let's see how far your message travels. To suppress truth, you'd better pray your patronage is vast enough. Old Zhang's words electrified the group. Those who'd slumped in despair now stood tall once more. Right? And just who do you think he is? The Great Wall Watchers. Do you imagine they'd collude with vermin like you? Huh. He's merely flailing in his death throes. Ignore him. They resumed contacting their networks, desperate to bring the matter before the Great Wall Watchers. The white-robed man, however, only smirked coldly, his gaze sweeping the crowd before locking onto Shan Liang. Though still unaware of Shan Liang's identity, he noted how the giant held him aloft, yet deferred to this man, and how the others subtly formed a protective ring around him. A moment's reflection confirmed that this was undoubtedly the core figure, the linchpin of this small, defiant faction. Was it you who rescued them? The white-robed man remained eerily composed, even adjusting his glasses, which old Zhang had knocked askew. Shan Liang nodded, his smile radiant and untroubled. It struck the white-robed man then. He was the very person who'd smiled at him before entering the lab. Do you truly believe your path is righteous, simply because you saved a few lives? Most people drift through existence, spending their youth trading life for wealth, and their twilight years bartering wealth for life. This cycle repeats endlessly, leaving no mark upon society, no ripple upon the world. Do you think society lacks such people, eh? Does the world lack such people? Do you know how many perish daily since the cursed surge erupted? Ordinary souls like these, eh? Beyond counting. His eyes locked onto Shan Liang with venomous intensity. To society they are refuse, parasites. Yet I granted them purpose, transforming them into instruments of human evolution. I gave their lives meaning. They should kneel in gratitude. The path I offered them is the only true path. Shan Liang's smile never faltered. When the man fell silent, he replied with 4 simple words. What's it to me? Huh. The white-robed man stared, utterly dumbfounded, never imagining such a response. Not even old Zhang or old Li could suppress their bewilderment. Yet almost instantly Shan Liang cheerfully produced a thermos-sized glass vial, the very one the white-robed man had handed them earlier. Inside floated half a vial of viscous black liquid. Why only half? Because the bulk of it still resided within the Crimson Gate. The white-robed man froze at the sight, then erupted into frenzied thrashing. The true god. Wretched insects, you dare harm the true god. Release me, release me. His sudden convulsions startled several bystanders. Old Zhang responded instantly with another stinging slap. Yet the man seemed impervious to pain, thrashing relentlessly. Bader frowned at Shan Liang. A single glance would be all it took to snap the man's neck. But Shan Liang clearly relished this spectacle, casually tossing the vial in his palm. The true god. Tell me, what god is ever confined to a bottle, eh? I've met zealots worshipping demons before, but never one so pathetically absurd. Hearing this, the white-robed man only redoubled his frenzy, writhing uncontrollably in Bader's grip. Yet Shan Liang's gaze held something peculiar. Not disgust nor disdain, but quiet scrutiny. Though the man radiated fanaticism, it was performance alone, nothing more. Unlike the other white-robed men he'd seen slit throats, this one feigned devotion. At that moment, someone lowered their phone and approached Shan Liang with deference. I've reported everything that occurred here. They promised arrival within 5 minutes. We're instructed to remain in place, to await further coordination. Shan Liang gave a quiet hum, then exchanged a knowing glance with Bader. The injuries of the crowd were not light, and without a healer among them, they could only endure one by one. After enduring for 5 difficult minutes, the sound of heavy footsteps finally approached. More than 50 fully armed soldiers rushed over, and upon seeing the situation at the scene, their expressions turned grave. The leader walked up to Bader and first examined the man in white before turning to Bader. More than 50 fully armed soldiers rushed over, and upon seeing the situation at the scene, their expressions turned grave. The leader walked up to Bader and first examined the man in white before turning to Bader. Release him. Release whom? This man colluded with the evil spirits and used us as fodder for them. Such scum, release him. The man frowned again, first glancing at the speaking survivor before directing his gaze back to Bader. We will investigate the specifics ourselves. This is M City, and what you have is one of our city's renowned scientists. He has made many contributions to M City and has provided numerous jobs, so, until we verify the truth of your words, he remains someone we must protect. Now please release him. Upon hearing this, the survivors realized something was amiss. The man in white cast a mocking glance at them, as if saying, "See, what did I say before?" However, Bader was not affected by these words at all. His gaze was fixed on Shan Liang, as if waiting for a signal to snap the neck of the man in white. Seeing that Bader had not taken his words to heart, the captain's brow furrowed even tighter. The team members behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to fire at any moment. Shan Liang was not surprised by this situation, as he had experienced it before. "Bader, didn't you hear what this captain said?" He asked to release him. Without saying a word, Bader directly let go. The man in white stumbled, steadied himself, shot Bader a fierce glare, adjusted his clothes, and extended his right hand toward Shan Liang. "Return the true god to me." Upon hearing the term true god, a look of disgust involuntarily crossed the captain's face. This indicated he knew exactly what the so-called true god was, and understood the gravity of the situation. Seeing this, Shan Liang's smile became even more sincere. He cheerfully handed over the true god in his hand. "But you must take good care of it. I went through a lot to bring it out from the lab." The man in white extended both hands respectfully to receive the glass container before looking at Shan Liang. "Don't worry, I will definitely repay you well." The survivors' faces turned ashen, but since they were under the eaves, they had no choice but to bow their heads. The captain signaled, and more than 20 team members approached with their guns raised, ready to aim and shoot at any moment. "You all need treatment for your injuries, and now we will send you to the hospital. Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, no one can leave M City. We hope for your cooperation." Old Zhang sneered. "What? Are you going to put us under house arrest?" The captain turned his head, his voice icy. "Please cooperate." Old Zhang retorted, walking up to the captain and pointing at the insignia on his chest. "If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Do you dare?" Only then did the captain notice the not so obvious insignia on his clothing, which depicted an ant's head. The captain narrowed his eyes and his tone became less aggressive. "Bringing you for treatment is for your own good. We are merely following the rules. If you have connections, you can contact them when you reach the hospital. We have no say in that. As long as the higher-ups say to release you, I will release you. I hope you can cooperate with our work, otherwise if a conflict arises, it won't be good for anyone. Don't you think?" As if to confirm his words, the surrounding team members raised their guns. Now the survivors looked even worse. They had already been exhausted from battling the evil spirits in the lab and had not recovered much. If they had to fight these people, it seemed unlikely that any of them would survive. Old Zhang wanted to say something, but Shan Liang pressed his shoulder. "All right, stop making a scene. Cooperating with their work is our duty, understand? Besides, this is M City, so as outsiders we shouldn't be trying to act tough here." Upon hearing Shan Liang say this, Old Zhang immediately shut his mouth, lowered his head, and retreated behind Shan Liang, looking as if he would agree with whatever Shan Liang said. Seeing this, Shan Liang smiled at the captain. "Captain, didn't you say you would take us to the hospital? Let's go." The captain gave Shan Liang a deep look. Someone who could make the thorny members of the ant nest obedient must have some skills. "Let's go." The captain called out and took the lead while his team members stood guard to protect the survivors. Before leaving, Shan Liang gave the man in white a deep glance, smiling as he said, "Make sure to take good care of your true god." Bader couldn't help but curl his lips at this, also glancing at the man in white. He knew that his friend Indo was fishing again. The poor bait still hadn't realized its identity. The group left the biological laboratory area and boarded the vehicle under strict protection, heading straight for the hospital. As the captain had said, they did not restrict the survivors from communicating and could reach out to anyone they knew. Thus, while still in the vehicle, the survivors eagerly began contacting their acquaintances. Having survived such a dangerous lab, they couldn't bear to die in the hospital. They would have no face to show to their old brothers. Only Shan Liang leaned back leisurely in the car seat, humming a tune as if he were going on vacation. It wasn't until the car approached a street corner that he glanced at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, he could vaguely see the silhouette of the man in white, who seemed to be speaking to someone. M City Hospital. As soon as the survivors arrived at the hospital, they were forcibly separated and taken to different rooms. The wards had no windows, and outside the door stood 2 armed guards ensuring maximum security. Shan Liang lay on the hospital bed humming a song while gazing at the dark ceiling, unable to suppress a smile. Interesting, truly interesting. He had originally thought that encountering the hungry ghost would be good enough, but unexpectedly he encountered that corpse. Once he returned, he planned to study it thoroughly and see if there was any connection between this corpse and the tombkeeper from back then. But all of that could wait. Now that the bait was cast, he needed to first catch the fish. Hee. Worthless. How could such a catastrophic blunder occur? And those people have already leaked the news. Do you have any idea how much it will cost me to suppress it? Inside a sealed chamber, a man in white robes knelt motionless on the floor, still clutching the glass jar. And opposite him, seated on a sofa, sat a broad-shouldered man whose face was livid with fury. Why did you fail to vet your candidates properly? Ordinary individuals would be tolerable, but why were members of the ant nest among them? We could silence an ordinary organization, But do you truly not know the queen ant's temperament? And now that she is aware, merely securing her silence will demand an exorbitant sum. The robed man hastily lifted his head. And sir, the true god and the hungry year sovereign have reached their final stage. Only a few more forerunners remain to be consumed for transcendence. Once achieved, we can synthesize far more stable serums, enough to raise an elite legion under your command. And with the true god's aid, loyalty within the ranks will never be a concern. Sir, victory lies just one step away. In hearing this, the broad-shouldered man's expression flickered, then hardened into a piercing, unblinking stare. If they walked out of the lab alive, then surely the hungry year sovereign has been eradicated. Nan, the true god. All that remains is the pitiful residue in your hands. What use is it now? Wang Wei, the robed man, hurriedly replied in, no sir, not possible. And you know the hungry year sovereign's regenerative capacity. It cannot possibly be eliminated so easily. Even if it were destroyed, the old lab retains viable backups. Given sufficient nutrients, a new specimen can be cultivated within days. As for the true god, you need not worry. I possess the means to restore it. And the broad-shouldered man narrowed his eyes, holding Wang Wei's gaze until sweat beaded on the latter's brow. Wang Wei, this is your final chance. And, yes sir, I swear I will not betray your trust. The broad-shouldered man snorted coldly, rose and strode out without another word. Only after he vanished from sight did Wang Wei exhale deeply. Then his face twisted with barely concealed hatred. He loathed Shan Liang for shattering his plans, but he despised the broad-shouldered man even more. And after all these years of collaboration, he was still treated as a dog, summoned at will, discarded without hesitation. Wait, just wait. Once my legion is forged, the true god will corrupt and assimilate them all. And then you'll learn who is truly the dog. A cruel smile curled Wang Wei's lips. Meanwhile, the broad-shouldered man emerged from the chamber, where the squad captain who'd led the capture stood waiting outside. And sir, have you confirmed the identities of the others? And most are verified, except the ringleader and the giant. Their identities remain untraceable. The burly man frowned, glaring at the captain with undisguised displeasure. And, are you certain both are forerunners? And yes, sir. The man fell silent, pondering. Unidentifiable forerunners generally fell into three categories. And first, the Great Wall Sentinels. They operated on a wholly independent system. No outsider could access Sentinel personnel records. None had to formally petition the Great Wall Sentinels, and even then approval was neither guaranteed nor swift. Second, the cultists. And since the descent of the uncanny cults had proliferated, numerous, secretive, and deliberately unregistered, and their identities were absent from all official systems, and thus unfindable. After all, those who could be found had long since been eradicated. And third, individuals shielded by powerful patrons, eminent scientists, heirs to ancient clans, anyone whose identity might be obscured by influence. Whichever category applied, each posed immense complications. At the thought, the burly man cursed Wang Wei again. And, a fool remains a fool. Why didn't he verify backgrounds before selection? Forerunners without connections posed no threat. If something went awry, no one would intervene. Then they would hold absolute authority. And now, instead of advancing the uncanny's evolution, they'd been forced back to square one, rearing a new sovereign from scratch. The prospect of cleaning up this mess gave him a throbbing headache. And yet too many resources had already been sunk into the project. Retreat was impossible. They would have to see it through to the bitter end. The captain hesitated, then spoke up cautiously, defending Wang Wei. Sir, the number of participants was deliberately kept small. With both the hungry year sovereign and the true god nearing culmination, Director Wang believed a single decisive success would eliminate future risks. The burly man scoffed, a dry, dismissive laugh, and offered no reply. And, shortly after their departure, Wang Wei also left the chamber alone, refusing escorts, and drove himself to the fringes of City M. There stood an abandoned skyscraper, a relic of failed ambition, once heralded as City M's landmark destined to redefine its urban core. But construction halted mid-frame when the developer perished abruptly during the initial descent of the uncanny, leaving only skeletal steel behind. The incident had ignited public outcry, yet almost no one knew that beneath this derelict shell lay a hidden laboratory. This was the genesis of the biolab. In both the Hungry Year Sovereign and the Blackwater True God originated here, as foundational projects conceived in these very walls. Later, high-ranking patrons took interest in their work and funded the construction of a new state-of-the-art facility. Yet this original site was never decommissioned. It remained an auxiliary lab, smaller in scale, less equipped, but fully operational. After passing multiple security layers, Wang Wei entered the lab and located its supervisor. Wang Ming. The Hungry Year Sovereign has suffered a critical failure. A replacement must be urgently cultivated. Authorization has been granted. 50 subjects will arrive from prison No. 2 tomorrow. Commence Phase 1 cultivation immediately. Wang Ming appeared younger than Wang Wei. Though both shared the surname, they were unrelated, and their professional rapport was notoriously strained. Upon hearing Wang Wei's request, Wang Ming smirked with undisguised schadenfreude. Enough pretense. A minor issue. Please, I monitor the forums daily. Though the leak was swiftly suppressed, I'd set keyword alerts. I saw everything. Tisk tisk tsk. tried sourcing feedstock and slammed straight into armor-plated fate. Huh. This joke will sustain my joy for life. And he laughed openly, utterly indifferent to Wang Wei's humiliation. Wang Wei's face darkened. He gripped the container in his hand until his knuckles whitened. This is a direct order from the Sir. Prepare immediately. The Hungry Year Sovereign departs in 2 days. With prior experimental data success, this time is inevitable. I hope you'll still find it amusing then. Wang Ming did not retort. Instead, his gaze fixed curiously on the glass vial in Wang Wei's hand. Had he imagined it? Or had a single lidless eye just blinked within the liquid? If it weren't for Wang Wei standing right in front of him, Wang Ming would really want to rub his eyes, wondering if it was simply the result of working overtime too long that made his vision blur. Wang Wei also noticed his gaze and instinctively looked at the glass bottle in his hand. The bottle contained a half-filled pitch-black liquid viscous like oil, showing no abnormalities. Isn't this the true form of the divine being? Wang Ming has seen it before, why would he show such a reaction? Just as Wang Wei was pondering, an eye suddenly appeared within the glass bottle. The eyeball was filled with blood vessels, as if it had a life of its own, staring intently at Wang Wei. Wang Wei's hand trembled, almost dropping the glass bottle. Wang Ming, seeing this, clearly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What on earth is going on? Wang Wei, what have you done to the divine being?" "We did nothing." Wang Wei's emotions were unstable. He had experienced far too much today. He almost reacted defensively to Wang Ming's questioning. But Wang Ming didn't care about his tone at all. Instead, he looked at the glass container in panic. "Wang Wei, quickly throw that thing away." "Throw it away? Are you crazy? This is the divine being." As he spoke, he raised the glass container in his hand to let Wang Ming see clearly. But as soon as he raised it, he noticed something was off. The bottle seemed to have suddenly gained weight. Turning his head, he saw a distorted human face had appeared in the bottle. It looked as if a human head had been forcibly stuffed into the bottle. "Ah!" Wang Wei exclaimed, instinctively throwing the bottle away. Clang! The bottle hit the ground, bouncing twice before rolling to one side. This was a container specially used for holding evil spirits, and such a collision would naturally not break it. Wang Ming instinctively stepped back, feeling a wave of dread from whatever was inside that bottle. Wang Wei had a bit more courage, but only a bit. He also took a step back, trying to distance himself from the bottle. "Wang Wei, what is that exactly? I told you it's the divine being. Didn't you see when I came in?" "Nonsense. Do you think I've never seen a divine being? That's clearly a human face." Crack! As the two argued, a crisp sound of shattering suddenly rang out. The sound was not loud, but it instantly calmed the two, who were on edge. They slowly turned their heads toward the broken glass bottle in the corner, their thoughts perfectly aligned. Please don't let it be broken. However, reality often goes against expectations, and the cracks on the glass container were so clear. Crack! Another sound of glass shattering, and it seemed to ring alarm bells for the two. They didn't even exchange glances, immediately turning to run deeper into the laboratory, with Wang Ming shouting as he ran. "Alert! Alert! Activate isolation! Activate isolation immediately!" Wang Wei was also running for his life. He had spent time in this laboratory, and was very clear about the location of the isolation area. Just 20 more meters ahead was the isolation zone. Once they reached the isolation zone and activated it, even if that evil spirit came out, it would be fine. After all, the isolation zone in their laboratory could withstand attacks from experts in the entry realm. But still, reality often doesn't go as planned. Just as they were less than 3 meters away from the isolation zone, 2 large hands pressed down on their shoulders. The two felt a weight on their bodies, and with a thud they knelt down to the ground, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They had knelt down with such force that they even felt their bones crack. Yet despite this, neither dared to speak, or even turn back to look. Their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind. I told you this is something I painstakingly brought out from the laboratory for you to keep safe. Why are you being so naughty? By the way, didn't you say you wanted to repay me properly? Come on, let me see how you repay me." A hoarse voice came from behind Wang Wei. He was certain he had never heard this voice before, yet the words reminded him of someone. The person who had just been sent to the hospital. He struggled to turn his head back and saw a red figure standing behind him. It was a figure composed of countless blood mists, and the smile was so familiar. Hospital. In the ward, Shan Liang opened his eyes, humming a tune. He didn't expect M-City to be this rotten. No wonder that guy named Wang Wei spoke so strongly. It turns out he has a powerful backing. Shan Liang's smile turned playful. When he looked at it this way, it was evident that the previous captain had them use their connections to find a way out, which was just a fishing expedition. After all, the sooner such matters were dealt with, the smaller the impact would be. Even if they were very capable, it wouldn't be easy to investigate these people's backgrounds thoroughly in a short time. So the other party let them contact their backgrounds themselves. This way, whether for mutual benefit or personal connections, they could quickly suppress the matter. As for why the other party didn't silence them, the reason was simple one: there were people among them who the other party found troublesome. If they were silenced, things would become even more complicated. Secondly, it was because the situation hadn't reached that point yet. If Shan Liang was not mistaken, the big shots behind this matter should already be cleaning up the mess. If in the end they couldn't come to an agreement, and the survivors wanted too much, they would decisively abandon the laboratory. At that point, they could just come in claiming ignorance, not knowing anything, and not having heard anything. Then find a scapegoat, hire a temporary worker, and the matter would be perfectly resolved. After all, they had already given you an explanation. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. And one last point is that these people still did not understand their own strength. After all, no matter what, they had managed to kill the hungry ghost Tai Sui and the corpse of the divine being. The hungry ghost Tai Sui aside, that divine being's corpse was definitely a formidable existence, with astonishing strength. Otherwise Wang Wei wouldn't have let them enter the laboratory without investigating their strength. In Wang Wei's eyes, even someone in the entry realm would perish if they entered. But they had managed to kill their way out, which proved that at least someone among them possessed strength exceeding the entry realm. And anyone in the entry realm could be considered a powerful figure wherever they went. This was also an important reason why the captain didn't silence them immediately after arriving. Shan Liang got up and stretched his neck, originally planning to catch a fish to eat to improve his life. But unexpectedly, while he did hook a fish, it turned out to be a bit too big. So big that Shan Liang might not even be able to pull it ashore, and he might even be dragged into the water by it. Moreover, this big fish was backed by an exceedingly complex web of relationships, each link intricately connected, making it a case of pulling one thread that could move the whole. But Shan Liang was someone who enjoyed the hustle and bustle. The bigger the matter, the more lively it became. He was eager to cook it into a fish head soup right now. Next reward. A nurse was applying ointment to Lao Zhang. His injuries were indeed severe. Unfortunately, no support-type pioneer was available here, so this rudimentary method was all they had for treatment. Lao Zhang stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind a storm of clashing thoughts. Unlike others, he felt no fear of dying here, because their organization, the Ant Nest, bore a fearsome reputation. Once a rival group had attempted a treacherous ambush, slaughtering 7 members of the Ant Nest and believing their crime flawless. Yet within 2 days, every one of them perished violently. A high-ranking official in New City and his entire family met the same grisly fate. Their remains could only be gathered with spoons. Investigation later revealed that the official had been the shadow patron behind that very organization. Yet as a figure of real authority, his assassination by a civilian group was deemed an outright provocation, prompting New City's armed forces to launch a full-scale campaign to eradicate the Ant Nest. They had expected it to be as simple as suppressing a minor cult, but instead the Ant Nest fielded over 1,000 pioneers, each fighting with suicidal ferocity. The battle raged fiercely, claiming countless lives on both sides. Only when a mediator from the Grim Reaper's Legion intervened did hostilities finally cease. From then on, insiders understood one immutable truth: the Ant Nest must never be provoked. Moreover, the Ant Nest leader, was himself a former elite operative of the Grim Reaper's Legion, his strength and pedigree beyond question. Thus, unless under extraordinary circumstances, no one would willingly cross these madmen. In this age overrun by malevolent entities, raw power truly dictates reality. Petty bandits are hunted down, grand warlords are granted amnesty. The Ant Nest was such a grand warlord. Hence, unlike others, Lao Zhang harbored no fear of being silenced. He knew that if he died, his killers would follow him into oblivion. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was the presence of the bonfire group here, and their complete refusal to reveal their identities. What then were they planning? Lao Zhang weighed several possibilities, only to discard each one. Finally, he abandoned the effort altogether. After all, they had saved his life. Whatever their motives, he had no right to obstruct them. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the ward door swung open from outside. The nurse, still administering ointment, promptly seized her medical kit and stepped out. Lao Zhang turned his head to see a broad-shouldered man in a sharp suit stride in. After appraising him twice, the man spoke. "You're from the Ant Nest." Lao Zhang remained silent, fixing the man with an unblinking stare. The stranger radiated palpable spiritual pressure, an unmistakable pioneer, and a formidable one at that. Given the timing, he was almost certainly one of the white-robed man's hidden patrons, here, most likely to negotiate a silence fee. "Afraid I'll devour you." The burly man pulled up a chair and sat gazing down at Lao Zhang with haughty dominance. Lao Zhang smirked, dug idly at his ear, and replied, "Devour me? Are you a malevolent entity?" Huh, huh, huh. His laughter boomed, yet his eyes held no warmth, only the cold, ravenous gaze of a starving wolf locked onto its prey. "Who told you only malevolent entities consume humans?" Lao Zhang's expression grew even more contemptuous. He braced his hands and pushed himself upright from the bed. "Go ahead, try it." Their eyes clashed like sharpened blades, neither flinching, neither yielding. After several long taut seconds, the man broke into a low chuckle. "No wonder you were trained by the Queen Ant. Truly intriguing." Rising to his feet, he added, "Tell the Queen Ant when you return. I, Jiaqing, eagerly await our meeting." At the name Jiaqing, Lao Zhang's defiant mask froze instantly. He knew that name. Director of the M-City Security Bureau, a master of the intrusion realm. Once he had led a purge against a 1,000-strong heretical cult, displaying their severed heads upon the city gates. Thereafter, he earned a grim epithet, the 1,000-Man Demon. In M-City, his very name could silence infants' cries in the dead of night. Had he just dared to glare down the 1,000-Man Demon? His legs trembled, yet the moment he recalled Jiaqing's alliance with the white-robed man, trembling gave way to burning fury. No wonder the white-robed man acted with such impunity. Security Bureau backing indeed. How bitterly ironic that the very institution sworn to safeguard the city would deliver its trusting citizens hand and foot into the maws of malevolent entities. Yet, if the thousand-man demon knew the queen ant, before Lao Zhang could dwell further, Jia Qing had already exited the room. Moments later, a soldier entered, with Lao Li trailing behind, utterly bewildered. You may leave. The soldier's voice was ice cold. Lao Li stood dumbfounded, utterly lost. Brother-in-law, where did you find such fine mutton? Did you save some for Xiaohua? Relax, eat up. Inside the ward, Shan Liang and Ba Taer were boiling mutton in a hot pot. Jia Qing paused at the doorway, a faint knowing smile playing on his lips, while the soldier beside him trembled violently. He had stood guard outside that door without pause, yet somehow another man had materialized inside. Stepping forward, he barked, voice sharp and commanding, "How did you get in here? Who authorized eating inside the ward? Now, return immediately to your assigned room." Shan Liang appeared deaf to it all. He lifted a perfectly cooked slice of mutton from the pot, swirled it in sauce, and slid it into his mouth with serene satisfaction. The young soldier seethed. His failure to detect the intruder was already a grave lapse, but this blatant defiance ignited his rage. His hand flew toward his sidearm, only for Jia Qing's firm grip to halt him at the shoulder. No need to panic, just a man enjoying a meal. What's the fuss? But, enough. Wait outside. The soldier shot Shan Liang one last resentful glance before snapping a stiff salute and departing. Jia Qing dragged over a stool and sat opposite Shan Liang, then reached for food only to realize there were no spare utensils. His gaze swept the table and landed on a bottle of liquor beside the pot. He reached for it, only for a massive hand to clamp around the bottle first. You've got some nerve. Did I give you permission to drink my liquor? Ba Taer swallowed a generous mouthful of mutton before turning his steady gaze upon Jia Qing. Jia Qing suddenly laughed and matched Ba Taer's grip force for force. Just a bottle of wine. Surely you're not that stingy. Both men strained, but not a single drop of liquor trembled within the bottle, revealing the terrifying precision with which each mastered his own strength. Shan Liang wiped his mouth, set down his chopsticks, and smiled gently at Jia Qing. How many people have you fed to that malevolent entity? Malevolent entity. Jia Qing's smile turned icy, his voice dropping to a venomous whisper. Not many, just a few thousand. Crack. Ba Taer crushed the bottle in his fist, the look in his eyes now pure, unadulterated hunger. A few thousand. Heh, yes, and their sacrifice was not in vain. 3 pairs of eyes locked. The air crackled, tense, lethal, poised on the edge of violence. Long ago, when the pioneers were just born, philosophers debated whether the pioneers could be considered human. After all, the abilities of the pioneers had already surpassed human limitations. At that time, when the evil forces suddenly descended, humanity needed faith, so some proposed that the powerful pioneers be made into gods. However, this proposal was ultimately rejected because the authorities feared that once they transcended the realm of humanity, their actions would become reckless, potentially causing destruction even greater than that of the evil forces. As time passed, their concerns gradually became reality. Many pioneers disregarded the lives of ordinary people, viewing them merely as 2 races that bore a resemblance to each other. Some extreme pioneers even believed this was the natural evolution of humanity. The pioneers were the new humans, while those powerless old humans should be exterminated. Such people were not uncommon among the pioneers. Bartle stared intently at Jia Qing. You're not afraid of retribution for feeding thousands of people to the evil forces? Retribution? Huh? Jia Qing laughed at Bartle's words, as if they were the most amusing thing he had ever heard. Just a few thousand ordinary people, what do they count for? Every research on beneficial potions for the country and the people involves people like them. Moreover, in this era ravaged by evil forces, ordinary people live on the edge of death. Rather than dying in vain, it's better to contribute to the rise of humanity. Our potion research is almost complete now, achieving a stability rate of 60%, Jia Qing said after shaking off the spilled liquor from his hands. If it weren't for your interference that injured my evil forces, I'd probably have 90% of the potion researched by now. 90%. Do you understand what that concept means? Even if the authorities found out, they wouldn't do anything to me. Instead, they would help me with the research. Don't talk about a few thousand ordinary people. Even sacrificing a few thousand pioneers wouldn't make them blink, because the benefits far outweigh the sacrifices. I might even become the 10th commander of the Great Wall Watch. So why are you so cynical? Huh? Jia Qing laughed heartily, while Bartle's expression grew increasingly grim. He was tongue-tied, unable to find a retort, and could only look at Shan Liang. Shan Liang was now staring at Jia Qing with a mix of amusement and skepticism. All right, stop deceiving yourself. You know very well that the Great Wall Watch will never tolerate such things. It doesn't matter how you conduct your research with evil forces, no one will care about that. But if you use people to feed the evil forces that crosses a red line, you absolutely won't survive. Jia Qing's laughter ceased as he fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Shan Liang. Your tone suggests you're quite familiar with the Great Wall Watch. Shan Liang replied with an unchanged smile, and you never intended to hand over the potion, did you? You continuously produce potions using starving evil spirits, and then brainwash them with true divine corpses. In this way you can quickly muster a powerful army. That's your confidence, isn't it? Jia Qing smiled, but remained silent, only his gaze towards Shan Liang grew colder. In this city, the rulers are almost all your people, and many residents have been polluted and transformed. Your experiments have actually begun long ago, otherwise where would all this data come from? The failed experiments are fed to the evil forces while the successful ones are brainwashed and infiltrated into M-City. But you're not satisfied with this transformation rate and speed, which is why you initiated an emergency task to let the evil forces devour the pioneers for evolution. Jia Qing could no longer maintain his smile and slowly stood up. Isn't it better to live well? Why flaunt your intelligence as if you're the only clever one? It's obvious you have already investigated these matters. Originally, I planned to give you a sum as hush money for your silence about the laboratory. But now that you've figured all this out, leaving won't be easy. Bartle laughed at this and also stood up. His build was even more robust than Jia Qing's, looking down at him. What? Planning to keep us here for the new year? Jia Qing laughed heartily, but there was no trace of humor in his eyes. At this point, there's no need for you two to hide your identities, right? From your analysis, just now, if I'm not mistaken, you should be people from the Great Wall Watch. Shan Liang and Bartle were internally startled, but they merely responded with words. Good insight. Upon hearing the two admit their identities, Jia Qing's expression grew even darker. Which legion do you belong to? Let's chat. Oh, perhaps we can develop some connections. Shan Liang and Bartle merely smiled without answering. Seeing this, Jia Qing sighed, and in the next moment he struck without warning. He kicked fiercely at Bartle. Bartle had long been prepared, crossing his arms in front of his chest and blocking the kick. Jia Qing had expected this kick to send Bartle flying. Who would have thought that this man stood like a mountain unmoving, and instead he was forced back 2 steps by his own strength. However, Jia Qing was not a fool to sit in the position of the head of the safety bureau. Divine aspect. Silent bombardment. As Bartle was kicked, the spot where he was hit burst into light, and the next moment it exploded. The heat wave swept through the room, and Bartle was instantly blasted away, crashing through the wall of the room. Jia Qing did not stop his attacks. With another sweep of his leg, he aimed straight for Shan Liang's head. This person fought with great technique, clearly having received special training in combat. But he did not know that the man before him had a combat score of 97 at the martial school. The reason for the 3-point deduction was due to excessive force, causing the teacher to have a black eye, which involved disrespecting one's teacher. As Shan Liang raised his leg to kick, he struck out like lightning, aiming directly at Jia Qing's koan. The room was cramped, offering little room to evade, but Shan Liang had no need to dodge. A crimson mist surged forth from his body. The bullets vanished the instant they pierced the haze. Before the soldiers could react, the crimson mist lunged forward, engulfing them utterly in an instant. Silent detonation. Jia Qing roared again. An explosion erupted midair within the room, yet not a whisper of sound escaped. Shan Liang's crimson mist scattered instantly, and he vaulted through. The whole batter had smashed into the wall. Jia Qing sprinted after him. Today he would not let either of them escape. These two knew his plan inside out. Clearly they had been investigating him for some time. If they refused to be bought, then he would show no mercy. Yet as he gave chase, he noticed the crimson mist youth's silhouette shifting, vast plumes of mist surging toward a corner from which a towering figure suddenly burst forth. But this giant bore no resemblance, neither in stature nor countenance, to the youth who had stood in the room moments before. An ambush? No, wrong. They were disguised. Boom. Just as Jia Qing closed and batter intercepted him, driving a thunderous fist straight into his chest. Jia Qing had charged fast, but flew back even faster. Before he even touched ground, his viscera felt displaced. That blow could slay an elephant. Batter's expression darkened, humiliated that his sworn brother had been flung aside before his very eyes. Jia Qing steadied himself, only to find not only the giant transformed, but the young man's features and frame utterly altered as well. He nearly doubted his own senses. Had he been stunned? Or did they truly have accomplices? Shan Liang, as if reading his thoughts, smiled faintly. What's so astonishing? This is our true appearance. Batter silently scoffed. This is the disguise, you fool. Yet his expression hardened instantly. Special Operations Unit. Chong Wei. Shan Liang's voice matched his gravity. Special Operations Unit. Bao Longxing. Their declarations rang with crisp, unwavering precision. Jia Qing's eyes narrowed. Special Operations Unit. When had the Great Wall Watch established such a force? Bao Longxing. Their declarations rang with crisp, unwavering precision. Jia Qing's eyes narrowed. Special Operations Unit. When had the Great Wall Watch established such a force? His speed was unremarkable. The kick Shan Liang had landed earlier still throbbed with pain. Batter snarled, barreling forward like a living tank. Crash. They collided head-on. Jia Qing felt not a man before him, but a maddened pachyderm. Detonate. Jia Qing hurtled backward. Midair he bellowed the command. Where Batter had struck him, light flared anew, then exploded violently. Flames roared skyward, yet utter silence reigned. Dust billowed from the shattered earth. Jia Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. His divine manifestation, silent detonation, ranked among the most devastating in all of M-City. He could detonate anything he'd touched within the past 5 minutes. So what if they were the Great Wall Watch? First he'd eliminate these two, then sacrifice a few pawns to bury the truth. With so many willing to shield him, justice would never surface. Boom. From the dust-choked air a figure leapt high, stirring the haze into turbulent swirls behind him. Jia Qing's face tightened. This giant's defense was unmatched, by far the strongest he'd ever encountered. Already struck twice by his detonations, yet standing unbroken. Even his arms bore only faint scorching. Something was deeply wrong, profoundly, unnervingly wrong. Jia Qing drew a slow breath and raised his right hand, signaling sharply. The deputy captain, perched on a higher floor, instantly pressed his radio. Command from Director Jia. All units converge on M City District Hospital within 5 minutes. Repeat. All units converge on M City District Hospital within 5 minutes. The moment he finished, reports crackled over his earpiece. Unit 1 acknowledges. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. Unit 2 acknowledges. Estimated. Squad leaders responded swiftly, yet their commander's brow furrowed deeply. The director himself had called for backup against just 2 men. These opponents were far more formidable than anticipated. Changwei, can you hold? No problem. Batter barked, shaking his numb hands, his gaze locking onto Jia Qing like a ravenous wolf. Jia Qing's expression grew solemn. To date, the giant had not once activated his divine manifestation, yet matched him blow for blow with sheer physical might. Rat-a-tat. A torrent of bullets, like a lethal curtain, rained down upon Batter. Earlier during the melee with Jia Qing, marksmen above had held fire, too risky. Now at safe distance, restraint vanished. Gunfire deafened the air, so loud none noticed the walls behind them slowly thickening with pulsating fleshy tissue. Whoosh! A barbed tendril lashed out, piercing a soldier's chest and hoisting him aloft. Ah! Save me! Save me! The soldier screamed, blood gushing from his mouth. Only then did his comrades realize, whirling to aim their rifles at the writhing tendrils. Rat-a-tat! Muzzles spat flame, but inflicted negligible damage. Even severed tendrils regenerated before their eyes, flesh knitting whole in seconds. Whoosh! Whoosh! More soldiers fell, spitted through the chest lifted high. Suckers along the tendrils pulsed greedily, draining their blood. Within seconds, a living man thrashed, then desiccated into a shriveled husk, swaying limply like a withered leaf clinging to barren bark. Ah! True God, bless me! True God! Terror twisted their minds, eyes rolling, wild veins bulging black beneath their skin. Their comrades recoiled in horror, assuming contamination by the fleshy abomination before them. For one fatal heartbeat, rifle barrels wavered, unsure whom to target. That hesitation cost them all. Tendrils speared chests in unison, swelling as they fed their grotesque mass, swelling steadily. Kill it! Kill it! Black-veined soldiers charged the pulsating mass, only to fall in a single brutal exchange, their corpses dangling lifelessly in the breeze. With guards slaughtered, survivors and staff fled the hospital en masse. The colossal fleshy entity rippled downward, flowing like sentient gore. Jia Qing, locked in combat with Batter, glanced sideways, just once. Batter seized the opening, a massive hand clamped over Jia Qing's face, like crushing a basketball. Go on, detonate. Detonate again, you bastard. Batter exerted immense force, his fingers digging deep into Jia Qing's face. The human facial nerves are exceedingly rich, making wounds on the face hurt much more. Jia Qing's expression twisted, his gaze fierce. Explode. A searing light ignited as he once again initiated a silent explosion, seemingly unconcerned about whether he would be killed in the blast. Still there was no sound, and an overwhelming blaze erupted. The violent explosion once more separated the two, with Batter holding onto Jia Qing's skin, while Jia Qing's bloodied and disfigured face began to twist and slowly heal. Shan Liang clicked his tongue in wonder, thinking that Jia Qing's rise to this position was no mere luck. He was ruthless to his enemies, and just as tough on himself. At that moment, the sound of car brakes echoed around as hundreds of soldiers rushed into the hospital square. The firearms in their hands had already been set to fire ahead of time, and upon seeing the situation inside the courtyard, they immediately opened fire. Da-da-da. Bullets began to rain down like they were free, heading straight for Shan Liang and Batter. The fresh blood and flesh that had just spilled also did not escape, and the firepower directed at it was even fiercer. Group 1 reload. Group 2 advance. Groups 3 and 4 prepare. The captain fired as he commanded the battle through the intercom. Under his command, the bullets formed a suppressive fire. Even the blood and flesh were being blasted and twisted on the spot. Batter, however, completely ignored the bullets. Even when they hit him, they felt neither painful nor bothersome. In his eyes, there was only Jia Qing. If it were not for the need to conceal his identity and not easily use his divine form, Batter would have killed him long ago. Having learned from a previous encounter, Jia Qing no longer dared to confront Batter Heat, opting instead to keep changing positions and fight guerrilla style, which infuriated Batter. Can you act like a man? Dodging and weaving, are you a rat? Hearing Batter's roar, Shan Liang burst into laughter. He just got hit by my devastating kick. Whether he is a man or not is truly questionable. Batter couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, his gaze towards Jia Qing filled with mockery. Jia Qing's expression turned almost gloomy with anger. He knew that their words were meant to disrupt his focus, yet he couldn't help but feel furious. Since taking on the top position in the security bureau, he hadn't faced such humiliation in a long time. You two rascals, don't get cocky. When the other pioneers arrive, it will be your death. At that time, I will slice you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Behind him, Batter lifted an ambulance and hurled it violently. Jia Qing felt a gust of wind rush past his head and hurriedly dodged. Boom. The ambulance crashed heavily in front of him, successfully blocking his escape route. In an instant, Batter grabbed one of Jia Qing's arms, and before Jia could trigger another explosion, Batter swung him around with all his might. Bang! 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 Jia Qing's body crashed to the ground, his bones breaking inch by inch. After just 3 hits, his head lost its ability to think, his body going limp like a noodle. Letting you run. Run, run. With each slam, Badr roared in anger. After a few blows, Jia Qing was like a dead dog, spewing large amounts of blood and internal organs. Pak. Badr casually tossed Jia Qing aside and crushed his head underfoot. The brutal scene before the other soldiers left them trembling in fear. Their director dead. A moment of shock gave the blood and flesh an opportunity. At that instant, it transformed into a sea urchin, shooting out countless sharp spines that easily pierced the chests of those soldiers. Open fire. Da-da-da. The soldiers suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing there were still enemies in front of them. How could they be dazed? But their formation had already been disrupted. How could they withstand the advance of the blood and flesh? Fortunately, at a critical moment, someone rushed into the hospital again. He merely glanced at the blood and flesh before roaring, "Divine form." Waterblade cut the flow. The air instantly became humid, a blue light slicing through. Pooh! The blood and flesh were split in two, a large amount of blood splattering from the wound, but was soon consumed by a blue wave. It's the deputy director were saved. Deputy director. Some soldiers couldn't help but cheer, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at the man in front of them. He was a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned physique, dressed in a standard trench coat, and at that moment his entire right arm radiated a soft blue light. Where's Director Jia? Director Jia was killed by that giant man. One of the soldiers behind him pointed at Badr, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, the deputy director's heart sank. He knew better than anyone the strength of Jia Qing. With Jia Qing down, was he not seeking death by going in alone? Delay. The urgent priority was to delay. Wait for everyone to arrive, and then swarm them. The severed blood and flesh twisted and squirmed, making a sound like dough being pounded on a countertop. The deputy director frowned. Even cut in half, it did not die. Its recovery ability was comparable to that of a hungry ghost. He saw the two halves of the blood and flesh begin to devour each other, merging, gradually forming a blood and flesh sphere a meter in diameter. A series of unsettling waves emanated from the sphere. Thud thud, thud thud. The sphere pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat. Shan Liang smirked. After doing such a thing, he still wanted to hide it. I will make this a big deal so everyone knows. Create panic and disrupt unity. I relish it. Shan Liang took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and spoke coldly. Divine form. Soul-binding bone tree. His voice was not small, and those around him heard it clearly. The deputy director's complexion changed drastically, staring in horror at Shan Liang. Soul-binding bone tree. You are Bao Longxing. The divine form does not lie. In this world, even twin divine forms are distinct, just like fingerprints. Everyone's divine form is unique. Only when the owner of a divine form dies does it become available for others to possess. Therefore, the moment Shan Liang shouted the name of the divine form, the deputy director recognized it. Crack crack. Accompanied by the sounds of bones twisting and breaking, the blood and flesh began to rapidly decay and wither, as if it had lived through countless years in that instant. At the same time, a bone tree as white as jade began to grow rapidly, its branches lush and leafy. However, its leaves were somewhat peculiar, resembling countless eyeballs. Open fire. The deputy director called out, and the blue right arm swung again towards the ancient tree. A blue light sliced forth along his right arm, heading straight for the bone tree. Crack. A crisp, shattering sound echoed. The bone tree remained unharmed, merely shedding a few leaves. The eyeball-like leaves fell to the ground and lay still for 2 seconds, then emitted a series of ear-piercing screams. As the screams rang out, legs began to sprout from the eyeballs, rapidly charging towards the deputy director. The deputy director's face turned ashen. It was indeed the soul-binding bone tree. Bao Longxing. Bao Longxing. Divine manifestation, soul-binding bone tree. Class A most wanted fugitive. Crimes: massacre of over 2,000 employees of FB Corporation in City G, subsequent slaughter of over 100 city administrators, and more than 1,000 armed personnel. Bounty: 100 million. Intelligence reward valued Kasibi case ranging from 10,000 to 50 million. This constitutes the entirety of the official dossier on Bao Longxing. At first glance, he appeared a monstrous criminal. Yet among the populace and online forums, public opinion of him remained overwhelmingly favorable. For it was revealed that FB Corporation had secretly engineered a malignant specter-borne virus and unleashed it across City G, causing infection in 99% of its citizens. Seizing the moment, they flooded the market with a so-called slow-acting antidote, amassing colossal profits. Once infected victims neither died nor recovered. Instead, they were condemned to lifelong dependence on FB's proprietary serum to survive. Year after year, ordinary citizens spent every last coin, not on food or shelter, but solely on this life-sustaining elixir. Their existence had become unbearable. Eventually, an insider at FB leaked the truth onto a public forum, only for the post to vanish within 60 seconds. Yet all paths leave traces, and vigilant observers noticed. They filed formal complaints upward, igniting widespread outcry, until abruptly each complainant disappeared without a trace. When they reappeared, it was on national television, hollow-eyed, expressionless, issuing scripted apologies, claiming their sole motive had been extortion against FB Corporation. Now having undergone a sudden moral awakening, they voluntarily stepped forward to clear FB's name, praising it as a benevolent enterprise that had generated thousands of jobs and revitalized City G's entire economy. Their words sounded rigidly official, as though recited from a script rehearsed 100 times. Soon after, those whistleblowers relocated from City G, vanishing entirely from public view. Life for the common people continued unchanged until Bao Longxing arrived in City G. With the blood and flesh of every soul affiliated with FB Corporation, he planted a single tree. The soul-binding bone tree. News spread swiftly, prompting immediate intervention by City G's Security Bureau. After all, FB Corporation was City G's largest taxpayer. Bluntly put, over half the Bureau's personnel were effectively sustained by FB's payroll. To have their golden goose slaughtered outright. Unthinkable. Yet Bao Longxing proved terrifyingly formidable, standing alone beside his tree confronting an entire army. Any pioneer below the threshold of gateway perished instantly upon entering the canopy's shadow. Even more horrifying, their corpses dissolved instantly into the trunk, transforming into fleshy eye-like leaves. When the tree came under assault, these ocular leaves detached and mutated into spider-like sentinels, guarding their host with chilling fidelity. Some even echoed the final cries of their former selves, plunging the battlefield into sheer terror. That night alone claimed over 100 pioneers and more than 1,000 regular soldiers. By the time Bao Longxing departed, the soul-binding bone tree had soared to over 30 meters tall. Soon afterward, it crumbled into ethereal ash. From that day forth, the plague afflicting City G's citizens vanished entirely. Thus, in the hearts of the common folk, Bao Longxing became a legend, a hero. To those who held power, however, he embodied chaos, an uncontrollable force that shattered order, derailed plans, defied governance. And thus he had to be hunted. And now, this billion-dollar fugitive stood brazenly before him. The deputy director swallowed hard, his throat dry. Trembling fear gripped him. A rustling tide of ocular spiders surged toward the soldiers. Most shrieked in agony, yet a few whispered fragmented pleas. No, don't take me. I won't serve them beyond death. Why me? Why me? I was off duty today. I should have been home. Why did I have to come? Why did I have to die? Wah! It hurts. It truly, truly hurts. Please, save me. Save me. Each desperate cry sent chills down the spines of the soldiers. Some instinctively staggered backward, their minds screaming retreat. Only rigorous discipline kept them from bolting outright. What unfolded before them was more grotesque than any specter known to lore. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted. Yet the spiders darted with uncanny agility, rendering accuracy nearly non-existent. Within moments, combat erupted. Those bitten blackened instantly, skin rotting, froth bubbling from lips, convulsions seizing limbs, life extinguished in mere seconds. Hold your ground. Advance, now. The deputy director inhaled sharply. The situation was spiraling into catastrophe. His only recourse now was to buy time. Ducking sideways to evade a lunge, he activated his comms band. Status report. What's happening? Jia Qing is dead. The assailant is Class A fugitive Bao Longxing. Bao Longxing. His voice tightened with urgency. This isn't the time for names. Deploy reinforcements immediately. Control has been lost. We need elites, true masters. I've reviewed City G's archives. Swarming tactics are useless against Bao Longxing. Hearing such raw alarm, the voice on the other end grasped the gravity instantly. Understood, but mobilization takes time, and large-scale deployment risks drawing unwanted attention. He paused briefly before continuing. I'll retain a contingent to manage aftermath operations. Agreed. With that, the deputy director severed the link. The swarm of spiders had visibly multiplied. Shan Liang and Bader leapt onto the soul-binding bone tree, gazing down at the chaos below. Bader sighed, awestruck. Anda, how many divine manifestations do you possess? Just one. Didn't you learn that in school? Every person bears only a single divine manifestation. Anda, you're joking. Shan Liang turned, wearing an expression of polite disbelief. Bader raised a hand emphatically. I've witnessed 5 distinct ones, used by you alone. None of those were mine. None. So, even I, your closest friend, have never seen your true divine manifestation. Bader froze, suddenly realizing how little he truly knew of his Anda. You have seen it. You simply didn't recognize it, Shan Liang replied with a faint smile shading his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Given the scale of this disturbance, concealment may no longer be viable. Let it manifest. Bader nodded, his gaze locking onto the deputy director below. Shall I eliminate him? Why rush? Slaughtering them one by one is far too slow. Shan Liang tapped the bleached bone branch beside him. A wisp of crimson mist seeped from his palm into the marrow. Crack, crack. Fissures split the bark, revealing clusters of pulsating blood red, eyes rolling wildly within. This time, eat your fill. As he spoke, he patted the branch again. The bone tree trembled, swaying eagerly like a hound awaiting its feast. Maintain distance. Do not advance too closely. With a sharp command, the deputy director raised his right hand once more. Rippling sapphire waves surged forth, crushing the approaching eyeball spiders into pulp. The spiders shrieked with piercing, gut-wrenching cries before perishing, a sound that sent chills crawling up every spine. As morale teetered on the brink of collapse, the deputy director raised his voice again. Do not panic. Reinforcements are en route. Hold the line for just 2 more minutes, and ultimate victory will be ours. As law enforcers, we must never allow these malign entities to spread beyond this perimeter. The fugitive stands before us. Bounty 100 million. Capture him, and the reward shall be split among all. At these words, many eyes flared crimson with greed. Some, unable to suppress their surging frenzy, felt their veins bulge black, their pupils dilating unnaturally wide. Roar. Savage roars erupted in rapid succession. Others swelled grotesquely, their uniforms bursting at the seams. Kill. Kill. Feverish blood rushed to their heads. They cast aside the deputy director's orders, entirely consumed by a single primal imperative. Tear everything before them to shreds. Legs coiling like springs, they sprinted toward the soul-binding bone tree, swift as hunting leopards. Even those bitten by the eyeball spiders did not succumb to poison instantly. Still, they charged forward, heedless of death. No. Fall back now. The deputy director shouted urgently, but it was already too late. The first few who reached the base of the soul-binding bone tree stiffened instantly, then collapsed rigidly onto the ground. Their corpses began to liquefy slowly, blood and viscera seeping into the earth. Hee. A faint breeze slipped through the fissures of the bone tree, carrying with it a grotesque, mocking laugh. The crowd, moments earlier intoxicated by promises of wealth, snapped back to grim sobriety, their knees trembled anew. One surge of courage, then waning, then spent. The fragile resolve they had painstakingly rekindled shattered once more. Rebuilding it now seemed impossible. The deputy director clenched his teeth, yet remained utterly powerless. This soul-binding bone tree was insidiously unfair. It slaughtered indiscriminately all those below a certain cultivation realm, rendering any brute force swarm tactic futile. Only long-range assault stood a chance. Fortunately, the tree could not move. Otherwise, its lethality would be unimaginable. Yet before he could even exhale in relief, his head plunged into thick leaden fog, as if drowned in a hangover's haze. Danger! Jolted awake, the deputy director jerked his gaze downward. He had merely locked eyes with one of the fissure's staring orbs, and already his mind had been ensnared. He broke free, but his soldiers did not. One by one, their bodies moved like wooden puppets, drawn inexorably toward the soul-binding bone tree. Return. Return now, he roared, desperate to awaken them. Yet the tree's power far surpassed his comprehension. Their minds were already enslaved. Each step carried them closer to oblivion. Before he could rush to save them, swarms of eyeball spiders lunged at him. Gazing upon his soldiers' doomed procession, he gritted his teeth in silent fury. They were already enthralled. Rescuing them now was impossible. If he fell too, total annihilation would follow. With that thought, he slashed his right arm outward. Hum! The air vibrated sharply. A streak of azure light flashed. Those airborne spiders froze mid-lunge, then silently ruptured into scattered, lifeless fragments. A suffocating pressure constricted his chest. Though he had reached the in-room realm, he could only watch helplessly as his subordinates marched to their deaths. A profound, paralyzing helplessness flooding his limbs, igniting white-hot rage. Kill! Kill! Bao Longxing! I will never let you escape. As he spoke, he swung his arm again. Crisscrossing sapphire ripples tore through the air, shattering spiders in their wake. Deputy Director, what are you doing? Help! Shrill, agonized cries pierced the air, growing rapidly louder. His skull throbbed, as if splitting open. Spurt! He vomited a gout of crimson blood, mist scattering violently. Yet with that expulsion, his head cleared slightly. Only then did he truly see he hadn't cleaved spiders. He had severed his own comrade. Just meters ahead, a soldier lay bisected at the waist, face frozen in disbelief. With a final trembling effort, he stretched one hand toward the deputy director. That motion caused his upper torso to slide slowly downward, spilling blood and entrails across the earth. Gasping great mouthfuls of scarlet, he died with eyes wide open. How could this happen? How could this happen? He bellowed, the truth crashing upon him. He had never broken free. It had all been illusion. Hee. Another breeze whispered through the bone tree's fissures, mocking laughter rippling outward. Eh. Roaring, he lost all restraint. Raising his right arm, he lunged forward blindly. Lao Liao, don't act rashly. Lao Liao. A slender middle-aged man seized him in a tight embrace. Kill him. Kill him. Lao Liao raged, wildeed, and unhinged. The man pressed hard on his shoulders, anchoring him. Lao Liao, this is the soul-binding bone tree. We cannot fight within its domain. You know that. Regain your senses. Stay calm, Lao Liao. Our soldier's sacrifice was not in vain. Another middle-aged man stepped forward, placing himself squarely before Lao Liao. We must withdraw from its influence. Do you understand? Trust me, Bao Longxing dies today. Not even this cursed tree can shield him. I swear it. Lao Liao heaved ragged breaths. Normally composed, he now burned with uncontainable fury. Wang Gang Su Hu. See that lean figure atop the tree? That's Bao Longxing. Today he escapes, not even once. Su Hu, the slender middle-aged man, smiled faintly. Rest easy, I'm here. He won't flee. He exchanged a glance with Wang Gang, who nodded gravely. If need be, we'll escalate to city-level intervention. I'll pin him down, you strike. Understood. Su Hu exhaled deeply, then his eyes flared wide open. Divine manifestation. Thousand catty bird. Boom. An immense, crushing pressure descended, like an invisible titan's palm slamming the entire roadside greenbelt flat into the earth. Even Dan Liang and Batair, perched upon the soul-binding bone tree, felt the oppressive weight, and turned sharply towards Su Hu. Batair cracked his neck idly, trying to restrain us. Dan Liang narrowed his eyes at Wang Gang. That slender man likely wields some form of long-range offensive ability, but its accuracy is poor. Hence he seeks to immobilize us first. True enough. In the next instant, both men watched as Wang Gang placed his hands on his shoulders, cradling them, as if holding something vast. Divine manifestation. Thunder God's roar. A flash of violet-blue lightning arced across. Upon his shoulders materialized a device resembling an RPG launcher. What the A? What the A? Dan Liang and Batair cried out in unison, stunned speechless. Batair swallowed hard before stammering. Is that a firearm-based divine manifestation? Dan Liang blinked, dazed. Then his eyes suddenly blazed with fierce delight. I love this divine manifestation. Family. Shan Liang gazed at Wang Gang, already envisioning himself shouldering an RPG and obliterating the malevolent entity in a single thunderous blast. Brother, wipe your drool. Slurp. Obediently Shan Liang wiped his mouth, then his eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Worth the trip, truly worth it. Enough of that. Can the soul-binding bone tree withstand it? It can. Shan Liang patted his chest with unwavering confidence, easing Batter's lingering concern. What about us? What? Can we withstand it? That depends on you. What do you mean? You're built like a fortress. I plan to take cover behind you. Bata stared speechlessly, yet still stepped forward, shielding Shan Liang with his broad frame. Whoosh. A shell screamed through the air, its shrill shriek piercing the silence, aimed squarely at the two men perched upon the tree. Now! Bata roared, crossing his massive arms before his chest. Yet Shan Liang had somehow already moved in front of him, his eyes blazing crimson as they locked onto the incoming shell. Hum. Boom. The shell detonated violently. Scorching shockwaves surged outward, rattling the soul-binding bone tree until its bony limbs trembled violently. Jijiji, jijiji. As the bone tree shuddered, eerie laughter echoed once more, and its eyeball-laden leaves tumbled down, transforming midair into swarming spiders that lunged toward Wang Gang and the others. Deputy Director. Second Squad reporting for reinforcement. Third Squad reporting for reinforcement. Fourth Squad. More soldiers poured onto the scene, undeterred by the carnage, not one stepping back. Target spiders and the soul-binding bone tree. Open fire. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rat-a-tat-tat. This barrage was staggering in scale. If spent casings weren't collected, scavengers would rejoice the next day. The sheer volume could fund them handsomely for an entire year. The soul-binding bone tree barely held firm. Had Shan Liang not prematurely detonated the shell, that single round might have shattered the tree outright. Its form still far from fully matured. Brother, have you had enough fish? Not yet. Let's wait. It's rare we get such an opportunity. We must feast properly. As Shan Liang spoke, his gaze remained fixed intently upon Wang Gang. He adored Wang Gang's divine manifestation and deeply wished to invite him into his family. Surely he'd be delighted. Shan Liang drew a deep breath, slashed his palm with a fingernail, and let his blood drip steadily onto the bone tree. But having consumed the hungry ghost Tai Sui, his wound sealed instantly upon being opened, leaving him no choice but to keep cutting, exhausting himself utterly. His blood struck the bone tree like water meeting sponge, absorbed in an instant. The eyeballs embedded within its fissures flared crimson and spun faster than ever. Shan Liang's laugh turned sinister. Reveal yourself, little darling. Boom, boom, boom. One crimson eyeball after another exploded, spilling thick viscous blood that slithered down the trunk of the soul-binding bone tree. Against the pallid white of the bone tree, the blood burned scarlet, blindingly vivid. Wang Gang's face paled. That shell had nearly drained his spiritual energy entirely. His divine manifestation wielded immense power, but consumed spiritual energy voraciously. After one use, he needed at least 2 hours to recover before wielding it again. Su Hu fared only slightly better, his face ashen as he whispered. Just who are these two? I'm struggling to hold the line. Bao Longxing is at least at the entered door realm, Su Hu. Hold on just a little longer. Lao Liao's right hand shimmered, translucent crystalline blue, as he gathered lethal force. Hurry, my endurance is nearly spent. Spurt. Before Su Hu could finish speaking, blood erupted from his mouth. His face turned parchment white. He crumpled silently to the ground. Su Hu, Wang Gang, and Lao Liao cried out in unison, then looked up to see the blood dripping from the soul-binding bone tree slowly coalescing, forming a humanoid figure beneath its boughs. The figure was drenched in scarlet, its surface rippling with thick, clinging blood. Even from dozens of meters away, its coppery stench filled the air. Slowly the figure tilted its head upward. Blood streamed from its right arm, pooling and shaping itself into a colossal blade forged entirely of gore. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Pale, lidless eyes peeled open across the blade's surface, one by one, gazing hungrily at Wang Gang and the others. In that moment, even these inter-door realm masters felt their scalps prickle, the primal dread of being hunted by a natural predator. They'd never known such terror, not even when confronting the most vicious malevolence. Wang Gang found breathing difficult. A chilling, absurd thought pierced his mind. Could this be where I die today? From atop the soul-binding bone tree, Batter glanced at Shan Liang and raised 3 fingers, then extended a 6th. Shan Liang shook his head, not a new divine manifestation, merely a technique. As they exchanged words, the blood figure surged forward, ghost-like, vanishing and reappearing before Lao Liao, its gore blade carving a brutal arc downward. A direct hit would have cleaved him in two. Ding! Lao Liao barely blocked with his right hand. Blue ripples flared violently, and the fleshy blade was sent flying. Bound to the blade, the blood figure was hurled off balance. Lao Liao, beneath you? Wang Gang's voice cracked with panic. Lao Liao instinctively looked down, only to find a dark pool of blood spreading silently at his feet. Shwip! A blade erupted from the pool, driving upward with terrifying speed, skewering Lao Liao through the lower abdomen. His face contorted in horror. Before he could utter a word, blood and viscera spilled across the earth. Uffed! Blood sprayed, his body collapsed. Lao Liao! Wang Gang wailed, a cry of grief and dread. 2 comrades fallen in an eye blink. How could sorrow not drown him? Rat-a-tat-tat! Gunfire intensified sharply. Wang Gang looked up, to see Bao Longxing descending from the tree, charging straight toward him. His expression twisted into savage fury. Both hands rose, palms facing outward as he roared once more. Thunder God's roar. Divine manifestations were capricious things run out of chi, and you paid with your life. With mortal peril looming, where was there time to recover? This time his divine manifestation radiated overwhelming might. Even Shan Liang felt his pulse quicken. Wang Gang locked eyes with him, his right finger tightening over the trigger. Die! Whoosh! The shell launched, hurtling straight towards Shan Liang. Then, everything turned red. And then, nothing. The surrounding soldiers saw it clearly the instant the shell fired. The blood figure teleported before Wang Gang and severed his head with a single stroke. Not even a drop of blood escaped. The speed of that cut was beyond comprehension. Unstopping, the figure delivered a second final blow to Su Hu, lying on the ground. As the two died, their blood welled from their wounds, flowing inexorably toward the blood figure. More and more eyes bloomed across its gore blade, its aura of slaughter intensifying tenfold. In the M-City Command Center, the Supreme Commander stared grimly at the live feed streaming from the tablet, his expression dark as storm clouds. As he spoke, he patted the branch again. The bone tree trembled, swaying eagerly like a hound awaiting its feast. Chong Wei. Yes. While our database contains no intelligence on his use of divine manifestation, it is rumored he possesses innate superhuman strength. The Supreme Commander adjusted his breathing before speaking. So this is a criminal operation deliberately targeting M-City. Based on current assessments, that appears to be the case. According to field reports, Chief Inspector Jia Qing was already slain before our forces arrived. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Commander clenched his fist. Jia Qing is dead, and now Lao Liao, Wang Gang, and Su Hu are all gone. All 4 were realm enterers. His subordinate lowered his head in silence. Realm enterers were formidable combatants, anywhere under any circumstance. And now 4 had fallen in a single stroke. To call this a catastrophic loss would be an understatement. Even more alarming if Bao Longxing had slain all 4. What level of cultivation did he possess? Transcendent spirit realm. At this thought, the subordinate felt a wave of chilling dread. If Bao Longxing truly stood at the transcendent spirit realm, today's incident would shatter the heavens themselves. Silence settled over the command center. The Supreme Commander stared at the live feed. Soldiers deprived of on-site command swirled in chaos. Some, overwhelmed by terror, had already begun fleeing. Issue my order. Prepare the demon exorcism cannon. His subordinate jerked upright. Sir, the cannon's blast radius is immense. There are still civilians nearby. Precisely, we need wide coverage. Without Su Hu's suppression, a narrow blast would let them escape. Understood. I'll immediately evacuate surrounding civilians. As the subordinate rose to leave, the Supreme Commander's voice halted him from behind. Stop. The subordinate froze, then slowly turned, only to meet the Supreme Commander's glacial gaze. Who said anything about evacuating civilians? Stunned disbelief flooded his face. He tried to speak, but his throat constricted, words failing him. Every person bears their own fate. You yourself said there are many civilians nearby. How long do you think evacuation would take? Do they understand urgency? Do they grasp the larger picture? Even as catastrophe looms, they'll still scramble to pack every last possession. Do you truly believe Bao Longxing, a Class A fugitive, won't notice such commotion? His subordinate's face twisted with mounting anxiety. But sir, even if we disregard civilians, our own soldiers fall within the blast zone. Carry out the order. The Supreme Commander's voice roared like a lion poised to devour its prey. Yes. The eye cluster spider slaughtered soldiers indiscriminately, while the blood phantom darted in and out, delivering fatal blows with spectral precision. And is the catch sufficient this time? Shan Liang closed his eyes, sensing, then smiling, as he confirmed all surviving lab personnel had fled far beyond danger. Enough. Shall we draw the net? Bataille leapt back onto the soul-binding bone tree. Instantly, the blood phantoms and eye cluster spider exploded, reverting into viscous pools of crimson fluid. Shan Liang's eyes burned crimson as he slowly raised his hands. The blood evaporated into scarlet mist, coalescing behind him into a towering blood-red gate. This time, no terrifying suction emerged. only a swirling vortex of black and crimson churning deep within the gate. Shan Liang's voice dropped low and resonant. What Xian Mei? The vortex accelerated. From its depths emerged a desiccated corpse. Were Wang Wei or any survivors present, they would instantly recognize it, the so-called true god. Its true name, however, was Hua Xian Mei. The mummified figure stepped forward and knelt upon one knee before Shan Liang. Summon it. At Shan Liang's command, the corpse levitated. Black beams lanced from its hollow eye sockets. Simultaneously, the air warped, and arcane, indecipherable tonal sequences rippled outward, vanishing into the distance. What's that noise coming from the hospital? No idea, no news coverage yet. Probably just a drill. In a neighborhood plaza, 7 or 8 residents lingered after dinner, gazing curiously toward the hospital. A drill? With that much noise? Who knows? It's all above our pay grade. None of our concern. Right. Hey, what did you cook tonight? As they chatted idly, an eerie melody drifted into their ears. Its melody was hauntingly beautiful, yet the lyrics remained utterly incomprehensible. The voice was soft, intimate, as if whispered directly into the ear. Instinctively, their conversation ceased. They tilted their heads, listening intently. Roar. Roars erupted across the neighborhood. Startled, they snapped their heads up. 6 or 7 figures leapt from upper-story windows, veins bulging black beneath their skin like living tattoos. They howled like feral beasts and vanished before the onlookers' eyes. What is that? Wasn't that Tang Lao San who just jumped? Are they possessed by malevolent spirits? They exchanged glances, then bolted for home, sprinting for their lives. Outside was too dangerous. Similar scenes unfolded across M-City. Thousands of successfully modified individuals surged toward the hospital, drawn by the true god summons. From afar, over 10,000 people streamed toward the hospital. This spectacle could not escape the command center's surveillance, and when the Supreme Commander witnessed it, his composure shattered. He had participated in the laboratories project, and thus knew exactly what these beings were. Yet the report had stated clearly the true god was gravely wounded, requiring prolonged recovery before reconditioning the modified subjects. So, who was summoning them now? If they all reached the hospital, a single demon exorcism cannon strike would annihilate them all. That represented years of irreplaceable effort. Yet, if he withheld the cannon, what weapon could subdue Bao Longxing, who had slain 4 realm emperors? For a moment, the Supreme Commander stood paralyzed by indecision. On the soul-binding bone tree, Ba Te Air felt the earth tremble. Faint silhouettes raced toward them, growing clearer with each second. And the catch arrives. Good. Below the tree, Shan Liang replied, and the crimson gate behind him flared wider still. Hua Xian Mei hovered midair, murmuring incantations. The throng poured into the hospital like sardines, stretching endlessly, a grotesque siege of the undead. In the next instant, those sardines hurled themselves toward the crimson gate, as though it held everything their souls craved. Shan Liang leapt onto the soul-binding bone tree, a serene, satisfied smile playing across his lips. Now we are well fed. As the infected surged through the crimson gate, crimson mists rose from Shan Liang's body, yet they barely ascended 2 inches before dissolving back into him. Shan Liang closed his eyes and focused his mind. The shape of the crimson gate began to shift subtly. Faint, indistinct patterns gradually emerged along its flanks. The moment those patterns appeared, the gate's suction intensified manifold, so violently that even Shan Liang and Batter, perched high in the tree, swayed unsteadily. Terrified, Batter clung desperately to the trunk. Brother, if we go in, can we ever come out? Shan Liang did not answer. He seemed already immersed in a profound trance-like state. Seeing this, Batter gripped the tree with one hand, and Shan Liang with the other. At that instant, the colossal gate loomed like a leviathan hunting sardines, poised to engulf a swath of vacuum in a single ravenous bite. Yet still the sardines streamed forth without end. The crimson mist around Shan Liang thickened relentlessly, until finally it coalesced upon his skin, enveloping him entirely in a shroud of blood, transforming him into a veritable blood-soaked specter. The blood writhed like living things, converging, flowing, entwining ceaselessly. And at last the Supreme Commander made his decision. At this rate, the gate would devour all their hard-won efforts in no time. Since retreat was impossible, there remained only one path: mutual annihilation. Without hesitation, he strode out of the command center and into the operations chamber. His subordinates, standing rigidly at attention, snapped sharp salutes. Sir, the demon exorcising cannon is fully primed. Not a word was wasted. The Supreme Commander stepped forward, seized the lever, and slammed his palm down upon the scarlet activation button. Inside the hospital, Shan Liang jolted awake, his skin's glistening blood instantly vaporizing into crimson mist and reabsorbing into his body. Brother, what's wrong? It's wrong. Shan Liang's expression darkened with grave intensity as he pressed a hand over his chest. My heart is racing. I sense danger. Danger. Batter glanced downward. The sardines were nearly devoured. What peril could possibly remain? It's wrong, go. Shan Liang acted without pause. He never doubted his instincts, and Batter never doubted him. Their figures blurred, then vanished, reappearing instantly atop the hospital's outer wall. At that very moment, dawn broke. A blinding solar radiance plummeted from the heavens, a star falling to earth. Shan Liang and Batter's staggered limbs suddenly leaden. Batter tilted his head upward and said, Brother, It's the demon exorcising cannon. We'll never make it at this speed. The light drew nearer. Every sardine flattened motionless beneath its crushing weight. Shan Liang flicked his wrist. The crimson gate and the soul-binding bone tree disintegrated into fading wisps. We will make it. He seized Batter's wrist in an iron grip. Divine aspect. Where eyes behold. In the next breath they vanished from where they stood and reappeared atop a distant rooftop. Shan Liang's eyes flared wide. His form flickered once more. Where eyes behold. An auxiliary divine aspect granting instantaneous teleportation to any location within one's line of sight. After 7 or 8 consecutive flashes, a thunderous detonation finally echoed behind them. Yet Shan Liang did not relent, activating where eyes behold at relentless frequency. By the time they reached the outskirts of City M, Shan Liang's eyes burned crimson, 2 rivulets of blood tracing down his cheeks. His divine aspect had been pushed far beyond its limits. Batter studied Shan Liang, then silently raised 7 fingers, before hesitating and lowering 1 to 6. After all, his brother had clarified earlier that was not a divine aspect, but merely a skill. Shan Liang wiped away the blood tears, his eyes visibly began to recover. Together they gazed in silence upon the towering inferno behind them, until the blaze dimmed and Batter spoke solemnly. If I tell them we survived a demon exorcising cannon blast, they'll never believe me. Ha 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 ha. Shan Liang laughed heartily, yet his gaze drifted toward the direction of the command center. His eyelids lowered briefly, and in that instant a man inside the command center opened his eyes. The demon exorcising cannon's shockwave had crippled every nearby system. The command center had dispatched drones. Everyone waited for live footage to stream back. Squeak. The command room door swung open from outside. The Supreme Commander, recognizing the intruder, kept his eyes fixed on the monitor. Report. He assumed the visitor bore urgent news. Sir, the individual on site is not Bao Longxing. The Supreme Commander frowned in surprise. Not Bao Longxing. Yet both his divine aspect and the live feed matched the G-City fugitive perfectly. He turned to hear his subordinate's explanation, only for a dagger to slash across his trachea. Gurgle gurgle. Hands clutching his throat, he stared in disbelief at the figure before him. Staff members scattered in panic, shouting for guards. The assailant paid them no heed, leaning close to the Supreme Commander's ear instead. My name is Shan Liang. The Supreme Commander's eyes widened in horror, watching helplessly as Shan Liang drove the blade deep into his heart. True mastery of assassination lies not in complexity, but in ruthless simplicity. Boom. A gunshot cracked behind him. Shan Liang's skull exploded. On a small hill outside City M, several newly escaped survivors stood frozen in stunned silence. What in blazes was that? At that scale, it looks like a demon exorcising cannon. They fired at us. No one spoke. All eyes fixed on the direction of the blazing column, unmistakably rising from the hospital where they'd been held moments before. They first imprisoned us, then staged a terror attack to eliminate us under cover of chaos. When that failed, they deployed the demon exorcising cannon to erase us entirely. One survivor ground his teeth, the other's faces hardened with grim resolve. Damn bastards. This is unforgivable. They want us silenced. Then I'll ensure everyone knows what happened. Yes, I will too. Fury ignited among the survivors. None feared retaliation from City M. Those who dance daily with death knew well fear only hastens the end. Now free, their sole imperative was exposure, to amplify the truth until it became undeniable. Then, they would be the ones trembling. On the city's outskirts, Shan Liang opened his eyes, his face as pale as ash. Batawatch puzzled. Why does this divine aspect leave such a delayed backlash? Moments ago his brother had been fine. Now he looked utterly drained. Brother, are you alright? I'm fine. With a long, slow exhale, crimson mist dissolved from both their bodies, and their appearances shifted seamlessly from Bao Longxing and Chang Wei back to Shan Liang and Batter. Find us a car. Let's go home. Right away. According to the latest report, the Class A fugitive Bao Longxing has appeared in City M and unleashed widespread destruction, resulting in casualties among 1,000 soldiers and over 10,000 civilians. Jia Qing, director of the City M Security Bureau, and Deputy Director Liao Yue have both fallen in the line of duty. Below is a photograph of Bao Longxing. Should you spot him, please contact City M authorities immediately. The news ignited an explosion of activity across online forums. Countless replies flooded in. Yet most users were not discussing the fugitive himself, but rather questioning what new crisis had befallen City M to draw Bao Longxing's attention. Though officially branded a Class A fugitive, to many he embodied the very concept of heavenly justice, appearing only when others sought to obscure the sky itself. Curiosity was swiftly satisfied by a follow-up post. City M's biological laboratory has been raising malevolent entities using human hosts, and secretly altered over 10,000 people. Nearly half of City M's leadership, from top to bottom, has been complicit in this atrocity. The sky over City M is far too dark. Beneath the post lay a chilling series of images: live human dissections, transplants of monstrous organs, injections of parasitic cells into subjects with meticulous logs tracking their grotesque mutations. Most harrowing of all were the countless missing person posters plastered across streets and alleyways. The post vanished within hours, deleted by moderators, its account permanently banned. Yet before long a new thread emerged. The biological laboratory's claws do not spare ordinary citizens alone. They have also reached into our ranks as forerunners. My name is Old Zhang, a forerunner affiliated with the ant nest. 3 days ago my partner and I. On the forum, Old Zhang recounted in meticulous detail what had transpired inside the laboratory, referring to Shan Liang only as a mysterious master. This discretion had been instructed by the queen ant herself. As she explained, if Master Shan Liang wished to reveal his identity, he would have done so back in City M. Since he chose silence, exposing him now would be nothing short of betraying a benefactor. Besides, Warden Shan Liang hardly needs fame. He carries enough weight already. Old Zhang's post remained untouched, though it bore the unmistakable imprint of the queen ant's influence. Soon after, other survivors stepped forward with verified named testimonies, reigniting the forum into a wildfire of outrage. Many forerunners flocked to the original, wanted thread to vent fury. Had the lab targeted only civilians, they would have condemned it fiercely, but such condemnation would have remained rhetorical. Yet when forerunners themselves became victims, restraint evaporated. After all, they were kin, bound by shared trials and hard-won power. The scandal erupted uncontrollably, impossible to suppress. In City H, Shan Liang closed his laptop, satisfied with the shifting tides of public discourse. Now even the most reluctant officials would be compelled to act. Would some merely feign compliance? That was inevitable. Such corruption grew like weeds. Cut one down, and another sprouted anew within weeks. Shan Liang rose and walked to the living room wall, where he affixed a photograph to a corner. The wall itself was densely layered with images and connecting lines, a vast intricate mind map. At its center hung a photograph of a crimson door. Around it clustered smaller images, most hand-drawn, the most conspicuous being that of a desiccated corpse. It was the very entity Shan Liang had first encountered upon entering the cursed realm, the Gravekeeper. He studied the image for several moments before sinking back onto the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation. After returning to City H, Shan Liang summoned Hua Xin Mei and questioned it. It confirmed no intrinsic link to the Gravekeeper. The cryptic symbols formed from corpses and the eerie chant both originated solely from memories imprinted upon the mummified body it had possessed. Beyond its capacity to corrupt and rewire minds, Hua Xin Mei excelled at memory extraction. The fresher the corpse, the more complete the recollection it could retrieve. Yet though the mummy remained perfectly preserved, its age was incalculable, leaving Hua Xin Mei able to recover only fragmented echoes of memory. Those fragments consisted solely of the corpse-formed symbols and the haunting melody, known as the Hymn of the Corpse, a single-purpose invocation to transform the dead into malevolent entities. As for the meaning behind the symbols, even Hua Xin Mei did not know. Its tier was modest, its intellect limited. Shan Liang attempted to transcribe the symbols onto paper, only for them to vanish moments later. He tried digital capture photography, video recording, yet none retained them. Even carving them into stone yielded no permanence. Finally, he arranged several corpses into the precise configurations of the symbols. This time they endured. It was precisely how Hua Xin Mei had originally manifested them, proving these glyphs could only persist either within living memory or through the medium of flesh itself. But something was amiss. Shan Liang clearly recalled those same symbols inscribed upon the tombstone guarded by the Gravekeeper, yet they had not faded. Was it due to the cursed realm's nature? Or was the tombstone carved from some anomalous material? After prolonged reflection yielded no answer, he abandoned the line of inquiry. As for the meaning behind the symbols, even Hua Xin Mei did not know. Its tier was modest, its intellect limited. Moreover, the symbols were not without utility. They had inspired a nascent technique, one still unstable, yet ripe for refinement. And why on earth do you insist on living in a place like this? Your entire indoor space combined is smaller than my dog's kennel. Bartle entered carrying 2 grocery bags, grumbling all the while. Shan Liang yawned lazily. You wouldn't understand. Small spaces bring comfort and security. Bartel's expression twisted into sheer disbelief, as if his worldview had just shattered beyond repair. Security? You lack security. You, the warden, need security. Shan Liang ignored him, shifting into a more relaxed slump on the sofa. A classic Guyu slouch. After stowing the groceries, Bartle pulled out 2 cans of beer and a bag of peanuts. To him, the 500 milliliter cans looked no larger than oral dose vials. He tossed one back in a single effortless gulp. I heard something during our last mission. Shan Liang turned his gaze toward Bartle, waiting patiently for the rest. It concerns the night Yiksha. At the name, Shan Liang's demeanor hardened instantly. Has Xiaohua heard? No. I came straight to you after the mission concluded. How reliable is the intelligence? I avoided deep investigation to preserve my cover, but the source is highly credible. Shan Liang nodded. Bartle had acted wisely. Had Xiaohua learned of it, that insatiable girl might have stormed the location alone, and chaos would inevitably follow. Tell me what happened. Shan Liang adjusted his sitting posture and spoke after Badr took a seat on the other side of the sofa. My last mission was an exploration task. The employer gathered a total of 13 teams to investigate a fixed cursed realm. It said that someone has seen energy or in that cursed realm, which piqued the employer's interest. Shan Liang nodded. Energy, or as the name implies, is a new type of energy resource discovered by humans after the emergence of evil spirits. This, or is small in size, has a high energy content and a stable structure, making it a favorite among scientists rivaling nuclear energy. However, this, or tends to only appear in fixed cursed realms which need to be eradicated, making it extremely difficult to obtain. As a result, its price is very high. So far, the largest source of, or is a human forbidden zone. It is one of the earliest places where evil spirits erupted and has already been permanently cursed. One of the 9 legions, the Jinyuan, has been stationed there for a long time to prevent evil spirits from attacking the cities. If this person discovered energy, and mined it frantically before the cursed realm was cleared, he could indeed make a fortune. Botter continued. The employer places great importance on this investment, so he entered the cursed realm with us. He said that if ore was truly found, he planned to bet his entire fortune on purchasing the mining rights. After entering the cursed realm, I was responsible for his safety. Along the way, he shared a lot with me, including information about the Hayeka. According to him, he discovered a small cursed realm with energy 2 years ago, but shortly after mining began, it started to become cursed and needed to be eradicated quickly. Since he purchased the mining rights, he is also responsible for clearing the cursed realm. Through a friend's introduction, he found a team that worked very efficiently and cleared the cursed realm in just one afternoon. Other than the particularly high fees, he was very satisfied with everything else. He mentioned that those people wore masks covering everything but their eyes, which piqued the employer's curiosity. It was only when it came time for payment that he unexpectedly saw the faces beneath the masks. Those people had tattoos of small black demons on their faces resembling curled-up fetuses. Shan Liang squinted slightly. Based on this description, they certainly sounded like people from Hayeka. Did you find out which friend of his it was? No, I was afraid of raising his suspicions. However, energy was indeed found in that cursed realm, and the employer won't leave the company for the next 2 years, so I can ask him anytime. Shan Liang nodded, thinking that Botter had grown quite a bit in these 2 years and was much steadier in his actions. Had it been before, he would have probably forced his way into interrogating for information. Let's not tell Xiaohua about this for now. Let's go confirm it ourselves. Okay, Botter agreed, and thought for a moment before continuing. Hayeka are very cunning. They flee at the slightest wind. Should we find a few more people? Shan Liang shook his head. The more people there are, the greater the risk of exposure. It's better if it's just the 2 of us. All right, when do we set off? Tonight. No problem. Tell me more about that employer. His name is Shun Tianyi. He is 45 years old, not a pioneer, but has undergone body modifications in City B. He claims to have been a member of a prominent family, but after the family head made a failed investment, the Shun family collapsed overnight. He followed his father to City K and built his current business from scratch. Now he is considered a prominent wealthy figure in City K. Shan Liang nodded silently. To have achieved this from nothing speaks not only of opportunity, but also proves he is a clever person. Botter continued to share news about Shun Tianyi, and it was evident that he had already begun gathering intelligence upon realizing the employer's connection to Hayeka. City K, Shan Liang and Botter walked side by side out of the station. Since the outbreak of evil spirits, the sky has become unsafe. Other than a few limited routes, traveling to other places can only be done by car. Not bad, it's almost as bustling as City H. Looking at the surrounding tall buildings, Shan Liang sighed with a smile. Botter, carrying a bag, hailed a cab, and then said, City K has developed rapidly in the past 2 years, and the managers want to turn it into the second commercial capital. Shan Liang couldn't help but laugh at this, and could only say that having dreams is good, but daydreams are just daydreams. Not to mention anything else, just based on geographical conditions, City K doesn't meet the standards. In today's world, when people mention the commercial capital, only one city comes to mind. City C. This is partly because City C has a better geographical location with 2/3 of the remaining routes passing through it. On the other hand, it is also because City C has produced several significant figures. It has even produced a show. What can City K compare to that? But no matter what, having a direction to strive for is still good. After getting in the car, Botter provided an address, and the driver stepped on the gas, taking less than 5 minutes to drop them off at their destination. As soon as the fare was settled, the driver sped off without any hesitation. Standing on the street corner, Shan Liang exclaimed, "Is the pace of life in City K really this fast?" Botter smiled and pointed to the building ahead. This is Shun Tianyi's company, Tianyi Group. Following his gesture, Shan Liang saw a particularly prominent skyscraper standing before him. Wow, they really are wealthy. As they entered the building, security personnel eyed Botter warily. After all, in terms of physique and appearance, Botter didn't exactly look like a good person. Botter had long been immune to such gazes, and he approached the front desk directly. "My name is Botter. I have an appointment with Mr. Shin this morning. Please wait a moment." The receptionist smiled professionally and made a phone call for confirmation before leading them, saying, "Please follow me." As she spoke, she led them to the elevator, pressed the button, and accompanied them all the way up. It was only when they stepped out of the elevator and saw Mr. Shin's secretary come to greet them that the receptionist took her leave. The secretary brought them to the office where Shun Tianyi was standing at the door. Upon seeing Botter, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Brother Botter, ha ha ha, have you finally come to your senses? As long as you come to my company, the position of safety supervisor is yours. 30 million in salary per year. If that's not enough, we can negotiate." His smile was sincere, and his gaze never left Botter. Shan Liang, however, looked at his chest without showing any expression. This guy isn't undergoing biological modifications, but mechanical ones. Most biological modifications involve the use of biological agents to enhance the body. The advantage is that the effects are strong and visible quickly. The downside, however, is instability. Even the best biological agents today carry a significant failure rate. Then there are mechanical modifications which replace parts of the body with machinery. The advantage is that the technology is mature and the risk of rejection is low. The downside is that regular maintenance is required and components can wear out, needing replacement over time. Both types of modifications have obvious drawbacks, but there is no other choice. To possess a certain level of self-defense without divine attributes, one can only resort to these two methods. After the pleasantries, Shan Tiany's gaze finally fell on Shan Liang. "Daughter, who is this?" "This is my partner Shan Liang." Shan Tiany raised an eyebrow slightly, and with a more sincere smile on his face he said, "Haha, since he is Daughter's brother, then he is my brother too. Come, let's go inside and talk." As he spoke, Shan Tiany stepped aside to let the two enter the office. Shan Tiany's office was quite large, at least significantly bigger than Shan Liang's small apartment. He cheerfully led the two to their seats and began to brew tea. "I know Daughter has a straightforward personality, so will be direct as well. I wonder what brings you both here this time." After Shan Tiany brewed the tea, he looked at the two with a smile. "Mr. Shan, have you heard of the Black Knight Fork?" The other party spoke directly, and Shan Liang was equally straightforward. Shan Tiany thought for a moment before replying, "Is Mr. Shan referring to the Black Knight Fork incident on June 16, 616? "Yes. I've heard of it, but caused quite a stir back then. The so-called 616 refers to the massacre that occurred in City Z 5 years ago on June 16. The Black Knight Fork had a total of 91 members, destroying 1/3 of City Z. Initial estimates put the civilian death toll at over 50,000, with losses reaching over 2 billion. Yet this incident was shrouded in mystery, as the Black Knight Fork managed to withdraw safely after slaughtering 50,000 people. One must know that every new city has its own security bureau, and even larger cities have guard forces. Even if these were absent, surely there wouldn't be a single pioneer around. Not all members of the Black Knight Fork were experts. There were also those at the Pathway Realm, and even the Initial Insight Realm. Yet incredibly, they managed to withdraw unscathed, not losing a single hair. City Z was almost destroyed overnight, and among the civilians killed was Wang Xiaohua's entire family. From that day on, Wang Xiaohua has been searching for information about the Black Knight Fork. However, after 616, those people completely vanished, and despite her 5 years of pursuit, she could only catch a few small fry. From them, she learned that the Black Knight Fork had split after 616. Aside from the core members, small fry like them were abandoned. Moreover, after 5 years, who knows if those people are still alive? Shan Tiany was a bit curious upon hearing Shan Liang mention the Black Knight Fork, and after pouring Shan Liang a cup of tea he spoke. "Mr. Shan, why did you suddenly bring up the Black Knight Fork? Is it because I—" He had only spoken halfway when he suddenly paused, turning to look at Badr. "Those guys with tattoos on their faces are the Black Knight Fork." Just as Shan Liang had previously guessed, Shan Tiany was a smart person. Although he had discussed many things with Badr, most were related to business. The only connection to the Black Knight Fork was that team introduced by an old friend back then. Badr nodded, and then said seriously, "Mr. Shan, those scoundrels killed my friend's entire family." Shan Tiany sighed at his words, turning to look at Shan Liang, and said, "My condolences." Ahem, it wasn't my partner's family, but my other friend's family. In any case, we have an irreconcilable relationship with the Black Knight Fork. Mr. Shan, I hope you can contact your friend. No matter if this matter is successful or not, I won't forget your help." Shan Tiany appeared troubled upon hearing this. "Brother Badr, you mentioned that was my friend, and if he can contact the Black Knight Fork, then perhaps." Shan Liang stood up and said, "Since it's a bother, then I won't trouble Mr. Shan anymore." Badr was taken aback, thinking that his partner was giving up just like that. Shan Tiany quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Shan, I've already reserved a restaurant. You must let me show some hospitality." However, just as he stood up, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes, the pupils swirling like a vortex. "What is your friend's name?" "Wang Dong." "Where does he live?" "In K City, Xianyang District, Building 3 of the Shiyu residence." "Does he have a photo and contact information?" "Yes." Shan Tiany numbly pressed on his wristband, bringing up Wang Dong's contact information, which was accompanied by a photo of Wang Dong. It was a rather greasy-looking fat man smiling like Mithriya. "Thank you." Shan Liang's eyes returned to normal, and the dazed look in Shan Tiany's eyes instantly vanished. After a brief moment of distraction, he continued, "That restaurant is really good. Let's go have a simple meal. Badr, they have fresh lamb that absolutely suits your taste." Badr shook his head with a smile. "No need, Mr. Shan. There will be opportunities in the future." Shan Tiany looked regretful as he personally escorted the two to the elevator. Only after the two left the building did Badr curiously ask, "Partner, what kind of technique was that?" "Just a small technique I learned recently. It works well against ordinary people, but not against pioneers." Badr nodded in a somewhat understanding manner, feeling that his partner was indeed impressive and knowledgeable. This was the technique Shan Liang had learned after capturing the heart manipulator. Ordinary people have low mental strength and are easily confused, but if the opponent is a stronger pioneer, it won't work. However, if the opponent is a pioneer, Shan Liang has another method to obtain the information he wants. Eliminate him, then use the heart manipulator to possess and seize memories. The Shiyu residence is reputed to be the safest small community in K-City where residents are either business tycoons or social elites. Even the security personnel are pioneers emphasizing a high-end luxurious atmosphere. However, all of this was rendered meaningless under Shan Liang's gaze. In just 2 blinks, Shan Liang and Badr had already arrived at Wang Dong's home, witnessing an exceptionally amusing scene. And my beloved, you better hide. Well, my beloved, if I catch you, Wang Dong with a blindfold over his eyes was playing hide and seek with someone. Several simply dressed young girls giggled and dodged around, clearly enjoying themselves. A flash of red light appeared in Shan Liang's eyes, and instantly the expressions of the young girls became blank, their movements stopping. Badr strode forward and was just caught by Wang Dong. He got you. Let me see which beloved you are. As he spoke, Wang Dong's hand had already reached out. Who is this beloved concubine? Why does it feel a bit prickly? Wang Dong, curious, removed the ribbon and nearly fainted upon seeing Bartle's dark face. You. Wang Dong pointed at Bartle, unable to articulate his fear, likely too frightened to play hide and seek again. I. Bartle mimicked his stutter, which surprisingly calmed Wang Dong down. Who are you? Don't be afraid. Oh, I just want to ask you a few questions. By the way, don't try any tricks, or you'll be unhappy. Hearing Bartle's threat, Wang Dong grew even more anxious. What questions? Have you heard of the Black Knight Fork? At the mention of these 3 words, Wang Dong's expression instantly froze. But he reacted quickly, immediately reverting to a somewhat panicked demeanor. No, I haven't heard of it. Bartle glanced at Shan Liang, and only then did Wang Dong notice that there was indeed someone behind him. Shan Liang approached slowly, his footsteps unhurried, yet each step felt as if it was pressing on Wang Dong's chest, causing him to feel a wave of suffocation. Nice necklace. Upon hearing this, Bartle abruptly yanked the necklace off Wang Dong. It was a metal chain, and the pendant was shaped oddly like a twisted coffin. At first, Shan Liang wanted to control everyone, but while the girls were subdued, Wang Dong was not. Not only was he not controlled, but he also felt waves of spiritual fluctuations from his neck, as if he wanted to counterattack. The source was this necklace. Gentlemen, I really haven't heard of that Black Knight Fork. You've got the wrong person. Wang Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression quite serious. Shan Liang smiled, and the next moment his eyes turned red again. Wang Dong's expression became dazed, just like the nearby girls. Where's the Black Knight Fork? In City I. Are they all there? I don't know. How do you know them? I work for young Master Tua, and so do they. Who is young Master Tua? He is. At this point, Wang Dong seemed to have stalled, repeating just one word. Shan Liang's eyes narrowed, realizing he had encountered a big fish. The upper echelons of large companies, as well as scientists involved in core technologies, typically have restrictions placed upon their minds. This is to prevent anyone from using methods similar to Shan Liang's to capture and steal secrets. In addition, those who work for significant figures also have such restrictions placed in their minds. This way, even if something happens to them, the prominent figures need not worry about leaks. How can I find the Black Knight Fork? They opened a housekeeping company in City I called Safe Housekeeping. Go there, and you will find them. Hearing this, Shan Liang exchanged a glance with Bartle. Not only did a bunch of murderers open a housekeeping company, but they even called it Safe Housekeeping. This safe probably means flat and right. Is the entire housekeeping company filled with their people? I don't know. What cultivation levels do the people in the Black Knight Fork have? I don't know. Then what else do you know about the Black Knight Fork? I also know that the 616 incident was instigated by someone. It seems to be related to some sacrificial ceremony. After confirming that this was all he knew, Shan Liang reached out and pressed down on his head. A red mist rose, gradually forming a mesmerizing figure behind Shan Liang. You will forget everything that just happened. Wang Dong's expression became even more dazed, and in the next moment Shan Liang and Bartle had already vanished from his sight. After a full 5 or 6 seconds, Wang Dong's eyes regained their luster. The surrounding girls also woke up at almost the same time, with one of them pointing at Wang Dong and reproaching him. President Wang, you're so annoying. Didn't we agree to play hide and seek? Why did you untie the ribbon? Wang Dong was also a bit surprised. He had no memory of when he had untied the ribbon. But with Beauty before him, who had the heart to care about that? Alright, I'll wear it. As he spoke, Wang Dong tied the ribbon again and chuckled as he lunged forward. A housekeeping company. Did the Black Knight Fork lose their minds? Bartle expressed confusion, thinking no wonder they couldn't find them before. Who would have thought those murderers would be doing housekeeping? Shan Liang pondered Wang Dong's earlier words, as someone was behind the Black Knight Fork, and the murders were for some sacrificial ceremony. If that's the case, it would explain how the Black Knight Fork managed to retreat unscathed. And can you inform Xiaohua? Let her go to City I and wait for us. Just say there's a mission for her. Okay, Bartle replied, and pressed the bracelet to contact Wang Xiaohua. Shan Liang looked at the pendant in his hand, curious about its structure that could defend against spiritual attacks. Moreover, the shape of the pendant was quite interesting, twisted like a coffin. Oh, what could this signify? Shan Liang casually put the pendant into his suitcase, planning to take it apart and study it thoroughly when he got back. Big guy, if you have something to say, hurry up. Oh, I'm busy. Busy? What are you doing? Eating noodles. Bartle looked speechless, but still spoke up. And it took a mission and needs your help. Where? City I. City I. Yeah, what's wrong? I'm in City I. Where are you? Huh? What are you doing in City I? Didn't I tell you? Eating noodles. Wang Xiaohua answered with a bold justification, leaving Bartle speechless, thinking no wonder Anda called her a glutton. Alright, eat your food, we'll contact you when we arrive. By the time Shan Liang and Bartle reached city, it was already 2 days later. As they stepped out of the station, they spotted Wang Xiaohua. At this moment, she was eating roasted sweet potatoes with a pious expression completely oblivious to Shan Liang and Bartle. Xiaohua, Bartle called out, and Wang Xiaohua looked up, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster hiding food. Are roasted sweet potatoes really that delicious? Wang Xiaohua hastily hid the sweet potato behind her and shook her head, swallowing the mouthful she had just chewed. It's just quite ordinary. Ha ha ha. Her protective demeanor over the food amused Bartle greatly, causing Shan Liang to chuckle as well. Wang Xiaohua took a tissue from her bag to wipe her mouth before asking, Boss, what mission do we have? Kill people. Huh. Are you scared? Scared. Not enough kills. Wang Xiaohua's innocent smile mirrored Shan Liang's as she finished the roasted sweet potato, wiping her mouth as she spoke. Who are we killing, boss? The Black Knight Fork. Boss, what did you say? Wang Xiaohua thought she must have misheard and stared at Shan Liang in disbelief. The Black Fork. Once again the scene flashed before her mind's eye. The day her father was cleaved in two at the waist, his blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Her mother's abdomen had been slit open, her 80-year-old brother's body was crushed into a mangled mass and stuffed inside, his intact head wedged beside it. Wang Xiaohua lost her mind. She had shattered the moment she walked home and witnessed that horror. She could not fathom how the family who had shared breakfast with her that morning could lie lifeless by nightfall. Those monsters had obliterated her entire world with unspeakable cruelty. From that day forward, Wang Xiaohua's existence narrowed to a single purpose: to find those scum and flay them alive. For 2 years she wandered in a daze, hunting them relentlessly, yet they vanished as if swallowed by thin air, leaving no trace behind. Then she met Shan Liang and joined the bonfire at his invitation. He had sworn then he would help her find the Black Fork. Now Shan Liang had kept his vow. Waves of spiritual pressure surged from Wang Xiaohua's body until Batter stepped swiftly forward to block her path. Xiaohua, calm down. You know how cunning they are. The slightest disturbance will send them fleeing. Her eyes burning crimson, Wang Xiaohua clenched her teeth and forcibly suppressed her surging spiritual pressure. Boss, big brother, are they in Ice City too? Yes. You've already released spiritual pressure. Let's move now before drawing attention. Shan Liang led the way carrying the briefcase. Wang Xiaohua and Batter followed closely behind. As they walked, he recounted the full sequence of events to her. Wang Xiaohua glanced at Batter. Her eyes glistened faintly. She hadn't realized he'd been gathering intelligence for her, even while on assignment. That feeling of being seen, cared for, truly known, was indescribably warm. Seeing her expression, Batter reached out and ruffled her hair gently. What are you staring at? Big brother. Thank you. Don't thank me. Aren't we family? Wang Xiaohua gazed wordlessly at Shan Liang and Batter, then nodded fiercely. Yes, they were family. The bonfire of family bound together huddled for warmth in a world steeped in darkness. Shan Liang and the others entered a cafe sipping coffee while observing the storefront across the street, a modest 3-story building. 2 box trucks stood parked at its entrance and several workers in uniforms hurried back and forth loading equipment into the vehicles. Most conspicuous on the side of each truck blazed 4 bold scarlet characters. Ping and Household Services. Wang Xiaohua held her cup steady, but her gaze remained locked, unblinking on the building opposite. Boss, is this it? Yes. Then let's storm in. Shan Liang almost smiled, though he admitted to himself that Wang Xiaohua's restraint upon learning the Black Fork's location had surpassed his expectations. Rushing in may feel satisfying, but it would only startle the prey and scatter the rest. We wait. What we seek is total annihilation. Wang Xiaohua twisted her fingers tightly, her expression torn. Bata leaned in, voice calm but firm. Xiaohua, you've waited 5 years. A few more minutes won't break you. If they slip away now, they'll vanish deeper than ever, and finding them again will become near impossible. Wang Xiaohua nodded slowly, yet her eyes remained riveted on the building across the street. Shan Liang placed the briefcase on the table, adjusted its combination lock, and opened it once more. My principle is absolute: either do nothing, or do it utterly. Don't worry. I planted a contingency earlier, and judging by the timing it should be ready now. As he spoke, he lifted 9 vials from the case, 3 each in cobalt blue, sun yellow, and crimson red. He tapped the blue vials. Paralysis agent, volatile airborne. It robs mobility while preserving full consciousness. Effective for roughly 3 minutes against cultivators at the threshold of insight. Duration shortens with increasing strength. Then he gestured toward the yellow vials. Fear amplifier. Once vaporized, it magnifies latent terror. Its intensity varies by individual. Finally, he pointed to the red vials. Sensory enhancer. Must be ingested orally. Sharply heightens vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, and tactile perception. Batter waved confidently. And we don't need potions to handle such vermin. Shan Liang shook his head. These aren't for you. They're for the Black Fork. Huh. Batter frowned in confusion, while Wang Xiaohua grasped it instantly. Amplified senses meant pain multiplied tenfold. Her boss clearly intended no swift, merciful end. At that moment, 7 or 8 box trucks pulled up before Ping and Household Services. One by one, workers disembarked and strode briskly, without hesitation, into the three-story building. Their movements were urgent. Something had summoned them back in haste. Wang Xiaohua and Batter exchanged glances of surprise. Shan Liang, however, closed the briefcase with unhurried precision, reset the combination, and reopened it. Inside now lay 3 gas masks. He retrieved them, closed the case again, and said simply, "1 each." Batter grinned as he accepted his mask, then glanced toward Ping and Household Services. "And, is this your preparation?" "Yes." Shan Liang slipped the mask over his face, his voice emerged muffled. "I implanted a suggestion in Wang Dong's mind. He'll realize his necklace has been stolen 3 days from now. Given his temperament, he'll report it immediately, and the Black Fork, ever cautious, will relocate without delay even if suspicion remains unconfirmed." Shan Liang rose, holding 3 vials aloft. They're nearly all assembled. "Xiaohua, you come with me. Batter, take high ground. Watch for stragglers." "Understood." "Got it." They donned their masks without hesitation. Then with deliberate calm the 3 strode out of the cafe, its staff standing frozen, eyes vacant, until Shan Liang had fully crossed the threshold before blinking back to awareness. The barista blinked, glancing at their empty seats. "Oh, when did the customers leave?" Boom. Before the thought could settle, another deafening explosion tore through the air. She whirled and saw thick cobalt smoke billowing from Ping and Household Services entrance, 2 silhouettes flickering violently within its eerie blue glow. The barista swallowed hard, then bolted straight for the staff lounge, diving beneath the bed. "Let them tear the place apart. I saw nothing. Nothing at all." "Who are you?" "This is I-City. The Defense Corps will be here any second." "You're dead." The Black Fork reacted swiftly. These were hardened killers forged in blood and blade. Yet Shan Liang and Wang Xiaohua had seized the advantage, paralyzing agents clearing their path. Now the softly rounded features of Wang Xiaohua were carved with icy, unrelenting fury. Her parents' gentle smiles, her younger brother's laughter, flashed vivid and unbearable behind her eyes. "Mom, Dad, brother, I've come to avenge you. This is paralyzing smoke, and we can't stay indoors." Na burly man covered his mouth and nose with one hand, urging the others to flee outside. Yet, just as he neared the doorway, an iron chain, sinuous as a serpent, pierced straight through his shoulder. "Aff!" And the man screamed in agony, writhing violently, only to be dragged into the haze by the chain moments later. And those nearby met the same fate, shrieks cut short, as each was hauled mercilessly into the smothering fog. "No more hiding. They've come for us, in divine form, in 3-inch blade light, and whoosh." Na razor-sharp gust tore through the air, streaking straight for Shan Liang's throat. Shan Liang neither flinched nor evaded. And from behind him, an iron chain lashed out, shattering the blade light midair. In divine form, in wind rising from still ground, Na gale erupted within the chamber, howling with savage force, sweeping the paralyzing smoke clean away. At last clarity returned to their vision. "There he is!" Na cry rang out from the Hayeka fighters, all eyes snapped toward the source. And there stood Shan Liang alone at the threshold. Behind him, countless Dianxing chains coiled and swayed like living tentacles. "Dianxing chains, you're the warden." At those words, the faces of everyone inside paled. Na name carries weight. A reputation precedes its bearer. Within their circles, the title warden was synonymous with terror and bloodshed. Yet they held no grudge against the bonfire. So why had the warden stormed their stronghold? So what if he's the warden? "This is our turf. In. Right. We outnumber them. No need to fear. In. All together. Charge." Their chants were loud, but not a single soul stepped forward. Over a dozen lay paralyzed on the floor. Another 7 or 8 had already vanished into the smoke, dragged away by chains. In one fleeting exchange, 20 lives were lost. How could they not tremble? A faint smile played upon Shan Liang's lips, though it remained utterly concealed beneath his gas mask, invisible to them all. "In. I offer you one chance to surrender." 3 seconds, he declared, voice laced with playful mockery. "In. Surrender before the count ends, and I will spare your lives." In such condescension struck like a slap, and ignited their feral pride. They were city-slaughtering monsters. Surrender? Nah, waking nightmare. In. Go to hell. In. What kind of pathetic warden are you? If we don't make you vomit green bile today, it means you've never tasted scallion pancakes. With a roar, the burly man's body swelled. Within 2 or 3 breaths, he transformed into a massive brown bear, thundering toward Shan Liang. And emboldened by his charge, the others followed suit, unleashing their own divine forms with guttural cries. Shan Liang's smile froze, then hardened into icy disdain. In behind him, the Dianxing chains shot forth like striking serpents. In. Refusal I might tolerate, but defiance. Unforgivable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And before the bear could close the final distance, its limbs were pierced and pinned to the floor, impaled by chains. In. Roar. Nit bellowed in agony, jaws flung wide. Shan Liang seized its lower jaw, then wrenched downward with brutal precision. Na Sharp's sickening crack echoed. The bear collapsed unconscious from sheer, overwhelming pain. The sheer brutality sent chills rippling through the onlookers. But the arrow had left the bow. Retreat was now impossible. And they had already committed themselves to the assault. Turning back was no longer an option. These men were born predators, and cornered beasts always strike hardest. Not quiet sigh escaped Shan Liang's chest. He'd intended to leave them all for Xiaohua to deal with, but given how things had unfolded, he might accidentally kill a few after all. Nas the thought crossed his mind. A wiry youth lunged into range, eyes black as pitch gripping a 30-centimeter crescent blade. Like a phantom, he slipped behind Shan Liang. Silently the blade slashed toward Shan Liang's neck. And clank. Nan Iron Chain intercepted the strike, deflecting it cleanly. The youth flickered backward, vanishing into safe distance. The others surged forward, but Shan Liang didn't even glance their way. His Jianxing chains moved with sentient grace, weaving effortless defense and ruthless counterattack. Time's nearly up. And no sooner had the words left his lips than the earth trembled. Countless iron chains erupted from the floor, coiling upward, sealing the 3-story building in an inescapable cage of steel. Shan Liang regarded the stunned figures with a sardonic glint in his eye. And what's wrong? Weren't you just boasting about killing me? Come on, try again. And earlier I kept my focus on constructing this prison, just in case you fled. Now the cage is complete. And now, I have time to play with you. So, come on in, don't worry. I won't kill you, not yet. Let's take our time. And at the sound of his laughter their scalps prickled with dread. And they considered themselves monstrous. Yet standing before him, they felt like frightened children confronting something far older, far crueler. While Shan Liang toyed with his prey downstairs, the second and third floors had become realms of unspeakable horror. Floors slick with blood and pulp walls studded with splintered bone fragments. Wang Xiaohua gripped a man's skull, slamming it repeatedly against the wall. And laugh. Why have you stopped laughing? Do you dislike laughter? I watched your evacuation footage. You were delighted then, weren't you? Nas, she spoke. Wang Xiaohua tore open the man's mouth at the corners. Laugh. Be joyful. And you love blood, love pain. Don't you? And then laugh. And laugh for me. Yeah. And she roared. Yet the man, already hemorrhaging from every orifice, couldn't utter even a single note. And when did we ever offend you? Offend the bonfire? In the corner a man severed at the waist still clung to life. His face twisted with venomous hatred as he stared up at Wang Xiaohua, desperate for an answer. Wang Xiaohua turned slowly, her boots squelching through thick viscous blood that stretched in sticky strands with each step. Then she crouched low before him, locking her gaze onto his eyes. I'd also like to know, when did Z City ever offend you, Hayeka? And he blinked, then burst into scornful, booming laughter. Huh, so this is revenge, and then we die without regret, and even if you slaughter every one of us, you'll forever live under our shadow. Z City. Huh, Z City, and I adore that city. The common folk there were lambs, meek and unresisting, kneeling and begging for mercy with trembling foreheads pressed to the ground. I handed them knives and told them to slit their own throats. And those fools actually believed that if they died I'd spare their families. Ha ha ha. Ugh, what is this? Nas, if granted one final lucid breath, his speech suddenly flowed, only for Wang Xiaohua to pour something into his mouth. In an instant his senses sharpened, yet before he could grasp what he'd swallowed, a tsunami of agony crashed over him. And F. Knees scream shattered into raw, ragged noise, snot and tears flooding his face. And he had never imagined a day when death would feel like salvation. Snap. And Wang Xiaohua crushed one of his ribs barehanded. He could no longer cry out, not even draw breath without searing pain. Laugh. Why have you stopped laughing? And I preferred your defiant spirit just moments ago. Why don't you summon it back? Outside the 3-story building, a group of curious onlookers were peering in. What is this? It looks like iron chains, doesn't it? I think it does. Tisk, 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 it wraps around the whole building in one go. It must be the latest security system, right? So secure. Security system? What does a housekeeper need a security system for? What is he afraid someone will steal his mop? If it's not a security system, then what is it? It can't be a dog cage, can it? What are you arguing about? Do you need someone to carry the coffin at home? Before anything could be resolved, the two were ready to fight. I think this must be the work of the pioneers. I think so too. But to use divine images in City Eye, that takes guts, don't they? Fear the Safety Bureau. The Safety Bureau. Haha, those people only bully us who are less capable. When they encounter someone strong, they practically lick their shoes clean. Hey, who cares? It's none of our business. Right, as long as there's a spectacle to watch. Isn't this much more exciting than watching TV? The chatter continued among the crowd, and they were just about to bring out chairs and snacks. Inside the Pingon housekeeping, Wang Xiaohua waited until the man was dead from the pain before she twisted off his head. This was what Shan Liang taught her. Even if you see your enemy die, you must deliver the final blow. After ensuring there were no loose ends, Wang Xiaohua picked up the man's head and walked downstairs. When she reached the first floor, she saw 20 or 30 people hanging from the ceiling like cured meat, while Shan Liang was pinching his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Boss, what's wrong? There was a bit of an accident. Shan Liang replied without looking back. What kind of accident? The leader of the Black Knight Fork and 5 core members entered the cursed realm. The director cheerfully invited everyone to sit down and opened a projection displaying a 3-dimensional image of City Eye. After receiving the news, our City Eye Security Bureau and the Guard Corps have mobilized entirely. She looked up as if selecting food, flashing her white teeth. I was still thinking that the strength of the Black Knight Fork was just mediocre. It turns out the leader wasn't present. Shan Liang waved his hand, and the cured meat began to slowly descend. His voice was calm. We don't know when those people will exit the cursed realm. We need to act swiftly and decisively and kill them directly. The longer we delay, the more variables arise. Understood. Wang Xiaohua replied, shaking the blood off her hands, and she went to kill them, as if chopping vegetables. Ever since she learned there were bigger fish to catch, her interest in these small fry had dwindled. In just over a minute, only Shan Liang and Wang Xiaohua remained alive in the Pingon housekeeping. As for the Black Knight Fork members, even piecing together their corpses was a challenge. Let's go, Shan Liang called out, and the typical chains slowly dissipated as the two jumped out of the window. The iron chains are beginning to dissipate. Look, didn't I say so? I told you it was the pioneers. These people are so bold. Do they really think the Safety Bureau and the Defense Army are useless? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I wonder how this group of housekeepers offended the pioneers. Did they not clean the ground well enough? Huh. Is the pioneer really that temperamental, eh? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe some evil spirits are hiding in the Pingon housekeeping. The pioneers are here to eliminate the evil spirits. The onlookers became excited, all wanting to know what was happening here. Clear out, bystanders. The voice arrived before the person. Several men in black uniforms were sprinting across the roof. It's the Safety Bureau. The crowd erupted, feeling they were about to witness something spectacular. Su Jie, they're trying to escape, contain them. Got it. Divine image vacuum binding. A slightly younger man waved his hand toward Shan Liang and Wang Xiaohua, intending to turn the area around them into a vacuum. But before he could succeed, he heard a colleague shout behind him. Su Jie, get down. Whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind rushed toward them as two cars flew by. Su Jie was stunned. Who threw the cars? When were they thrown? Am I going to die? Su Jie was dumbfounded, but his colleague was not. Someone appeared behind him like a flash, grabbing the collar of his shirt and pulling him down, narrowly avoiding the attack. When they looked up again, there was no trace of Shan Liang and Wang Xiaohua. But before he could succeed, he heard a colleague shout behind him. Su Jie, get down. Whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind rushed toward them as two cars flew by. The captain of the Safety Bureau called out, and everyone responded in unison, dispersing. Old Lu, the one who had just saved Su Jie, saw that Su Jie still looked shaken, and he laughed, patting Su Jie on the shoulder. The captain of the Safety Bureau called out, and everyone responded in unison, dispersing. Old Lu, the one who had just saved Su Jie, saw that Su Jie still looked shaken, and he laughed, patting Su Jie on the shoulder. What's that smell? Old Lu fanned the air in front of his nose before turning to look at the door of the Pingon housekeeping. Inside, a pool of crimson blood was flowing out from the threshold. Su Jie took a glance and turned even paler. Old Liu's expression grew serious as he took out his gun and slowly approached. Upon seeing the state inside, his stomach churned. He had seen many gruesome scenes, but he had never encountered such a bloody sight. Seeing Old Lu frozen in place, Su Jie gritted his teeth and walked over. But after just a glimpse inside, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and run outside. As soon as he hit the street, he vomited, feeling that he would never be able to forget the scene inside. It was horrific, too horrific. What kind of ruthless person would do this to these housekeepers? A sense of justice surged inexplicably in his heart. Su Jie wiped his mouth, and his gaze became sharp. I will definitely give you justice. In the west of City Eye, a cursed realm the size of a sports field was rotating in midair. Batel looked around and said, no one is guarding it. This is a public cursed realm. A public cursed realm is one that anyone can enter. After the cursed realm appears, there will be investigations to see if it contains resources. For example, energy, ores, and the like. If there are, then the relevant departments can contract the cursed realm, turning it into private property. The cursed realm that Shun Tianyi had before was like that. Once contracted, the items inside belong to the contractor and outsiders cannot enter. This is what is known as a private cursed realm. However, this is not permanent. There will be dedicated personnel to supervise the state of the cursed realm. Once it is discovered that the cursed realm is merging with reality, it needs to be eradicated immediately. Hiring someone to erase a cursed realm also requires a substantial amount of money, which is similarly borne by the contractor. Shan Liang pressed a button on his wristband to open the map and confirmed the location. That's right, it's this one. Batel cracked his knuckles, making loud popping sounds. What identity should we use? What nonsense are you talking about? We are legitimate people. Got it. If vengeance is the aim, what purpose remains in concealing one's identity? Shan Liang and the other two leapt as one, plunging headlong into the luminous sphere. The instant they entered the sphere, a viscous, slick sensation enveloped their bodies. Then dizziness overwhelmed them. When their footing finally steadied, they stood beneath the crumbling walls of a desolate city, surrounded by endless yellow sands. The city was no small settlement. Its walls were built of packed yellow earth, appearing frail and weather-worn. Above the gate hung a faded plaque, its characters blurred, yet two remained faintly legible. Who saw? Batter raised an eyebrow. Don't sweep. Sweep what? Sand? That is rather beyond sweeping. As he spoke, he glanced around at the swirling dust, nodding, as if wholly convinced. Shan Liang shot him a wordless, exasperated look. It's Bugue, no return. Batter flushed with mild embarrassment, prompting Wang Xiaohua to stifle a giggle behind her hand. Ahem, just lightening the mood. Surely you don't think I've never seen the character Gue. As they spoke, the three strode toward the city gate. The place bore signs of long abandonment. The gate hung half ajar, and several mummified corpses clad in light armor lay slumped in its shadow, scoured by wind and sand for untold years. Circling the desiccated remains, they stepped inside, and were met with nothing but shattered walls and skeletal ruins. This had once been a battlefield, now it was a tomb city, silent and dead. Bata glanced left and right. Into this Chong realm is eerily quiet. Indeed, it is unnervingly still. Shan Liang agreed, his brow furrowing. Not even a whisper of surveillance brushed against his senses. Could it be that the malevolent entities had already been slain, nearly to extinction, by He Yi Cha? No, that couldn't be right. So long as the Chong realm persisted, its core remained unpurified. And if the core endured, so too would the tide of corruption, endless, unceasing. Something was deeply amiss. Thick chains coiled beneath Shan Liang's feet, lifting him high, until the entire city sprawled beneath his gaze. Desolation. Desolation. Only desolation. No trace, not a single wisp of malignant presence. As though this were merely a corpse of a city, hollow and lifeless. Shan Liang gathered spiritual energy into his eyes, scanning the ruins with meticulous precision, until at last he detected an anomaly. At the city's heart lay a ruinous structure, grand in scale, once surely the residence of its lord. Now from beneath that ruin emanated faint rhythmic pulses. Follow me. With a command, his chains surged forward like black dragons, bearing him swiftly toward the ruined mansion. Batter and Wang Xiaohua sprang after him. Within moments, all three stood before the rubble, close enough now for the others to sense the strangeness too. Are the malefic entities all hidden here? He peered curiously around. Shan Liang waved a hand. Step back. Instantly, the chains beneath his feet writhed like living tendrils, clearing debris with ruthless efficiency. 2 minutes later, a yawning subterranean entrance gaped before them. Huh. So that's why there were none outside, buried deep below. Batter rolled his shoulders. I'll take point. Their scent is faint, Wang Xiaohua murmured, sniffing twice before speaking. Shan Liang said nothing. Only adjusted the combination lock on his briefcase, then withdrew several flashlights and headlamps. Batter leads. I'll guard the rear. Remember, the malefic entities are secondary. Our primary target is He Yi Cha. Understood. Understood. They nodded in unison. Bata snapped on his headlamp and charged inward, Shan Liang and Wang Xiaohua close behind. The passage was narrow, roughly 2 meters wide, and sloped downward at a sharp 45-degree angle. After 3 or 4 minutes of descent, the floor leveled out, and the corridor widened considerably. There are murals here. Wang Xiaohua angled her flashlight toward a corner. Following the beam, Shan Liang saw figures painted on the wall, tiny human forms bowing in reverence. He swept the light across the chamber, more murals all around. Wait, this place is sealed. Bata sounded puzzled. No doors, no side passages. Only murals encircling them entirely, as if this chamber were the final absolute terminus. Shan Liang, however, began at the first mural, reading them in sequence. The first depicted a meteor streaking across the heavens, its immense scale emphasized by diminutive human figures drawn beneath it. The second showed the meteor cleaving open. Within its fractured core, indistinct shapes emerged, and soon 4 serpentine monsters crawled forth, enslaving tribesmen clad in animal hides. The third mural portrayed those tribesmen under the serpent's command erecting a colossal temple. The fourth revealed the serpents turning upon their slaves, slaughtering them, using their corpses as grotesque ornamentation. The fifth mural unveiled a hero stepping forth from the temple, leading the tribesmen in revolt, toppling the serpentine tyrants. The sixth showed that hero crowned king, founding a new dynasty, raising the temple and building this very city atop its ruins. The seventh mural depicted the king devouring his own people. The eighth showed him eternally entombed beneath the earth, and from that day onward fertile lands withered into barren deserts beneath ceaseless winds. The final mural was badly eroded. Its pigments faded, its style jarringly different from the rest, as though added centuries later by unknown hands. It showed a monstrous figure clawing its way upward from the earth, its form unmistakably that of the fallen king. Shan Liang tapped lightly on the mural, a dull hollow resonance echoed back. My. Batter ambled over, pressed his palm against the surface and tapped. It's hollow behind. Shan Liang nodded. This must be the door. Batter traced the edges with his fingers until he found a hairline seam, then gripped and wrenched. With a groan of ancient stone, the entire mural came free. A wave of putrid decay-laden air rushed forth, making Shan Liang recoil with a grimace. Bah? Hiding deep at. Batter laughed heartily, tossing the mural aside. Could He Yi Cha have discovered something valuable and tried to spirit it away? Shan Liang tilted his ear, listening intently. Silence, but caution is paramount. Move quietly. We must not alert them. Right. Batter resumed his role as vanguard, his massive frame gliding forward without a whisper, a testament to absolute mastery over body and force. Beyond the door lay another descending passage, shorter this time. Less than a minute later, the tunnel opened abruptly into vastness. Before them stretched a colossal cavern, and at its center rose a resplendent golden temple. Above it hovered a spherical orb over 2 meters in diameter, rotating slowly and bathing the entire space in soft, radiant light. Is this the temple from the murals? Batter whispered, glancing back. He'd only skimmed the paintings earlier and recalled little of their detail. Shan Liang shook his head, his expression grave. No, that is the meteor itself. A meteor? Bartle wore an expression of utter astonishment, glancing twice more at the temple before speaking. Could this possibly be the extraterrestrial vessel? He struggled to reconcile the grand edifice before him with such a notion, yet Shan Liang pointed toward the temple's upper section. The second mural outside depicts a cross-section of the meteor, and its pattern matches the temple's upper structure precisely. Wang Xiaohua understood instantly and gestured toward the temple. So the temple is inside the meteor. Highly probable. Boom. As the three spoke, the temple's windows exploded outward, and a blood-soaked figure burst forth, executing a swift roll to dissipate momentum before fleeing in disarray. Boom, boom, boom. Several more thunderous detonations followed, and one after another figures surged from the temple. Each bore wounds, some minor, some grievous, and all wore identical high-grade combat suits. Upon spotting the tattoos on their faces, Wang Xiaohua's expression hardened instantly. Night Fork operatives. Shan Liang counted them 5 in total. Yet according to memories gleaned from earlier captives, the leader should have arrived with 5 subordinates, 6 individuals altogether. Where was the 6th? Dead. Inside the temple. Or hiding. At that thought, Shan Liang's gaze sharpened with sudden vigilance. Were he alone, he would have charged without hesitation. Confrontation was his instinct. But now he stood with Bartle and Xiaohua, so caution became imperative. He refused to let his comrades suffer injury, or worse, fall in battle. The three crouched low at the cave entrance, minimizing their presence. The Night Fork operatives had not anticipated intruders, and standing bathed in light, their vision into the surrounding darkness was severely impaired. It was akin to walking a moonlit path, eyes adjusted to ambient light, extending perception farther. But shine a flashlight, and vision collapses inward, confined solely to its narrow beam. To see light from shadow is far easier than to pierce darkness from light. Bartle had expected fury from Wang Xiaohua. He'd even braced himself to provide cover. Instead, she remained unervingly calm, her softly rounded face utterly devoid of murderous intent. She simply watched the group in silence, as though they were strangers she'd never met. Boom. The temple's massive doors burst open, and a colossal serpentine creature erupted forth. Its upper torso resembled a human form, while its lower half coiled into a sinuous serpent's tail, reminiscent yet grotesquely distorted of the mythic Fuxi and Nuwa. Yet these abominations were infinitely more hideous. First, the head spider-like, crowned with jagged mandibles and 2 rows of glistening, unblinking eyes. Beneath the neck, the torso bristled with chitinous plating, and its arms stretched unnaturally long, proportionally grotesque and alien. Damn it. The first man, who'd tumbled out, cursed aloud, raising his right hand toward the serpentine horror. His divine manifestation had already activated. An oppressive aura of spiritual energy radiated from his frame. The surrounding air compressed violently, then detonated in a concussive blast directly before the creature. The serpent recoiled sharply. Seizing the opening, another operative drew his sword and lunged forward. His blade shimmered with an azure luminescence, its edge so keen it seemed to cleave the very air. Exploiting the monster's exposed midsection, he drove the weapon deep toward its chest. Clang! Sparks erupted where the blade struck the creature's armored carapace, not a single scratch marring its surface. Realizing the strike had failed, he slammed both feet into the beast's torso, using the recoil to vault backward with practiced grace. This alone revealed their seasoned discipline, tight coordination, and battlefield acumen, far surpassing those of the peaceful home services operatives encountered earlier. The 5 fought in seamless concert, exchanging blows with the serpentine horror in a brutal ebb and flow rhythm. Brother, this thing's too dangerous. We're all running low on stamina. Let's withdraw. The swordsman gasped for breath, the man he addressed as Big Brother being the very one who'd shattered the window first. No retreat. If we flee now, every sacrifice we've made thus far will be in vain. We're exhausted, but so is it. Haven't you noticed its movements slowing? Lao Lu is dead. Don't let his death be meaningless. The leader's face twisted with manic fervor. Any further mention of retreat would likely earn him a fatal blow from his own commander. The others fell silent, gritting their teeth and pressing on. And indeed, as the leader claimed, the creature's motions were growing sluggish, though barely perceptibly. Under current conditions, however, all 5 would perish before the beast collapsed. Just as the clash reached its fever pitch, destiny intervened. The orb atop the temple, hitherto rotating with languid grace, suddenly accelerated, its gentle glow intensifying into blinding radiance. Instantly reinvigorated, the serpent surged with renewed ferocity. Its opponent had no time to react. Before he knew it, a barbed appendage pierced his chest, hurling him skyward like a broken doll. Lao Wu! His comrade cried out, but could only watch helplessly. Whoosh! A figure leapt high into the air, catching Lao Wu mid-flight, then swiftly snapped open a briefcase and poured a viscous serum onto the wound. On contact with blood, the substance swelled rapidly, solidifying into a gelatinous seal over the gash. It could not heal, but it would staunch the bleeding. The savior was none other than Shan Liang. The Night Fork operatives stared stunned, until their leader recovered his wits, shouting while coordinating his team's defense against the serpent. Brother, thank you for your timely aid. This fiend is near its end. Please join us in finishing it. All treasures within this temple We shall divide them equally among us. Hope flickered in the eyes of the others. After setting Lao Wu down, Shan Liang stood resolute, his voice ringing with unwavering conviction. To purge evil is the duty of every upright soul. Even had you not asked, I would have acted without hesitation. Even as he spoke, he raised his hands in a wide ceremonial embrace. Divine manifestation. Thunder God's roar. Violet blue lightning crackled across his form, and in an instant a shoulder-mounted launcher, resembling a heavy RPG, materialized upon his frame. The leader and his comrades hastily drove the serpent back. Though baffled by the nature of this divine manifestation, they were not blind. That device was clearly a wide-area weapon. Shan Liang granted them no time to retreat. His finger tightened on the trigger. A projectile screamed through the air, and the serpent snatched it mid-flight, only for a cataclysmic fireball to erupt skyward. A shockwave hurled the operatives off their feet. Midair they vomited torrents of blood. The serpent's scaled hide ruptured, and it was blasted backward, crashing deep into the temple. The orb atop the temple spun faster still, its pulsing radiance absorbing and dissipating the blast's residual force. Shan Liang remained braced, the launcher steady on his shoulder, violet blue energy coalescing once more within its barrel, forging a fresh round. Seeing this, the fallen leader frantically waved his arms. Brother, don't fire again. We can't endure another. His voice boomed, desperate to ensure Shan Liang heard. Shan Liang responded with a broad, knowing smile. Is that so? I don't believe you. And with that he fired again, another projectile shrieking toward its mark. A few people on the ground looked horrified, disregarding their injuries as they frantically began to dodge. Despite Shan Liang's cannon being aimed at the temple in their current state, they couldn't withstand even the aftershock of the explosion. Whoosh! The shell, trailing a long streak, crashed into the temple, and the next moment it erupted with a deafening explosion. The orange flames and blue-purple lightning intertwined, dazzling and mesmerizing. Shan Liang, carrying the launcher, grew more fond of it with every glance. He felt it suited him perfectly when he first saw this divine weapon, and now using it proved to be quite handy. The leader of the Black Knight Fork spat out another mouthful of blood, his gaze towards Shan Liang growing increasingly sinister. He had suspected this man was up to no good ever since Shan Liang came out to rescue people. After all, his timing was too coincidental, and this cursed realm was recognized as a wasteland by City, completely worthless. Why would he come here? Not only did he come, but he also found the entrance and made his way to the temple, claiming he had no other motives who would believe him. However, he helped rescue people as soon as he arrived, making the Black Knight Fork think that they could cooperate to eliminate the evil spirits, which would benefit both sides. To their surprise, this man was actually thinking of taking them down along with the evil spirits. Despicable. He had no sense of the bigger picture. If Shan Liang were to know this idea, he would surely cry injustice. For Shan Liang had never thought of taking them down, and on the contrary, he was genuinely afraid they might die. After all, wouldn't dying like this be too easy for them? Thus Shan Liang rushed out to save them, intending to keep them alive until Wang Xiaohua could handle the situation. As flames danced within the temple, just as Shan Liang pondered whether to fire again, the light inside suddenly vanished. That feeling was eerie, as if someone had cut away the burning process. It was like when you lift your chopsticks to eat and the food in your bowl vanishes into thin air. Without a second thought, Shan Liang retreated. Although he didn't know what was happening, something was definitely wrong. Sure enough, in the next moment the temple's main entrance also disappeared, as if it had been erased by some force. Seeing this, the Black Knight Fork members ran for their lives, their injuries severe. As they ran, blood poured from their mouths, looking exceedingly grim. After a hard struggle to reach the entrance, they found it blocked tightly by a giant. The giant smiled at them, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. The leader's pupils constricted as he realized that this bastard had indeed kept a backup plan. Without thinking, his body instinctively reacted in the first moment. The air was compressed to the extreme, slamming towards Bartle's chest. If this hit, even an elephant could be blown apart. Even though he had just fought fiercely with a serpent-like monster and suffered from Shan Liang's thunderous attack, he was still the Black Knight Fork. Just as he contemplated how to escape after landing a hit, a crisp female voice rang out. Divine weapon. Life harvesting. Crack. Before the leader could react, the arm he had struck at Bartle grotesquely fractured. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, yet he forced himself to endure it, using all his strength to leap backward. He had to pull away quickly. There were others behind the giant. The rest of the group, seeing this, also attempted to retreat, but ultimately lost the opportunity. With their minds preoccupied, they could no longer escape. Crack, crack. Before they could react, their legs were forcefully bent backward by an unseen power, causing immense pain just to look at. The crowd screamed in agony. If injuries were like a daily routine for these people, then this time's injuries were akin to a lavish feast. Wang Xiaohua stepped out from behind Bartle, her expression chillingly cold. Life harvesting. This was one of the most brutal methods used by beggars. Earlier, when beggars sought sympathy to get more money, the beggar leader would maim stolen children. This method was referred to as life harvesting. Wang Xiaohua's divine weapon was exactly that, with the ability to control the bodies of all living beings within her line of sight. Of course, this was contingent upon her opponent's spiritual power being lower than hers. Even so, it couldn't be denied that this was an immensely powerful divine weapon, especially during group battles. Originally, the strength of the Black Knight Fork members wasn't necessarily weaker than hers. Even if she used life harvesting for a surprise attack, she could at most control 1 or 2 people. But who could blame them for having been beaten up by the serpent-like monster and then blasted away by Shan Liang? After all the turmoil, both their mental state and strength were on the brink of collapse, allowing Wang Xiaohua to seize the opportunity and control them all. The leader's expression turned fierce, realizing it was time to fight for their lives. Just as he was about to raise his hand to retaliate, he saw Wang Xiaohua wave her hand, and the limbs of the group instantly began to twist and rotate like dough. Their flesh and blood separated, causing them so much pain that they couldn't even scream. Even Bartle couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. At that moment, Shan Liang had already jumped over, his gaze warily fixed on the temple. Something feels off. We need to take the people and leave. Okay, Bartle responded, and as Wang Xiaohua waved her hand again, the limbs of those people were tied together like ropes. Bartle moved forward, grabbing the leader of the Black Knight Fork by the head, dragging the string of people toward the cave entrance. Buzz. A scorching beam shot out from the rotating sphere, directly melting the entrance. Fortunately, Bartle reacted quickly, hastily retreating with the group, otherwise they might have been cooked. Shan Liang sighed, a stream of red mist slowly emanating from his body. Why bother? I just want to take some scum away. Since you won't let me, then fine, I won't leave. As he spoke, Shan Liang pressed the button on the suitcase, and the long blade sprang out again, gripped tightly in his hand. The red mist rapidly coiled around him, merging the flesh and blood with Shan Liang. This bizarre scene sent shivers down the spines of the string of people. What the hell is that? What on earth is that? Could it be a humanoid, evil spirit? A surge of malevolent energy rose from Shan Liang's body, and his previously calm expression gradually turned frenzied. Bartle swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back to shield Wang Xiaohua. His companion, usually resembling a nice guy, would become terrifyingly mad when faced with evil spirits or evenly matched opponents. Creak. A sound of grinding echoed within the temple, as if a door in need of maintenance was being opened. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the temple entrance. Just as abruptly as the flames that had vanished earlier. It was a dry corpse with shriveled skin and dull yellow hair. Yet in its hand it held a knife the length of a person, and dozens of shrunk skulls hung from its waist. It slowly twisted its stiff neck, its black hole-like eye sockets staring at Shan Liang as it silently raised the knife in its hand. Shan Liang, seeing this, grinned, even more sunshine, also raising his knife to confront. In the next moment, the two appeared before each other like flashes, their long knives clashing together, sparks flying. The movements of the mummified corpse were clearly stiff, yet it managed to keep pace with every action of Dan Liang. In the blink of an eye, both sides had already clashed dozens of times, sparks flying. Gulyalu, the vertical eye on the blade's hilt, opened, staring directly at the mummified corpse. The corpse momentarily froze in its movements, for a master that was enough to determine life or death. Swish! The blade's aura surged, and the mummified corpse was cleaved in half by Dan Liang's sword. Despite this, Dan Liang remained cautious. After all, the evil entity was entirely different from humans. Its head and heart might not be its vital points. Streams of red mist surged from the long knife, attempting to erode the mummified corpse. Just as Dan Liang intended to pursue his advantage, the sphere atop the temple shot forth another scorching beam. Dan Liang retreated to evade, missing the opportunity for a follow-up strike. Seeing this, Batel exclaimed in anger, "No honor in martial arts. Wasn't it supposed to be a unknown duel? If you can't win, you call for help. How shameless." Wang Xiaohua, curious, asked, "When did they say it was a unknown? Do I even need to say it? You don't understand the rules of the martial world." Batel, indignant, handed the skewered meat in his hand to Wang Xiaohua, intending to help. Wang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Don't get excited, don't get excited. The boss didn't call us for help, did he? If you go up now, don't you look down on the boss." Huh? Batel looked at Wang Xiaohua in surprise, thinking, how could this kid be so contradictory? Dan Liang ignored their bickering, focusing entirely on the sphere and the mummified corpse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light shot out from the sphere, one after another, forcing Dan Liang to retreat. The mummified corpse, having been cleaved in half, crawled towards the temple, and in the next moment, its figure vanished. The process was once again cut. The temple was filled with brilliant light, so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. Then the light faded, and the mummified corpse reappeared at the temple entrance. This time its appearance had changed again. It wore a helmet, donned armor, and the large knife in its hand had also transformed. The helmet bore a mouth and 2 rows of eyes, clearly resembling the head of that snake-like monster from before. The armor was composed of the snake monster's exoskeleton and scales. Even the back of the knife had segments resembling vertebrae. At first, Dan Liang thought it had dismembered the snake monster to create armor and weapons. But then Dan Liang noticed something was off. The eyes on the helmet were watching him. They were alive. Had the two merged? That didn't seem quite right. Looking at the opponent's physique and combining it with the mural outside, Dan Liang suddenly thought of a possibility. It wasn't a merger, it hadn't killed the snake monster. It was itself the snake monster. The snake monster was merely its armor. Much like an astronaut needing a spacesuit in outer space, the snake monster was its spacesuit. The so-called king in the mural was the snake monster without its suit. Perhaps it had developed some disagreement with its companions back then, which led it to choose a different form to unite with humans and overthrow its companions' rule. After eliminating its companions, it resumed its true nature of secretly eating humans until it was discovered by humans and sealed underground. Looking at it this way, the armor and weapons on it should have been crafted from its spacesuit. Interesting. The power to cut time was even more intriguing. Dan Liang licked his crimson lips, barely able to suppress his excitement. He wanted to chop it to pieces. Without a word of unnecessary chatter, the two clashed once more. The bloody long knife in Dan Liang's hand swung fiercely, overwhelming in its might. The opponent's large knife seemed to breathe, its spine writhing in rhythm, each slash heavier than the last. So only you have buffs. Dan Liang kicked the opponent backward, pressing his left hand against the back of the knife, his voice cold. Blood and corpses, I forge my blade from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Eliminating all evils under the sun, my battle robe is forged from the flames of karma. Xiongqi. The flesh on the long knife quickly withered and fell off, turning into fine ashes. The blade continued to condense, transforming from a long knife into an ordinary horizontal knife. Compared to the Taotai he had used before, Xiongqi appeared so unremarkable. Only when he swung it did its true sharpness reveal itself. Clang. The two weapons collided, and the mummified corpse's large knife shattered in an instant. It seemed somewhat incredulous, hastily using the broken knife to block Dan Liang's second attack. Clang. The broken knife broke again. That seemingly ordinary horizontal knife was unexpectedly sharp beyond compare. Just as Dan Liang was about to behead the opponent with a single slash, a sense of incongruity washed over him again, and the opponent's figure vanished, leaving Dan Liang's strike to land in empty space. Batel's eyes widened. Damn, that's sneaky. Wang Xiaohua frowned tightly. Indeed, that ability was quite underhanded. Whenever he was about to inflict a fatal blow, it would disappear into thin air. How could he fight that? Yet Dan Liang did not complain. Instead, he turned and swung his knife at empty space. The red blade aura sliced through the air, cleaving the mummified corpse diagonally in two. However, before the corpse could hit the ground, it vanished again, and the sense of incongruity remained. Dan Liang's movements did not halt. He swung his knife toward the air above the temple, and the rotating sphere shot out a beam of light to block the blade aura. Behind the sphere, the mummified corpse's injuries were slowly healing. A smirk crept onto Dan Liang's lips. He had already uncovered his opponent's secret. This was a time tailor. If time were a line, it could be represented numerically as 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. And this creature's ability was to cut out any time between 1 and 9. To simplify, when Dan Liang raised his knife, it represented the already occurred 1, hitting it was the yet to occur 2, and killing it was the yet to occur 3. Things that had already happened could not be deleted, but things that had yet to happen could be. Now it had erased 2 and 3, leaving only the raised knife of 1. To prevent Dan Liang from advancing from 1 to 234, it could only shift itself to the yet to happen 678, making 678 a reality. Thus the two were no longer on the same timeline, which was why Dan Liang felt such a strong sense of incongruity. It used this method to evade fatal attacks. Although it could not change the future, it could erase futures unfavorable to itself. This ability was quite interesting, but Dan Liang had already thought of a way to counter it. First, during the previous battle, he had quietly marked it. So when it disappeared, Dan Liang could still find its position and launch an attack. From the distances of the two disappearances, it was clear that the time it could erase was getting shorter each time, indicating considerable consumption. If at first it could shift to 9, now it could only shift to 5. As long as Dan Liang killed a few more times, he would eventually force it to 3 or 2. By that time, Dan Liang would be able to erase it at the first opportunity. The second countermeasure was even simpler: total coverage. Using an area attack to strike from 1 to 9. Even if it cut out 678 and jumped to 9, it would still be killed. When he was studying at the martial arts school, the teacher once commented on Dan Liang. If there were a combat talent rating, Dan Liang would definitely be rated as SSS. At that moment, the teacher had a bruise on his face, a reminder of the time he was beaten by Dan Liang during a combat evaluation. In Dan Liang's memory, he had hardly ever lost a fight since childhood, as he could always identify and exploit his opponent's weaknesses. After becoming a pioneer, this talent seemed to have evolved. Now that he had discovered the weakness of the zombie, the next steps would be much easier. Take advantage of its illness and claim its life. The snake-bodied monster had already fought with the Black Knight demon for an unknown duration and was naturally exhausted. Having just been struck by 2 blasts from Dan Liang and slashed a few times, these would have an effect shortening the time it could sever. In other words, the zombie was getting closer to death. Dan Liang swung his blade again, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. The spherical object emitted a beam of light to block the attack, yet residual waves still battered the zombie, causing it to sway unsteadily. Bader, incoming. The tacit understanding between the two needed no words. Just a call was enough for Bader to know what he should do. Divine form. Shatter the heavens and shake the earth. Bader roared, his already imposing figure growing even larger. Boom. His right foot stomped down, causing the entire underground space to tremble. Wang Xiaohua stumbled back repeatedly. Be careful, don't bury us here. No worries, I've got it under control. Bader seemed excited, finally able to showcase his abilities. The effect of his divine form could be summed up in one phrase. Great strength brings miracles. After activating his divine form, he felt as if he could lift a building. The ground shook and the temple swayed. The zombie was blown and shaken, losing its balance and crashing to the ground. Only the sphere continued to spin steadily unaffected. Ha ha ha, here I come. Batter's legs tensed, and he shot toward the zombie like a cannonball. The zombie's body and weapons had been severed by Dan Liang, leaving only its armor for defense. But could that armor withstand Batter's charge? Was the sense of discomfort returned as the zombie vanished and Bader slammed into a corner of the temple, smashing a large hole into it. When the zombie reappeared, Dan Liang was already 7 steps away from it. It tried to flee only to find that the ground was unexpectedly covered with iron chains. Clang. The chains rose, about to form a cage. The zombie seized the opportunity to activate its ability again. This time its form appeared just 3 steps outside the cage. Just as Dan Liang had thought before, the time it could sever was becoming increasingly shorter, to the point where the distance it could move was also shrinking. Whoosh. Dan Liang darted forward and struck, severing its head. To prevent any potential revival, he sliced down repeatedly with his horizontal blade, quickly turning it into a pile of shredded remains. Red mist gathered behind Dan Liang, gradually forming a faint door-shaped illusion that pulled the body parts into it. Bader staggered out of the temple, his eyes wide open. Anda, you were right. This temple indeed has a connection to the meteor. There's a small meteor inside. Dan Liang did not respond to him, but squinted at the sphere in the sky. The zombie had been eliminated, but the curse realm still remained. This meant that this zombie was not the core of the curse realm. After seeing the situation outside, Bader also realized this and jumped to Dan Liang's side on guard. Anda, is that sphere the core? Dan Liang shook his head. Hard to say. What does the small meteor inside the temple look like? Just like this. As he spoke, Bader handed Dan Liang a stone the size of a lemon. You took it out? Yeah. Bader answered confidently, as if to say, with your cleverness, how could you ask such a question? Dan Liang was somewhat at a loss for words. This big oaf truly wasn't afraid of death. Who knew what this small meteor was? He boldly held it in his hand and took it out. Boom. The ground trembled, and Wang Xiaohua waved her hands repeatedly. Big guy, go break open the entrance. It seems like this place is about to collapse. If we stay any longer, we might get buried. Bader looked at Dan Liang, who nodded in agreement. Their main objective for coming to the curse realm was to capture people. Now that they had captured someone and unexpectedly obtained a passive skill of a time tailor, why not run? As for this curse realm, others would naturally come to handle it later. It was none of his concern. Let's go, Dan Liang called out, and the two of them dashed toward the entrance. At that moment, the spinning sphere above the temple slowly began to rise. The temple shook violently, with beams and tiles writhing and reconfiguring, eventually forming a gigantic python. And the continuously spinning sphere became the single eye of the giant python. It was evident who the core of this curse realm was. Roar! The giant serpent let out a roar, its single eye fixated on the 2 fleeing individuals. And what does it say? It seems to be telling us to scram. After hearing this, Bader was taken aback, then roared angrily. If it wants us to roll, then let's roll. He tensed his leg muscles and suddenly accelerated, charging toward the mountain wall. The entrance was already melted by the single eye, sealed off by a lava-like liquid. Fortunately, there was Bader, a human bulldozer. Boom. The mountain wall was smashed open, and Bader picked up the person and ran, with Wang Xiaohua closely following behind. Bader shouted as he ran. And a run. This tunnel is too narrow. That big snake can't come in. Dan Liang replied affirmatively, ready to hold back at the rear. The 3 of them dashed through the tunnel, while the person being carried was dragged along the ground, making for a rather torturous experience. Before he could finish his 3 sentences, Shan Liang's complexion improved somewhat, and the action of spitting blood stopped. This bizarre scene left Bader dumbfounded, and Shan Liang wiped his mouth and smiled. Ha ha ha, I told you this bastard can't. Before he finished speaking, the giant serpent's body had already squeezed into the tunnel. Although this tunnel couldn't hold it, it could widen it. The giant python pushed forward like a shield machine, moving steadily. I'm going to kill you. Divine form. Shatter the heavens and shake the earth. Bader threw the person aside and turned to deliver a powerful punch. Standing over 2 meters tall, he seemed like an ant in front of the giant python, yet it was precisely this ant that repelled the giant python with a single punch. You think you can mess with me? You'll only know my capabilities if I hit you right. Bader's punch nearly shattered the giant python, which crashed to the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand. You really are getting a bit too bold. Oomph. He spat out the sand in his mouth, his eyes fierce. After falling, the giant python's single eye spun around again, and the surrounding sandstorm suddenly intensified. Seeing this, Shan Liang recalled the content of the underground murals. After those humans imprisoned the king underground, the fertile land turned into a desert. It seems it also has the ability to control the sandstorm. In other words, this is its home ground. Bader, give it your all. All right. Bader agreed and charged toward the giant python like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was astonishing, with streams of airflow gathering behind him, resembling a jet fighter. A simple punch, swift and decisive. Boom. The surrounding air seemed to find an outlet, swirling as it rushed into the giant python's body through Bader's fist. The giant python swelled like a balloon, blown up, more than doubling in size, as if it would explode at any moment. Whoosh, 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 the sandstorm grew more violent, lifting fragments of broken walls around, already forming a tempest. Swish, swish, swish. Countless grains of yellow sand fell upon the giant python, enveloping it. The already inflated giant python grew even larger, yet the solitary eye remained unchanged, spinning and emitting a yellow glow. Die, you bastard! Badr roared, anchoring himself firmly as his right fist struck out in an instant. Boom! His punch seemed to pierce through the air, the sound of an explosion ringing out. The giant python's head, covered by yellow sand, was punched right through. Badr realized that the solitary eye was the giant python's weak point, and without giving it a chance to adjust, he leaped into the air with powerful legs. His right leg fell like a battle axe, striking fiercely on the giant python's solitary eye. At that moment, the air seemed to fall silent, and the next instant a clear cracking sound echoed, revealing cracks on the eye. Just when Badr thought he had resolved the situation, a brilliant light erupted from the cracks. A terrifying energy exploded, instantly blasting Badr away. Clang! Chains shot up into the sky, forming an iron net that caught Badr securely. This cursed thing is quite tough. Badr spat out another mouthful of sand, cursing. Since it wants to die so badly, then let's go for it. Xiaohua, prepare to break the boundary. All right, Wang Xiaohua replied, taking off the necklace she had been wearing around her neck. The pendant was a silver bullet meant to break the boundary. Shan Liang shook the horizontal blade that had yet to dispel the qiongqi. Let's go together. Okay. Badr agreed and charged toward the giant python once more. Behind Shan Liang, chains gathered like a dragon, following closely behind him. This solitary-eyed giant python indeed had some strength. Even Badr's full force strike only produced a few cracks. But unfortunately for it, its opponent was still Shan Liang. The wind and sand grew stronger, and the dust storm had already taken shape. If they delayed any longer, this storm might blot out the sun. In the blink of an eye, Badr had charged back to the solitary-eyed giant python, but this time the opponent was clearly prepared, and a scorching beam of light shot out instantly. Badr's expression changed, but he could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block. Clang! The chains once again crossed in front of Badr, shielding him from this attack. The light was extremely hot, and the chains turned red instantly, even showing signs of melting. Shan Liang's face turned pale, but he still gritted his teeth and pushed forward. And up. Badr's eyes turned crimson, his body swelling even more as if he could grow infinitely. Don't be sentimental, kill it. Hearing Shan Liang's words, Badr's killing intent surged, and he stepped on the chains, jumping into the storm, using the wind to spin around and get behind the giant python's head. Sky opening. Boom. This punch once again smashed through the giant python's head. The solitary eye was blasted far away, and the snake's body began to disintegrate as it lost energy. The storm then began to shift toward the solitary eye. Shan Liang certainly wouldn't let it have its way. Layer upon layer of chains covered and entwined the solitary eye, with red mist seeping from the gaps, beginning to erode it. Just when Shan Liang thought it was only a matter of time before the solitary eye was resolved, it actually self-destructed. Everything happened so quickly that Shan Liang didn't even have time to react, and the chains were blown into countless fragments. Shan Liang also spewed blood due to the backlash, which alarmed Badr beside him. Anda, don't scare me. Before he could finish his 3 sentences, Shan Liang's complexion improved somewhat, and the action of spitting blood stopped. This bizarre scene left Badr dumbfounded, and Shan Liang wiped his mouth and smiled. Fortunately, I have the hungry ghost Tai sway. Crackle, crackle. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the wind and sand gradually ceased. Wang Xiaohua grabbed the human chain in one hand and crushed the boundary-breaking pill with the other. Stop chatting, let's go. The two didn't waste any words and ran with all their might toward Wang Xiaohua. After the boundary-breaking pill shattered, a light circle formed, and Wang Xiaohua was the first to drag the human chain inside, with Shan Liang and Badr following closely behind. Buzz in the real world, the cursed realm shattered like broken bubbles, vanishing without a trace. A light circle appeared, and the 3 jumped out. Phew, I should have accepted a cursed realm clearing mission before coming here. Wasn't this all for nothing? Badr's body gradually returned to normal, though his voice was slightly hoarse. Shan Liang wiped his mouth. His complexion had regained its rosy hue after the backlash. How can it be called for nothing? We came here for these people from the start, didn't we? As he spoke, Shan Liang pointed his chin toward the human chain. At this moment, the human chain looked extremely miserable, their bodies covered in abrasions, wincing in pain, yet they couldn't make a sound. When they were in the underground temple, Wang Xiaohua felt that their cries would attract the attention of the monsters, so she simply rendered them completely mute. That's true. Looking at the captured human chain, Badr finally smiled. Xiaohua, should we do it here, or find you a quiet place? Let's do it here. I can't wait anymore. Upon hearing this, Shan Liang snapped his fingers, and the phantom of Hua Exine Mei slowly appeared behind him. You enjoy yourself, I'll leave the body to me. Wang Xiaohua replied, her eyes gradually turning red as she stepped forward to address the leader of the Black Knight Fork. Do you remember Z City? The leader of the Black Knight Fork's pupils suddenly contracted, then he revealed a trace of mockery, just like the person from the Ping and housekeeping. Seeing that expression from him, Wang Xiaohua almost lost control of her emotions and sent him to his end. No, she couldn't let him die so easily. Shan Liang also noticed his expression and walked up to him with a grin. I just learned a new technique today, quite interesting. I can shrink your head to the size of a bottle cap and still keep you alive for a week. How does that sound? Isn't that quite interesting? His tone was like a devil's whisper, sending chills down the leader of the Black Knight Fork. He had no doubt about the truth of Dan Liang's words. From the actions of those few people, Just now he understood that they were indeed a group of lawless scoundrels. Falling into the hands of such people dying quickly would be considered a blessing. What? How did he know? Because he was one of those people too. At that moment, all he wanted was to die quickly. Dan Liang turned to Wang Xiaohua and said, let's begin if there is still some cleanup work to do. Wang Xiaohua blinked her big eyes curious about what cleanup work was still needed. Dan Liang pointed at the Black Knight Fork leader and said, once he is dead, I will use the heart bewitching technique to read his memories and then find his family, his friends, everything he cared about. You know him soft-hearted. It's too lonely for him to go to hell alone. Of course his family and friends should accompany him. The Black Knight Fork leader widened his eyes in disbelief, never expecting Dan Liang to be so malicious. Had he never heard of the saying that misfortune should not befall one's family? Moreover, these people even possessed the means to read memories. It was truly monstrous. Wang Xiaohua could no longer contain herself and activated the life harvesting technique once more. Dan Liang kindly healed their throats so they could die while wailing and begging for mercy. Indeed, he was quite the benevolent person. After more than an hour, these individuals were just a breath away from death, finally reaching the moment for Dan Liang to make his appearance. Seeing Dan Liang approach with a knife, the eyes of those people filled with a desire for liberation. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaohua held a small vial containing 5 heads the size of walnuts. Those heads were vividly lifelike, still expressing fear, despair, and endless resentment. If one looked closely, they could even see the eyes moving. This was one of the new skills Dan Liang had learned from that corpse loot collection. Unfortunately, the memories of these individuals held little value. The memories of the so-called Toad Young Master were encrypted, and as for their family and loved ones, they had long since perished. Wang Xiaohua held the small vial, wanting to bring these heads back to Z City to pay respect at her family's grave. At this moment, I City was under complete lockdown, or after all, they had killed so many people in the city, and this was no small matter. The Security Bureau had also investigated Dan Liang's identity, as his execution chains were quite recognizable. However, they had not issued a wanted notice immediately. One reason was that Dan Liang was incredibly strong and the leader of the Bonfire organization. They were capable of dealing with the tide of evil on their own. If their leader was captured, who knew what those people would do? The second reason was that Dan Liang had graduated from the Martial Academy with a top-tier score. Even if captured, he would likely be specially recruited, and at that point, who could guarantee he wouldn't seek revenge? As a result, Su Jie had a fierce argument with his superior, believing he was unworthy of being a leader in the Security Bureau. Dozens of people died in the city, and just because the other party was a pioneer, could they turn a blind eye? Just because they were from the Bonfire organization, could they act with impunity? Just as he was pounding the table and cursing at his superior calmly tossed out a photograph. It was a severed head with 2 curled fetuses tattooed on its cheek. Only members of the Black Knight Fork would have such tattoos. And the Black Knight Fork was on the wanted list. This meant that they not only committed murder without punishment, but were instead awarded for it. Su Jie for a moment could hardly believe it. A group of domestic workers were actually wanted criminals. He took the photograph and examined it carefully, noticing that the faces of those individuals bore traces of makeup. Normally, they would use cosmetics to cover their tattoos, but now that they were dead, the tattoos were naturally exposed. They were definitely members of the Black Knight Fork. Those tattoos on their faces were the best evidence. Su Jie fell silent, yet still muttered softly. But they used spiritual techniques in the city. Yes, they surrounded the building with spiritual techniques to avoid harming innocent civilians. But. No more but, Su Jie. Do you need me to explicitly say that we can't afford to provoke those people for you to be satisfied? Su Jie lowered his head, and seeing this, his superior sighed, and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. You're fresh out of graduation, full of vigor, and I understand that. After all, I was young once too. At that time, I believed in equality before the law, that whether you were a pioneer or an ordinary person, everyone should act according to the rules. But reality taught me with slap after slap that people are not the same. I know that they came to I City to kill, which is against the rules. Even if they killed a wanted criminal, they should have informed us first. But even if we find them, what can we do? If a real fight breaks out, do you know how many people will die? Su Jie fell silent, and his superior patted him on the shoulder again. All right, think it over carefully. Has the lockdown been lifted? I saw that the Security Bureau personnel have left. Did they capture the murderer? Perhaps they discovered that the murderer is a big shot, and they can't handle it. Why is your mindset so dark? Do you always jump to conspiracy theories at the slightest incident? Young man, having such thoughts is very dangerous. The common people continued to gossip, speculating about what kind of person Ping and housekeeping had offended, wondering if they had been exterminated because they hadn't done their job well. As a result of this incident, other housekeeping companies in the city improved their service attitudes significantly. Several companies had already begun to consider transforming their business, as they had never expected that working in housekeeping could be so dangerous. In front of the Security Bureau, Su Jie leaned against a street lamp in a daze. His mind kept replaying the events of today. Those seemingly innocent housekeeping workers were actually wanted criminals, and their crimes were beyond enumeration. And the one who killed them was an arrogant genius who had even rejected the invitation of the Great Wall Watch. Everything felt too dramatic, causing him to doubt his own experiences. What unsettled him even more were the words his superior had said today. People are not the same. Are they really so different? But when I was in school, my teachers did not teach me this. They did not say this when I graduated and swore upon my heart. Su Jia pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and slowly lit it. Beneath the smoke his gaze grew even more confused. Boss, what are we doing here? Surrendering. Yes, and let's go eat first. Surrender my ass. The memories of that Black Knight Fork guy are a bit off. They came to Ice City with a purpose. Just as Su Jia was in a daze, two men and one woman walked straight past him, seemingly treating him as a lamppost. Yet the words of these three instantly jolted Su Jia awake. Surrender. Black Knight Fork. Are they the murderers who slaughtered Ping and housekeeping? Su Jia felt his nerves tense up rapidly as he looked up at the three individuals, the slender silhouette in the middle unmistakably belonging to the warden Shan Liang. Why are they here? Haven't they killed enough? Or are they here to provoke us? A myriad of bizarre thoughts occupied his mind. Although he had contemplated arresting Shan Liang before, he was not prepared to face him directly. Thus, when the murderer appeared before him, his brain could only conjure up some nonsensical plans. This was similar to how many people say the wrong thing when they are nervous. It can be understood as the brain not having decided what to do yet, so it hastily came up with several excuses to handle the situation. Su Jia shook his head, trying to calm himself. No, what the warden said earlier was that the memory of that person Hayeka is problematic and that he has ulterior motives in City I. In other words, they came here with intelligence for the security bureau. Yes, it must be that. Su Jia finally grasped the key point and hurriedly followed, but after taking just a couple of steps his feet seemed to have taken root, unable to move. Badr had turned his head at some point, his fierce eyes fixed on Su Jia. Since we encountered each other, your heart has been racing. Now that you have followed us, what do you intend to do? Su Jia felt as though he was facing not a person, but a ferocious beast. It seemed that if he answered incorrectly, Badr would leap forward and swallow him whole. Under the immense pressure, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Just when he feared he could not hold on any longer, Shan Liang smiled and patted Badr's shoulder. All right, just by the sound of his footsteps, one can tell he must have just graduated from the martial academy. And considering he is at the security bureau's entrance, it's easy to figure out who he is. Shan Liang's words stunned Su Jia. Just by hearing the footsteps, he could tell he had just graduated. This was indeed something Shan Liang did not lie about, and was not hard to understand. Just as a recently discharged soldier can be identified by certain movements, martial academy graduates also exhibit habitual actions. However, as time passes, these habits will eventually fade away. It was only at this moment that Su Jia finally understood the meaning behind his superior's words. If a fight really breaks out, do you know how many people would die? Jiang is indeed wise. Yes. I am from the security bureau, and I accidentally overheard your conversation. Is there anything I can assist you with? Shan Liang's smile was warm and easily likable. Then I apologize for the trouble. What should I call you? My surname is Su Jia. Hello, Mr. Su. Shan Liang smiled and shook hands with him. Su Jia also returned a polite smile. However, for some reason, after responding to this smile, he suddenly felt as if he was being watched by something. Yet this feeling was fleeting. He did not pay it much attention and instead took the initiative to lead the way, guiding Shan Liang and the others into the security bureau. As soon as Badr appeared, he captured the attention of many as he fit the stereotype of a criminal that the security bureau had. Mr. Shan, please follow me. Su Jia led the way, and Shan Liang was not surprised that the other party recognized him. After all, the moment he used the execution chains, his identity was already exposed. Su Jia brought the three directly to the leader's office, where a middle-aged leader with a bit of a beer belly was watering plants with a spray bottle. Upon seeing Shan Liang suddenly appear, he nearly widened his eyes in shock. Warden, you must be the director of the Security Bureau of City I. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shan Liang greeted cheerfully, and the director was not presumptuous, but stepped forward to shake hands with Shan Liang. Yes, I am the director of the Security Bureau in City I. Mr. Shan has eliminated Hayeka for us in City I. I should indeed thank him. Shan Liang smiled, finding this director quite interesting. Come sit down, Xiao Su, prepare some tea. The director cheerfully invited the three to sit, then shot a glare at Su Jia, who was standing aside. It was unclear whether to blame Su Jia for being oblivious or for bringing such a fierce character along. Director, will get straight to the point. Shan Liang did not intend to beat around the bush and saw no need for pleasantries. Please, Mr. Shan, go ahead. The director's attitude was very polite, as City I itself was a small city with weak security forces. The entire security bureau combined might not be enough to handle even one Shan Liang. It is like this: during our extermination of the Hayeka organization, we accidentally uncovered some intelligence that I believe might be useful to you, Director. 5 years after the conclusion of the 616 incident, the members of Hayeka have infiltrated City I. They plan to reenact the 616 incident in City I. Upon hearing this, the director's eyes widened in shock, and Su Jia, who was preparing tea, froze in place, only snapping back to reality when the tea nearly overflowed. Hot. Su Jia nearly tossed the teacup away, but thankfully steadied it at the last moment. The director did not care about his blunder and hurriedly pressed for more information. By reenacting the 616 incident, do you mean these people intend to slaughter the city? Strictly speaking, it's a sacrifice. Upon hearing the word sacrifice, the director's brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Because the term sacrifice often appears alongside cults, Shan Liang's words clearly implied that there was a cult behind the Hayeka organization. Is the information accurate? The director took a deep breath, already planning to seek assistance from higher-ups. With the current armed forces of city, dealing with even one Hayeka would be challenging, let alone the cult behind it. Shan Liang smiled, his tone unchanged. There is only one witness, so it cannot be considered very accurate. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The director then realized that his previous statement might suggest he was pushing the blame onto Shan Liang. Mr. Shan, that was not my intention. No worries. He had not finished speaking before Shan Liang interrupted him again, speaking very seriously. Director, although the Hayeka has been completely eradicated by us, if this is indeed a sacrificial ceremony, they must have further means in place. Mr. Shan, do you have an approximate timeline? No, but you might consider referencing what happened in City Z back then. After finishing, Shan Liang stood up and smiled. That's all I know. Goodbye, director. The director hurriedly stood up upon hearing this. Wait, Mr. Shan, City I is just a small city with weak defenses. This is a serious matter. Even if I report it now, it will take time for higher authorities to send people over. Could I ask you to stay in City I for a few more days? I understand the protocols, and I will hire Bonfire at the highest market price. Upon hearing this, Shan Liang looked troubled. This will require additional payment. In fact, from the very beginning, Shan Liang and the others had no intention of leaving. This was not because they wished to be saviors, but because Shan Liang learned from the memories of the Black Knight Fork leader that aside from Lord Tua, there were others behind them involved in the 616 incident. They were a group of cultists. They were also under Lord Tua, having participated in the 616 incident. Strictly speaking, the Black Knight Fork was just a knife. The cultists were the hands that carried out the deeds. The Black Knight Fork was responsible for murder and creating tragedies. The cultists were responsible for sacrifices to please the evil gods. As for Lord Tua, all memories related to him were sealed, and even the heart-confounding charm could not extract them. This is enough to indicate that he is a significant figure. But it doesn't matter, the Bonfire has never feared significant figures. Revenge. Naturally, it must be thorough. Since they couldn't find Lord Tua, they would let Lord Tua come looking for them. They had already dealt with the Black Knight Fork, and if they took care of those cultists as well, Lord Tua would surely be curious about who was targeting him. At that point, as long as he investigated Shan Liang and his companions, he would leave behind traces, giving Shan Liang the opportunity to follow the clues. By then, everyone could enjoy themselves slowly. So originally, Shan Liang and the others planned to continue staying in City I to fish. The reason they came to the security bureau was naturally to make some extra gains. While pondering this, Shan Liang appeared to be in a difficult position. Bartle, seeing this, spoke up. Director, it's not that we don't give you face, but we have taken on other tasks, and those are from our longtime clients who offered a higher price. Moreover, I must speak frankly, getting involved with those cultists is no small matter. If one of them escapes, we will face endless retaliation. The director gritted his teeth upon hearing this. He'll increase the payment. Mr. Shan, lives are at stake. Shan Liang sighed, appearing utterly helpless. Since we are here, it must be fate. Fine, Bartle, go tell our client. Just say that lives are at stake on our side, and that we will pass the task to someone else. Bartle, hearing this, looked incredulous. And at 20 million. The director's eyes twitched. 20 million. What a joke. Do you know how much it costs to hire an expert to clear the cursed realm? But thinking of Shan Liang's strength and the cult mentioned earlier, the director still gritted his teeth. Well, also offer 20 million. Mr. Shan, please. After hearing this, Shan Liang earnestly shook hands with the director. Before the people from above arrive, we will handle the dangers posed by the cult. By the way, I'm not in a hurry for the money. Just transfer it to my account before noon tomorrow. The director was left speechless. These two sentences from Shan Liang were easy to understand. The first meant that although they accepted the payment, the deadline was only until the people from above arrived. Once those from above came, they would turn and leave. During this period, they would only be responsible for dangers related to the cult. As for the second sentence, it was even clearer. Hurry up and pay. Ahem, it is clear that Mr. Shan is a person who regards money as dirt. Xiao Su, let me write you a note. You can take it to finance. Additionally, the members of the Bonfire must be treated with the highest standards. Understood? Yes. Understood. Xiao Su nodded repeatedly, and only then did the director turn to Shan Liang and the others. Mr. Shan, I apologize. This matter is significant, and I must quickly report to my superiors to request additional personnel. For now, let Xiao Su entertain you a few, and later, I will host you three for a welcome banquet. The three naturally declined repeatedly, and then walked out of the office with the director. Xiao Su drove the three to the best hotel in City I. Gentlemen, this is the best hotel in City I where dining, lodging, and entertainment can all be satisfied. Of course, all expenses will be covered by our security bureau. Xiao Su introduced with great enthusiasm. After all, they were here to help City I combat the cult. Thank you, Brother Su. It's getting late. We would like to rest now. All right. If you have any issues, you can contact me anytime. I'm always at your service. Xiao Su smiled and left, immediately driving back to the security bureau. If what Shan Liang said today was true, it would be an excellent opportunity for him as a newcomer to achieve merit. He certainly did not want to just be a liaison. Wow, Andy, you must try this. The lamb in City I is really good. Bartle was holding a bowl bigger than his head, slurping it down with great enjoyment. He was someone who could not live without meat. Even when eating, a little green onion counted as a vegetable. At this moment, Shan Liang was sitting on the sofa looking at the forum messages. Unsurprisingly, the Peace and Security Service of City I had also made it to the forum. The warden annihilated the Black Knight Fork. This was already a hot topic and countless replies followed. Wow, the wanted criminal Black Knight Fork. They were actually annihilated by the warden. Good. These bastards deserve to die. Clearly they are human, yet they kill more than the evil spirits. They have been wanted for a long time, the bounty must be considerable. Hee, it's just that the warden was lucky if I had encountered them first. What, you could raise their bounty, right? Damn, I had even hired the peace and security service for cleaning. I didn't expect them to be under the Black Knight Fork. Wow, brother upstairs, what a blood profit. For the same amount of money, I actually had a criminal clean my room. How thrilling. The comments below the post were quite lively, and it was evident that the view count was not low. What are you looking at? Bartle came over holding his large bowl, his chopsticks still moving. I'm looking at the forum. What does it say? It's about the peace and security service. Wow, the news spreads fast. The faster the news spreads, the better. Yes, leader, the warden indeed said so. I find it very credible. After all, the warden's reputation in the circle is quite good. The director of the security bureau was respectfully reporting the situation. Just as he guessed, the upper management took the emergence of the cult seriously. Especially since this news was relayed by the warden. For the safety of the citizens, I have temporarily hired 3 members of the bonfire, including the warden. Yes, 20 million. For heaven's sake, old leader, I really didn't take a kickback this time. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to coordinate with the bonfire. Xiao Su watched as the director spent over half an hour on the phone before the funds were approved. After finishing all this, the director leaned back on the sofa, wiping sweat, looking relieved. Xiao Su with keen insight approached to pour tea and water. Director, you've worked hard. I'm not tired, my life is hard. Have the Hayeka all been wiped out? Yes. Earlier when Wang Dong's necklace went missing, he suspected someone was preparing to strike at us, and let the word slip. After Hayeka received the warning, they planned to scatter and relocate, but they were rounded up in a single net. In the basement, a row of men in black sat around a round table. The flickering firelight made their silhouettes waver. Are we certain the warden was the one who acted? Yes. I've reviewed the scene footage. It was indeed the Dianxing chains. This is rather thorny. Troublesome as it is, it must be dealt with. 616 is fast approaching. We need sacrifices. Can't we go to another city? What nonsense. Hayeka have been laying ambushes in secret for years. With time, so tight switching cities is impossible now. But the warden's strength is at least at the Rushi realm. To handle him, we must have an elder or the cult leader intervene. How long before the cult leader returns? If he hurries, he can reach Ice City on the day of 616. The elders can arrive at any time. Silence fell again in the basement as everyone fell into thought. Whatever it takes, the True God Festival cannot be missed. 616, full muster. Agreed. The proposal was quickly adopted, and everyone rose to their feet. For the true God. For the true God. For the true God. Under the firelight, their faces shone with fevered zeal. Ice City. Since Shan Liang warned there might be a citywide slaughter, the security bureau had been thrown into a frenzy. Part of the force dug into Pinggan Jiaxing, searching for any lead. Another contingent went door to door, looking for signs of the cult. Even the gate guards grew busy running errands here and there. Only Su Jie spent his days leading Shan Liang and the others on leisurely strolls, showing them Ice City's customs and scenery. Ice City had once been glorious, having produced several great figures, otherwise it would not have ranked among the top 10. But many events followed that left its strength in ruins, including the fall of Yenshin, Showa wound to its very sinews. By now it had degenerated into a backwater. Its overall might only marginally stronger than Z City. Rumor even had the authorities considering stripping it of its I designation. Indeed, a city's title was not immutable, it was intimately tied to its development and strength. Since the founding of the new cities, only the 3 great metropolises A, B, and C had kept their names. Most other cities had changed over time. At that thought, Su Jie's spirits sank. As a native son of Ice City, he naturally wished for its revival, but the tide of events was beyond his power. He soon shook it off and continued to lead Shan Liang and the others on their tour. He knew well that if the cultists truly succeeded in massacring the city, Ice City would be finished. Perhaps the first of the top 10 to plunge straight to rank Z. It would be forever nailed to the pillar of shame. That was why the security bureau director had been so agitated upon learning the news, even hiring Gohua for 20 million in heavy coin. This may not be Ice City's largest restaurant, but it is by far the most delicious. Yenshin Shou used to live nearby and often came here for noodles. At the mention of Yenshin Shou, Su Jie could not help a proud look that quickly turned to melancholy. Children in Ice City had grown up on tales of Yenshin Shou. He was Ice City's hero and its pride. No one had expected such a great figure to fall in the Sui Jie. The Yenshin Legion was annihilated, only a handful of clerks escaping. Since the founding of the new cities, only the 3 great metropolises A, B, and C had kept their names. Most other cities had changed over time. At that thought, Su Jie's spirits sank. Even from his back, one could sense his towering presence. Su Jie smiled and said, "This is Yenshin Shou." Batir stared at it with shining eyes and clenched his fist with force. What a man. Indeed. Su Jie gazed long at the portrait before adding, "He is Ice City's pride." "What will you have?" "Ha ha ha, little Su Jie, it's you again." The owner stepped out to greet his guests, and upon seeing Su Jie, his smile warmed even further. "Yes, Uncle Wang, these are my friends. They've come specially to try the Yenshin noodles." "Ha ha, you thoughtful boy. The owner waved cheerfully, clearly well acquainted with Sujia. Sujia led the three to a window table and pushed the menu toward Shan Liang. Mr. Shan, besides the Yinshan noodles, the other dishes are excellent. Have a look. Shan Liang did not glance at it and passed it to Wang Xiaohua. No need. One bowl of noodles for me. Let her choose. Sujia glanced at Wang Xiaohua and quietly filed the moment away. She did not demur. After a few glances, she said, "Well, take the 6-person set." The owner froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Miss, our portions are very large. You are only 4. It's unnecessary." "No, this 6-person set is for me," Wang Xiaohua declared, as if it were the most natural thing, handing the menu to Batir. The owner was baffled. Looking at her slight childlike frame, 6 portions seemed improbable. Still, anyone who came with Sujia was likely a Xiangsings and might indeed be able to eat it all. Batir glanced at the menu and said, "Bring a whole lamb." "A whole lamb?" "Yes." The owner dutifully made a note, then turned to Sujia. Sujia shook his head. "1 bowl of noodles is enough for me. Uncle Wang, you go about your work." "All right. Help yourselves to drinks, it's on me." The owner took the menu back to the kitchen and soon began bringing out the dishes. Sujia had not lied. The food here indeed delighted both eye and palate. Wang Xiaohua attacked the meal with gusto, happily stealing pieces of Batir's lamb from time to time. The table's atmosphere was unusually harmonious as Sujia ate and asked, "Mr. Shan, when do you think those cultists will make their move?" "On 616. Shan Liang wiped his mouth and gave his answer. Sujia nodded in agreement. "I think it's 616 too. 3 days left. The higher-ups have replied. They say they will dispatch a Qianfazang to lead the contingent here." "A Qianfazang?" "Yes." Shan Liang's eyes narrowed. He had not expected it to be Chongqing Shouwan leading the force. It seemed the director truly had connections. How many men the Qianfazang would bring remained unknown. Sujia was visibly excited. Young men tended to admire Chongqing Shouwan after all. "Are all the personnel assembled?" "The 4 elders are present. The cult leader is still en route." "Good. Find out where that warden is." "On 616, deliver him to the true God." "Yes." Time swiftly arrived on June 16th. In city, I was completely under martial law. On this day, Shan Liang also met the centurion that Sujia had mentioned. Bloodgrim, 8th seat, Centurion Wang Jinggang. Behind him stood a young man. Bloodgrim, 9th seat, Captain Han Wookie. He was the youngest captain of Bloodgrim, specially recruited by the Martial Arts Academy of City J, graduating with a grade 3 score. Before heading to the biological experiment, Shan Liang had seen a post about this person who led a team to resolve a giant fixed demon realm. It seemed that it had indeed been resolved. The moment the two sides met, Wang Jinggang and Han Wookie's gazes fell upon Shan Liang. Although Shan Liang emitted no aura, their instincts as powerful beings could still feel that he was a master. The director smiled and introduced. Come, let me introduce you. This is the leader of Campfire Warden Shan Liang. And this is Centurion Wang Jinggang of Bloodgrim. Wang Jinggang smiled and shook hands with Shan Liang. "I have long heard of your great name. I heard that if you hadn't refused the wall of the Great Wall, our commander would have sent me to snatch you away." Shan Liang smiled gently, but did not take the word seriously. He could indeed be considered a genius, but how many fools are there in the wall of the Great Wall? Genius is merely the threshold for them. It was precisely because of this that the strength of the wall of the Great Wall was terrifying. After the handshake, Shan Liang turned to Han Wookie. Though they were of similar ages, they gave entirely different impressions. Shan Liang appeared gentle and sunny like a boy next door. In contrast, Han Wookie was cold and lethal, keeping people at a distance. Han Wookie, Shan Liang. The two nodded at each other, acknowledging their acquaintance. As for Wang Xiaohua and Bartle, they had no intention of approaching, standing by the window, playing with the director's small spray bottle for watering plants. "Mr. Shan, do you know anything about the Black Knight Fork and the cultists?" Wang Jinggang quickly entered a serious mode, eager to gather more intelligence. Shan Liang nodded and recounted the memories he had obtained from the leader of the Black Knight Fork, but he glossed over the part about young Master Ta. From this perspective, they indeed might act on June 16th. Wang Jinggang's expression turned serious, and he greatly agreed with Shan Liang's analysis. However, Han Wookie spoke up to inquire why this year's June 16th, rather than next year or the year after. Patterns. Shan Liang and Wang Jinggang spoke almost simultaneously, exchanging glances before Shan Liang gestured for him to explain. Wang Jinggang did not hold back, explaining to Han Wookie beside him. "I had previously reviewed the case files of the Black Knight Fork. They had committed mass murder before the 616 incident. That was 10 years ago in a desolate village near City Inn where around 2,000 people died. They had done it very cleanly that time, slaughtering in a desolate village, leaving almost no clues, which is why it took a long time for anyone to discover it. The villagers died in extremely tragic circumstances. The only clue left on the ground was a broken array diagram in a strange shape. The second incident occurred 5 years ago during the 616 incident in City Z. They killed too many people that time, which exposed their whereabouts. However, the Z City incident did not leave behind anything like an array diagram, so for a long time no one connected these two cases. It wasn't until 2 years ago that a colleague from the Criminal Investigation Department discovered that the crime dates of both cases were 616, and that there were many similarities in their killing methods, leading to a joint investigation. Now this is the third time. If we follow the pattern, it should be this year." Han Wookie nodded, understanding the key point. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaohua, who was watering the plants, turned pale. What these people said sounded nice, but if it weren't for the boss taking out the Black Knight Fork City, I would probably have been slaughtered this year. Would they then merge cases and conduct endless investigations? After all, it wasn't them dying, so they were naturally not in a hurry. The director cheerfully invited everyone to sit down and opened a projection displaying a three-dimensional image of City I. After receiving the news, our City I Security Bureau and the Guard Corps have mobilized entirely. Currently, areas like Shan Liang District and Shengming District have special personnel guarding them, reporting every 3 minutes. If any situation arises or someone goes missing, we will receive the news immediately. In addition, City I is under full martial law and all residents are not allowed to go out in order to avoid giving the cultists any chance to fish in troubled waters. Wang Jinggang nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied with the director's command. After the director finished explaining all the arrangements, he finally spoke. I have brought 5 100-person teams, 3 of which are hidden in the shadows and 2 are at the Security Bureau ready to respond to emergencies at any time. No matter where the enemy appears in City I, my people can arrive within 5 minutes. After they spoke, both turned their gazes toward Shan Liang, as if asking, what about you, what is your plan? Shan Liang looked surprised. Why are you looking at me? Didn't the contract clearly state that my task is to protect City I from cultist harm before the higher-ups arrive? Now that the higher-ups have arrived, my mission is over. The director smacked his forehead upon hearing this, realizing he had forgotten about it. Wang Jinggang's expression turned serious. Mr. Shan, if we could have a master like you join us, I believe many innocent lives would be saved in City I. Shan Liang smiled, but did not respond. The director knew that saying such empty words to Shan Liang was useless, as it had nothing to do with him. His intervention would indeed save many lives, but it would also put Campfire in unnecessary danger. Besides, even if he protected City I, what would he ultimately gain? A few iron medals. Thinking of this, the director decisively spoke up. Increase the payment, Mr. Shan. I am willing to add 5 million. Please help us for just one more day, just one day. Su Jia hurriedly said. Director, the higher-ups were already furious about the 20 million. Where are we supposed to get another 5 million? We have it. The director was full of righteous indignation. He looked at Shan Liang, pressing his right hand against his chest. I swear if I say 5 million, it is 5 million. Even if I have to sell this body, not a cent will be less. Shan Liang couldn't help but chuckle. This old fox was playing along with Su Jia. Afraid of asking too much, he even put on this act. However, Shan Liang himself had no intention of leaving, as this was for Wang Xiaohua's revenge. Thinking of this, he put on a deeply moved expression. Director, you jest. As a pioneer, how could I allow cultists to harm ordinary people? Upon hearing this, the director's face lit up with joy. Then this 5 million. Not a cent less. The only flaw of expensive things is their price. Meanwhile, the sole merit of cheap items is their affordability. The reputation of the organization Bonfire is quite good. They have never failed in any task they agreed to undertake. What they are most renowned for is their high cost. Not just any high cost. Thus, when the director invited Shan Liang, he remarked that he understood the rules and would hire Bonfire at the highest market price. Except for those wealthy individuals who have money to burn, very few would hire Bonfire unless absolutely necessary. After all, they are indeed reliable, but undeniably expensive. However, as long as the payment is sufficient, their service attitude is top-notch. Just recently, with the signing of a 5 million contract, Shan Liang took his team out on patrol. What? Are you worried about them defaulting on payment? Haha, do you remember how the Black Knight Fork met its end? Bonfire never fears defaults. In fact, they even look forward to it. I-City Tower. This is the largest base station in I-City, as well as its highest point. At this moment, Shan Liang and his 2 companions were standing at the top of the tower, overlooking the entirety of I-City. And there isn't a single person on this street. What are you looking at? Looking at the layout. Layout. Isn't the layout of the new city based on the copper mine? What's so interesting about it? I'm not looking at the city's layout, but at the layout of the Black Knight Fork. Huh. Bartle was somewhat confused. Shan Liang pressed a couple of buttons on his wristband, and a wealth of data emerged, making anyone who looked at it feel a headache coming on. This contains all information regarding ping and housekeeping, including their company data, videos captured by I-City's surveillance, and the locations of cameras that were destroyed after they passed through. There must be a reason these people chose to start a housekeeping company. I suspect they are doing something under the guise of their work. Based on the original case files, I have a possible theory. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohua's understanding began to dawn. A broken formation map. Shan Liang nodded. Exactly. They left behind a broken formation map when they killed for the first time in the desolate village, but why was there none during the second time in Z City? I have 2 conjectures about this. The first is that they did not set up a formation map, but I quickly dismissed this notion. Because sacrifices often require special formation maps or symbols. After all, there are too many evil gods. Just offering a sacrifice, how would one know to whom it belongs? The second conjecture is that the formation map has a self-destruct mechanism, disappearing after they utilized it. But I also dismissed this idea because even if the formation map self-destructs, it would leave behind some traces. Many forensic experts were called in after that incident. It's unreasonable that they couldn't find anything. It wasn't until I discovered they opened a housekeeping company in I-City that I developed a third conjecture. While speaking, Shan Liang pointed to the data projected from his wristband. That is, the scale of the formation map is enormous, even as large as a city, so large that no one would think those elements are part of the formation. Upon hearing this, Bartle gasped, unable to imagine what a formation map the size of a city would look like. Shan Liang then pointed to the data above. Then I realized that after the Black Knight Fork arrived in I-City, there were 3 instances of demolition and renovation. In addition to rebuilding houses and streets, 3 so-called landmark buildings were also constructed. I centered my deductions around these 3 landmark buildings and combined them with the daily work routes of ping and housekeeping to arrive at this result. As he spoke, Shan Liang waved his hand, transforming the data into a map of I-City, with 3 prominent red dots being the most eye-catching. Subsequently, numerous small red dots appeared around the 3 large red dots, these smaller dots organized in a pattern, gradually forming 3 circles that encompassed the large red dots. Then even more small red dots appeared within the circles of small red dots. These flickering dots ultimately formed a somewhat peculiar pattern. Bartle was left dumbfounded, thinking, how could this be deduced? How much data had to be analyzed for this? Ando truly deserves to graduate with top honors. His mind is exceptional. Seeing this, Wang Xiaohua became a bit excited. Boss, can you tell what kind of formation it is? Shan Liang shook his head. I can't tell. My research on formation maps is quite average. Before coming out, I had already sent the data to the director and Wang Jinggang. They will consult professionals for analysis. However, one shouldn't have too high expectations. Within 5 years, the presence of ping and housekeeping has spread throughout I-City, and deducing the true formation from so many routes would require a long time. Wang Xiaohua, however, was not disheartened, for according to Shan Liang's words, the function of this formation was to direct sacrifices to a specific evil god. Even if they managed to decipher it, it would only reveal to whom the sacrifices are made, which is not significant for bonfire. Regardless of who the sacrifice is for, they must carry it out. Bartle scratched his head. Since we already know the location of the formation map, why don't we just destroy it? If we destroy the formation, wouldn't their plans be ruined? Wang Xiaohua shot him a speechless glance. Big guy, are you really that foolish, or just pretending? There's only 1,000 days for a thief. How can there be 1,000 days of defense against a thief? Even if we destroy this formation, who knows if they have a backup, like a small formation in the desolate village. So the best course of action is to lure these cultists out and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Shan Liang nodded, but the matter was still somewhat different from what Wang Xiaohua had said. For Shan Liang and his team, this time was for revenge for the mission. But for others, it was about credit, about political achievements. You claim to have destroyed the formation and thwarted the cultists' sacrifice plans. Who would believe it? Just demolishing a few buildings and destroying a few streets, does that hold any persuasive power compared to the heads of cultists? Therefore, from many angles, they must lure the cultists out and wipe them out. However, such matters need not be spoken of externally. As long as they are clear in their hearts, that is sufficient. Bartle rubbed his face. Then, Ando, why don't we wait at the locations of the 3 large red dots? We won't be able to see if the cultists act from here. Shan Liang smiled at this, stretched lazily, and said, don't worry, we don't have to find them. They will come looking for us. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of spiritual pressure erupted from Shan Liang. Even Bartle and Wang Xiaohua felt their bodies sink. This spiritual pressure rapidly spread, quickly enveloping more than half of I-City, covering all 3 red circles. At this moment, almost all the pioneers in I-City wore expressions of shock. Su Jia looked toward the direction of I-City Tower, and the director's earlier words echoed in his mind. Do you have any idea how many people would die if a fight breaks out? This prison warden is quite interesting. Wang Jinggang lit a cigarette in the command center, a smile gracing his face. Behind him, Han Wuqi glanced towards the direction of Tower I. Won't this scare off the cultists? Of course not. Do you think those cultists are unaware of our arrival? They didn't run away, even when facing the Great Wall Watchers. A mere prison warden won't intimidate them. On the contrary, the warden's annihilation of the Night Chasers has indirectly disrupted their plans. They won't let him off easily. So he is drawing fire. Wang Jinggang understood Shan Liang's intention, well, his smile reflecting admiration, thinking to himself that this is what it means to have great skill and boldness. Moreover, the intensity of this spiritual pressure is no wonder that it is coveted by all 9 major legions. Is this spiritual pressure from that bloodthirsty captain? It's possible. The spiritual pressure is strong, likely coming from the tower. The tower? Have they discovered our formation? Impossible. Our formation is so concealed that even when many experts from Zone Z visited, they found nothing. Right? Don't scare yourselves. Do you think this spiritual pressure could be from the warden? Upon hearing this, the basement fell silent as several people exchanged glances, and a man hidden beneath a robe stood up. I'll go take a look. Just as he was about to leave, his companion beside him pulled him back. Now is not the time. If he wants to provoke us, let him. Once we please the true God will grant us strength in return. By then the elder and the cult leader will both break through. At that point the warden will be nothing more than an ant. Hearing the mention of strength in return, the people in the basement couldn't help but show greedy expressions. They all had tasted that unforgettable flavor. For ordinary people the bottleneck seems insurmountable, but before the evil god, it is merely a trifle. All they needed to do was massacre some defenseless ordinary people. This kind of deal is immensely profitable. They believe that anyone who has tasted this flavor at least once will find it impossible to forget for all eternity. And precisely because of this their appetites grew larger each time. First it was a small team of 100, then a deserted village of 1,000. Eventually they even chose a city. Zone Z ranked first among the new cities with weak defenses and a remote location, making it an ideal spot as reinforcements would take time to arrive. The end result was that the Night Chasers slaughtered over 50,000 people, destroying 1/3 of the city. The evil god was quite satisfied with that offering, granting them a breakthrough in their realm. Unfortunately, a unit of the Great Wall Watchers happened to be nearby, eliminating the monster world. After receiving the news, they rushed to Zone Z. They were forced to retreat, otherwise they could have killed even more people and gained more rewards. The reason for destroying 1/3 of the city was to eliminate the formation. Their identities were exposed, but it didn't matter, they could always change their appearances. However, if the formation were to be exposed, who knows what those people might uncover. Therefore, the formation must be destroyed at all costs, leaving no traces behind. With the previous experience, they made many improvements in Zone I. Precisely because of this, even knowing there was an ambush in Zone I, they could only continue executing their plan. Because the 616 event is about to occur, they no longer have time to set up such a large formation again. In the center of Zone I, a lean old man looked towards the tower. The spiritual pressure is quite strong. Another old man holding a pipe didn't even lift his head. It should be that captain. Greetings, captain. All we offer to the true God before we're ordinary people. If it's a forerunner, the true God will surely be more satisfied. Don't be careless, those are the Great Wall Watchers. If we treat them as ordinary forerunners, we will definitely suffer a great loss. The strength of the Great Wall Watchers is formidable, but is our strength weak? Don't forget the cult leader is a divine realm expert. Upon hearing this, the old man with the pipe looked fervently. I hope that after this sacrifice we can also become divine realm experts. That's natural. But when the plan begins, we must first eliminate this captain to avoid him ruining our plans. Alright. On tower, Shan Liang slowly withdrew his spiritual pressure. Bartle and Wang Xiaohua both let out a long sigh of relief as they were closest to Shan Liang and felt it most acutely. At first it was truly difficult to breathe, and this gave them a clearer understanding of Shan Liang's strength. And are you trying to draw them over? Shan Liang nodded. He emitted spiritual pressure to signal those cultists that there was a variable here. If they didn't want the plan to go awry, they better come over and deal with him. This time we can finally have a good fight. Bartle shook his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. He was inherently a battle fanatic, loving to challenge strong opponents. Since the spiritual pressure Shan Liang emitted was so fierce, the strength of those coming to meet them wouldn't be weak either, which was just to his liking. Wang Xiaohua picked up a small bottle, staring at the heads inside. Don't worry, soon someone will come to keep you company. Those heads seemed to understand, their expressions slowly shifting from terror to resentment and anticipation. Earlier when Shan Liang was making trophies, he mentioned that these heads could survive for a week. Now Wang Xiaohua naturally wanted to share the good news with them. And do you have any battle plans? Bartle wasn't expecting any plans, he was just worried that his fighting would disrupt Shan Liang's plan. No, just go for it. Shan Liang's response evidently pleased Bartle, who was delighted. After gesturing with a fist the size of a sandbag, he said, then I can rest assured. I'll lead the charge when the fight starts. No problem. Shan Liang smiled in agreement, raising his head to look out the window. The sun is about to set, their plan should be starting soon. Wang Xiaohua's expression turned serious upon hearing this, as the horrific scene of her family's death resurfaced in her mind. Shan Liang subtly signaled Bartle with his eyes, and Bartle understood immediately. Anda was asking him to keep an eye on Wang Xiaohua to prevent her from doing anything reckless in a moment of passion. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, figures cloaked in black appeared in the streets and alleys of Zone I. The patrol quickly spotted them and hurriedly reported via radio. Report. Black-clad individuals spotted in Wanlin District, please advise. Report. Black-clad individuals spotted in Changchun District. Oh. The patrol was slashed across the throat, and the black-clad figures cackled. The festivities have begun. Blood. Wails. Fiery sparks erupting in all directions. The black-clad figures moved like harbingers of death, reaping lives with ruthless precision. One of them, gripping a curved saber, slit a guard's throat and spat a curse. The Night Fork operatives are utterly incompetent. The operation is about to commence, and they've already botched it. Is hacking people down with blades truly our role? Another figure wielding a long blade cleaved a guard cleanly in two at the waist and retorted. We've already done it. What's the point of dwelling on it? Fewer hands mean greater shares for us. The saber wielder burst into raucous laughter. Spoken like a true strategist. Kill. Faced with such savagery, the I-City guards stood no chance. They were called guards, but most were merely ordinary citizens who had undergone basic training. It could not be helped. After I-City's decline, resources dwindled and standards eroded, cultivating exceptional pioneers was no longer feasible, let alone assembling a disciplined force. Most of the earlier pioneers had joined the Flame God Legion and perished entirely within the accursed realm. A generation gap yawned wide. I-City at last had fallen into irreversible decay. Kill. A guard at the threshold perception realm roared. A short spear jutted from his chest, crimson blood pulsed steadily from the wound. Yet he charged forward, unbroken by fear or pain. Heh! A black-robed figure sneered. A cat toying with its prey. and casually hurled another short spear piercing the guard's thigh. The guard staggered, collapsing onto the ground. His chest wound gaped wider, blood surged forth in torrents. Do you think reality is a comic book? Shout love and faith twice, and victory falls into your lap. Ha ha ha, fool. Utter fool. As he spoke, short spears materialized in his hands one after another. With swift, brutal throws he impaled the guard again and again, until his body bristled like a porcupine. Blood stained the earth a deep, visceral crimson. The black-robed figure strode forward, lips curled in cold disdain. Fool, you weaklings must accept your fate. You were born as sustenance for the strong. Why not die quietly as nature intended? With those words he wrenched a spear outward. Blood geysered violently. I'll kill you. The guard still lived, his voice a threadbare whisper. The black-clad figure froze. Then, as if struck by sudden recollection, his grin twisted into something grotesque. Wretched insect, die. He drove the spear downward with full force, aiming for the guard's throat. At that very instant, a flash of frostlit steel pierced his chest. His body locked mid-motion. In disbelief, he looked down, only to see the spear-riddled guard tilting his head sideways, his soul remaining eye blazing with lethal light that had just pierced through his own chest. The guard stood at only the threshold perception realm. His beam of focused energy extended barely a few meters. That was why he'd lured the black-robed man close. You damned insect. Blood trickled from the figure's lips as his limbs went slack, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The guard's own gaze dimmed, his body long since paralyzed, able only to twitch his head one final time. His vision darkened at the edges. With fading strength, he turned his eyes toward the distant horizon, toward home. Mother, your son has failed you. The Ice City spire. Shan Liang stood atop its needle-sharp apex, robes whipping violently in the gale. He waited for the cultists to come for him. He had sent the signal, they would understand. Whoosh. A throwing knife shot toward Shan Liang's skull. He did not flinch. A slender iron chain coiled effortlessly from his foot, intercepting the blade midair. Heh, hearkening to legend, the famed warden himself. From the shadowed eaves of the opposing building, a gaunt elder emerged slowly, his oversized black robe draped over his frame like a sack over a telegraph pole. Shan Liang cast him but a single indifferent glance, then returned his gaze to the inferno raging across Ice City. That utter dismissal ignited the elder's fury. In his mind's theater, Shan Liang should have paled, stammered, and demanded his name, before recoiling in terror at his revelation. Instead, this dismissive silence. Who exactly did he think he was insulting? Veins bulging crimson in his temples, the elder bellowed. Arrogant whelp. Do you even know who stands before you? I am a senior elder of the Blackstone cult, and a master of the Interrealm. Your paltry 7-man faction. Child's play. I have slaughtered organizations of hundreds without breaking stride. Tonight, you shall. His sentence shattered mid-breath as a gale-force wind slammed into his face, and his heart lurched violently. Though he twisted aside instinctively, a massive hand clamped down on his skull, slamming him headfirst into the wall with bone-jarring force. Batter stood like a living tyrannosaur, gripping the frail elder as though he were a child's doll. Old fossil, you talk too much. You're reciting your pedigree now. Do you truly imagine my brother would remember you? With that, he lifted the elder's skull and brought it crashing down. Again and again, the thunderous impacts echoing like war drums. This so-called elder never even manifested his divine visage before Batter reduced him to a broken, whimpering ruin. Shan Liang never turned. Certain such vermin held no hope of overcoming Batter. Inside the command center, the director watched the feed-mouth agape. Truly, those from the bonfire do not disappoint. Their combat prowess is extraordinary. He glanced sideways at his potted plant, once flourishing, now wilted beyond recovery after being drenched quite literally by the tall man and the young girl during that fateful meeting. Ah, poor flower. In your next life, choose not to be Flora. Commander, the enemy's strength is overwhelming. Our personnel are critically depleted. Commander, a high-tier hostile has appeared on South Street. Our team cannot hold. Request immediate reinforcement. Reinforcement. Radio channels erupted one after another. The director's expression hardened into granite. He stood behind the command console, hands clasped behind his back. Reinforcements will arrive within 3 minutes. Hold the line, brothers. I know their power is terrifying, but we are the Security Bureau. We are the Defense Corps. We are the final barrier between Icity's people and the Slaughterer's blade. We cannot retreat. We will not retreat. Icity's survival rests upon this night. For all his portly frame, the director's voice resonated with sovereign authority. 2 silent seconds passed over the radio. Then replies flooded in one after another. First squad, acknowledged. Second squad, acknowledged. Third squad, acknowledged. Their voices rang with unwavering resolve, as if each had already sealed his own vow. After eliminating the final cultist, Han Wuchi closed his eyes, sensing tracing, then sprinting toward a nearby structure. Icity shall never bow. Come on, scum. A roar split the air. Even before bursting through the door, Han Wuchi caught the coppery stench of blood. He kicked the door inward, revealing a young man clad in guard uniform, fingers locked around the long blade buried deep in his chest. The blade had sliced open his palms, exposing raw bone. Yet he refused to yield a single step, his face contorted in savage defiance toward the black-clad assailants. Behind him lay the mangled corpses of fellow guards. They had formed a human shield guarding the corner where a little girl crouched, her face frozen in pure terror. Above her, two stripped, mutilated bodies hung grotesquely, their wounds cruel, deliberate. They were her parents. Han Wuqi always believed that these cultists deserved to be punished more than evil spirits. Because they were traitors among their own kind, they would stab their fellow humans for a mere bit of profit. They dared not confront the powerful nor face the evil spirits. They only bullied those defenseless ordinary people. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Wuqi instantly appeared before the black-clad man and delivered a powerful punch. Swish! With a simple yet forceful punch, he shattered the black-clad man's head. The headless corpse splattered blood like a fountain. The young guard lost his support and fell alongside him, but fortunately Han Wuqi caught him just in time. Looking at the newcomer, the guard managed to squeeze out a smile. "Thank you for guarding City Eye." Han Wuqi opened his mouth, but could not say anything. He knew that with the man's injuries, he would not survive. The guard strained to look at the little girl, his eyes filled with worry. She's still just a child, she shouldn't. No. The guard's gaze gradually dimmed, the unfinished words forever left unsaid. Han Wuqi laid down the corpse. The years of experience had made him indifferent to life and death. At that moment, the little girl was clad in crimson, her eyes vacant, as if she had been frightened into a daze. Han Wuqi stepped forward, hiding her behind the corpses of the guards. "I will go eliminate those who killed your parents. Stay safe, and don't let yourself be discovered. Wait until tomorrow when the sun rises as usual." The little girl did not respond, merely gazing at him with a vacant stare. Han Wuqi stood up and walked away. He had more important matters to attend to, or more lives would be lost. "Pock, old freak." Bartle spat on the ground. The elder who had boldly announced his name had now become a puddle of minced flesh. It seemed his strength was not as exaggerated as claimed. "Into this cult organization isn't very impressive. They sent such trash after sensing your spiritual pressure, clearly not taking you seriously at all. This old man may be at the entry realm, but his aura feels strange. It's very shallow, as if it's built up temporarily." Bartle felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had expected a good fight, but instead encountered such a useless opponent. Dan Liang glanced at the flames in the city. "Since the director has provided funding, we must do well. Xiaohua, take Bartle to help out. None of these cultists can leave alive tonight." Wang Xiaohua quickly stuffed the last bit of roasted sweet potato into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up as she mumbled indistinctly, "Okay, boss." Bartle laughed heartily at the sight. However, he was kicked on the calf by Wang Xiaohua and kept whining. They waited until Dan Liang looked over before they jumped off the high tower. With their strength, this height was no challenge. After the two left, Dan Liang once again unleashed his spiritual pressure. He was informing the cultists that he was disappointed with their recent opponent. "Moi." An elder who had just exited a house looked up, a serious expression on his face as he gazed toward the tower. Oldley was defeated. He spoke with a muffled voice, the pipe in his mouth. Behind him, several ordinary people lay dead in a cruel manner, their faces filled with despair. "I told him long ago, having a realm is not enough. He also needs to have brains. This is not the way to show off now. Look, he's kicked the bucket right." As he spoke, he shook his head, disappointment evident on his face. But before he could turn to leave, a terrifying figure descended from the sky. His reaction was incredibly swift. He activated his divine manifestation, and a series of black hands suddenly reached out from behind him, some protecting him, while others struck at the figure in midair. Boom. The figure was sent flying by his attack, but immediately laughter echoed in his ears. The voice was bright and cheerful, indicating the speaker was quite young and in a good mood. Yet this laughter sent chills down his spine. More and more black hands extended, densely surrounding him like a black sphere. Divine manifestation. Lifespan sacrifice. As the voice rang out, the black hands protecting his body began to bloom like a lotus. Layer after layer. Meanwhile, Bartle's body swelled. Upon seeing the black-clad men, he threw a punch. With each strike, they turned various shades of bruised colors. With his addition, the mortality rate of the black-clad men was rising sharply. But knowing that a centurion led the charge and still dared to slaughter the city, these cultists certainly had some strength. After continuously killing over 10 men, Bartle finally encountered an opponent who could withstand his punch. The man was also a sturdy fellow, enduring Bartle's punch, yet still having the strength to counterattack. "Moi." Bartle was somewhat surprised. He caught the man's punch with one hand and retaliated. Their punches sped up back and forth until they both retreated after a fierce exchange of blows. Bartle's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fist and smiled. "Bonfire, Bartle." The expression of the opposing fighter mirrored Bartle's, both showing excitement, and he replied in kind. "Blackstone Cult Wang Nan." The two inhaled at the same time, and the next second they clashed again. "Moi. Are you the centurion of Blood Cold?" A woman with dark green hair walked down from the tower, somewhat surprised as she recognized Dan Liang. She unabashedly scrutinized Dan Liang, a smile increasingly evident at the corner of her mouth. "You look quite handsome, little brother. How about I take you to play with something interesting?" As she spoke, she winked at Dan Liang, the flirtation evident in her demeanor. Dan Liang, seeing this, felt quite shy, looking flustered. The green-haired woman giggled, covering her mouth. "Could it be that you're still a virgin? Then today is your lucky day? Don't worry, the reward won't be less for you." As she spoke, she walked toward Dan Liang with a seductive gait. "Little brother, why aren't you speaking?" Crash. A chain suddenly pierced through her abdomen, pinning her to the ground. Dan Liang still wore that shy and bashful expression. I knew you were pretending. Even though the woman was pierced through, her expression bore no pain. On the contrary, she looked to be fully enjoying the situation. Come on, I can't move now, you can do whatever you want. As she spoke, she threw another flirtatious glance at Dan Liang, and the next second, a wound slowly appeared on Dan Liang's abdomen with blood oozing out. Seeing this, the woman laughed. Come on, my divine manifestation ability is to share damage, so feel free to attack. We can be a pair of doomed lovers. The woman's smile was proud, but as she laughed, it slowly stiffened, because she realized that Dan Liang's wound was visibly healing. Now it was Dan Liang's turn to smile as chains pierced through the woman's limbs. His voice echoed softly. Have you heard of the hungry ghost Tai Sui? That timid smile appeared grotesque in the woman's eyes. Hunger ghost Tai Sui. What on earth was that? Judging by the name alone, it sounded like a malevolent entity. The wounds on her limbs instantly transferred to Shan Liang, but even as blood began to well, the injuries sealed themselves anew. The green-haired woman started struggling. You've undergone biological augmentation. Shan Liang smiled silently. Her expression hardened. She let out a piercing shriek. Divine resonance. Life and death bound as one. At her scream, the wounds already healed upon Shan Liang's body tore open, once more, blood gushing forth. She gazed at him triumphantly. Thousand Commander, you truly believe victory is assured. My sole purpose in coming here was to detain you. Once the sacrifice is complete, your end will follow. Shan Liang sighed softly upon hearing this, then looked at her with an expression of gentle, pitying condescension. Who told you I'm a Thousand Commander? Silence fell abruptly. The green-haired woman stared, utterly bewildered. You're not the Thousand Commander. As she spoke, her gaze flickered toward the chains, and realization struck her like lightning. Why you re the warden? Shan Liang did not reply. Instead, the Dianxing chains pulsed with crimson mist beginning to corrode her flesh. Even malevolent entities could not endure the agony of bodily dissolution, let alone her. A shrill, agonized wail rent the night air, echoing far into the distance. She had distributed the damage across Shan Liang's body, so naturally the pain too was shared. Yet the torment that drove her to scream was but a fleeting sting before him. Shan Liang had endured suffering infinitely greater. Still, he could no longer dismiss Batter's words, someone who clearly sensed his spiritual pressure, yet still dispatched such pitiful adversaries against him. Truly, they held him in utter contempt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More chains shot forth, striking her vital points. Yet she refused to fall. That at least gave Shan Liang pause. Tenacious indeed. In the next instant, blood erupted from Shan Liang's own vitals. That long-forgotten pang of pain hurled him back, straight into the maddening chaos of the accursed realm. I admire your ability, but your mastery of it remains woefully underdeveloped. Entrust it to me. I shall elevate it to legendary renown. As he spoke, Shan Liang flicked his wrist again, the Dianxing chains detonating into crimson mist surging toward the woman. Stop! A thunderous bellow erupted from below the tower. Light flared. Then a golden figure burst upward, radiating blinding brilliance. Upon beholding the green-haired woman's ghastly state, he cried out in shock. Nana! He lunged toward the Dianxing chains to save her, but Shan Liang would never allow it. One chain after another lashed out like venomous serpents. The golden figure dodged left and right, yet slowly, inevitably found himself encircled. I won't let you harm Nana any further. As he spoke, his entire form blazed with intensified light, like the brightest beacon beneath the night sky. A blazing light bulb. That golden radiance coalesced into tangible force, gradually pushing back the chains closing in upon him. Hey! Shan Liang called out. The golden figure looked up, his face contorted with pure ravenous hatred. Watch closely. Shan Liang tilted his chin toward the green-haired woman. No sooner had the golden figure shifted his gaze than the Dianxing chains contracted violently, hoisting her aloft, suspended in midair. He instantly grasped Shan Liang's intent, horror and despair flooding his features. No! Crack! Even amid howling gales, the sound of shattering bone rang with chilling clarity. 5-horse dismemberment, or rather chain dissection. This time she was truly dead. Witnessing the spectacle, the golden figure nearly shattered, his golden aura flickering wildly, his Dao heart fractured. Shan Liang seized the opening without hesitation. The Dianxing chains coiled around the golden figure in an instant. Meanwhile, surrounding crimson mist coalesced rapidly into a scarlet gate, swallowing Nana's fragmented remains whole. In life or death combat, distraction lasts only a heartbeat, and whoever falters dies. Charging forward, screaming for the green-haired woman, broadcasting their bond to all, was an opportunity Shan Liang would never waste. Crack! Crack! Fissures spiderwebbed across his golden aura. At last, panic seized him. His heroic rescue narrative ended here, abruptly, irrevocably. Blood sprayed as the chains drained him dry, his corpse hurtling into the scarlet gate. Shan Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as Bada had said, these people were indeed superficial in strength. Though their cultivation had reached the rumen realm, their experience, prowess, and mental fortitude lagged far behind. Such rumen cultivators couldn't possibly contend with Shan Liang and his peers. Not even against a skilled Dengtang realm expert could they hope to prevail. Is this truly the boon they gained from the sacrifice? If this is all they amount to, then my expectations were grievously misplaced. As Shan Liang pondered, a jagged bolt of lightning split the black sky, followed immediately by rolling thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Unbeknownst to all, storm clouds had already gathered thickly above City Eye. An overwhelming sense of oppression settled upon every pioneer present. Inside the command center, Wang Jinggang shot upright, his expression shifting between shock and suspicion. The director instantly knew something was amiss and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Wang, what's wrong?" Wang Jinggang replied grimly, "I pray it's merely a misperception." Hearing this, the director nearly exploded. Thinking at a time like this, can't this riddle-spouting fool just die already? Though that's what he thought, he dared not voice it aloud. "Mr. Wang, did you sense something?" This time Wang Jinggang withheld no mystery. He drew a deep breath before speaking. "I sensed the presence of the Chushan realm." The director froze, doubting his own ears. Staff members inside the command room slowly turned, staring at Wang Jinggang in stunned disbelief. What had they just heard? Chushan realm. The director finally processed it and swallowed hard. "Are you certain?" "I too wish it were a mistake." Crack. As they spoke, thunder roared anew, this time freezing Wang Jingang's face entirely. He slowly turned toward the director. Before he uttered a word, the director already understood. It wasn't a delusion. It was real, the Chushan realm. "Ha! The master has arrived. Dogs of the Great Wall Guard, you face your reckoning. So you think you're strong? What good is strength without backing?" The black-robed figures erupted into frenzied exultation, their combat prowess surging beyond measure. Chushan realm. Those 3 words alone were enough to strike terror into mortal hearts. Above, the storm clouds thickened relentlessly, crackling with interlacing arcs of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. After another deafening thunderclap, the clouds began to writhe and reshape. Within mere breaths, the vast canopy over City Eye had transformed into a colossal human face. That visage loomed impossibly vast, its 7 orifices crackling with raw lightning. A guard stood transfixed, his weapon clattering from nerveless fingers onto the ground. Is this a god?" The command center was unervingly silent. Nearly every gaze was fixed upon the director. Now only 2 paths lay before the director. The first was to flee immediately and abandon Eye City entirely. The benefit of this choice was clear. He would likely survive, preserving at least a seed of Eye City's future. Yet the cost would haunt him for life. He might never again sleep soundly, perhaps waking each night to the accusing eyes of Eye City's citizens asking why he had fled. The second path was to remain and perish alongside Eye City's people. Its virtue lay in unwavering integrity, honoring the ancestors who had died defending this city. "Mr. Wang, an out-of-body realm cultivator, has already entered the battlefield. Needless sacrifice holds no value. You are a vital pillar of the Great Wall Watchers. Your safety is non-negotiable. Please take these children with you, and go as far as you can." Hearing these words, Su Jie, who had just returned, sprang to his feet. "Director, what about you?" "I am the director of the Security Bureau. Everyone may leave, but I cannot. Without me, who will command the soldiers still fighting on the front lines?" Upon hearing this, Su Jie's eyes reddened with anguish. "I won't leave if you stay." Others echoed his resolve without hesitation. "That's right, we won't leave either." "Yes, absolutely not." "Enough." The director barked sharply, pointing directly at Su Jie and the others. "Do you know your rank, and dare speak to me like this? Do you think I'm negotiating? This is an order. You know full well the consequence of disobeying orders in wartime. Must I remind you?" Su Jie stood firm, tears brimming, but unshed. Wang Jinggang stepped forward and placed a heavy hand on the director's shoulder. "Old phone, what do you take us for?" "Our mission was to defend Eye City, not to evacuate it. You yourself once served as a clerk under the Flame God. Need I spell out the difference between duty and retreat?" At the mention of the Flame God, Director Feng's mind flashed instantly to that lone indomitable silhouette, a figure whose very back exuded unshakable security. Alas, the Flame God sovereign had long since fallen. Even the Legion structure had been dissolved and replaced years ago. Returning to the present, he met the unwavering gazes of Su Jie and the others, and smiled calm and resolute. "Then we all stay." "Yes. Director, issue your orders." "Right, give the command, sir." Every officer swiftly returned to their stations. Director Feng drew a deep breath, the kindness in his expression vanishing, replaced by grim, unyielding authority. "Notify Guard Battalion 2nd Squad, prepare the demon-dispelling cannon. Target the colossal face formed within the thunderclouds above. 3rd and 4th Squads, move to designated positions and prepare to demolish landmark structures." After issuing these 2 commands, Director Feng turned toward Wang Jinggang. "Mr. Wang, this is the decisive moment. The command center is irrelevant now. That out-of-body realm cultivator." Director Feng meant to entrust the out-of-body realm threat to Wang Jinggang, but the words choked in his throat. Sending an in-room realm cultivator against one of the out-of-body realm was no different than sending him to his death. Wang Jinggang only smiled, easy unburdened, and clapped Feng on the shoulder once more. "Old Feng, if you somehow survive today, please tell that young man surnamed Han. When he becomes a 1,000-soldier commander, let him treat my brothers well." Tears glistened in Director Feng's eyes as he nodded fiercely. "I'll remember every word." Then it settled. Wang Jinggang reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and walked out, his back straight, unhurried. Silence fell over the command center, profound and reverent. In a narrow alley, Wang Xiaohua, fresh from severing an elder's head, stood tense and alert. She too felt the oppressive weight descending from the sky. This opponent is terrifyingly strong. I must reach senior brother at once. Shan Liang stood atop the city's highest spire, unleashing his spiritual pressure like a living target. That colossal face in the heavens would inevitably strike him first. Wang Xiaohua could not, allow Shan Liang to suffer even a single wound. She sprinted from the alley, and just beyond the street corner found battle locked in fierce combat with a hulking brute. Divine manifestation. Soul-severing technique. Wang Xiaohua unleashed her ability, snapping the man's leg in an instant. In battles among elites, such a flaw was fatal and decisive. Crack. Batter's fist shattered the man's chest. He glanced at Wang Xiaohua, exasperated. Xiaohua, just let me enjoy the punching bag a little longer. Enjoy? What enjoyment? Can't you see that thing in the sky? Get moving, to protect senior brother. Batter rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. Even combined, we wouldn't last a second against Nda. What good would we do up there? What did you say? I said, we'd better hurry. It'll be too late soon. Humph. They raced toward the tower, dispatching black-robed assailants along the way. City Tower. Shan Liang stared upward at the immense face suspended in midair, his breath quickening. A master. An out-of-body realm master. There could be no mistake. Only those who attained the out-of-body realm could manifest divine forms, taking shape in myriad forms across reality. Hence the name out-of-body realm. Shan Liang tilted his head back, his smile widening, twisting, spiraling into ecstatic madness. When the mighty rage, they draw blades against the mightier. When the weak rage, they draw blades against the weaker. Your most devout servant offers sacrifice. I shall prepare a feast of despair, wailing, agony, and flesh. Revel in the banquet laid before you. Shan Liang slammed his palm onto the briefcase and reversed his grip to draw a long blade. Crimson mist coiled around it, flesh and blood fusing into its form. Eyes embedded in the guard blinked open one after another, rolling wildly, mirroring his own frenzied ecstasy. The colossal face in the sky descended lower, its presence tightening, every citizen's chest constricting their breath. Even the defenders fighting desperately felt despair creeping in. They saw no possible path to victory. O great Blackstone deity, your most devout servant offers sacrifice. I shall prepare a feast of despair, wailing, agony, and flesh. Revel in the banquet laid before you. The giant face spoke, its voice like thunderclaps making scalps tingle and bones shiver. Every soul in City heard it clearly. Citizens collapsed into utter hopelessness, praying frantically to forgotten gods. In stark contrast, the cultists plunged into rapturous frenzy, some accelerating their slaughter, others chanting in unison with the celestial visage. For that fleeting moment, they believed themselves the true masters of City. And just as despair swallowed nearly every heart, suddenly a streak of crimson light pierced the heavens. Vibrant, uncompromising. All eyes were upon him. In this moment of utter despair, a lone figure charged headlong toward the divine being itself, the crimson streak blazing before the colossal, thunderous visage, frail as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet his resolve was absolute, unwavering, irreversible. As that vivid scarlet hue pierced the gloom, many held their breath, as though even exhaling might disturb his course. Shan Liang hung suspended midair, eyes burning crimson, a feral grin twisting his lips as he raised his grotesque blade of flesh and blood. Whoosh! A searing crimson aura slashed across the sky, aimed straight at the crown of the thunderous visage. Lightning coiled across the visage's surface, writhing like serpents to resist and shatter the blade's advance, halting it inch by inch. Stalemate settled between them. Shan Liang's laughter rose thick with uncontainable exhilaration. A powerhouse. A true powerhouse. A delectable powerhouse. How could he possibly let slip such a sumptuous feast, one whose consumption brought no consequence? Seeing the crimson aura fail to cleave the visage, Shan Liang slammed his left hand onto the blade's spine, his expression spiraling into manic ecstasy. Anyone home? I'm coming in, ha ha ha. Gah? His left arm swelled violently, bursting through his sleeve, and drove the blade downward with crushing force. Crack! The long blade shattered, surrounding lightning like glass. The crimson aura carved deep into the thunderous visage. And to the defenders of City watching below, that flash of red did not merely split the face, it split despair itself. This moment would be etched into countless memories for life. Oh, brothers, the battle isn't over. Fight on. Fight! Shan Liang's slash reignited their fervor. What is there to fear? Death is but a fleeting shadow. If one survives, one lives 10,000 years. Better to drag down two foes before falling. Then even in hell one has tales worthy of boasting. Emotion truly is miraculous. In the span of a heartbeat, those who had resigned themselves to death transformed into ravenous wolves. Caught off guard, several black-robed assailants fell to sudden brutal ambushes. Seeing their first successes, the defenders surged forward with renewed frenzy, howling like beasts as they charged. Outside the security bureau, Wang Jinggang stood frozen, staring upward. He had already steeled himself for death. As a battalion commander of the Great Wall Watch, he knew all too well the terrifying might of a transcendent realm cultivator. To hold out for even a minute alone would be mercy granted by the enemy. Yet what did he now witness? A transcendent realm cultivator, struck down. Damn! A sharp sting jolted him awake. The cigarette had burned down to the butt, scorching a blackened mark into his fingertips. Shaking his hand, Wang Jinggang lifted his gaze once more to the sky. The crimson silhouette had vanished into the heart of the thunderous visage. Flashes of crimson and lightning pulsed rhythmically, like breaths steady and profound. Wang Jinggang had already deduced the figure's identity. Crimson light. Unmatched strength. In all of Ice City, who else but Warden Shan Liang could embody both? Old Feng's 25 million credits were worth every copper coin. Even as he thought, Wang Jinggang sprinted toward the high tower. He could not allow Shan Liang to fight alone. So here you are. Shan Liang tore open the thunderous visage, and at last beheld the transcendent realm master within. A broad-shouldered, middle-aged man clad in the same black robes as the cultists. His expression now bore pure astonishment, as if utterly unprepared for anyone breaching his divine defense. Shan Liang's smile widened, warmer, sharper, more sincere than ever. Kakik, you're still too young. You can't handle this power. Give it to me. I'll take care of it. Hand over your divine aspect. His tone had been almost conversational, until that final roar shattered the air. The Blackstone cult patriarch stood dumbfounded, half ready to ask, don't you fear death? Then he saw Shan Liang's wild, unhinged demeanor, like a man freshly escaped from an asylum, and understood. He wondered fleetingly how the defenders battling below would feel, learning that their hero wore such a deranged mask. Wasting no words, the patriarch flicked his wrist, lightning coalesced instantly, and lanced toward Shan Liang. Ha ha ha! Shan Liang's laughter boomed louder, his form dissolving into a phantom blur as he surged forward. His flesh-and-blood greatsword carved a crimson arc, aimed squarely at the patriarch's throat. Ding! A transcendent realm master, even with a casual flicker of lightning, deflected the blow with effortless grace. Seizing the instant Shan Liang withdrew his blade to strike again, the patriarch summoned lightning anew, driving it like a spear into Shan Liang's abdomen. Thud! Crimson blood bloomed simultaneously from both men's lower bellies. Shan Liang's face contorted in savage fury. The patriarchs wore stunned disbelief. Symbiotic life and death. You possess a divine aspect granting shared damage. No, that can't be right. If that were your ability, then what is this hideous blade? Shan Liang paused, glanced down at his sword, then replied, hideous. You lack not only aesthetic sense, you lack basic courtesy. As if hearing the patriarch's words, the flesh upon the blade writhed violently, and 7 vertical eyes snapped open, gazing forth with eerie intensity. Under their collective gaze, even a transcendent realm master's movements faltered, just for a heartbeat. In that single suspended instant, Shan Liang's flesh-and-blood greatsword pressed against the patriarch's throat. Even a transcendent realm master felt his scalp prickle with primal dread. Thunder detonated, blinding, deafening. The patriarch's entire body dissolved into raw lightning. An overwhelming surge erupted, hurling Shan Liang backward with devastating force, his flesh scorched and torn by rampant electricity. His hair vanished in ash, his skin blackened and cracked, resembling a burning log. Yet before he'd flown far, the charred layers sloughed away like brittle husk, revealing beneath them smooth, pale, tender flesh. Thick crimson mist coalesced around him, hardening into a grotesque armored carapace, shielding his vulnerable core. Without a word, crimson mist jetted from the armor's back, propelling him forward like a living missile straight toward the Blackstone patriarch. Ha ha ha! Shan Liang swung the greatsword once more, again aiming for the patriarch's neck as if obsessed with decapitation. Ding! The patriarch deflected him once more. Watching Shan Liang's wounds vanish in an eye blink, the patriarch's expression darkened further. Symbiotic life and death. Flesh and blood greatsword. Crimson mist armor. Hypergenerative healing. In mere moments, he had witnessed 4 utterly distinct abilities manifesting from a single being. Recalling Shan Liang's earlier demand, hand over your divine aspect. A bold, unsettling hypothesis ignited in the patriarch's mind. Could this man steal others' divine aspects? No, impossible. Such a heaven-defying ability simply could not exist. Instantly, the patriarch dismissed the notion, his mind racing to rationalize it away. The flesh and blood greatsword and crimson mist armor must stem from one ability. As for symbiotic life and death and hyperregeneration, they must be aided by another cultivator. With that, the patriarch thrust his palms outward, the colossal thunderous eye slowly pivoting downward. He sought the unseen ally. But rising above the chaos came another wave of mad, exultant laughter. The lunatic was charging again. Little cookie, I'm back from. A blood-red blade aura cleaved the heavens, rending the sky itself. Combat. Inexhilarating. Dan Liang's smile grew increasingly manic. Back in school, teachers and classmates had all assumed he was introverted and reserved. After all, his smile radiated warmth and his demeanor was sincere and gentle. And it wasn't until their first martial arts class that they truly grasped the profound truth behind the saying, one must never judge a book by its cover. He was a madman. Madman who treated his own body as nothing more than a tool. Victory mattered above all. His physical well-being meant nothing. Would breaking one finger cost him an opponent's entire hand? And worth it. Would sacrificing an arm trade for an enemy's leg? And worth it. And precisely because of this, he often employed techniques so unconventional and utterly illogical that they defied reason yet secured victory. Once a curious classmate asked why he pushed himself to such extremes. Wasn't he afraid of injury? And Dan Liang's reply was simple and yes, I am. But when weighed against death, isn't the choice glaringly obvious? And the classmate remained baffled. Why would martial training ever involve mortal peril? Not until their internship, when their instructor led the entire class into the haunted realm, did he finally understand the chilling weight behind Dan Liang's words. And of over 60 students who entered, fewer than 20 returned alive. That ordeal left deep psychological scars on many. Some even chose to transfer into administrative support roles. And Dan Liang, however, didn't flinch. He volunteered, not once, but repeatedly, to join other classes on haunted realm internships. Even their supervising instructor was astonished, urging him to rest. Malevolent entities are endless. We cannot eradicate them all. Better to pause, reflect, and assimilate your combat experience. Yet Dan Liang only grinned and replied, that little bit of combat experience. Far too meager to digest. I'm still ravenous. That instant the instructor knew this young man was a battlefield prodigy, 1 in 10,000. Others fought to protect loved ones, or out of necessity. And he fought out of pure, unadulterated passion. Not passion bordering on pathology. Blackstone sect master casually deflected Dan Liang's assault, his expression faintly puzzled. It makes no sense. If someone were aiding him, they'd have to be nearby. Could there be a concealment-type pioneer assisting him? Impossible. Even if one existed, my divine visage would detect them instantly. Could this madman truly possess multiple abilities? No, that's even less plausible. With renewed fury, Blackstone sect master summoned lightning to repel Dan Liang, his impatience mounting. You shall serve as the appetizer for my sacrificial ritual. Ni's voice rasped. Barely had the words left his lips when bolts of lightning lanced toward Dan Liang. Dan Liang raised his massive blade before him. A flesh erupted across its surface, swelling rapidly into a slab as wide as a door, shielding him completely. Yet Blackstone sect master's onslaught surged without pause. Dan Liang could only endure. After all, he was merely at the inter-threshold realm. How could his spiritual energy possibly rival that of a transcendent perception realm master? But none of that mattered. True thrill lay in turning certain defeat into glorious triumph. Step back. I'm about to unleash my grandeur. When living beings perish and chaos reigns, four fiends howl in unison, over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, my blade is forged. On the day demons and specters are utterly eradicated, karmic flames shall consume my battle robes. Tao Tai. Nat Dan Liang's incantation, razor-sharp fangs erupted across the flesh-bound greatsword, opening and closing with eerie rhythmic precision, as if breathing. Crack. Several lightning bolts shattered between those jaws. Before Blackstone sect master could react, Dan Liang vanished. Veteran in combat, he instinctively erected defenses the moment Dan Liang disappeared. At that very moment their eyes met. There stood the madman, beaming at him with a broad, unsettling grin. Then in the next breath the blade's fangs snapped shut. This stemmed from a natural blind spot in vision, and was deeply etched into the primal hunting instincts encoded in our DNA. And not only humans, but many apex predators share this reflex. Yet his counterstrike missed. Instead, he felt a strange sensation along his calf. Glancing down, he saw the grotesque blade hovering inches from his shin, halted only by the crackling barrier of his own lightning. At that very moment their eyes met. There stood the madman, beaming at him with a broad, unsettling grin. Then in the next breath the blade's fangs snapped shut. Clang. Ni's calf vanished, severed as if devoured by some invisible force. Blackstone's sect master froze. Only as crimson gushed forth did agony pierce through his shock. And the torment of limb loss could drive any soul to madness. Blackstone's sect master unleashed a blinding surge of lightning, hurling Dan Liang violently away. Smoke coiled from Dan Liang's scorched body. He was nearly cooked alive. Few would ever anticipate an attack from below. And even within the haunted realm, encountering a Tuk Sing Sin, a master of earth burrowing, remained exceedingly rare. If the rear is a visual blind spot, then the ground is a psychological one. For most people, standing upon solid earth signifies safety, a primal instinct hardwired into our very DNA. As Dan Liang tumbled through the air, he caught the scent of roasted meat. Roasting himself. Amid life and death stakes his mind drifted, empty, weightless. This blissful void where thought ceased held him entranced. Yet across the battlefield Blackstone sect master had descended into utter frenzy. This world, losing a leg could be remedied by countless means. But to him it was unforgivable humiliation. He, not transcendent perception realm master, supreme patriarch of the Blackstone sect, had just had his calf severed by an unknown nobody. Should word of this spread, the entire Blackstone sect would bear the shame and humiliation, an unbearable humiliation. Fortunately no one would ever learn of it. For tonight the entire city of Ice City would be erased from existence. As he prepared to deliver the final blow, a car roared toward him. Blackstone sect master flicked his wrist. Lightning surged and wove itself into a crackling net engulfing the vehicle. Boom. The car detonated midair, a colossal fireball erupting in the night sky. Shards scattered like falling stars, illuminating Batter's icy, unyielding face. He cared not whether his foe stood at the transcendent perception realm, and to harm his sworn brother, only over his dead body. In divine visage, in shake heaven and earth. Batter roared. His frame swelled, bulging muscles tearing his shirt apart. In cars parked roadside became his weapons, flung one after another like boulders. Insect. In Blackstone sect master's voice thundered with fury. Lightning coalesced within the storm clouds then poured down like a cataclysmic deluge. Only now did the citizens of Ice City grasp in visceral terror the sheer magnitude of a transcendent perception realm master's might. Non-natural disaster. And this was nothing short of divine wrath. The torrential lightning lit the heavens, reducing every structure beneath to dust. And this was precisely why overwhelming numbers could never subdue a transcendent perception realm master. The lightning cloud visage contracted, coalescing into a towering spectral figure over 10 meters tall. Ni's entire form shimmered with raw electricity. Even his hair flowed as living lightning. Anyone witnessing it now could think of only two words in Thunder God. In Blackstone sect master's gaze swept haughtily, searching for Shan Liang and Batter. Hey, in son of a bitch, and Grandpa's right here. Not deafening shout erupted from the ground. Blackstone sect master turned to see the giant provocatively shaking his hips. Humph. Just as he raised his hand to strike, every hair on his body bristled. Ni's body reacted before his mind. Pure animal instinct propelled him into evasive motion. Shoo. Na crimson slash cleaved the thunder god in two, yet failed to sever Blackstone's sect master within. Insignificant insect. Lei Shun's body reconstituted itself once more, crackling bolts of lightning converging like a net toward Shan Liang. Whoosh. The electrified web shattered beneath a single slash of Shan Liang's blade. His armored form surged forward, delivering another devastating strike. The Blackstone cult sovereign had long since exhausted his patience. To be challenged thus, by an insignificant insect, and even to have lost a leg in the process ignited within him an all-consuming desire to obliterate everything at once. Yet his cultists still had not completed sufficient slaughter to serve as ritual offerings. Cursed night yakshas. Had they not faltered, the ritual would never have been exposed, and the sacrifice would already be complete. Though he could slaughter Icity's populace in moments, the deity demanded only souls and bodies tortured to death, not swift annihilation. A fatal mismatch of expertise. As Shan Liang charged forward once again, the Blackstone cult sovereign's fury reached its apex. He pointed his right finger at Shan Liang, his voice glacial and venomous. Prison of light, hellbound. Lightning erupted violently around them, detonating with thunderous force and coalescing into countless searing light needles aimed directly at Shan Liang, so dense that even the colossal Tao Tai blade could not possibly parry them all. Yet in the next instant the sovereign sensed something profoundly wrong. That madman had vanished, utterly impossibly, into thin air. Then came an overwhelming surge of mortal dread, as though a tiny voice screamed uncontrollably inside his skull. You will die. You will die. You will certainly die. The Blackstone cult sovereign could scarcely recall the last time he'd felt such primal terror. Thud. Lei Shin's true form was cleaved open. The fang blade severed both his legs. Only his lightning-fast upward evasion spared him decapitation. Thunder prison lore. His voice roared with incandescent rage. Heavenly thunderclaps detonated in rapid succession, dragging Shan Liang's body irresistibly inward. But at the critical moment, Shan Liang vanished again. Time Tailor. A newly acquired ability gained by Shan Liang within the cursed shrine after vanquishing the night yakshas. Exceedingly useful. The Blackstone cult sovereign could no longer contain his murderous intent. Even if this sacrifice failed utterly, he would annihilate that insect, no matter the cost. The surrounding lightning, as if sensing his wrath, grew even more frenzied. This time, I'll see where you flee. Boom, crack. Heavenly thunder detonated anew. Night itself turned to blinding day. He had clearly noticed each time Shan Liang vanished and reappeared, the distance between appearances remained frustratingly short. Thus he opted for total saturation, blanketing the entire area with lethal strikes. It mirrored precisely the method Shan Liang himself had once used against the shrine's malevolent entities, a grim poetic reckoning. Yet there was one crucial difference: Shan Liang possessed far more than just this one technique. Divine manifestation. Wherever his gaze fell, in the blink of an eye he stood upon solid ground safely beyond the thunder's reach. Measured purely by displacement, wherever his gaze falls far surpassed Time Tailor in utility. After all, the latter's true purpose was never mere evasion. Chief, Su Jie just contacted me. He says the director has ordered preparations for the demon-quelling cannon. Stay alert. Wang Xiaohua cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted toward Shan Liang. Understood. Shan Liang responded sharply, placing his left hand firmly upon the Tao Tai blade. It trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Clearly the two severed legs it had just devoured had delighted it immensely, and it hungered for more. Gluttonous blade. If you devour everything, where shall I draw my divine manifestation from? At these words the blade quivered even more intensely. Its 7 eyes whirled wildly, unblinking. At that very moment Wang Jinggang finally arrived. Brilliant work. He gave Shan Liang a thumbs up, then launched himself skyward with explosive force, leaping toward the spire. His legs possessed prodigious strength. Each bound soared 30 to 40 meters high, but within 2 or 3 leaps, he had reached the summit. The Great Wall sentinels upheld their sacred honor. Whether battling malevolent spirits or heretical cultists, They were the vanguard, the unyielding shield, standing resolutely on the front line. Divine manifestation. Blade mountain, sea of fire. Roaring flames erupted outward along his legs, instantly transforming the spire's platform into an inferno. From the blazing sea, towering blades of fire slowly rose, forged anew from flame itself. Boom, crack. The Blackstone cult sovereign's ultimate technique finally culminated. Rolling torrents of heavenly thunder descended upon Ice City. At that moment, the storm clouds coalesced into a mountainous mass poised to crush the city flat. That suffocating wave of despair crashed over them once more. Break apart. One by one, the burning blades fused together, then slashed upward in unison, cleaving a jagged fissure through the thunderous cloud. Almost simultaneously, a streak of brilliant light arced across the sky. The demon-quelling cannon fired. Inside the command center, the director stared intently at the monitor. The demon-quelling cannon had originally been engineered to eradicate the cursed realm, but each activation consumed vast quantities of rare energy, or cost analyses revealed it far less economical than hiring elite forerunners to purge such realms. Moreover, its immense size and cumbersome assembly rendered it increasingly obsolete, until during the construction of Q City, a genius designer ingeniously integrated the cannon into the city's infrastructure. Initially, few knew of its existence, until a colossal malevolent entity invaded Q City and was obliterated in a single blast. Thereafter, the demon-quelling cannon became virtually standard equipment in every new metropolis. Its destructive power rivaled that of a transcendent realm master's assault, yet it bore one glaring flaw: both charging and firing were painfully slow. Otherwise, Shan Liang and Bader would never have escaped M City. The director tensed, uncertain whether this shot would find its mark. And due to the cannon's overwhelming power, the blast would inevitably sever all nearby surveillance and communications. For a critical interval, he would be blind and deaf, stripped of battlefield awareness. It must hit. The director clenched his fists tightly, watching the projectile's glow intensify, brighter, until it plunged into the thundercloud and detonated with cataclysmic force. Boom. An apocalyptic fireball erupted. Simultaneously, every signal feed monitoring the spire vicinity in the command center went dark. Brother, are we truly cursed this year? We've been blasted by artillery twice already. Nonsense. This blast wasn't aimed at us. Bader stood protectively before Shan Liang and Wang Xiaohua, shielding them from flying debris. Chief, the little lightning man isn't dead yet. Wang Xiaohua pointed toward the spire. Half of it had been sheared away, the remaining stump now writhed in roaring flame. High above the Blackstone cult sovereign, his body wreathed in violent arcs of electricity, fought fiercely with Wang Jinggang. Yet it was clear Wang Jinggang was rapidly losing ground. As for the sovereign's grand technique, it had been utterly dispersed by the demon-quelling cannon's blast. If Tatui were here, things would be different. Bader sighed wistfully, missing his comrade by the campfire. Wang Xiaohua nodded solemnly beside him. Their preparations had been insufficient. They hadn't anticipated facing a transcendent realm master. As the two spoke, a crimson light suddenly flared nearby. All three froze, then instantly grasped the truth. The sacrificial array had activated. The guards' expressions darkened. Activation of the sacrificial array meant the cultists had already slaughtered numerous innocents. Even more grim were the cultists themselves, for they had intended to offer far greater sacrifices and reap far greater rewards. Now all of it had been utterly ruined by these interlopers. With so few victims slain, what could the true god possibly bestow in return? They had planned a grand decisive strike, yet ended up producing nothing but a colossal failure. Agony. As the first array diagram flared to life, two others ignited in swift succession at distant locations. Their radiant patterns intertwined and fused, coalescing into a single vast complete formation. The cultists descended into frenzied madness, seizing their weapons and unleashing indiscriminate slaughter, truly indiscriminate. Even their own comrades fell beneath their blades, cut down with brutal, unhesitating cruelty. Fewer survivors meant larger shares. Once one had pledged allegiance to the cult, what need was there for hollow ideals like unity or camaraderie? The guards fought on unwavering. They ignored the cultists' internecine bloodshed, but harming civilians. Absolutely forbidden. Chaos erupted anew. Bartle. Destroy the array diagram. Xiaohua. Assist the guards in eliminating the cultists. Understood. Without hesitation, the two sprang into motion the moment Dan Liang issued his orders, racing toward their respective targets. For members of the bonfire, Dan Liang's command was absolute law. Even if they neither understood nor agreed, they would execute his will without delay. Only after the two departed did Dan Liang turn his gaze upward, to the two figures locked in midair combat. Divine manifestation. His eyes met theirs, and in that instant, whoosh. At the very moment the divine manifestation activated, Dan Liang appeared behind the Blackstone sect master. The Tao Tai long blade swept forward, utterly silent, utterly lethal. Yet the Blackstone sect master possessed preternatural sixth sense if he reacted instantly. He whirled and slashed backward. A bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, striking toward Dan Liang. Dan Liang barely evaded, but the lightning's edge grazed him, flooding his body with searing paralysis, causing violent, uncontrollable tremors. Seeing Dan Liang stagger, the Blackstone sect master raised his right hand palm open, Lightning coalesced violently around him, converging into a spear of pure crackling energy. Without pause, he hurled the luminous spear straight at Dan Liang. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a streak of golden light, piercing Dan Liang's chest, in an instant leaving a fist-sized wound. Its edges were charred black by the lightning's scorching heat. No blood flowed. Dan Liang stared incredulously at his own chest, despair and bitter regret twisting across his face. He reached forward feebly, then collapsed, limp, lifeless, plummeting toward the earth. Warden! Wang Jinggang watched in horror. His eyes bled crimson rage as crimson flames roared around his body. With a thunderous roar, he brought his great blade down upon the Blackstone Sect Master. The Blackstone Sect Master didn't even glance back. Compared to Wang Jinggang, he bore far deeper hatred toward this youth who had severed his legs. With a casual parry, he deflected Wang Jingang's strike, then surged forward, chasing Dan Liang's fallen form. Bolts of thunder coalesced around him, accelerating his movement to blinding speed. Another luminous spear formed in his grasp, and he hurled it once more, aimed squarely at Dan Liang. Thud! The spear pierced Dan Liang's lower abdomen, pinning him brutally to the ground. Wretched insect, you fancy yourself a master of ambush. Granting you such a swift death is far too merciful. As he spoke, he wrenched the spear free, raising it high to drive it into Dan Liang's skull, when Wang Jinggang struck again. Die for me. Heat from the flame-long blade surged forth like a tidal wave. The Blackstone Sect Master had no choice but to pivot and block. Clang! Lightning and fire collided in a deafening explosion. Shockwaves rippled outward, distorting the air itself. Wang Jinggang, however, now sensed a flicker of confidence in their first exchange. Something had felt off. This out-of-body realm cultivator was formidable, yet not that formidable. Had he faced a true out-of-body realm master from the Great Wall Watch, he'd have been reduced to ash within 3 strikes. This foe, though still capable of killing him, couldn't do so in 3, or even 30, strikes. That realization kindled a spark of ambition. Perhaps with the Warden's aid, he could hold his ground. Yet the moment that hope took root, the Warden was slain. The crushing collapse of aspiration left Wang Jinggang reckless, defiant, ready to shatter himself entirely. Defense. Defense was slow suicide. Then, attack relentlessly. Even as he was forced back, he forged another flame-long blade, and swung both weapons in a furious double-bladed arc. But this time the Sect Master refused to play along. At the precise instant he blocked both blades, a flash of lightning arced through Wang Jinggang's body, locking him in paralysis. Thud! The same technique, luminous spear piercing his lower abdomen. Wang Jinggang looked down at the spear embedded in his gut, feeling strength drained from him like water through shattered clay. A sneer curled the Blackstone Sect Master's lips as he slowly withdrew the spear. Your performance doesn't even compare to that ant's. Wang Jinggang released his great blade and seized the luminous spear with both hands. Scorching heat blistered his palms, yet he refused to let go. Instead, a feral grin spread across his face. What of it? Ants excel at teamwork. The Blackstone Sect Master's expression shifted, as if deciphering Wang Jinggang's intent. He whirled, snapping his gaze toward Dan Liang's corpse, only to meet the gleaming edge of a monstrous long blade. Tao-tai! Thud! This time he failed to evade. Dan Liang cleaved him cleanly at the neck. The head soared high into the air. Before it struck the ground, the body was hacked into fragments by Dan Liang's relentless strikes. Thick crimson mist billowed from Dan Liang's body, surging over the scattered remains, devouring and corroding them with chilling veracity. In battles where life and death hang in the balance, the outcome is often decided in the blink of an eye. If you cannot end me instantly, you have just granted me my chance. As the severed head tumbled downward, Dan Liang caught it midair, gripping it firmly by the hair. Blood dripped steadily from the wound. On the Blackstone Sect Master's face bloomed despair, fury, and disbelief, mirroring Dan Liang's own expression moments earlier, suspended in the sky. Dan Liang had witnessed such expressions countless times, hence his flawless performance. An old saying comes to mind: life is humanity's greatest teacher. Behold, acting skill acquired courtesy of lived experience. Dan Liang casually tossed the severed head into the crimson mist, watching it dissolve piece by piece. Cough, cough, cough. Stop gawking. If you're not busy, come lend me a hand. Right, I'm fine really. I'll survive. Wang Jinggang coughed up thick streams of blood, but since only his lower abdomen had been pierced, he believed himself salvageable. Don't worry, I won't die. Dan Liang glanced back at Wang Jinggang's wound, then bellowed toward the periphery. Wang Xiaohua. Within moments, Wang Xiaohua came sprinting from afar. Boss! Save him. Huh. Oh, only then did Wang Xiaohua notice Wang Jinggang's injury. She raised her right hand and activated her divine manifestation. Soul-stealing mutilation. Wang Jinggang cried out in pain, watching as his wound began to writhe, charred skin sloughed away, oozing thick, viscous black fluid. Then with unnatural force the wound began to close. Not naturally, but violently. Surrounding flesh was dragged inward, stretched, and stitched together by raw coercive power. Wang Jinggang waited several seconds, still no sign of healing, and finally asked, why hasn't it sealed yet? Who said I could heal wounds? Huh, I merely pull the edges together. You might say I suture the wound, but you must grow it whole again. Wang Jinggang's lips twitched. Before he could retort, the skull, now stripped bare by the crimson mist, rose suddenly into the air. Simultaneously torrents of pitch-black chi surged toward the floating cranium. Dan Liang's pupils contracted sharply, his nostrils flared twice. He smelled the stench of malevolent, otherworldly corruption. Wang Jinggang's expression tightened as he raised his gaze toward the severed head still clinging with traces of flesh and blood. Dark miasma swirled inward from all directions, coiling and writhing around the head, evidently attempting to reconstruct a body for it. Is it seeking rebirths? Wang Zaihua's voice wavered with uncertainty. Could this figure seemingly weak possess the terrifying ability to resurrect? Beside him, Shan Liang and Wang Jinggang shook their heads decisively. Both sensed unmistakably that this was no longer the former cult leader, but a genuine, malevolent entity. They would never mistake such a fiend. Between them, they had slain countless malign spirits. Exchanging a glance, they launched their assault without hesitation, straight into the churning black mist. Though its intent remained unclear, it could only herald calamity, especially here within the heart of Ice City. Divine form. Mountains of blades, seas of fire. Wang Jinggang activated his divine form once more. As a fire-aligned manifestation, it possessed innate suppression over evil entities, making him far better suited to strike than Shan Liang. Yet to their astonishment, the flames were instantly devoured upon contact with the black mist. Powerless against it, the fire did not resist. It fed the darkness, thickening the miasma with every flicker. Wang Jinggang immediately withdrew his flames. This was unprecedented. Without a word, Shan Liang seamlessly took over crimson mist gathered from the surroundings and crashed headlong into the black. Gases should have merged effortlessly, yet these two refused to blend, standing in stark hostile opposition like rival armies locked in eternal combat. Though mere vapors, Wang Jinggang beheld within them the chaos of 10,000 soldiers clashing across a battlefield. Shan Liang's expression flickered with surprise. The creature resisted absorption entirely. It stirred memories of that desiccated tomb guardian from long ago. Back then he had tried consuming it with his crimson mist, and nearly perished himself. Chief, what do we do? This abomination emerged from the formation array. Find Batter and help him dismantle it. Understood. Wang Xiaohua leapt away. En route he encountered several black-robed figures, and with effortless grace activated his divine form. Their feet rooted motionless to the ground, yet their torsos twisted violently, like wrung cloth, spurting blood from grotesquely contorted wounds. Shan Liang observed keenly. A faint energy rose from each slain figure, ascending to merge with the dark mist above. Are they killing to harvest this energy? Is this what they call a sacrifice? In that brief span, the cult leader's head had already been enveloped entirely, a pulsating black sphere. Its surface glistened with viscous oil-like fluid, occasionally sinuous tendrils slithered forth from within. Shan Liang slashed downward with his blade, but the sphere sensed danger and shot upward, evading the blow. Is it summoning lightning? Wang Jinggang tensed, wary. Shan Liang shook his head. His divine form had already been stripped away. Where then would lightning come from? Whoa! As the black sphere ascended, a mournful wailing cry echoed across the air. Simultaneously, severed limbs and scattered remains were drawn aloft by an unseen force, hurtling toward the hovering orb. Both cultists and city guards froze mid-battle, watching in horror as the corpses of fallen comrades soared skyward, followed soon after by the mangled bodies of slaughtered civilians. Countless cadavers piled high, forming a towering mountain of flesh. At its apex, the black sphere hovered, its tar-like surface beginning to harden and congeal. Crack! A sharp, brittle shatter resounded across the battlefield. All watched transfixed as the black sphere slowly opened, like an eye, and at its center the cult leader's ravaged head stared back as its pupil. Woo-walla! The roar thundered across all of Ice City. With it, black fluid gushed outward from the sphere, weeping as though in anguish. The viscous liquid flowed like glue, sealing every fissure in the corpse mountain. Every limb or fragment it touched stirred back to ghastly life. Limbs flailed, head screamed. Even Wang Jinggang, who had faced countless abominations, felt his scalp crawl. The corpse mountain loomed nearly 20 meters tall. Once the black fluid fused all remains into one grotesque mass, it began to writhe and contort. Mountains of blades, seas of fire. As a 1,000-man commander of the Great Wall Watch, eradicating malign spirits is my sacred duty. Wang Jinggang struck again. Flames erupted from his legs, spreading outward, forging blazing sabers that hurtled toward the mountain of flesh. Yet just as before, the fiery blades vanished the instant they touched the corpse mountain, absorbed then transmuted into nourishment for the abomination. Wang Jingang's face darkened. Spotting drones approaching, he slammed his wristband. Old foam. This thing nullifies my divine form. Prepare another exorcism cannon. Send it straight to hell. Repeat, prepare another exorcism cannon. Inside the command center, silence reigned, thick, suffocating, absolute. Even at a distance, the sight of that monstrous corpse mountain made them tremble uncontrollably. What had happened? Communications had faltered for mere moments, and now a spirit-transcendent cultivator had become this abomination. Upon receiving Wang Jingang's transmission, Director Feng wasted no time. Prepare another exorcism cannon. Target the corpse mountain. Affirmative. Affirmative. Staff responded instantly, springing into action. Whether civilians might be caught in the blast was not even considered. Not now. For if the corpse mountain endured, no soul in Ice City would survive. The trolley dilemma is a moral quandary for ordinary people, not for those who hold power. Director Feng stood with hands clasped behind his back, issuing orders with calm authority, yet inside his heart twisted with agony. He knew well after this battle, Ice City would lie broken and hollow. At the next council meeting, he feared he would lose the very title I, the mark of sovereignty and strength. At that thought, he cursed himself. Why hadn't he died alongside the flame god sovereign? How would he face his old brothers underground when his own death came? Would he confess that the hard-won honor of I earned through their blood and sacrifice had crumbled under his stewardship into a mere Z? His fists clenched until his knuckles whitened, his gaze fixed on the ruined city center, speechless. The tea grows cold once the guest departs. The flame god is gone. Is this abomination the so-called dark deity they worship? Wang Jinggang gasped for breath. He had tried multiple techniques, all swallowed without trace. Now his sole hope rested on the exorcism cannon. Shan Liang scoured his memory for parallels among recorded malign entities, but found none matching this corpse mountain. Just as both men pondered, a distant explosion boomed, and the glowing formation array began to fade. The stream of black mist surging toward the corpse mountain severed instantly, left adrift rootless. Crimson mist surged forward, overwhelming the weakened darkness, devouring every last wisp. The stream of black mist surging toward the corpse mountain severed instantly, left adrift rootless. Crimson mist surged forward, overwhelming the weakened darkness, devouring every last wisp. Who called it ugly? This corpse mountain was magnificent. Originally, there were some things that Dan Liang planned to hide, for in this world where humans devour one another, the more trump cards one exposes, the quicker one meets their demise. But now this cursed thing might allow him to break through. What more is there to say? If he were to break into the divine realm, the former leader Dan Liang could defeat him 7 times in a minute. The corpse mountain, sensing the disruption in the black mist, froze in its twisted and deformed movements, then slowly began to move toward the place where the formation diagram had extinguished. What does this evil spirit want? Does it intend to repair the formation diagram? Dan Liang squinted his eyes, realizing that this evil spirit was not lacking in intelligence. At first, Dan Liang was unable to consume the black mist, and Wang Jinggang's attacks only served as nourishment. But now that the formation diagram had vanished, Dan Liang was not only able to consume the black mist, but even the corpse mountain could no longer replenish it. It seems there is a problem with the formation diagram. Mr. Wang, try again. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinggang reacted and summoned the mountain of blades and sea of fire to attack the corpse mountain once more. Just as Dan Liang had thought, this time it indeed proved effective. Wang Jinggang was overjoyed, laughing heartily. Is it the formation diagram's doing? It should be. Regardless, at least now he could fight back. Dan Liang leaped into the air, wielding the gluttonous blade, and struck down fiercely. Bang! With a muffled sound, the corpse mountain was slashed open by Dan Liang. But the next moment, black liquid surged in and restored the corpse mountain to its original state, showing no signs of injury. Bang! With a muffled sound, the corpse mountain was slashed open by Dan Liang. But the next moment, black liquid surged in and restored the corpse mountain to its original state, showing no signs of injury. Behind them followed over 100 people, all wearing the attire of the members of the Great Wall Watch led by Wang Jinggang. Centurion, the mission is complete. Please instruct us. The leader saluted Wang Jinggang, who scolded in response. What the hell, it's already such a time, and you're still saluting. Wait until I'm dead, you can salute all you want at the funeral. The second exorcism cannon is being prepared. Restrict the corpse mountain's movement, and get ready for the exorcism cannon to hit. Understood. Upon hearing Wang Jinggang's orders, these individuals did not hesitate in the slightest and released their divine senses to attempt to block the corpse mountain. Bartle then ran to Dan Liang's side. That cursed formation diagram actually requires 3 formation eyes to break. If not for Xiaohua and the Great Wall Watch members going, we wouldn't have been able to break it now. As he spoke, he took out a small box from his pocket and mysteriously handed it to Dan Liang. I found this under the formation diagram. There were too many people around, so I didn't dare to open it. Quick, put it away, there must be something good inside. Huh, where's your box? Bartle just noticed that Dan Liang's superpowered box was missing. Seeing this, Dan Liang whistled. Not far away from beneath the ruins, 4 furry short legs suddenly emerged from a small mound of dirt, digging off the dirt that covered it to reveal its true form. This was the box that Dan Liang had been holding, but at this moment it had grown 4 short legs resembling those of a corgi. The box looked around and frantically ran towards Dan Liang. Bartle did not notice this scene and was still searching for the box. Dan Liang, however, snatched up the small box and casually tossed it behind him. Hey, and don't throw it. What if it's a treasure? Bartle thought Dan Liang was going to throw the box away and hurriedly turned back to pick it up. But just as he turned back, he saw a small box with 4 legs leaping up, opening its mouth and swallowing the small box in one gulp. Then without any pause, it smoothly turned and found a small pit to burrow into, laying on its back, while its short legs frantically shoveled dirt, burying itself tightly. All of this happened extremely quickly. If it weren't for the missing box and the little mound of dirt in front of him, Bartle would have thought he was hallucinating. What are you looking at? Let's go. No, and did the box grow legs? What's so strange about that? Is that not strange? My knife has eyes too. Bartle suddenly felt this was very reasonable, but couldn't help but look at the little mound of dirt a couple more times. This hiding was rather discreet. Centurion, our attacks seem ineffective against it, we can't stop it. 100-man leader couldn't help but speak up. They had already tried their best to block it, but no matter what damage they caused to the corpse mountain, that black water would repair itself in an instant. Seeing the corpse mountain getting closer and closer to the formation diagram, Wang Jinggang became a bit anxious. He had not forgotten that when the formation diagram had activated earlier, even attacking the corpse mountain had been impossible. Warden, is there a way? Yes, but it might make things worse. Should we try? Dan Liang provided a direct answer. He indeed had an idea he planned to try, which was to perform the corpse praise song. This was something he learned when he subdued the heart-confounding charm, and it served to turn corpses into evil spirits. Dan Liang's idea was to turn all the corpses within the corpse mountain into evil spirits, thereby dividing the opponent and defeating them one by one. However, doing so might also yield another result. The corpses becoming evil spirits could potentially strengthen the corpse mountain. That was why Dan Liang asked Wang Jinggang whether he wanted to try. After all, City, I had spent money on this, so he naturally wanted to hear their opinion. Wang Jinggang hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Let's try. Do we need to cooperate? No need. Xiaohua, get me 50 corpses. Okay. Wang Xiaohua did not ask Dan Liang what he needed the corpses for, and began to activate her divine sense to search. Originally, there was no shortage of corpses here, but when the black sphere formed the corpse mountain, it absorbed almost all the corpses, leaving behind not even a single limb. Thus, Wang Xiaohua could only search for the corpses that had died after the formation of the corpse mountain. It took about a minute to gather 50 corpses. A minute is not much in normal times, not even enough to finish a cigarette. But on the battlefield, a minute felt very long. Boss, what should we do? Have them form a circle, the rest is up to me. Okay. Wang Xiaohua's face turned pale, as she could no longer remember how many times she had used her divine sense tonight, and her body felt a bit weak. But since the boss asked her to do this, there must be a reason. The corpses stiffly formed a circle, and Dan Liang rushed forward with chains of punishment, like tentacles, arranging the corpses into various poses. Wang Jinggang's face changed after just one glance. Everyone, do not look at those corpses. Yes. The members of the Great Wall Watch responded in unison. Even if Wang Jinggang hadn't said anything, no one would have looked at those corpses, as their attention was entirely on the corpse mountain. As Dan Liang positioned the last corpse, an invisible wave slowly emanated from the circle of corpses, causing them to sway and float. Woo, ding ding, whammy, strange and unpleasant sounds echoed from within the corpses, intertwining to form a bizarre hymn. The advancing corpse mountain suddenly halted, its eerie eyes slowly turning to gaze at the circle of corpses. The head of the leader, corroded to the point of being nothing but bones, silently howled in anguish, as if completing the final touch of soul to the entire song. The corpse praise song. It has begun. Wang Jinggang and the others reeled, dazed and disoriented. Compared to them, the corpse mountain reacted far more violently. Some corpses began contorting and struggling, desperate to flee the mound. Shan Liang had suspected something earlier when he first saw the black mist coiling around the skull, its very core. This entity must share a symbiotic or parasitic bond with the corpses, hence it had absorbed so many into itself afterward. When Shan Liang chanted the liturgical song of the dead to transform those corpses into malevolent specters, only two emerged. Either they merged into the corpse mountain, augmenting its power, or they manifested as independent entities, thereby weakening the corpse mountain. Judging by current events, the latter seemed far more likely. Wang Jinggang clearly grasped this too. Seeing his comrades still groggy and unsteady, he roared aloud. Xuelin. His shout thundered forth with commanding authority, like a sudden awakening of the spirit. At once the Xuelin Legion snapped alert, their spirits surging as one, roaring in unison. Xuelin, Xuelin, Xuelin. Their voices swelled, louder, fiercer, more resolute, with each cry swelling with pride in their identity as Xuelin warriors. Shan Liang had always believed emotion to be a profoundly mysterious force. Sometimes, though you know something is not truly amusing, laughter becomes contagious the moment those around you burst into mirth. You cannot help but join them. On the battlefield, though, terror grips your heart. Witnessing comrades charge forward without flinching gradually dissolves your fear. Such is the sorcery of emotion. Just as the troops roared, corpses began peeling away from the corpse mountain. No, more precisely, they writhed free and hurled themselves down from its surface. Thud! Corpses struck the ground, kicking up plumes of dust. Kill! Wang Jinggang bellowed, leading the charge to purge the corpse specters. If the corpse mountain itself proved impervious, surely these specters were not. Corpses tumbled downward like dumplings tossed into boiling water. Yet no matter how many fell, each was obliterated instantly. Some specters hadn't even touched earth before being utterly eradicated by the warriors' divine manifestations. The corpse mountain's aura began to wane. Wang Jinggang's eyes blazed with revelation. The warden's method truly worked. The corpse mountain, as if sensing its own doom, seethed, the black liquid bubbling violently, once more transmuting into swirling tendrils of obsidian mist that rose toward the heavens. Shan Liang's gaze ignited with fierce anticipation. He shot forward like a streak of lightning. A torrent of crimson mist erupted from his body, trailing behind him like a blazing scarlet comet. Bartle stood bewildered, but seeing Shan Liang surge ahead, he charged after him. Brother, I'm coming to help. Help? Nonsense. Hold the flank. Oh. Bartle halted crestfallen, watching Shan Liang launch himself skyward. The crimson mist surged forward like a ravenous wolf, needing no command. Already lunging, already devouring. Streams of exquisitely refined energy flooded back through the red mist, sending waves of euphoric warmth through Shan Liang. So intense he nearly hummed aloud. Had the specter not been so grotesquely repulsive, he might have leapt forward to bite it himself. The black mist lost its former ferocity, now evading frantically, fleeing upward. At this rate, its total annihilation by the crimson mist was merely a matter of time. Wang Jinggang even thought perhaps the specter extermination cannon would no longer be needed. Yet reality rarely bows to expectation. The black mist wasn't retreating. It was arraying. Realizing it could not reactivate its original formation, it sought instead to forge a new one. Wang Jinggang recoiled inwardly at the realization. Damn it. Was this specter truly that intelligent? If it succeeded, wouldn't they revert to the earlier stalemate, where every attack was absorbed without effect? Shan Liang too perceived the corpse mountain's intent, and would never allow it to succeed. After all, in its prior state, the crimson mist had been unable to pierce it. Now the pursuing crimson mist surged back in mass, coalescing behind Shan Liang, sending Wang Jinggang into near panic. He shouted urgently, Warden, press the assault. It's attempting to reforge the array. Shan Liang offered no reply. Behind him, vast currents of crimson mist began weaving, slowly, deliberately, into the shape of a scarlet gate. The gate swung open, unleashing an irresistible primordial suction from within. The black mist mid-ascent was wrenched violently off course, drawn inexorably toward the scarlet portal. The gate's terrifying pull twisted the black mist into a spiraling vortex, a jet-black tornado, sucking in torrents without pause. In the end, even the black liquid surged upward, drawn into the maelstrom, and swallowed whole. Wang Jinggang stared dumbfounded, murmuring inwardly, are today's youth truly this formidable? He'd thought Han Wuqi was extraordinary, but here stood another master beyond reckoning. Wasn't the warden's age roughly comparable to Han Wuqi's? With a casual slash, he cleaved a specter in two, then inexplicably felt a pang of age. Indeed, the tide of the Yangtze River surges ever forward, sweeping away the old. Command Center. Director, the specter extermination cannon is locked on target. Request permission to fire. Hold. Wait. The director halted the crew, his gaze locked unblinking onto the monitor. Drone footage filled the screen. A slender figure stood atop the scarlet gate. His robes hung in tatters soaked crimson, with blood, his body barely propped upright by a long blade. Before him, the churning black mist roiled like a wrathful ink dragon, claws bared, fangs bared, slamming relentlessly against the gate. Anyone could see he was spent, on the verge of collapse, one misstep from utter annihilation. Recalling his earlier ascent, charging alone straight toward the divine presence, the director sighed softly. Fortune of City Eye. Silence fell across the command center. Every staff member etched that solitary defiant silhouette into memory, forever. Yet the man they revered, the one clinging desperately to endurance, was pinching his thigh to stifle laughter. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Ha ha ha. Shan Liang suddenly understood the ecstasy of heretical cultivation. This surge in strength was breathtakingly swift. Faintly, he sensed the threshold of transcendent awakening, his mind drifting back to his master's words. Even if you reach the threshold of transcendent awakening, few possess the resolve to cross it. Should any of you one day stand before that threshold, remember this: sometimes surrender is also a choice. His master's expression had been deeply conflicted. Later, Shan Liang learned his master's younger brother had perished attempting that very transcendence. Of 10 who attempt the path, perhaps not one succeeds. That was why his master spoke of surrender, not as weakness, but as wisdom. Shan Liang gripped the Tao Tai longblade, his ambition blazing unmasked in his eyes. Surrender might be a choice for others, but for him the word did not exist. Transcendent awakening, merely a milestone. Even the realms of embodiment, transcendence, and detachment were not his terminus. He demanded power commensurate with his boundless ambition. And this still fell far short. Minutes passed. The last wisp of black mist vanished into the scarlet gate. Below, the Shui Lin Legion stood frozen, staring upward, awe and reverence mingling in their gazes. Shan Liang glanced down, wondering why they gazed so intently. Surely they weren't thinking he'd resolved it too swiftly and demanding refunds. Then he'd simply faint on cue. To prove this victory came at great cost, he dissolved the scarlet gate and plummeted earthward as if utterly drained of strength. That descent, captured by every eye, moved some to tears. A hero. Bachelor leapt forward and caught Shan Liang midair. His face, famous for being enough to secure 3 auxiliary police officers' permanent positions, was etched with deep concern until Shan Liang shot him a knowing glance, jolting him into sudden comprehension. "Anda!" Bachelor cried out in pain upon landing. Wang Jinggang and the others rushed over immediately. Wang Xiaohua, mimicking a seasoned physician, carefully felt Shan Liang's wrist. "The boss is severely injured. Internal organs damaged, massive blood loss. Get him to the hospital immediately." "Yes." Without hesitation, Bachelor hoisted Shan Liang onto his back and sprinted away at astonishing speed as if fleeing pursuit. Wang Jinggang froze for a split second, then swiftly activated his wrist comm to contact Director Foam. Old Foam. The warden is critically injured. Arrange the best hospital immediately. Understood. The voice on the other end replied without pause. After all, the injured man was City's revered benefactor. Only when Bachelor had run far enough that no one remained nearby did he dare ask. Anda, what treasure did you uncover? Does brushing against the threshold of the divine consciousness realm count? The threshold of the divine consciousness realm. Bachelor bellowed, mouth agape like a ravenous beast. Shan Liang rubbed his ears and retorted, shall I fetch you a megaphone? Lower your voice. Ahem, no need for that, but how did you suddenly brush against the threshold? We owe it entirely to that mountain of corpses. That ghastly entity was composed entirely of pure condensed energy. Once refined, it directly amplifies one's strength. Whoa. Enough. No more comic timing. Wait for Xiaohua. Yes. Bachelor slowed his pace, and soon Wang Xiaohua caught up. Her face was pale, her breath ragged from exhaustion. You ran where? To the hospital. The hospital is in the east. You ran the wrong way, you colossal fool. Ha ha ha. Their banter sent Shan Liang into helpless laughter, while Wang Xiaohua panted furiously, glaring daggers at Bachelor. Not far behind them, the briefcase, its tiny legs scurrying, trotted after them. By the time Director Feng saw Shan Liang again, he was already in the hospital. Lying on the hospital bed, Shan Liang's face was pallid and drawn, so frail that Director Feng's eyes welled with genuine emotion. Mr. Shan, we owe you everything today. Had you not been there, countless lives would have been lost. Rest assured, your compensation has already been transferred to your account. Moreover, upon learning you eliminated a divine consciousness realm cultist headquarters, granted an additional 2 million yuan reward. Please don't think it meager. Every cent from above undergoes rigorous auditing. 2 million is in truth an extraordinary sum. Director Feng's gratitude was heartfelt. Everyone had witnessed Shan Liang's valor the previous night. No one else needed convincing. Su Jie, standing just behind him, gazed with unreserved awe. That solitary figure, cleaving heavenward with his blade amid utter despair, was seared forever into his memory. A memory he would carry for life. Shan Liang's lips were cracked, his voice barely a whisper. How many died? A shadow crossed Director Feng's face. He sighed deeply. Su Jie's head bowed instinctively. Preliminary tally: over 100 Security Bureau agents fallen, more than 2,000 garrison troops lost. Over 30 soldiers from Mr. Wang's Bloodfrost Legion perished, and civilian casualties hover near 3,000. The number hung in silence, heavy and hollow. The director spoke solemnly. They were all heroes. I will petition for full survivor benefits. If headquarters refuses, then this directorship means nothing to me. Su Jie clenched his fists. Once more the faces of his fallen comrades flickered before his eyes. Cultists truly were more deserving of annihilation than even the most vicious specters. Shan Liang exhaled softly. The casualty ratio alone proved the garrison troops had fought to their absolute limit. Indeed, they were all heroes. After a few more courteous exchanges, the director departed. With last night's catastrophe, his day promised relentless urgency. Once the director left, Shan Liang's complexion visibly improved. Truly, the starving ghost Tai Sui was unmatched in efficacy. Black Knight Fork and the cultist are both dead. Xiaohua's vengeance is half fulfilled. As for Lord Tua, both Black Knight Fork and the cultists served under him. This matter cannot be severed from his hand. We've shattered his scheme, he'll seek us out himself. Then hehehe. Shan Liang's laugh was glacial, yet it warmed Wang Xiaohua's heart. She knew without doubt every act he undertook was for her sake alone. If even the cultists had reached the divine consciousness realm, what unspeakable power lay behind them? Yet still Shan Liang chose to shoulder her vengeance. How could she not be moved beyond words? Bachelor nodded gravely, then couldn't help asking, Anda, I've heard breakthroughs into the divine consciousness realm are perilous. Will you? Relax. I'd never attempt it without absolute certainty. Only then did Bachelor exhale, tension melting from his shoulders. City remained immersed in post-disaster recovery. Barring unforeseen developments, it would likely be renamed Z City, or perhaps Y City, following the next urban council meeting. Keep it quiet. Let's hold something back. She nodded vigorously, eyes crinkling into crescents, like a sly little fox who'd just snatched a hen. 3 days later, Shan Liang was discharged. After bidding farewell to Director Feng and others, the trio began their journey home. City remained immersed in post-disaster recovery. Barring unforeseen developments, it would likely be renamed Z City, or perhaps Y City, following the next urban council meeting. H City. Boss, no offense, but your place is tiny. Where does all your money go? Wang Xiaohua couldn't resist teasing as she surveyed Shan Liang's modest apartment. Bachelor beside her nodded emphatically in agreement. He'd voiced the same complaint during his last visit. You wouldn't understand. Small spaces bring security. Huh. Security? You, the warden, lack security. Wang Xiaohua stared incredulous. Bachelor nodded again. Exactly. He'd asked the same question last time. Fine. Off I go to shower. There's food in the fridge, help yourselves. At the word food, Wang Xiaohua snapped her mouth shut. Bachelor sank onto the sofa and picked up the dossier on the coffee table, filled with profiles of spectral entities varying in strength, each wielding bizarre, uncanny abilities. Ding dong. Just as he grew bored, the apartment door chimed. Wang Xiaohua, however, seemed deaf to it, head bent, devouring her meal with gusto. Ding dong. The chime sounded again. Impatient, Wang Xiaohua waved dismissively at Bachelor, gesturing him to answer the door. Bachelor set down the dossier and rose, then paused, startled at the threshold. Before him stood a portly man in an immaculate suit. Though the air was cool, he mopped his brow incessantly with a handkerchief. The portly man, equally taken aback, recovered instantly, smiling broadly as he extended his hand. I am Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui wiped his sweat and smiled, saying, You must be Badr, right? I've heard about you from Mr. Dan. Badr raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised that this chubby man actually knew him. Wang Fugui confirmed his guess by looking at Badr's expression and chuckled. No need to be surprised, I know all the members of the bonfire group. I was the one who handled the paperwork when your organization was established. Badr then confirmed that this man was indeed a friend of Anda. Anda is in the shower. Is there something you need? Indeed, I have something to discuss with Mr. Dan. Come in then, Badr said, stepping aside. Wang Fugui carried the gift into the apartment and politely smiled when he saw Wang Xiaohua sitting at the dining table eating heartily. This must be Miss Wang, right? What a coincidence, I also share the surname Wang. Wang Xiaohua glanced at him briefly before returning to her food. Ever since the 616 incident, she had become averse to socializing. Wang Fugui didn't mind and cheerfully placed the gift on the coffee table. Mr. Dan is really something. He was allocated such a large villa in H City, yet he prefers to stay in this small apartment. This remark immediately received nods of agreement from the other two, subtly bridging the gap between the three of them. Seeing Wang Xiaohua focused on her food, Wang Fugui chuckled and patted his big belly, saying, Speaking of food, H City has quite a few delicacies. Whether it's gourmet dishes, snacks, or treats, I have done my research. Just by looking at my belly, you can tell that not a pound of fat has been gained for nothing. Hearing Wang Fugui talk about food, Wang Xiaohua indeed became interested, looking at him with her big eyes while eating. Wang Fugui noticed this and began to elaborate. The first thing to mention is Pengji's tofu buns. Despite being vegetarian, they taste even better than meat buns. Also, there's a snack stall 50 meters east that makes an excellent 3-flavor hot pot. The only downside is that the owner is quite lazy. When he makes money, he goes to play mahjong, and only when he loses everything does he set up stall again. Whether you can eat there depends on luck. And then, Wang Fugui went on and on about food, showing that he was not exaggerating, but it was clear that his belly had indeed been well earned. As Wang Xiaohua listened, she found her snacks suddenly unappetizing. Unconsciously, she edged closer to Wang Fugui, her big eyes blinking, as if she had finally found a kindred spirit. The two chatted back and forth for over half an hour before Dan Liang emerged from the bathroom. Wang Fatty, is there something you need? Hearing Dan Liang's voice, Wang Fugui immediately stood up, grinning so wide that his eyes nearly disappeared. What are you saying? It's not about needing anything. I actually have a request for you. Dan Liang dried his hair and casually hung up the towel. All right, we've known each other for many years. Just say what you need. Wang Fugui felt warmth in his heart. Dan Liang was right about this. They had known each other since Dan Liang first entered the martial arts academy. At that time, Wang Fugui was still a junior clerk, his daily work involving recording the entries of various teams into the ruins. It was then that he noticed Dan Liang. On one hand, Dan Liang was already renowned as the strongest genius among new students. On the other hand, his frequency of entering the ruins was astonishing. Ordinary students would typically enter the ruins about once a month. Those who were a bit timid would only dare to go in once every 2 to 3 months. Yet Dan Liang went almost every 3 days. Wang Fugui thought that if he didn't have to return to class, Dan Liang might as well live inside the ruins. Colleagues even set up bets on when Dan Liang would meet his end in the ruins. The vast majority wagered a year. After all, with Dan Liang's high frequency of entry, how could one not get into trouble? For some reason, Wang Fugui had great confidence in Dan Liang, so he bet that Dan Liang would graduate safely. As expected, Dan Liang graduated with the top score from H City's martial arts academy. The 9 major legions of the Great Wall offered him olive branches, and he became the center of attention. Wang Fugui also made a small fortune from that bet. However, he never expected that Dan Liang would reject the Great Wall and choose to establish his own organization. Ahem, it's like this. H City is currently collaborating with C City on a major project. If it succeeds, it could bring many benefits to H City and even provide an opportunity to improve our ranking at the next city conference. At this point, Wang Fugui's expression inevitably became a bit excited. No one from any new city would hope for their city's ranking to be lower. A higher ranking not only signifies a city's strength, but also means access to more resources. Dan Liang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, not interrupting Wang Fugui, as he continued. Originally, both parties were negotiating well, but J City suddenly jumped in, trying to intervene. C City naturally welcomed this, as the more we compete, the more benefits they can gain. In the end, it was the old principal who stepped in and made a suggestion to J City. Why not have a friendly competition with the winners taking all and the losers keeping quiet? Dan Liang twitched his mouth at the mention of the old principal. Wang Fugui, however, was oblivious and continued, J City disagreed, as they surely couldn't match us in terms of the number and quality of experts. So they proposed to select 3 graduates under the age of 30 from all martial arts academies for a competition. Best of 3 with the winners taking all and the losers keeping quiet. As you know the old principal's temperament, he immediately made up his mind. That's why I'm here looking for you. Dan Liang's mouth twitched again, recalling the old principal's figure. Indeed, this was something the other party could do. After all, the old principal's life motto was if you can act, then try not to argue. Aren't all graduates under 30 eligible? You could ask the alumni who graduated earlier. Yes, 2 have already been found, or as for you, you were personally chosen by the old principal. Dan Liang clicked his tongue, realizing it would be tough to refuse when the old principal had already spoken. After all, the old principal had taken great care of him back then. It could be said that he owed his current situation to that elderly man. Noticing Dan Liang's struggle, Wang Fugui coughed twice before saying, "Of course this matter is for the benefit of H City, so you won't be doing it for nothing." The old principal said that as long as you win against J City, you can take anything from the Martial Arts Academy's treasury. Upon hearing this, Dan Liang's expression immediately became serious. To bring glory to H City, we have a duty to fulfill. Cities are not the same as one another. For instance, when I was in City, I Director Feng had almost full authority. The movements of the Security Bureau's guard army had to follow his orders. In City H, however, the old principal's command is absolute. The status of the martial arts school in City H is paramount. The Security Bureau's guard army ranks behind it all. With a single word from the old principal, they wouldn't dare to breathe a word. As for City C, the discourse is held by a few major companies. Thus, cities differ from one another. Now, the old principal promised that after winning, he could choose an item from the treasury of the martial arts school in City H. Shan Liang was indeed a bit tempted. There was something he had been eyeing for a long time, and this time, he could finally get it. I have no problem, but who are those 2 senior brothers? Tan Zhun and Wang Tianlin. Shan Liang raised an eyebrow, slightly thinking that the old principal was quite serious. Tan Zhun, 6 years his senior, was a genius who graduated with the top score in his cohort. After graduation, he joined the Great Wall Watch as part of one of the 9 legions called Death Notification. That was a very special legion. If described in today's terms, they only engage in peak competitions. The evil beings they eliminate are the elite among the elite. To join this legion speaks volumes about one's strength. Wang Tianlin, 4 years his senior, also graduated with the top score. Moreover, she is a female, which is quite rare in the history of martial arts schools. After graduation, she joined the Great Wall Watch as part of the Legion Zhun Yuan. That is the legion tasked with guarding the first human forbidden zone. In that legion, simply surviving is already proof of strength. Now that the old principal has called these 2 back, one can imagine how formidable the opponent is. Who is the opponent? Before Shan Liang could speak, Batel excitedly asked. He loves fighting. Even if he cannot be in the arena himself, watching others fight is still enjoyable. Wang Fugui shook his head. Such a confidential matter the other side definitely won't let us know. After all, if we knew who the opponent was, we could prepare against their divine appearance in advance. Batel agreed, finding it reasonable, while Shan Liang thought more deeply. In the new city, there are only 2 types of martial arts schools. One is the martial arts schools of ABC City, and the other is the rest. This is not a joke, but a fact. Initially, the martial arts schools in ABC City were far ahead, nurturing many talents every year, earning the title of the Cradle of the Strong. At that time, the top 9 legions were almost monopolized by them until the old principal returned to City H and carried out sweeping reforms. They caught up. Within decades, 4 individuals emerged as leaders, breaking the monopoly of the opposing side. However, to this day, 2 of those leaders have already perished, and the remaining 2 are not young either. Furthermore, compared to the ABC martial arts schools, the martial arts school in City H is more accessible to the common people. To study at an ABC martial arts school, many requirements must be met, such as having substantial family wealth and a strong background. The most important point is that you must be a local talent from ABC City. Students from outside the city are not accepted. However, the martial arts school in City H is different. As long as you pass the admission selection, you can study there. Moreover, after graduation, whether you choose to stay in City H or return to develop your hometown, the martial arts school supports you and may even provide certain assistance. Because of this, many teachers from the new city's martial arts schools are actually graduates of the martial arts school in City H. The martial arts school in City H is hailed as the light of the poor. With such a martial arts school, how dare City J actively request a competition? That's the biggest doubt, right? To put it bluntly, how could they dare? In the past 2 years, the most famous figure from the martial arts school in City J is the one ranked 3rd Han Wuqi. Apart from that, there haven't been any notable figures. Tan Zhun could probably sweep through several generations of them. Something feels off. Shan Liang shared his thoughts, but Wang Fugui only laughed. What's the big deal? The other side could find 3 strong individuals under 30 to join the martial arts school in City J and then announce their graduation as graduates. This would not count as a violation. They can access the information of our past graduates, but we have no idea about their information. From this perspective, the other side holds the advantage. So it's not surprising that they took the initiative to attack. Patel was astonished, thinking to himself if this wasn't just a word game. All martial arts schools are playing so dirty. Wang Fugui, after finishing, looked at Shan Liang. Moreover, the news about you defeating a divine realm expert in City has spread. Yet despite this, the other side did not cancel the competition, leading us to suspect that one of their 3 members might be a Divine Realm expert. Divine Realm. Shan Liang was genuinely shocked this time. One of the rules of the competition is that participants must be under 30. To step into the Divine Realm before 30, the term genius might not even suffice to describe them. Could such a person be unknown? Impossible. But then Shan Liang quickly realized that even knowing the other side might have a Divine Realm expert, the old principal still didn't give up on the competition, indicating there must be some preparation. That leaves only one possibility. Do we also have a Divine Realm expert? Wang Fuguei looked at him with a smile. Of course, but not many know about it. Tanjun, the 7th seat of the Death Notification Legion, a Divine Realm expert. Batel's jaw dropped in astonishment. He vaguely remembered that Wang Jing'ang, who previously collaborated with them, was the 8th seat of Blood Fierce, while that Han Wuqi at the Ascending Realm could only secure the 9th seat. Both are part of the 9 major legions. Is there such a disparity between Blood Fierce and Death Notification? Seemingly reading Batel's thoughts, Wang Fuguei replied with a smile. There are some differences in the mid to lower tier combat power among the 9 major legions, but the upper tier combat power is quite similar. However, Death Notification is unique. They have their own specialties. Batel nodded, somewhat understanding, and then asked again, what if all 3 of their members are Divine Realm experts? Wang Fuguei shook his head with certainty. Absolutely impossible. Divine Realm experts under 30 are exceptionally rare. It's hard enough to find 1, let alone 3. Wang Fuguei was very confident about this. After all, even the martial arts school in City H currently only has 1 Tanjun who has reached the Divine Realm under 30. If City J could casually find 3, wouldn't they have been famous long ago? Shan Liang, hearing Batel's words, narrowed his eyes, slightly pondering before asking Wang Fuguei. Was this collaboration initiated by City H or City C? Wang Fuguei paused at this question and instinctively replied. City C initiated it. Suddenly he realized something, sprang to his feet and looked at Shan Liang incredulously. It can't be right. Shan Liang's expression was equally grim. Why not? Wang Fugui's expression shifted. If what Shan Liang suspected was true, this could be troublesome. This could be a trap, a scheme targeting the H City Martial Arts School. Knowing that the H City Martial Arts School might have someone at the Divine Realm, J City still proposed to have 3 graduates under 30 compete. This is inherently unreasonable. Moreover, the news of Dan Liang killing someone at the Divine Realm has spread, yet they have not backed down. What does this indicate? It indicates that they are confident. Even if you have 2 people at the Divine Realm, they are not afraid. Does this not mean that they have 3 at the Divine Realm? Although J City Martial Arts School cannot find anyone, can ABC City not find anyone? Wang Fugui's expression darkened. I need to report this to the old principal. The other side may be trying to destroy the new generation of H City Martial Arts School. Indeed, this is the possibility he considered. Destroying the new generation of H City Martial Arts School. In competitions like this, a bit of injury is quite normal. Moreover, those who break through to the Divine Realm before 30 are all top talents. If anything happens to such talents, it would definitely be a blow to the martial arts school. Let alone the fact that the ones who would destroy them are the top talents from the opposing martial arts school. Such malice. Thinking of this, Wang Fuguei couldn't help but glance at Dan Liang. Although this person has not reached the Divine Realm, he is not yet 30. If such a talent were to die at the hands of the opponent, not to mention the old principal, even he would want to fight them to the death. But the more he looked at Dan Liang, the more he felt something was off. The expression on his face did not seem fearful, but rather like greed. Little did he know that at this moment Dan Liang's mind was occupied with a single thought. The divine aspect of a top talent must be very useful, right? Wang Fuguei, lacking the mood to speculate on Dan Liang's thoughts, decisively stood up to take his leave. Mr. Dan, I will take my leave now. This matter needs to be reported to the old principal immediately. Dan Liang responded, while Wang Xiaohua reluctantly waved goodbye to Wang Fuguei. You promised to bring food next time. Wang Fuguei responded with a smile, but as soon as he left the apartment his expression became serious. And what does this mean? Did J City do something? As soon as Wang Fuguei left, Batel eagerly inquired. It should be otherwise. Where would they get such boldness? The people from J City Martial Arts School are only worth noting if it's Han Wuqing. As for those who graduated in the first and second batches, they are now long gone. Being a pioneer in this profession requires more than just talent. You also need to survive. Although Han Wuqing's divine aspect is extremely special, he certainly cannot be a match for Dan Liang. Because Dan Liang's divine aspect is even more special. He is merely cautious, using the identity of Dan Liang with only the punishment chains Crimson Gate and Blood Meat Longblade. These three can all be transformed into red mist, hence many believe that the red mist is Dan Liang's true divine aspect. Only close individuals like Batel know that what he shows is merely superficial. Tisk, it's those conspiracies again. Batel expressed disdain. He has always believed that men should solve problems with their fists. Because conspiracies, he is not good at. This is something his own Anda does quite well. After all, he has never seen his own Anda suffer. Because of this, whenever he is with Anda, he hardly thinks, oh, whatever Anda says to do, he does. He firmly believes that Anda will not betray him. If he does, it must be his own issue. Wang Xiaohua expressed some concern. Boss, if the opponent has 3 at the Divine Realm, then you might as well not participate this time. She was somewhat worried after all those at the Divine Realm from martial arts schools are completely different from that worthless one. However, Batel felt somewhat unconvinced. What makes them any better? They are top talents, is my Anda not one too? Anda has also touched the threshold of the Divine Realm. Wang Xiaohua shot him a fierce glare. Do you know how dangerous it is to break through to the Divine Realm? Batel's angry expression stiffened. He turned to look at Dan Liang seriously. But speaking of it, only children get sulky if adults do not need to. Ha ha. Seeing his expression, Dan Liang couldn't help but laugh. After the last battle, he naturally knew how great the gap was between him and the Divine Realm. However, it doesn't matter. He has already touched the threshold. As long as he knows the direction, it will come naturally. Dan Liang is very confident in himself. H City Martial Arts School. As one of the 4 major martial arts schools, it occupies a vast area. All facilities are complete and various daily needs can be met within the campus. Wang Fuguwei got out of the car in front of the teaching building, looking very serious. Some matters are not very safe to discuss through the wristband. It's better to speak to the old principal in person. Speaking of which, at his level, he actually cannot directly contact the old principal. But people's circumstances are different. The old principal has a very good opinion of Dan Liang, and he has a good relationship with Dan Liang. Therefore, whenever there is something related to Dan Liang, it is usually he who handles it. Because of this, a mere team leader like him has the opportunity to meet the old principal in person. Under the guidance of the secretary, Wang Fuguwei arrived at the old principal's office, but unfortunately he arrived at an inconvenient time. The old principal was in a meeting and arrived nearly 3 hours later. What is it? The old principal does not like pleasantries and directly asked. Wang Fuguwei hurriedly stood up and recounted Dan Liang's speculation. After hearing the details, the old principal curled his lips. I thought it was a big deal to just cut them down, and that's it. Wang Fuguwei's eyes widened. For the first time, he suspected that he was hearing things. Did the old principal just say to cut them down? Looking at Wang Fuguwei's expression, the old principal glanced down at his wristband. As soon as that old fellow mentioned graduates under 30, I knew he was up to no good. One can tell he has found a backer, otherwise he would rather kneel down and lick my toes upon seeing me. 3 at the Divine Realm. Is he really thinking that H City Martial Arts School has no one? The old principal's expression was somewhat smug. Wang Fuguwei fully showcased his talent for flattery, looking astonished. What does the old principal mean by this? Could it be that Wang Tianlin and Dan Liang have also broken through? The old principal waved his hand. The kid Dan does not know, but Tianlin has broken through long ago. It's just that the news has not spread because Jinyuan is remote. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguwei still expressed some concern. Then we are also 2 against 3, which does not give us any advantage. The old principal, however, smiled disdainfully. 2 against 3. Haven't you heard that Dan killed someone at the Divine Realm? Now it's 2.5 against 3. The advantage is on my side. Wang Fuguwei's mouth twitched. He really couldn't figure out how the old principal calculated this. Wang Fuguwei couldn't understand why it didn't matter, but at least he knew that the old principal had a grasp on the situation, so he didn't have to worry. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone could understand the implication. The old principal waved his hand dismissively. If it were anyone else, I'd agree to it, but not for Dan. Huh, he has a strong fate. Wang Fuguwei truly didn't understand what kind of evaluation that was. If someone else had said it, he would have retorted immediately. Strong fate. I see your fate is quite strong too. Should I find someone of a higher realm to spar with you? Yet this statement came from the old principal, who had no reason to harm Dan. This sequence was personally appointed by the old principal, who even attended the graduation ceremony to present Dan with his diploma. This honor was unique in the entire history of H City's martial school. How could he possibly harm Dan? As night deepened, Dan lay on his large bed staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. As for Batel and Wang Xiaohua, they naturally went out to stay somewhere else as Dawn home was simply too small to accommodate them all. Moreover, there was a hotel downstairs, so why suffer needlessly? Dan could feel that he was close to the threshold of the Divine Realm, but it remained somewhat vague and elusive. He also understood some methods for breaking into the Divine Realm. He had heard the teachers talk about it in school. The so-called Divine Realm is about separating one's divine aspect from the body. One of the conditions for reaching the Divine Realm is to separate the divine aspect akin to an external incarnation. It's easy to say, but the divine aspect is inseparable from the forerunner, much like a person's vital organs. Can you imagine an ordinary person separating their heart and liver to become a clone while the original remains unscathed? Similarly, for forerunners, the difficulty of separating the divine aspect is immense with a very high mortality rate. For forerunners, breaking into the Divine Realm is a matter of life and death. Even if you have the courage to break through, not everyone has the opportunity. First, one must be able to sense the threshold of the Divine Realm, like Dan, knowing in which direction to strive. Second, the separation of the divine aspect requires a special ritual, which demands many materials that are exceedingly expensive and beyond the means of ordinary people. Even in the Great Wall Watch, only those who have contributed to the army can receive ritual materials highlighting their preciousness. However, Dan was not worried about this, as he had long since gathered enough materials. He liked to prepare things ahead of time. Thus, he had prepared most of the materials early on, ready for the ritual at any moment. Unable to sleep, Dan tossed and turned in bed before finally getting up to view the photo wall, examining the clues he had collected over the years. The lines connecting each clue represented his experiences over the years. Behind each photo often lay a supernatural realm or an event. At the center, there was a photo of the Crimson Gate. Dan had never told anyone that he had entered the supernatural realm long before his internship. No, that's not quite accurate. He should say that the supernatural realm swallowed him whole. As previously mentioned, the supernatural realm can randomly appear on any land without copper mines. On that occasion, Dan was indeed swallowed by the suddenly appearing supernatural realm. It was a realm governed by rules. To survive, one had to adhere to its rules, one of which was to die first then live. Thus, Dan died in a rather delicate fashion. He lay in a dark coffin watching as his body gradually stiffened, developed spots, rotted, and was decomposed by maggots. This stage was incredibly long and felt very real. He thought he was going insane. Just as he completely turned into a skeleton, wisps of mist poured in from outside the coffin. Those mists reshaped his flesh, and he crawled out of the coffin. He was alive, having fulfilled the first rule of the rule-governed supernatural realm. Die first then live. Where he rose was a graveyard resembling a Western-style cemetery. A gaunt gravekeeper stood not far away, one hand holding a shovel and the other pulling the leg of a corpse, watching him. Dan looked at him, and the two locked eyes. Only when the eerie background music began to play did he turn and flee. The gravekeeper started to chase him. Though he appeared as thin as a stick, each step he took shook the ground. Dan, who had just resurrected, wasn't even accustomed to his body when the gravekeeper struck him down with a shovel. He then watched as the gravekeeper dragged his leg and stuffed him back into a coffin. His vision plunged into darkness again. He couldn't speak or move. He watched his corpse grow stiff, develop spots, rot, and be decomposed once more by maggots. Along with him, his sanity was devoured. By the time he turned to bones for the second time, the mist assaulted him again, and his body was reformed. He crawled out of the coffin once more. This time the gravekeeper was already waiting outside. Another shovel strike sent Dan back into the coffin. Then came the third disintegration and rebirth. Dan fled, but was caught, and a shovel sent him back into the coffin. Then came the fourth, fifth, sixth time. In the end, Dan could no longer remember how many times it had been. He even began to forget his own name, only recalling his experiences after death. A voice inside him seemed to say, "Stop escaping." After all, even if he got out, the gravekeeper would just strike him down again. What was the point? It was better to lie in the coffin. At least the manner of death was his choice. Yet another voice countered, "That bastard killed you so many times and made you suffer for so long. Shouldn't he pay a price? Damn it, anyway, you can't die now, so why be afraid? Fight him. If you can't have it good, then no one else will either." Dan decisively chose the latter. He crawled out of the grave once more. This time was different from the previous attempts. The sky of the supernatural realm had turned dark. The graveyard was dotted with phosphorescent lights, making it appear somewhat eerie. Dan struggled to climb out of the grave, and everything around him was silent. He cautiously made his way toward the cemetery gate, where a small house was glowing with a ghostly green light, presumably the gravekeeper's residence. This conclusion stemmed from the fact that the shovel was leaning against a tombstone. He picked up the shovel, intending to confront the gravekeeper, but at that moment of grasping the shovel, he completed the requirements of the rule-governed supernatural realm, successfully escaping the realm. When his figure appeared in reality, he was filled with an indescribable frenzy. Even if he couldn't kill the gravekeeper, he could at least urinate all over him. Yet he ended up doing nothing and emerged just like that. After dying so many times, was it all in vain? Strangely, he gradually began to forget everything that had happened in that supernatural realm. At that moment, Dan Liang had no idea that he had entered that eerie, cursed realm for the second time. It wasn't until he saw the information he left behind in the coffin that he realized. Dan Liang's head buzzed as he finally recalled the memories of his last encounter. The overwhelming memories of death nearly shattered his mind. Suddenly, his temper flared, and he prepared to burst out of the grave. However, this time he had learned his lesson, knowing he couldn't steal a shovel or he would be sent back. It was at that time that he noted the runes on the tombstone, thinking about asking his teacher if he could exchange them for money. A stitch in time saves 9. Although he was merely at the initial stage, he had heard that reaching the divine stage required a lot of money. He was an abandoned infant. How could he expect the heavens to show mercy if he didn't prepare in advance? As for whether he could cultivate to the divine stage, he had never doubted himself. After all, if he didn't believe in himself, who else could he expect to believe in him? As soon as he opened the door to the small room, Dan Liang was sent back to the coffin by a shovel. If it were someone else, witnessing their own death and decay multiple times would likely drive them insane. Even Dan Liang had to admit he was slightly affected, but instead of breaking down, he became even more crazed. He could die, but his enemies could not live. One of his principles was that no one should have it easy. However, so many deaths made him realize that brute force would surely not work. The strength of the dry corpse guardian was too formidable. Thus he began to strategize, pondering if there was anything he could utilize. In the graveyard, what could be used was quite evident. He found a freshly buried corpse. To his surprise, as soon as he touched it, the corpse vanished without a trace. It was only at that moment that he finally understood the true power of his divine form. To plunder the divine forms of others. Perhaps because he grasped the ability of divine forms, Dan Liang's cultivation progressed further, faintly on the verge of breaking through the threshold. Moreover, acquiring a new divine form significantly boosted his confidence. Thus he confronted the guardian once more, and the outcome was naturally predictable. Once again, he was sent back to the coffin by a shovel, but unlike every previous time, this time Dan Liang was particularly eager to revive, for he had discovered a path to continuous strength. After what felt like an eternity, he finally succeeded in resurrecting under the influence of the mist. Without a hint of hesitation, Dan Liang decisively began digging up graves, touching corpses, and subsequently acquired a third divine form ability. This left him somewhat addicted. Unfortunately, while digging another grave, he was discovered by the Guardian and sent back to the coffin once more. From that point on, it was as if they were playing a game of cat and mouse. As soon as Dan Liang revived, he would start digging. Even if he was taken down, he wouldn't be discouraged, though after reviving, he would continue digging. The Guardian, who had endured countless years of curses, was likely encountering such a character for the first time. Just as Dan Liang was about to grasp the seventh divine form, the Guardian reappeared behind him. However, this time, it didn't give Dan Liang a shovel. Instead, it tossed the shovel to him. Dan Liang instinctively caught it, and upon realizing, he cursed with a particularly foul language. It actually took the initiative to send Dan Liang out of the cursed realm. After returning to the real world, Dan Liang feared that he might forget everything like last time, so he rushed back to his rented room and sketched the image of the dry corpse Guardian on the wall. He aimed to recall through this method after forgetting. However, when he woke up the next day and saw that drawing, only one thought remained in his mind. I remember I seemed to have noted down the symbols on the tombstone, which might be some ancient script or cursed text that could be sold. Yet when Dan Liang opened his notebook, he found it completely blank with no symbols at all. He even told this matter to his teacher, but the teacher didn't take it seriously at the time. After all, cursed symbols weren't anything rare. There was plenty of that in the archives. Not long after, Dan Liang pushed this matter to the back of his mind until he encountered the Guardian for the third time. He recalled the memories of the previous two encounters, but this time the Guardian didn't rush to bury him in the coffin. Instead, it led him to a door of crimson red. What happened next, Dan Liang could no longer remember clearly, but deep within his heart it felt as if a voice was whispering continuously. That voice urged him to keep growing stronger, to keep searching for the Guardian, to seek that crimson door. Thus he began to frequently enter the cursed realm, hoping to find the Guardian once more. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before he forgot about it again. Only when he encountered information related to graveyards or guardians would he vaguely remember something. This also developed into a habit of frequently entering the cursed realm. To prevent himself from forgetting again, Dan Liang pinned all the information he could gather on the wall. Every time he returned home, he could see it clearly, which also made it easier for him to recall. Unfortunately, this method proved to be ineffective. He still forgot many things, and even when looking at some of the photos, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. However, he discovered that as his strength grew, the power that made him forget was gradually weakening. Perhaps after a couple more breakthroughs, he would be able to remember everything, and by then he wouldn't need to rely on these photos. J City. With several of you assisting, success is guaranteed. Come, I toast to everyone. In the hotel, the principal of the J City Martial Arts School raised his glass, beaming with joy. He never expected such good fortune would fall upon him. 3 divine stage powerhouses were attached to the J City Martial Arts School. After defeating H City, he would secure a business contract. What is this? Political achievement. With this political achievement, his status in J City would be as stable as Mount Tai. Thinking of this, his laughter became even more boisterous. Unfortunately, the few people sitting in front of him didn't give him much face, especially the 3 geniuses who didn't even spare him a glance. However, the principal of J City wasn't embarrassed. Geniuses' a little arrogance is normal, especially since they were the prodigies from those 3 cities. He downed his drink in one gulp, then displayed the empty cup to everyone, signaling that he hadn't cheated before sitting down. Principal Huang, you're too modest. This is a win-win for us. The competition begins in 7 days. What are Principal Huang's thoughts on the contestants from H City? A teacher leading the team spoke with a smile, his voice gentle, giving a feeling of spring breeze. Upon hearing this question, Huang Sancho, the principal of the J City Martial Arts School, also became serious. I hired a professional team for data analysis and ultimately obtained this list. As he spoke, he pressed a button on his wrist, and 3-dimensional projections appeared before everyone. The first figure possessed a balanced athletic build, clad in a black training uniform, his face austere and hair cropped short. Divine rune tattoo, Tanjun. He can turn the tattoos on his body into living beings. One man can form an army. Truly formidable. So far, every strike of his has been crushing. No one has witnessed his limits. Reliable reports say he has broken through to the transcendent realm. He led the purge of the Redbone Blight. His strength is fierce. He currently holds the 7th seat of the Gaoxi Legion. Huang Sancho wore a solemn expression. Even as a rival, he could not deny that H City Martial School was overflowing with talent. After introducing Tanjun, he gestured to the second projection. It showed a handsome young woman dressed in a black suit of powered armor. That powered armor was standard issue for the Jinyuan Legion, driven by energy, or that ordinary people could never afford. Jinyuan did not care about Costa energy, or was the one thing they lacked least. Quicksand Hell, Wang Tianlin. Her ability transforms the terrain into seas of sand and commands wind and dust. She excels at massed combat. A 1,000-man captain of the Jinyuan Legion, she holds no council seat. Jinyuan was remote and provided little information about her. Her last recorded operation was a year ago when she led 200-man squads to wipe out a surge of evil. At that time she was still at the Rushi realm, inner chamber realm. The crowd paid little heed to Wang Tianlin, as Huang Sanxiu had explained her divine aspect favored group engagements, whereas this upcoming confrontation was unknown and did not play to her strengths. Moreover, she was only Rushi a year ago. It was uncertain whether she had broken through since. Huang Sanxiu offered no further details and pointed to the final silhouette. The warden, Dan Liang. His divine aspect manifests as a red mist that can condense into chains doors and even cause objects to sprout flesh. It is unsettling. He never joined Chongqing Shouwang. His exact strength is unknown. Yet not long ago, he and Zulin's 8th seat Wang Jingyang teamed up to slay a transcendent realm cultivator. Hearing that, the three young geniuses visibly relaxed. If one needed to join forces to fell a transcendent, then his own power surely had not reached that level. In other words, at most two of their side were transcendent, advantage to us. The team leader frowned and asked, what is the data's accuracy? 85%. One transcendent, one unknown, one who has cooperated in killing a transcendent. No wonder H City Martial School produces so many prodigies. The three geniuses heard this with mild disdain. Geniuses. That was merely the threshold to enter their school. Each of them considered himself a genius among geniuses. Principal Huang, do you have detailed dossiers on those three? Time is short, this is all I could find. As he spoke, Huang Sanxiu tapped his bracelet again, and the holographic figures dissolved into a stack of files. H City Martial School. Dan Liang stepped on a campus wearing a black hoodie with the school crest pinned to his chest, hands buried in his pockets. A wry smile crossed his face as he took in the familiar scene. He had left many unforgettable memories here, and he had left many classmates and juniors with lingering shadows as well. I wonder if he'll run into anyone I know, Dan Liang thought as he headed for the academic building. Slow down. You're slow as death. Is that the kind of punch a pioneer throws? When you face an evil spirit, will you duel it with such languid blows? Don't assume your divine aspect makes you invincible. I'm telling you, the body is your most trustworthy ally. When the divine aspect fails, a strong body can save your life. Everyone do it. 50 laps. Hearing that familiar roar, Dan Liang smiled. He really had run into an old acquaintance. From the voice he knew it, it was the teacher he had once roughed up, Guzhong. Teacher Gu was a veteran of H City Martial School at the Rushi realm, formerly a member of Chongqing Shouwang. He had retired when his mother fell ill and returned to H City to care for her. When the old principal learned of his situation, he offered Guzhong a teaching post and arranged for his mother to be admitted to the school's sanatorium so he could visit her outside of class every day. Guzhong accepted readily. The school's medical resources were the best in H City and would greatly aid his mother's condition. He also needed the job for practical reasons. Of life required money, and what began as a necessity turned into a career spanning more than 30 years. Yes, teacher, I have my period. Can I skip the run? Guzhong's eyebrows shot up in anger. He ripped off his shoe and hurled it toward them. You lot have more whiskers than I do. What period? If you don't run, I'll beat you, understand? Seeing the teacher lose his temper, the students reluctantly broke into laughter and began to run. A pack of brats. Guzhong hopped to retrieve his shoe and slipped it back on. When you face evil on duty, you'll regret not training properly. Watching the students circle the field, Guzhong's words were sharp, though his eyes shone with hope. Teacher Gu, long time no see. A warm, familiar voice called from behind. Guzhong hesitated. The voice tugged at his memory. He turned, and upon seeing the speaker could not hide his astonishment. Dan Liang. Is that really you? How do you find time to come back? Guzhong slapped Dan Liang twice on the back, his face alight with joy. I came to speak with the old principal. Haven't seen you in years. Teacher Gu, your edge is still sharp. I'm getting old. Even my stream splits when I pee. They began to chat, but as Dan Liang moved to leave, Guzhong grabbed his wrist. Don't rush off. Since you're here, do me a favor. What favor? Guzhong grinned wickedly and lifted a brow. Dan Liang turned to see the students already nearly back. These brats are always so cocky. Teach them a lesson, or let them learn there are people above them. Teacher, that's my junior. This might be awkward. What's awkward about it? You used to beat juniors all the time, didn't you? But you know me. When I strike, they tend to get really shaken. Guzhong fell silent. Dan Liang's words had merit. Though the boy usually appeared refined and courteous, when he acted, he became someone else entirely. Seeing those students jogging with carefree swagger, Guzhong's expression hardened with resolve. Teach them a lesson. If you don't beat some seriousness into them, they'll become insufferably conceited. With that attitude, they'll sooner or later die at the hands of evil spirits. Dan Liang laughed at that. The idea of roughing up juniors stirred a fond nostalgia within him. The students spotted Shan Liang from afar. Many female classmates' gazes flickered with subtle admiration. After all, his appearance was deceptively refined. Attention! Guzhong halted the students mid-lap and addressed their curious glances. This is your senior, a former student I personally mentored. His return to campus is rare, so I've invited him to offer you some guidance. Any volunteers for a friendly challenge? Guzhong's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering pointedly on several troublemakers. Shan Liang meanwhile smiled with quiet modesty, as if ill at ease before so many eyes. Unable to withstand Guzhong's piercing stare, those troublemakers promptly raised their hands and stepped forward. I'll take him on. Me too. Teacher Senior Shan's cultivation level must far surpass ours. Surely he won't use his divine aspect to overpower us. As the troublemakers stepped forward, Guzhong's grin turned sly and knowing. Haha, heavens no. This will be purely a test of martial technique. Are only these few brave enough to face him? A rare opportunity indeed. Under Guzhong's subtle encouragement, several more students stepped forward, eager to witness their senior's prowess and confident that without divine aspects none would hold an unfair advantage. Who among those admitted to the martial academy lacked pride? Facing over a dozen students, standing before him, Shan Liang's smile grew even gentler. When no one else stepped forward, Guzhong chuckled and clapped Shan Liang lightly on the shoulder, his glance heavy with unspoken meaning. The rest of the students instinctively formed a wide circle, watching with rapt anticipation. Wasn't watching a sparring match infinitely more thrilling than endless laps? The bearded student glanced left and right, then stepped forward. Teacher, who goes first? Huh. Guzhong laughed heartily and waved dismissively. No need to take turns, go at him together. The bearded student eyed Shan Liang's lean frame, then clenched his own fist. Teacher, isn't that unfair? Didn't you say this was strictly physical combat? Unfair? Will malevolent entities in the cursed realm debate fairness with you before they strike? Guzhong's tone hardened into solemn rebuke. All of you attack together. Yet hesitation lingered among the students, outnumbering one opponent ran counter to their sense of honor. Seeing Guzhong's stern expression, the bearded student took a deep breath and stepped forward. Senior, I beg your pardon. Shan Liang mused inwardly, these juniors are quite courteous. Unlike past years when they bolt at the sight of me, refusing even a greeting, and worse, whispering nicknames behind my back. At that thought, his smile softened further. Whoosh. The bearded student lunged, a straight brutal punch aimed squarely at Shan Liang's nose bridge. His stance was rock solid, his timing decisive. A clean hit would shatter bone and instantly cripple resistance. The nose bridge was a vital vulnerability, one capable of disabling an opponent in seconds. Clearly this young man possessed seasoned combat instincts. Alas, he faced Shan Liang. Before he could react, his outstretched wrist was seized. In the next instant, thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 precise blows struck home, one to the eye, one to the nose, one to the mouth. Before a cry could escape his throat, Shan Liang shifted his fist into a blade-like edge and delivered a sharp strike to the throat, silencing his agony before it could fully rise. Fast, impossibly fast. To the onlookers it appeared as though Shan Liang merely tugged the bearded student's wrist, and suddenly he collapsed. The jarring reversal left them stunned, their eyes instinctively locked onto the fallen figure. Didn't teacher drill into you never let your gaze wander from your enemy? A wry voice rang out from behind them. Startled, they whirled around, only to find their senior vanished. Shan Liang had already seized a junior by the neck, hoisting him like a living weapon and hurled him headlong toward another. No one admitted to H City Martial Academy was mediocre. The whistle of rushing air triggered an instinctive guard, arms crossed tightly before the chest. Thud! The human projectile slammed into him full force. His footing faltered. This is it, he realized instantly. My base is compromised. Such an opening would never go unexploited. True to form, a crushing blow struck his calf, toppling him backward. Before comprehension could catch up, a boot connected with his temple, and darkness swallowed him whole. The remaining students panicked. Events unfolded too swiftly for reaction. Some even wondered, does this senior possess no martial virtue? Weren't we supposed to take turns? How dare he ambush us all at once? But such thoughts dissolved almost immediately, replaced by infantile slumber. Not a single one lasted, even a single exchange against Shan Liang. Within mere heartbeats, all dozen troublemakers lay motionless upon the ground, except the bearded student who clutched his throat, eyes bulging wide as a startled rooster. Those younger girls who'd gazed upon Shan Liang with starry-eyed reverence now stared as if beholding a monster. Even Guzhong's eyelid twitched faintly, so many years later, and his hands remained just as merciless. Ahem, any others eager to spar with our senior? Such an opportunity won't come again. At Guzhong's words, the onlookers collectively shivered. They longed to retort, true sparring demands reciprocity, not self-inflicted torment. Yet Guzhong, sensing their silence, simply smiled again and spoke. What's this? Where's that defiant spirit you all boasted about? You fear no evil entity, yet shrink before a senior. Youthful pride flared. One student blurted out, it's not fair. We're forerunners. Our strength lies in our divine aspects. Banning divine aspects while allowing him decades of physical mastery. Of course we'd lose. But grant us equal cultivation levels, and let divine aspects fly. Then who wins remains anyone's guess. His words drew fervent nods from the crowd. Guzhong scoffed coldly. Fairness. When evil manifests, will it condescend to match your realm? Victory is victory. Defeat is defeat. What good are excuses? You lack even the courage to step forward, yet still speak so boldly. Stung by Guzhong's raw mockery, the students bristled with indignation. Shan Liang stepped forward, gently patting Guzhong's arm in silent reassurance. Teacher, perhaps the juniors have a point. Shall I suppress my cultivation, just for fun? Guzhong shook his head firmly, prompting immediate protest from the students. Teacher, if Senior Shan agrees, why do you refuse? Surely, you're not afraid. Exactly. Don't worry, we won't harm him. Hearing such reckless bravado, Guzhong nearly burst into incredulous laughter. Afraid? I'm afraid you'll end up dead. Gazing upon this group of vibrant juniors, Shan Liang's eyes shimmered with quiet admiration. How splendid. It has been so long since I last beheld such limpid, unclouded gazes. And yet, they did not flee at the sight of him. How nostalgic. He even mused whether he ought to stroll through the martial academy more often. It truly was quite cathartic. Seeing the students' fervent agitation, Guzhong sneered twice. Kind words cannot dissuade a soul already fated to fall. Since you insist on courting humiliation, I shall not stand in your way. He turned toward Shan Liang and said, let us restrict ourselves to the Minwei realm. Understood, teacher. Shan Liang replied calmly, whereupon crimson mist unfurled from behind him, coalescing slowly into serpentine chains. Junior, shall we begin together? His voice was gentle, soothing. Anyone hearing it would surely deem him a man of profound kindness. Yet the juniors stood frozen mouths agape, staring incredulously at the chains. What's wrong? If you won't move first, your senior will come to you. At these words, the juniors finally snapped out of their stupor. One pointed wildly at the chains and shouted at the top of his lungs. The Dianqing chains. Your Warden Shan Liang. At once a wave of stunned murmurs swept across the crowd. Warden Shan Liang. That name was all too familiar to them. Even now legends of him still circulated throughout the academy, and instructors frequently invoked his example when admonishing students. But that was merely the beginning. Just 2 days ago, news of Shan Liang and Wang Jinggang jointly defeating an out-of-body realm cultivator had topped the school forum's trending list. How could they possibly have missed it? And yet moments earlier, they had actually claimed they might not lose, even matched against him in the same realm. Shan Liang read their expressions instantly. This was not going well. If he backed down now, how could the sparring even begin? Now attack. Senior Shana. Before the speaker could finish, a chain lashed out, seized his ankle, and flung him skyward, then slammed him repeatedly into the ground. The others stood paralyzed, dumbfounded. Guzhong sighed softly. What are you waiting for over there? If Senior Shan Liang were truly a malevolent entity, you'd already be dead 800 times over. Fight back. Only then did the students jolt awake. Right? We can't just stand here and take it. He's our senior, and this is the martial academy. He won't kill us. So what then was there to fear? Strangely, that thought ignited a spark of exhilaration within them. After all, how many could boast of having sparred with Shan Liang himself? Senior Shan, take this. I'm coming. Divine form, fire. With cries echoing like war chants, the juniors charged forward. 10 seconds later, the entire class lay sprawled in perfect, humbled alignment upon the floor. The luckier ones had already fainted from pain. The more resilient still writhed, groaning aloud. Guzhong chuckled, unscrewed his thermos, took a slow sip of tea, and spat out 2 tea stems. Then, extending his divine form power, he roused every unconscious student. Instantly wails intensified, but Guzhong paid them no heed. You brats. Now do you grasp the gulf between you and mastery? Even Senior Shan Liang, with his extraordinary talent, dares not squander a single moment. And yet, how dare you? Do you truly believe your talent alone makes you exceptional? Every student admitted to Hqing Martial Academy is by definition no ordinary talent. To distinguish yourselves among peers, to survive unscathed in the realm of maleficences, you must strive far harder than anyone else. Talent alone is meaningless. Only those gifted and relentless deserve the title of genius. Now tell me, will you continue to waste your time? These words struck deep into their souls, and gradually their cries subsided. Indeed, if even the formidable Senior Shan Liang never ceased striving, how could they afford complacency? Speaking of Senior Shan Liang, where is Senior Shan Liang? Only then did they realize. He had vanished, vanishing as swiftly as he had struck. Guzhong's eye twitched faintly at the sight. His style remains unchanged, strike and vanish just as in his youth. No surveillance footage. Then he'll deny it outright. Yet he would never utter such words before the students, not after having just used Shan Liang's reputation to deliver such a stern lesson. Shan Liang, his limbs pleasantly loosened and spirit refreshed, mused inwardly, nothing compares to sparring with juniors from one's own academy. The feel is simply unmatched. He strode purposefully toward the teaching building and the headmaster's office. Unlike other martial academies, Hqing Martial Academy possessed no separate administrative building. All faculty and management offices resided within the teaching building itself. Rumor held that this arrangement fostered deeper connection with students, true integration into their world. As Shan Liang reached the office door, the headmaster fixed him with a half-smiling, knowing gaze. A pause, and the headmaster laughed, shaking his head as he gestured lightly with 2 fingers toward Shan Liang. Enough. Speak plainly. What brings you here? A pause, and the headmaster laughed, shaking his head as he gestured lightly with 2 fingers toward Shan Liang. Enough. Speak plainly. What brings you here? Nothing urgent. Merely that I've recently sensed the threshold of the out-of-body realm and wish to attempt breakthrough. At this, the headmaster's expression sharpened instantly, grave and focused. Shan Xiaozi Tanjun and Wang Tianlin will both attend this match. There's no need for recklessness. Understood? Shan Liang nodded cheerfully. Understood, understood. But even without this match, I plan to break through soon. The headmaster frowned deeply. He knew all too well the perils inherent in cultivation breakthroughs. Even his own breakthrough had cost him half his life, nearly extinguishing his Tao foundation entirely. Where do you stand now? I have fully comprehended my divine form, and am confident I can successfully manifest its divine aspect. The headmaster remained silent, gesturing instead toward the sofa. Only after Shan Liang seated himself did he speak, voice low and earnest. Cultivation is no sprint. It is a lifelong journey. To run ceaselessly taut as a drawn bowstring is to invite fracture. I sent you to this match precisely to expose you early to the out-of-body realm, to gather experience, not to rush ahead and risk annihilation. Understood, headmaster. I know full well. Rest assured. Shan Liang's smile glowed warm and sunlit. Truly, I must break through. The headmaster locked eyes with him, unblinking. Then prove it to me. How? With strength. Without another word, Shan Liang erupted, crimson mist surging violently, coiling like living flame around his fists as he lunged straight for the headmaster's face. Boom. The headmaster caught the fist effortlessly in one hand, his voice calm, unwavering. Is that all? It falls far short. Ha ha ha. Shan Liang's eyes blazed crimson. Behind him, blood-tinged mist solidified into dozens of razor-thin chains lashing toward the headmaster. Yet no matter how many chains surged forth, not a single one pierced the headmaster's defenses. Just as he prepared to repel Shan Liang, a sudden sharp premonition flared in his mind. Before thought could crystallize, his body moved, leaping backward, clearing the desk in one fluid motion. Where he had sat moments before, slender chains, finer than human hair, silently shredded the chair to dust. At last the headmaster's expression turned solemn, profoundly, genuinely impressed. This young man's talent truly defies reason. The iron chain, as fine as a hair, was nearly invisible. This was one of the newly mastered abilities of Dan Liang after touching the threshold of the spiritual realm. It was extremely useful for ambushes, manipulation, and binding. Prior to this, Dan Liang couldn't condense the execution chain to such thinness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the office resembled a spider's lair filled with slender chains. Dan Liang pressed down with both hands, causing the chains to swiftly close in attempting to ensnare the old principal. Humph. This time the old principal did not dodge, merely standing in place with a cold snort. Dan Liang felt as though a massive hammer had struck his heart, nearly causing him to spit blood. The old principal waved his right hand, which was pointed like a sword, and the chains set by Dan Liang instantly dissipated. Dan Liang, suffering from the backlash, turned 3 shades paler, gritting his teeth against the pain as he gave the old principal a thumbs up. You are really something, sir. Go on, speak up. The old principal appeared somewhat proud, but was simultaneously surprised by Dan Liang's recovery speed. This kid could still speak after his law form was broken. Just this point alone showed he was not lacking in strength. You've grown quite a bit. What materials do you still need for the ritual? All prepared. Upon hearing this, the old principal understood that Dan Liang was determined to break through, and there was no stopping him. When do you plan to break through? There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. The old principal's expression changed, as if he were constipated. It was evident he wanted to curse, but ultimately restrained himself. Head to the quiet room. Let's go. The old principal called out, leading Dan Liang outside, pausing briefly as they passed by the severed chair. Remember to compensate for that. The two walked one behind the other towards the staircase, and the old principal's mind involuntarily recalled the first time he met Dan Liang. The mentor excitedly rushed to him, exclaiming joyfully, Principal, I've discovered a genius. At that time, the principal was very curious about what kind of talent could make him so excited, so he followed the mentor to take a look. It just so happened that day was focused training for the spiritual form. Other students were still trying hard to maintain their spiritual form, hoping to extend the duration. Dan Liang had already controlled the chains to help him piece together a puzzle. Those chains moved as if they were an extension of his own limbs. At that moment, the old principal knew that this boy's future achievements would certainly be extraordinary. As expected, he was now a well-known warden. Just thinking about the origin of this title made the old principal want to laugh. If those people had known Dan Liang's true thoughts back, then they surely wouldn't have called him the warden. Instead, they would have called him a psychopathic killer, right? The two arrived in front of a standalone building which was square in shape, resembling a basketball court, yet there wasn't a single window around it. Go on, but don't make too much noise. You remember to compensate if anything breaks. I say, old principal, after so many years of teacher-student relationship, isn't it a bit sentimental to talk about money? Talking about feelings hurts money. Dan Liang clasped his fist in salute, ending the friendship. The building's door opened, revealing an utter darkness that could even swallow light. Yet Dan Liang seemed oblivious, striding in with his suitcase. This place was constructed with heavy investment by the martial arts school, with a special wall structure that could absorb almost all sounds. Once the door here closed, apart from the sound of heartbeats and breathing, no other sounds could be heard. Additionally, it was completely sealed with no light entering, and the surroundings were sprayed with a special coating that could absorb light. Absolutely silent. Absolutely dark. This place was usually used to train students' willpower, with the current record for longest duration held by Senior Tan Jun at 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 3 seconds. However, Dan Liang had never been here because he had no time. Moreover, his teacher said that his willpower was strong enough and did not require special training. Dan Liang adjusted the password on the suitcase in the dark, opened it, and began to take out items. The so-called spiritual detachment ritual was actually an auxiliary ritual. This ritual could help the pioneer detach their spiritual form temporarily, allowing the spiritual form to leave the body, thus creating an opportunity for the pioneer to break through. To complete the ritual, 5 main materials were needed. The first one is a potion that can maintain sufficient vitality. Because the spiritual form is equivalent to an organ of the pioneer, if the organ is detached without enough vitality, it will surely perish. Dan Liang had prepared this before capturing the hungry ghost Tai Sui, and looking back now it seemed he had over-prepared a bit. The second type is an item that can forcibly detach the spiritual form. This was also the most important main material, and many materials could achieve this, among which the best is the dirty bone. This is a special and rare bone of a malevolent spirit, just as rare as the hungry ghost Tai Sui. It can forcibly detach the spiritual form, and its side effects are almost negligible. The third type is an item that can stabilize the spiritual form. Once the spiritual form detaches from the host, it will rapidly decline, at which point something is needed to preserve the spiritual form. There are many materials that can do this, among which the best is the underworld heart candle. This candle is made from a special malevolent oil, and its effect in stabilizing the spiritual form is excellent, yet it is also extremely expensive. The fourth type is an item that can reposition the spiritual form, and its price is similarly staggering. Because like the underworld heart candle, it also has medicinal properties, and the supply is insufficient for demand. To obtain it, one can only buy it at a premium. The last type is an item used to concentrate the mind. During the ritual, a moment's distraction could lead to the spiritual form's demise, thus items for concentration are essential. The reason Dan Liang sought such a place for the ritual was to avoid external influences and enhance the effect of concentration. After taking out all the materials, a crimson mist began to emanate from him. This crimson mist was different from usual, emitting waves of red fluorescence. However, the surroundings were coated with light-absorbing materials, so even though the crimson mist could shine, its illumination range was extremely limited. But it was sufficient for arranging the formation. Dan Liang placed the materials in their respective positions, and the crimson mist coalesced into blood as he used his hand as a brush to begin sketching the formation diagram. When the formation diagram was completed, the underworld heart candle ignited automatically. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. The formation diagram drawn with blood began to glow, and Dan Liang's expression became more focused. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Dan Liang's heartbeat was slightly quickened. Even though he was trying hard to suppress it with only a 10% chance of success, how could he not feel nervous? The fragrance grew stronger until it seemed as if someone was forcefully pouring perfume into Dan Liang's nose. The flame of the underworld heart candle burned brighter, illuminating his forehead drenched in cold sweat. An invisible wave enveloped the surroundings. In the next moment, a phantom appeared behind Dan Liang, which was his spiritual form. The phantom gradually solidified, stark white and menacing. It was a tree, a lush bone-white tree. The skeletal trunk was menacing and robust, its bark resembling a twisted assembly of human faces. The leaves, shaped like hands, were pale and seemed to clap in the wind. Some of the leaves displayed strange patterns. These patterns resembled simple drawings of malevolent spirits, such as hungry ghosts and enchanting demons. Amidst the leaves, one could faintly see clusters of fruits. These fruits bore various forms, some resembling doors, others twisted lumps of flesh, some like RPG launchers, and yet others like faces made of thunderclouds. This was the true manifestation of Shan Liang's divine aspect. The name was somewhat juvenile, all-encompassing nature. At first, Shan Liang thought his divine aspect was a supportive type. After all, its sole function at that time was absorption. When activated, both physical and spiritual energy recovered swiftly. Shan Liang was the type who preferred to keep his trump cards hidden. Out of caution, he rarely showcased his divine aspect. It wasn't until he was consumed by the rules of the pestilential realm and realized the true function of his divine aspect that he began to stand out. At that time, he had a new trump card, making the exposure of his old one inconsequential. Moreover, in the martial arts academy, the best way to gain more resources was to prove one's worth. From then on, Shan Liang began to make a name for himself with the execution chain. As for his true divine aspect, it remained hidden in the depths. Even if Batel had seen it once before, he had no idea it was Shan Liang's real divine aspect. After all, his divine aspects were simply too numerous. With the emergence of all-encompassing nature, the burning speed of the mind's candle abruptly accelerated. The filthy bones seemed to be ground into powder by an invisible millstone drifting towards all-encompassing nature. At the moment they touched, an intense and overwhelming pain surged forth. The sensation was akin to someone driving a steel nail into his bi-wee point. Accompanied by the severe pain, the divine aspect began to strip away, and a strong wave of weakness washed over him. Initially, Shan Liang thought that after obtaining the hungry ghost, he had purchased a surplus of recovery potions. But now he realized it was anything but excessive. For after the divine aspect was stripped away, the recovery ability of the hungry ghost was also taken. Without the potions, Shan Liang feared he would have fainted long ago. The pain intensified, and Shan Liang knew he must hurry. The process of transcending the divine aspect was not merely about separation, it resembled an evolution instead. Many people's divine aspects would even exhibit entirely different forms upon reaching the transcendent state. For instance, a divine aspect initially resembling a caterpillar might transform into a butterfly upon reaching that state. Both in power and ability, they would ascend several levels. Furthermore, after transcending the divine aspect, could separate from the body. Let me give an example. It's like a sword that can only unleash its power when held in hand. But after transcending, that sword transforms into a flying sword. It can take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. The disparity in this is not something that quantity can compensate for. Thus, when Wang Jinggang sensed the aura of the transcendent state, he looked as if he was prepared to face death. If a genuine transcendental being had appeared that day, he would have likely perished there. And even if Shan Liang survived, he would have suffered greatly. The phantom of all-encompassing nature gradually expanded, enveloping Shan Liang. A profound feeling emerged in his heart, and in the next moment, all the darkness before him vanished, revealing a desolate island. Shan Liang understood that the critical moment had arrived. This was the most crucial step in breaking through to the transcendent state, the heart barrier. Shan Liang quickly stood up and looked around. He saw that the so-called desolate island was clearly a human head larger than a football field. His current position was right at the center of the forehead. However, the head was so large that he couldn't discern its overall appearance at a glance. Surrounding the island was an endless sea of bones. The white skeletons surged up and down, resembling the waves of a tumultuous sea. "Is this my heart barrier?" Shan Liang murmured. This was indeed the most critical step in transcending. To break through the heart barrier and enter the transcendent state. If the heart barrier is breached, there will be no bones left. With a clattering sound, the bones collided with each other, producing a series of jarring noises. Shan Liang stared at the sea of bones, pondering how to break through the heart barrier. Just as he was deep in thought, the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently, and the desolate island stood up in the sea of corpses. Shan Liang hurriedly ran toward the top of the head, grabbing hold of two hairs to stabilize his position. As the head rose, it seemed like a tsunami had erupted in the sea of bones, sending skeletons flying high. Crack, crack. One by one, the skeletons surged toward the head, eagerly gnawing at the flesh and blood upon it. They had no throats or esophagi. The flesh simply fell from the jawbone, turning into spirals of crimson mist ascending into the air. These skeletons devoured rapidly, and before long they had consumed all the flesh and blood below the bridge of the nose. Shan Liang clung tightly to the hair, wondering how he might break the deadlock without any clues. Given the speed at which the skeletons consumed, in just 2 more minutes they would reach the top of his head. Wouldn't he lose his foothold and fall into the sea of bones? Of course, there was also the possibility that he would be completely devoured by these skeletons before he even fell into the sea. Neither of these options satisfied Shan Liang, but after his divine aspect was stripped away, he was merely an ordinary person capable of fighting. How could he save himself? Crack, crack. The skeletons had already gnawed down to his lower eyelids, getting closer and closer to Shan Liang. All-encompassing nature. All-encompassing nature. All-encompassing nature originally refers to the various phenomena scattered throughout the world, describing a rich and diverse content. Then why does my heart barrier take on such a horrifying appearance? If this were the heart barrier of the Scarlet Door, it would make more sense. Just as this thought crossed Shan Liang's mind, the skeletons gnawing at the flesh froze in place. In the next moment, they all turned to bone dust, accompanied by the rising red mist. Shan Liang had yet to comprehend what had happened when the world suddenly flipped. Even though he clutched the hair tightly, he still uncontrollably fell downward. Thud! He crashed into the originally sky-like red mist, which quickly corroded his body. In the span of a single breath, his skin had already rotted away. The pain was exceedingly real. He could even feel the red mist corroding his muscles. This is still not right. The red mist is not the ability of my divine aspect. Why then can it become my heart barrier? At this moment, Shan Liang vaguely guessed how to pass through the heart barrier. Indeed, as this thought arose, the corrosion of the red mist ceased. Immediately afterward, chains as thick as a pinky finger shot out from nowhere, piercing Shan Liang's limbs and suspending him in midair as if preparing to dismember him. Yet Shan Liang remained completely unfazed, a smile creeping onto his lips. So this is how one passes through the heart barrier. The so-called heart barrier is about understanding the essence of one's divine manifestation. Thus, when Dan Liang felt that it was not his own divine manifestation, the red mist of the sea of bones vanished. If he were to lose himself within, he might find no place to be buried. An ordinary person has only one divine manifestation, and during the breakthrough they often face overwhelming fog and peril. With so many divine manifestations, the danger is magnified by an unknown number of times. The chains continued to tighten, and he could even feel the gaps in his joints being pulled apart. This is not my divine manifestation, Dan Liang denied once more, and the chains exploded with a thunderous sound before vanishing. His body fell again in free fall, and at the same time his head felt a bit dizzy. He ha. A series of laughter echoed, varying from cold sneers to mocking laughter and hearty guffaws. As this laughter arose, the corners of Dan Liang's mouth involuntarily turned upward. At that moment he felt as if something terrifying was fixating on him. This is not my divine manifestation. At this moment Dan Liang experienced a moment of hesitation, while images of him utilizing this divine manifestation repeatedly surfaced in his mind. But he still shook his head. The next moment all the laughter around him disappeared, and he was swallowed by a massive face of thundercloud. The streaks of lightning made him feel as if he was crushing the darkness with thunder. This, Dan Liang hesitated further. Even though he had little memory of using this divine manifestation, he could sense that it seemed very powerful. In the depths of his mind, a voice echoed. A divine manifestation that can control thunder, isn't this what you desire? By possessing it, you grasp the power of destruction. By possessing it, you can draw closer to your goals. Think carefully, think thoroughly. The voice lingered incessantly, and Dan Liang bit his tongue, using the pain to force himself to awaken. No, this is not my divine manifestation. Boom. The face of the thundercloud exploded with a bolt of lightning. Not far away, an RPG launcher reflected ominous glimmers. A deadly strike from 1,000 miles away. Destroying cities and annihilating clans is as easy as turning one's hand. Who wouldn't want such a divine manifestation? Dan Liang pressed his finger into the wound, pierced by the chains, the excruciating pain reaching his soul, causing his complexion to pale. This is not my divine manifestation. As he rejected it again, the fog in his mind thickened even more. Even his own name became somewhat unclear, and he felt completely bewildered. Crack, crack. Eyes opened one by one from the air, and everything around seemed to be its eyelids. Only the unbreakable and the swift are invincible. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 miles in an instant. Is this your divine manifestation? It has saved your life more than once. Dan Liang felt dizzy with images of him, using whatever the eye can see flashing through his mind. Indeed, whatever the eye can see had saved him multiple times. But this was still not his divine manifestation. The eyes around him slowly closed, and Dan Liang once again fell into darkness. He wandered further astray, even forgetting his own name. He didn't even know why he was here. One divine manifestation after another appeared before him. Each time he rejected one, the fog in his mind thickened further. In the end, Dan Liang's gaze became somewhat vacant. Meanwhile, in the real world, the mind candle was about to burn out. The phantom of all things in nature was faint as smoke, as if it could be destroyed by a gust of wind. Crack. In the depths of darkness, two skeletal trees slowly grew. One skeletal tree was as white as jade, lush with branches and leaves that resembled countless eyes, exuding an eerie beauty. The other tree was short and shriveled with sparse branches and leaves even covered in cracks. Which of these two trees is your divine manifestation? As if pitying Dan Liang this time, the voice posed a question of choice instead of a judgment. With a 50% chance, if he answered correctly, he would break through to the divine realm. But if he failed, this place would become the end of his life. Dan Liang slowly raised his right index finger, trembling as he pointed at the small skeletal tree. But just as he was about to make a choice, his hand suddenly halted in midair. Even though his mind was blank, even though he had no idea what he was doing, he still felt something was amiss. Although he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, he just felt it was wrong. Where is this? Who am I? Why am I here? Questions floated in his mind as Dan Liang looked vacantly at the two skeletal trees. Both are skeletal trees, one looking lush and thriving. The other is small and withered on the verge of collapse. To choose one among these two trees. Suddenly a thunderclap exploded in his mind. The fog briefly vanished, and Dan Liang finally remembered where this was and what he had come here for. The heart barrier is about realizing the essence of one's divine manifestation, not about making a choice. The previous red mist, the sea of bones, the chains, the eyes, though they are not his divine manifestation, they are all part of his divine manifestation. All things in nature, encompassing everything. They are all his family. As this thought arose within Dan Liang, the originally small skeletal tree rapidly grew. The nearby soul-binding bone tree quickly withered, ultimately transforming into a fruit hanging from the branches of the bone tree. Red mist. Sea of bones. Face of the thundercloud. Streams of energy gathered towards the bone tree, making it lush and full, its appearance fierce, yet vibrant. The fog in his mind dissipated in an instant, and Dan Liang had never felt so clear-headed. In reality, just as the mind candle was about to extinguish, Dan Liang suddenly opened his eyes wide. The once fragile all things in nature now surged with momentum. Boom. At that moment, even the earth trembled. In the darkness, Dan Liang's eyes gleamed with brilliance. So this is it, so this is it. Only now did Dan Liang realize how crude his previous use of all things in nature had been. Even saying it was wasteful would not be an exaggeration. No wonder the heart barrier was shrouded in fog. It turned out he didn't understand the essence of all things in nature at all. Crack. The once clear sky above the martial school darkened, gathering ominous clouds as bolts of lightning brewed within, turning day into night. The old principal stood atop the teaching building, his expression a mix of satisfaction and surprise. Not bad, Dan, you truly did not disappoint me. Boom. Thunder and lightning roared as the earth and sky seemed to compete in volume, resembling a scene of apocalypse. Many teachers and students within the martial school were startled, rushing out of the teaching building. In the next moment, they saw a bolt of lightning crashing down from the thundercloud, aimed directly at the meditation room. Boom. The top of the meditation room was blasted open, and a figure enveloped in brilliance slowly ascended. Having faced numerous hardships since childhood. 27 years of life wasted. Today the dragon rides the water to gain power. With a single knife, he will settle the unrest. Outside the infirmary, freshmen and sophomores freshly beaten by Shan Liang stood frozen in stunned silence. A bearded senior wearing a neck brace spoke hoarsely. That looks just like senior brother Shan Liang. It does indeed. Nonsense, it is him. But how did senior brother Shan Liang ascend into the sky? Did he get struck down as karmic retribution for beating us? Shut your mouth. Before he could finish, a boot sent him sprawling to the ground. Though Shan Liang had just pummeled them to many, he remained an idol. Because Shan Liang embodied an aura of utter freedom. What others deemed the correct choice, the prudent, sensible decision, seemed to him utterly mundane. He was willing to pay the price for his dream rather than live confined within the boundaries of what is right. Nearly everyone believed joining the Great Wall Watch after graduation was the only sensible path. Yet he founded the Bonfire organization instead, carving out legendary renown. To these young people daily lectured by their parents on what they should do and what is right or wrong, such defiance felt nothing short of electrifying. Rebellious, perhaps, yet to them it felt more like liberation. Dare anyone slander their idol? We'll snap your teeth clean off. Shan Liang rose slowly into the air, heart pounding with exhilaration, aching to display his newfound might before all eyes. Yet he suppressed that impulse, mastering it with iron will. A minor forbearance prevents a grand calamity. Seeking glory is permissible, but never at the cost of revealing one's true strength. Above, the clouds thickened ominously, their oppressive weight palpable even from afar. Just as Shan Liang neared the cloud bank, a colossal aperture tore open within it, and a radiant pillar descended, striking him precisely at its center. In that instant, Shan Liang shone like the chosen one of heaven. The entire faculty and student body gaped upward, dumbstruck, only snapping back to awareness once he vanished entirely into the clouds. That was Shan Liang. Warden Shan Liang. Yes, the very same. I recall students once nicknamed him master of self-destructive stunts. No, I think it was ruthless berserker. Nonsense. It was clearly beyond human decency. As several teachers debated Shan Liang's old academy nicknames, the sky-filling clouds began vanishing, not fading nor drifting away, but being devoured. It was as though a black hole had opened within the cloud mass. Within moments it coalesced into a vast, swirling vortex, its eye the very aperture that had swallowed Shan Liang. In under 5 minutes, every last wisp of cloud had been consumed. Students and faculty still craned their necks skyward, searching desperately for Shan Liang. Yet he had vanished as completely as the clouds themselves. The venerable principal's face had first softened with quiet pride, until he glimpsed the ceiling of the meditation chamber. His expression darkened instantly. That rascal. No wonder he bolted so fast. Lurea Li. Bravely forward we go. As Shan Liang opened the door, Batter and Wang Xiaohua sat on the sofa snacking. Spotting him, Batter sprang to his feet. Brother, where have you been? We haven't seen you all day. Oh, nothing much. Just slipped away to break through into the divine projection realm. Oh, breaking through into the divine projection realm. I thought, wait, what? Batter's eyes bulged. Wang Xiaohua mid-bite stared blankly. Shan Liang stretched lazily and grinned. From now on, our bonfire has a divine projection realm master. Next time we meet one like that, I'll pluck out his shrimp veins myself. Batter burst into delighted laughter. Shan Liang quickly shut the door. His neighbors were longtime friends, and disturbing them would be unseemly. Wang Xiaohua's eyes sparkled. She swallowed her food in 2 hurried bites and dashed over, circling Shan Liang with wide-eyed scrutiny. Boss, what's it feel like after breaking through? Feel like? Shan Liang clenched his fist. Like power surging, and deeper insight into the nature of one's divine aspect. Wang Xiaohua gazed up, starry-eyed, blinking rapidly. Is the breakthrough terribly difficult? Yes. Shan Liang nodded firmly. It is perilous. I nearly lost myself within it. Batter and Wang Xiaohua exchanged a sober glance, their expressions turning grave. They knew well the strength of Shan Liang's will. If he had nearly been lost, then the divine projection realm truly lived up to its name. The trial of life and death for pioneers. Yet simultaneously both burned with anticipation, eager to glimpse the realm beyond the threshold. Now that Shan Liang had forged ahead, they could not afford to fall too far behind. Once Shan Liang dropped onto the sofa, the 2 crowded close, peppering him with questions. Brother, after divine projection, does one's divine aspect undergo mutation or manifest a second form? Boss, does breaking through grant special abilities? Like, say, never needing to use the restroom again, starting today? Brother, divine projection. At first Shan Liang patiently answered every question, until Wang Xiaohua asked whether breakthrough allowed eating ass. He nearly swore aloud. Still he replied with utmost seriousness. Absolutely not. Not even at divine projection. Not even upon reaching the transcendent transformation realm. News of Shan Liang's breakthrough into the divine projection realm spread that very night. Too many students had witnessed it. Complete suppression was impossible. Nor did the venerable principal intend to suppress it. So what if someone broke through? Our City Martial Academy simply breeds exceptional talent. Afraid? Hardly. Shan Liang himself made no effort to conceal his achievement. As always, to claim resources, one must first prove one's worth. The moment the news spread, Shan Liang received calls from directors across 7 or 8 cities. Each spoke with polished courtesy, extending warm invitations for him to visit their respective metropolises, and casually mentioned their ongoing talent introduction program, offering him upon relocation an entire cultivation tower plus a villa, or even an estate. alongside a trove of cultivation resources valued at over 500 million credits, and high-paying secure jobs for all his extended family. Should he later have children, they'd gain automatic admission to the Martial Academy, or direct appointment to official departments upon maturity. In short, and terms are negotiable. Listening to those offers, Batter and Wang Xiaohua drooled openly, yet Shan Liang politely declined. This was no act of bargaining. He had never contemplated leaving H City. He didn't know whether he'd been born here, but he had grown up here. Here he rose from abandoned infant to divine projection realm master. Here he forged bonds with comrades who shared his vision and fire. City's winds cut bitterly cold, yet its people's passion runs ever hot. He loved its winds. He loved its snow. This was his home. Shan Liang's home. That Shan Liang has also broken through to the divine perception realm. Haha. Originally we assumed one had reached divine perception, one remained unknown, and one was merely at the entry-level stage. Now look, what a revelation. They've laid all their cards on the table. 3 divine perception cultivators. Inside J City Martial Academy, Huang Sanchio's expression was grim and sour. Though this time they brought prodigies dispatched by the ABC Martial Academy's years of suppression by H City Martial Academy had left him with deep-seated psychological scars. Before he'd drawn confidence from the advantage of preparation and overwhelming superiority. But now that he knew H City Martial Academy had also fielded 3 divine perception cultivators, an unsettling tremor gripped his heart. The only glimmer of reassurance was that Shan Liang had just broken through. His cultivation foundation likely still unstable. Rest assured, principal, nothing will go awry. Even if H City's prodigies are formidable, can they truly surpass those from ABC cities? Let's not even speak of innate talent. Consider the sheer disparity in cultivation resources they've enjoyed since childhood. You surely understand how critical early advantages are. From the very starting line, both sides stood on unequal ground. How then could we possibly lose? Hearing these words, Huang Sanchio finally calmed somewhat. The competition begins in 3 days. Are you certain those 3 won't encounter any complications? Rest easy, principal. The ABC Martial Academies are far more invested in this than we are. Huang Sanchio nodded slowly, his gaze sharpening with cold malice. Old man, this time I'll ensure you remain crippled for years to come. Yes. Absolutely. Wang Fuguwei set down the phone, dabbed sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, then turned toward Wang Xiaohua. Well, did I lie to you? Told you. Their 8 treasure stuffed duck is the most authentic and delicious, isn't it? Wang Xiaohua nodded vigorously while eating. Clearly Wang Fuguwei's gift had struck precisely the right chord. Shan Liang as usual sipped tea while scrolling through the forum. He couldn't actually discern the tea's quality, only that it was exorbitantly priced. After all, upon stealing this tin, the old principal had sent him dozens of 60-second voice messages, none of which Shan Liang had dared to open even to this day. Hey Fatso, have the senior brothers and sisters returned yet? No, they're swamped with duties under the Great Wall Watch Initiative. They'll only return just before the competition. What about J City Martial Academy? Same, they'll arrive only before the match. The old principal assigned me to greet them. Moi. Shan Liang glanced at him, mildly surprised. Promoted? Haha. Wang Fuguwei squinted his eyes into gleaming crescents. Just a modest step upward. Oh, then you must treat us to celebrate. Of course. I'd be honored beyond measure to host the warden himself for dinner. Wang Fuguwei patted his belly with radiant delight, a sincerity no mere formality. Ever since Shan Liang broke through to the divine perception realm, every influential figure in H City had vied to invite him for meals, eager to forge ties. Who wouldn't wish in moments of crisis to have a powerhouse standing steadfastly behind them? Yet Shan Liang had politely declined each invitation, for he preferred browsing the forum over idle socializing. The forum teemed with brilliant minds and eloquent voices. He adored it. Take for instance this post. Shocking breaking news. A 1,000-face skin stealer emerges in K City. Reward alert. The mastermind behind the Wang Group massacre, Tianyu Tower massacre, and Feiyu Corporation massacre is none other than a 1,000-face skin stealer. This malevolent entity can alter its appearance and physique at will, excelling in mimicry. Once disguised successfully, not even the most sophisticated instruments can detect the deception. It is exceptionally dangerous. K City Security Bureau has mobilized in full force. Wang Group, Tianyu Group, and Feiyu Corporation jointly offer a reward of 30 million. We cordially invite all pioneer cultivators to join the hunt. Attached beneath the post was surveillance footage, a shapely female secretary engaged in a quiet discussion with her department head. It's the malevolence. Shan Liang stroked his chin thoughtfully upon reading this. A 1,000-face skin stealer. He could already use the crimson mist to alter his own appearance, and even reshape others. Truly the visual impact was staggering. So much so that the first several comments pleaded for a pair of eyes untouched by that footage. Further down came the netizens' witticisms. A 1,000-face skin stealer. I've got an unrefined idea. Up there, no? At the very least, it's inadvisable. What malevolent entity? Release my beloved at once. Never mind. Damn. It's the malevolence. Shan Liang stroked his chin thoughtfully upon reading this. A 1,000-face skin stealer. He could already use the crimson mist to alter his own appearance, and even reshape others. For instance, the personas, Bao Longxing and Chong Wei, were entirely forged by him using the crimson mist. Yet this method bore drawbacks, most notably the visible crimson mist during transformation. For instance, the personas, Bao Longxing and Chong Wei, were entirely forged by him using the crimson mist. Yet this method bore drawbacks, most notably the visible crimson mist during transformation. Certainly not because acquiring a passive ability or claiming that 30 million reward held the slightest appeal. Shan Liang closed his laptop and sipped his tea utterly content. Fatso, what shall we eat for your treat? How about braised 9 dragons? Done, let's go. I'll drive. 3 days later, several coaches rolled into H-City. TSK. So this is H-City. Looks rather shabby, doesn't it? Humph. Just a lucky little town that stumbled upon fortune. What kind of prodigies could possibly emerge from here? Never underestimate any place. H-City alone has produced more than one first-rank cultivator. Seeing the 3 prodigies dismiss H-City so casually, their supervising teacher interjected. Instantly, they fell silent. After all, aside from the 3 great cities, only H-City had birthed multiple first-rank cultivators. The coaches proceeded straight to H-City Martial Academy, where from afar crowds gathered at the gate in anticipation. At the forefront stood a portly man in a crisp suit. Though autumn air hung cool and crisp, he kept wiping sweat from his brow. A group of students stood behind him holding banners emblazoned with warmly welcoming J-City Martial Academy for friendly exchange and competition. Reporters snapped photos incessantly, a scene of vibrant festivity. As the coaches slowed to a halt, Huang Sanqiu descended with a practiced smile, only for Wang Fuguwei to rush forward eagerly. You must be Principal Huang. Haha, truly majestic, just as legend foretold. Huang Sanqiu didn't glance at him, not once, his gaze scanning the crowd for the old principal. In his estimation, only the old principal stood on equal footing. Wang Fuguwei read his expression perfectly, his smile unwavering as he said, Principal Huang, the old principal awaits you inside the academy. Shall we proceed? Huang Sanqiu's smile stiffened, then slowly pivoted toward Wang Fuguwei, whose grin now held unmistakable amusement, as if silently saying, What rank do you hold, to presume an audience with the old principal? Huang Sanqiu understood the meaning behind Wang Fuguwei's gaze, which only intensified his anger. However, with so many reporters present, he could only force a smile. Is that so? The old principal is quite old, we can't keep him waiting. He emphasized the words quite old, as if implying that the old principal had little time left. Wang Fuguwei maintained his smile. Indeed, the old principal is not young anymore. Not only has he outlived his peers among martial arts school principals, but he has also seen several younger generations pass away. Huang Sanqiu was well aware of who that remark was aimed at. If it weren't for the presence of so many reporters, he might have been unable to even maintain his forced smile. At that moment, the teacher leading the group stepped in to ease the tension. Haha, I have long admired the old principal, and today, I finally get to see him in person. Let's go. The group proceeded into the martial arts school, with Wang Fuguwei acting as the guide, introducing the surrounding buildings as they walked. The reporters trailed on both sides, capturing all these moments. The matter of the martial arts competition between J-City and H-City had long spread on the forums. Even the exclusive broadcasting rights and advertising spaces had been sold by the old principal. This was one of the reasons the competition venue was set in H-City's martial arts school. The old principal had always been very serious about money. When the group arrived at the competition venue, both Huang Sanqiu and the leading teacher twitched at the corners of their eyes. It was a large outdoor stadium that could accommodate 100,000 people, and at this moment, it was already packed to capacity. It was said that entry was by ticket. What was even more outrageous was that various advertisements were even displayed in prominent places. This made the leading teacher suspect whether it was the 4 cities plotting against H-City, or was it H-City plotting against the 4 cities. Whoosh! A figure flew across the stadium and landed steadily in the center of the venue. All the cameras surrounded the newcomer, projecting their face onto the big screen. The audience was momentarily stunned, but in the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted. Old principal! Old principal! Old principal! Their voices gradually unified, sending tremors through the hearts of those listening. Huang Sanqiu's face darkened further, and he snorted coldly in his heart. Do they think they can intimidate us with home advantage? Do they take us for 3-year-olds? He glanced at the 3 geniuses and saw that they too wore expressions of disdain, as if they had seen through everything. Let us welcome the geniuses from J-City's martial arts school to H-City for a friendly competition. An impassioned commentary voice rang out. Before Huang Sanqiu could react, the camera focused on him. First, let's welcome the principal of J-City's martial arts school, a master in the divine realm, Huang Sanqiu. A sparse applause erupted at the venue. For the people of H-City, J-City was merely a challenger, and receiving such applause was already quite generous. Huang Sanqiu's face turned ugly. He felt humiliated. Next is the genius from J-City's martial arts school, who joined the disaster with a ranking of sequence 1, the 7th of the Disaster Legion. Scarlet-winged Raven Wei Qing. The camera shifted to a young man beside Huang Sanqiu. The young man was tall and handsome, and he displayed no discomfort under the spotlight, instead showing a broad smile. This time the applause was even louder, and Huang Sanqiu's expression darkened further, thinking, is this aimed at me? Another genius from J City's martial arts school, who graduated with a Sequence 1 ranking and joined Purgatory the 7th of the Purgatory Legion. Heavy armor formation Lin Yufeng. The camera shifted once again to the second genius, a robust man towering over 190 centimeters, contrasting sharply with his name. Finally, we have the genius who graduated with a Sequence 1 ranking and was recruited by the 3 major legions of Disaster Blood Frost and Ascension the 6th of the Ascension Legion. Precise Magic Eye Zhou Yuqing. Zhou Yuqing was wrapped up tightly, revealing only his eyes. Yet even so, he received the most applause among the 3. After all, being simultaneously courted by 3 major legions was a testament to his talent. The people of H City were always particularly generous towards geniuses. After introducing these 3, the camera suddenly focused on the sky. A figure in a training uniform fell freely from the sky, and just as he was about to touch the ground, a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from his back, soaring gracefully around the venue before landing smoothly. The commentary voice became even more passionate. Now entering is the pride of our H City Martial Arts School. A genius who graduated with a Sequence 1 ranking and joined Death Sentence. Now the 7th of the Death Sentence Legion. Divine Pattern Tattoo, Tanjun. The audience erupted into a sea of excitement, shouting Tanjun's name at the top of their lungs. Tanjun, Tanjun, Tanjun. Facing the cheers, Tanjun stood at attention and saluted, exuding a fierce aura. Shaboom. The sound of jet propulsion echoed, and in the next moment a figure clad in full armor stepped out from the passage. The camera instantly focused on her beautiful face, and the volume of the commentary unconsciously rose 2 notches. Now entering is the genius who graduated with a Sequence 1 ranking and joined Suppression. Quicksand Hell Wang Tianlin. The audience's cheers became even louder, clearly showing that Wang Tianlin was more favored than Tanjun. The 2 approached the old principal, exchanging glances with Wei Qing and the others. Finally entering is... Before the commentary could finish, the audience had already shouted out his name in advance. Dan Liang. Dan Liang. Dan Liang. The commentary showed no signs of stopping and seamlessly continued. That's right, the last to enter is the genius who graduated with a Sequence 1 ranking and was courted by all 9 major legions, the light of our H City. The Warden. Dan Liang. Boom. A wave of red mist suddenly rose within the stadium, causing Huang Sanqiu to instinctively take a step back, his expression turning vigilant. This red mist made him feel a hint of danger, and he thought the old principal wouldn't be so despicable as to plan an outright attack, would he? The mist grew denser, spreading towards the center of the venue, and then quickly coalescing into a human form. In the next moment, the red mist exploded, and Dan Liang walked out from within. The audience was momentarily stunned, and then the cheers grew even louder. Dan Liang! Dan Liang! Dan Liang! Dan Liang smiled and waved at the surrounding audience, instantly elevating the cheer to another level. The home advantage was now clearly evident. The camera shifted to an aerial view, and the commentary voice sounded once again. As guests from afar, in the spirit of friendly competition, this time, the J City Martial Arts School geniuses will select their opponents. Huang Sanqiu was somewhat surprised, thinking that the old principal had indeed done something remarkable. The leading teacher frowned slightly. It's important to know that being able to choose opponents is a significant advantage, especially when aware of the opponent's strengths. What made the old principal so confident? He could not see through it. Wei Qing exchanged glances with the other 2 before they all turned to face the leading teacher. To be chosen as a team leader by 3 cities, this person naturally possessed remarkable skills. You 3 are the best among the best. Even if they are 3 extraordinary individuals, do not let the home ground affect you. Don't forget you still have that. Wei Qing took a step forward, pointing at Tanjun. Then let me compete against Tanjun. The other 2 had no objections, as this was the plan they had agreed upon from the beginning. Tanjun stepped forward with a serious demeanor, and the voice of the announcer rang out again. Wei Qing from City J has made his choice. His opponent is Tanjun. The crowd erupted into cheers. They had bought tickets just to witness the battle. The 2 walked towards the center of the arena, and at the same time an energy barrier rose in front of the audience. This barrier was to protect the audience from the aftermath of the battle. After all, the residual energy from a battle at the extraordinary level could easily devastate the area. In front of that energy barrier, there were numerous suppressors. These devices could significantly suppress and absorb the energy of divine manifestations and were essential tools for imprisoning forerunners. The devices present in the arena were the latest products from City C. Given enough time, even those at the extraordinary level could be subdued. For this reason, the prices of these machines were exceedingly high. The rules of the match are as follows. One side voluntarily concedes defeat. Total loss of resistance results in defeat. Divine manifestations have no eyes, life and death are destined. The battle officially begins. The rules of the match were quite simple and brutal. It was almost said outright that the one who survives is the victor. This made the leading teacher feel even more uneasy. The opponent easily reported the information of Wei Qing and the other 2. They couldn't possibly be unaware that they were at the extraordinary level, right? Yet even so, they dared to set such rules. What was their confidence? But it was too late to think about this now. Wei Qing and the others had already entered the arena. Divine manifestation. Scarlet-eyed Raven. Wei Qing's voice was deep, resonating with his presence. His eyes instantly turned crimson, feathers sprouted from his body. In just 2 breaths, he transformed into a birdman covered in black feathers. Whoosh! Unexpectedly fast, as if teleporting, Wei Qing suddenly appeared in front of Tan Zhen. His wings covered in black feathers slashed towards Tan Zhen's neck. Roar! A roar erupted from Tan Zhen, and a vividly colored tiger suddenly leaped out from his chest, lunging at the wings. Swish! The tiger's mouth was slashed open, blood splattering everywhere. However, its claws left 3 prominent wounds on those wings. Wei Qing, using the recoil, retreated into the air, sending feathers like flying daggers towards Tan Zhen. Tan Zhen remained still, and a gigantic colorful mushroom appeared out of thin air, blocking all the feathers. Before Wei Qing could attack again, the mushroom released a swarm of hand-sized yellow hornets, launching a suicide attack towards Wei Qing. Seeing this, Wei Qing decided not to test further. His eyes glowed fiercely, red waves rippling outward, instantly vaporizing all the hornets. A giant raven's shadow emerged behind him. This was one of the signs of reaching the extraordinary level. Divine manifestation unleashed. Death waves. The transformed Wei Qing's voice was hoarse and harsh like that of a crow. A wave of black energy began to spread out from him. The grass on the stadium's field rapidly withered and died. Even through the protective barrier, the audience felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Seeing this, Tan Zhen raised his hands, and a giant clock shadow descended, enveloping him within. The waves roared, but the giant clock remained unscathed. Wei Qing snorted coldly, gathering red light atop his bird-like head, and suddenly shooting it towards Tan Zhen. Beneath the giant clock, Tan Zhen's hands were pressed together, appearing somewhat dignified. 3,000 bowing to the revered. As his voice echoed, a dazzling golden Buddha statue shadow suddenly rose from behind him. That shadow grew with the wind, quickly overshadowing Wei Qing, and the golden hands pressed down upon him. Whoosh! Wei Qing flapped his wings, and his figure disappeared without a trace. After transforming into a birdman, his speed in the arena was hardly different from teleportation. He again soared in front of Tan Zhen, his wings like twin blades, launching a relentless series of slashes. The Buddha statue shadow was slashed, sparks flying, and it dimmed considerably. The two fought back and forth like a performance match. This thrilled the audience, who exclaimed that the tickets were worth every penny. On the sidelines, the old principal crossed his arms. "Wang girl, what do you think? That one called Wei Qing hasn't shown his true skills yet. He shouldn't be underestimated." The old principal nodded, not commenting further on this statement. Boom. The face of the thundercloud exploded with a bolt of lightning. Not far away, an RPG launcher reflected ominous glimmers. A deadly strike from 1,000 miles away. His attack methods must have been guided by someone showing great skill, but he's too reliant on techniques, making him easy to find flaws. He can crush ordinary people, but against Senior Tan his chances of victory are low. Upon hearing Dan Liang's analysis, the old principal nodded in satisfaction. This kid could always deduce the information he wanted from subtle clues. Wang Tianlin glanced at Dan Liang, thinking that the junior's observations made her seem rather dull. However, she wouldn't voice such thoughts. Because when out in the world, the strength of one's sect is also strength, for only a fool would offend others over such matters. The battle between the two in the arena grew more intense. Without the suppressors, the stadium would have long since turned into ruins. Wei Qing was becoming increasingly frantic. The opponent, named Tan Zhen, was too cautious. He had repeatedly shown 2 or 3 flaws, yet the other side hadn't taken the bait. Little did he know that his self-proclaimed exquisite performances looked like those of a young idol to Tan Zhen. If the deadly people couldn't even discern this, they would have long been devoured by evil creatures, leaving no trace behind. If that's the case, then let's determine the victor with one blow. After dodging an attack, Wei Qing's eyes shone bright red, like 2 dazzling rubies. The end is near. Goth. The raven shadow behind him let out a long cry, dizzying those who heard it. The tattoos summoned by Tan Zhen instantly dimmed, and his complexion grew increasingly pale. 3. Puff. As Wei Qing counted down, Tan Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood, visibly losing his momentum. On the sidelines, Wang Tianlin instinctively stepped forward, but was stopped by the old principal. Tan Zhen hasn't conceded yet. His voice was calm, as if he hadn't seen anything. Yes. Wang Tianlin returned to her position, while Wei Qing in midair had just counted down to the second last word. 2. Tan Zhen's body began to wither, his hair turning white and falling out, as if he might age and die at any moment. The audience outside the arena erupted in stunned disbelief. 2 numbers alone had reduced Tan Zhen, a realm-transcending prodigy, to this wretched state. Could this youth's divine manifestation truly be so terrifying? Many spectators leapt to their feet, shouting frantically toward the headmaster's position, pleading for him to intervene and save Tan Zhen. To them, victory or defeat paled beside the life of their own rising genius. Yet the headmaster stood motionless at the arena's edge, utterly unruffled, as if the chaos before him were nothing at all. What? Wei Qingyao's face twisted into a grotesquely human snarl. Inside the arena, Tan Zhen's body snapped rigid, then collapsed backward without a sound. A hush fell over both spectators and officials alike. Their team instructor frowned once more. Something was wrong. Profoundly, irrevocably wrong. This was the 7th seat of the Death Herald Legion. How could he possibly be this weak? Instinctively, the instructor roared. Beware. Too late. A figure materialized behind Wei Qing with jarring suddenness, poised as though mounting him like a steed. Before Wei Qing could even twist free, a long sword pierced him from behind. The crowd erupted anew in cheers, so thunderous that even through the energy barrier, their jubilation echoed clearly. Wang Tianlin exhaled faintly in relief. Glancing toward the headmaster and Dan Liang, she noted neither had stirred a single step since the match began. Whether from foresight or absolute confidence in Tianjin, she could not tell. Within the arena, Wei Qing's feathers bristled upright, each one sharpened like a throwing dagger, before exploding outward in a storm of black steel. In response, Tianjin raised a ghost-faced shield, intercepting every lethal feather midair. Yet, even that single defensive maneuver widened the gap between them once more. Rage now burned white-hot within him. A celestial prodigy of City A, humiliated before so many witnesses. This insult brooked no endurance. But before he could counterattack, the sword impaling him flared violently. Danger! Alarm shrieked inside Wei Qing's mind, but it was already too late to expel the blade. Boom! The sword detonated. Though Wei Qing reacted instantly, a gaping wound still tore open across his chest. An ordinary person would have perished outright from such a grievous injury. Yet Wei Qing's divine manifestation was anything but ordinary. Death's hour recedes. With agonizing effort, he forced those 4 words from his lips, and the torrent of blood ceased. His pallor visibly improved. Aside from the crater-like wound, he appeared unchanged from moments before. This eerie ability sobered Tianjin, while Dan Liang, watching from below, gleamed with fascination. That crow-featured youth's skill holds peculiar intrigue. The headmaster hummed in assent. In countless mythologies, ravens herald death. Judging by his earlier technique, his divine manifestation likely governs the acceleration, or delay, of death itself. His initial feather assault was clearly meant to mislead Tianjin. No wonder he hails from City A, such a crafty pup. Dan Liang nodded emphatically. Huff! High above, Wei Qing struck an uncanny posture, his body once again sheathed in black feathers. This time, however, their edges shimmered faintly gray. Their team instructor's brow furrowed into a deep, mountain character. Tianjin had been expected to pose difficulty, but never this much. According to their calculations, Wei Qing's abilities should have decisively countered Tianjin. So how had the tide turned so drastically? Would they need to resort to that technique so early, on the very first bout? Tianjin, you are formidable, but here your path ends. Whoosh! Wei Qing vanished, his bizarre stance dissolving into empty air. At the exact instant he disappeared, Tianjin likewise vanished. His earlier stillness had not betrayed slowness, but rather meticulous observation. He had been deciphering Wei Qing's movement patterns. Every soul possesses ingrained habits. Some, for instance, instinctively sniff their socks upon removal. Wei Qing's habit was subtler. Each time he prepared to dash in one direction, his body would imperceptibly sway, just slightly, toward the opposite. At first, Tianjin suspected it a deliberate feint, a trap laid bare. But after prolonged scrutiny, certainty crystallized. No, it was simply who he was. So when Wei Qing initiated his next move, Tianjin moved with him, seizing his throat in a single brutal grip, lifting him as effortlessly as a chicken. Impossible, PFFFT. Tianjin wasted no breath on rebuttal. His short blade slashed across Wei Qing's throat. From prior observation, Tianjin knew this youth's divine manifestation activated only upon uttering "Death's hour recedes." This time he would silence him, permanently. Wei Qing's face contorted in terror as he clutched his gushing wound, desperate to stanch the flow. Tianjin denied him even that solace, raising his blade once more, its tip aimed unerringly at Wei Qing's heart. Death's hour arrives. A voice hoarse and guttural tore through the air, shocking even Tianjin into momentary paralysis. The voice issued not from Wei Qing, but from his raven-shaped divine manifestation hovering behind him. Rather than saving itself, it chose to strike. Tianjin spat crimson, his body withering, hair, graying, vitality crumbling. The blade meant for Wei Qing's chest halted mid-thrust, jammed against his scapula. Death's hour recedes. The raven cried again. Blood ceased flowing from Wei Qing's throat. Though the wound remained raw, his vigor surged back, restored. Tianjin, by contrast, had just suffered a point-blank divine blast. At the arena's edge, Wang Tianlin instinctively stepped forward once more. But seeing neither the headmaster nor Dan Liang stir, her foot froze midair. The headmaster glanced her way and asked, "Are you two involved?" Huh. Wang Tianlin blinked, then flushed crimson. The headmaster's expression softened into quiet confirmation, so that explained it. Her composure made perfect sense now. Dan Liang smirked knowingly. 2 Sequence 1 cultivators, both breaking through the realm-transcending threshold before 30, were indeed a match forged in celestial harmony. After a light cough, the headmaster continued. Since you are lovers, trust Tianjin even more deeply. Their Death Herald Legion traditionally faces opponents stronger than themselves. Victory against odds is their very creed. And this Raven boy, he is not stronger. Set your heart at ease. Wang Tianlin murmured, cheeks still warm with embarrassment. Dan Liang kept his gaze locked on the arena, mentally rehearsing how he would respond in Tianjin's place. Tianjin vomited blood again, his hair turning snowy, his vital essence ebbing fast. Wei Qing had learned his lesson. He kept his distance, launching razor-edged feathers like remote daggers. Cough, cough, cough. I only meant to settle the match. Now, we settle it in life and death. Tianjun's eyes darkened into absolute void. Behind him, ink-black tendrils coalesced into a swirling sentient shadow. Though this time they brought prodigies dispatched by the ABC Martial Academy's years of suppression by H City Martial Academy had left him with deep-seated psychological scars. Tattoos are never mere patterns. They embody a fundamental truth Tianjun uncovered upon breaking through to the divine perception realm. A swirling ink mass churned violently before coalescing into a single colossal character upon his back. Life. A torrent of vibrant life force erupted from Tianjun's core. The once withered grass, blighted moments earlier by death-marking sigils, burst forth anew in lush verdant green. Tianjun's physical aging ceased instantly. Wei Qing's expression froze in stunned disbelief. Tianjun coughed twice, a trace of black blood staining the corner of his mouth. Originally, tattoos served as primal intimidation, humans adorning themselves to appear fiercer to their prey. Over time, they evolved into sacred conduits, tools of shamanic blessing and communion with divine forces. Later still, they became markers of subjugation, brands etched upon cattle and slaves to prevent escape. As he spoke, Tianjun flicked his wrist. The black blood on his palm transformed into needle-thin projectiles that shot upward toward Wei Qing hovering in midair. Wei Qing had anticipated the strike. His figure dissolved like smoke, but those blood needles clung relentlessly, unshaken, unerring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, the divine manifestation behind Tianjun loosed several more needles, sealing off every possible retreat. A sharp thud. The needles pierced Wei Qing's flesh, searing wounds that hissed with scalding white vapor. Wei Qing attempted to expel the needles using spiritual energy, but within his meridians they were nowhere to be found. Tianjun coughed softly twice. Though shielded by the character, life, Wei Qing's curse, your death draws near, had inflicted grave damage. Our recovery would still take days. Yet it mattered not. The outcome was already sealed. With a casual wave toward Wei Qing suspended in the air, a line of crimson characters bloomed across the latter's raven-feathered face. Slave. Any who encounter him may slay him without consequence. The moment the inscription solidified, an overwhelming, paralyzing dread seized Wei Qing, as if his very existence now hinged upon a single word from Tianjun. His instinct screamed to flee, yet pride, fierce and unyielding, anchored him in place. Clashing violently, fear and defiance, Wei Qing remained frozen, suspended motionless in midair. Tianjun covered his mouth and coughed again, his palm smeared crimson. He flung the blood skyward. It spiraled into the ink of his divine manifestation, fusing into a massive blade, half scarlet, half obsidian. Fugitive slave, behead. The bloodblade swept around Wei Qing's neck, severing head from body. Even the crow-shaped divine manifestation, its maw just beginning to gape, was cleaved in two, vanishing in silent, bitter dissolution. Thud. Wei Qing's corpse struck the ground. Blood gushed from his severed neck, painting the earth beneath him deep, visceral red. His raven feathers, stripped of divine resonance, dissipated into mist. Wei Qing defeated. Spectators stood rooted in shock, then erupted in thunderous, unified cheers. At the arena's edge, the venerable principal finally allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. Young Tin shows promise. He knows precisely when to unleash his full power. Wang Tianlin, whose heart had been clenched tight until now, finally exhaled in relief. In stark contrast, Huang Sancho's faction radiated palpable tension. Their mission had been to eliminate H City Martial Academy's rising prodigies, ensuring a generation of stagnation. Not to travel 1,000 li only to deliver their own heads. The team's instructor's smile had vanished entirely. Wei Qing was no ordinary student. His death demanded explanations not only to H City Martial Academy, but also to the formidable Wei clan. Just thinking about it gave him a throbbing headache. Earlier, everyone had assumed this assignment was a golden opportunity, eagerly volunteering their juniors for prestige. But now, with disaster striking, attitudes had shifted overnight. Composing himself, he placed a firm hand on Lin Yufeng's shoulder. Yufeng, this foe is no trifling matter. Don't hesitate. If the tide turns unfavorable, deploy it immediately. I'll handle the aftermath. Understood. Lin Yufeng nodded once, then strode forward only after Wei Qing's comrades had solemnly retrieved his remains. His gaze locked unflinchingly on Wang Tianlin. Clad in gleaming armor, Wang Tianlin stepped forward, only for Lin Yufeng's gaze to shift instead toward Shan Liang. Warden, second match. I challenge you. Shan Liang shrugged amiably and strolled into the center of the arena. The two warriors faced each other across the field, and only then did the commentator's voice finally ring out. The first bout ends in victory for H City Martial Academy. Wei Qing's demise is tragic, yet such duels among masters demand absolute stakes: victory or death. To hold back, to show mercy, is not compassion, it is contempt. And now entering the arena, the heavy armor phalanx, Lin Yufeng. And our beacon of H City, the warden himself, Shan Liang. Spectators' throats grew raw, yet they roared Shan Liang's name louder than ever. Lin Yufeng remained unmoved, his eyes fixed like twin blades upon Shan Liang. Upon learning City's roster, his team had meticulously assigned opponents. Tianjun excelled at overwhelming numbers, summoning endless tattoo-bound constructs to drown his foes. After deliberation, they'd chosen Wei Qing to counter him. Wei Qing's crimson-eyed crow could unleash wide-area attacks, rapidly draining summoned entities' vitality, an effective counter. Yet none foresaw Tianzhan's true mastery, not merely summoning tattoos, but manifesting living characters, where words themselves became law. As for Shan Liang, intelligence indicated close combat prowess with ranged attacks predominantly physical, precisely what Lin Yufeng's heavy armor was designed to withstand. Thus he deliberately selected Shan Liang as his opponent. Divine Manifestation. Phalanx Deploy. The earth beneath Lin Yufeng rippled like water. From its depths rose 12 figures, fully encased in black impenetrable plate armor. Lin Yufeng himself was now wholly sheathed in identical armor, his eyes concealed behind a polished visor. Form ranks. Boom. The armored soldiers raised shields in their left hands and leveled spears in their right, marching forward in perfect, thunderous unison. Armor clanged with hypnotic precision, every step synchronized, every motion calibrated to overwhelm. Shan Liang meanwhile slowly extended both hands, fingers poised, as if about to play a grand piano. Advance. At Lin Yufeng's command, the phalanx pressed forward, each soldier now standing atop a pitch-black magical array over 2 meters in diameter. Shan Liang's fingers began to play, utterly ignoring the advancing armored host. This eerie spectacle tightened every spectator's breath. Thump, thump, thump. Their footfalls echoed like drum beats inside the chest. Yet suddenly the lead soldier staggered, then whirled, and drove his spear into the side of his comrade. Crash. The armor was impervious. The spear glanced off harmlessly, but the blow sent the targeted soldier reeling. The crowd stared dumbfounded. What sorcery was this? Could even a divine manifestation harbor traitors? My. Lin Yufeng sensed the anomaly instantly. He could still feel the soldier's presence, yet had lost all control over its movements. As if some unseen force were seizing command. Crash. Thump. Rebellion spread like contagion. Within mere heartbeats, 8 soldiers had turned, spear points now aimed at former allies, and at their master. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, Lin Yufeng bellowed, "Disperse," ordering immediate dissolution of the formation. But the instant the phalanx shattered, his own arms jerked upward, uncontrollable. Only then did he see them, threads, fine as spider silk, woven invisibly into his limbs, puppeteering his body with chilling precision. Threads. Wasn't the warden's ability centered on iron chains, crimson mist, and the scarlet gate? What were these threads? Squinting, he realized they weren't threads at all. They were impossibly slender chains. He was treating him like a puppet. Heavy armor. Lin Yufeng roared. His armor contorted violently. Spiky, jagged protrusions erupted from his joints, and in an instant his entire body ignited with ashen-black flames. The searing flames severed the nearly translucent chains one by one. Oomph. Lin Yufeng slammed his foot down, and gravity within the stadium doubled instantly. Shan Liang felt his body plummet under sudden weight, just as Lin Yufeng closed in. His spear pierced Shan Liang's lower abdomen with surgical precision, yet immediately Lin Yufeng sensed something was wrong. Boom. Before his eyes, Shan Liang detonated into a crimson mist, then shot skyward like a phantom reforming midair. Huang Sanqiu stared, utterly dumbfounded. Damn it. Have today's youngsters really become this monstrous? If he's immune to physical attacks, how do we even kill him? Their team instructor frowned deeply, but to preserve morale, he calmly explained. Such an ability cannot be limitless. Moreover, while shrouded in crimson mist, he cannot launch attacks, so it's not as absurd as you imagine. Huang Sanqiu exhaled in quiet relief and silently prayed, this time, we must win. This match had drawn massive attention. H City had dispatched numerous reporters, and he himself had brought several along. Should they lose before so many journalists, J City Martial Academy's dignity would be buried in the dust. The instructor's expression hardened as he glanced sideways at Zhou Yuqing, fully cloaked in black robes. Zhou Yuqing sensed his gaze and gave a subtle, imperceptible nod. Lin Yufeng gazed upward at Shan Liang hovering in midair and calmly extended his right hand. Heavy armor. Clang. Shan Liang, newly materialized, was instantly encased in thick armor, transformed into a humanoid iron canister. The sudden weight sent him plummeting. Lin Yufeng sprinted forward, intercepting his descent. His spear lunged toward the armored shell. Release. Instantly the heavy armor vanished, leaving Shan Liang impaled once more by inertia alone. Boom. Shan Liang exploded into crimson mist, again coalescing at a distance, though this time his complexion appeared markedly paler. From the sidelines, Huang Sanqiu and the instructor finally relaxed. Good. Just as we suspected. That ability clearly exacted a heavy toll. Its use could not be sustained repeatedly. Lin Yufeng charged again. At first contact, he knew Shan Liang was formidable. Probing was futile. If he failed to end the battle swiftly, he'd sink into a grueling stalemate. From this moment on, he would fight with absolute, unrelenting commitment. Rush assault. Armored and accelerating beyond natural limits, Lin Yufeng surged toward Shan Liang and thrust his spear once more. Shan Liang twisted to evade, but the spear warped local gravity, slowing his motion by a critical fraction. And that wasn't all. Behind him, another armored infantryman materialized without warning, slamming his shield into Shan Liang's back. Boom. Shan Liang dissolved into crimson mist once more, reforming afar. This time his pallor deepened further, and his reconstitution slowed noticeably. Huang Sanxiu, watching from the edge of the field, brimmed with exhilaration, ready to leap up and applaud. Shan Liang was struck repeatedly, his crimson dispersals growing slower, his face increasingly wan, until on the seventh impact he failed to dissolve at all. Crimson blood welled from the wound. Huang Sanxiu clenched his fist tightly. Victory felt within reach. Yet Lin Yufeng remained vigilant, summoning soldiers around Shan Liang. He drove his spear into vital points. Shan Liang stared at him, defiance burning in his eyes, blood trickling from his lips. Lin Yufeng despised that look. He wrenched the spear free and aimed straight for Shan Liang's eye. At last the blade halted, less than a centimeter from its target. Not by choice, but because it could go no further. With a faint amused smile, the seemingly dying Shan Liang murmured, "You truly believe that, naive?" Lin Yufeng's expression shifted, realizing too late he'd been deceived. Shan Liang was nowhere near exhausted. The spear stood frozen, not by will but by those hair-thin chains binding it once more. Heavy armor. Lin Yufeng bellowed again, flames erupting anew across his armor to scorch the chains. He sought to repeat his tactic, but Shan Liang would not allow it. With both hands pressing downward, a torrent of gossamer filaments descended upon Lin Yufeng like a collapsing sky. While fleeing moments earlier, Shan Liang had already woven chains throughout the entire arena. "You can burn them. Let's see how many you can incinerate." Heavy armor. Seeing the chains multiply faster than he could burn them, Lin Yufeng discarded shield and spear and roared anew. Rumble. The earth groaned. Even the stadium trembled. Recall, countless suppressors surrounded this arena. To shake the ground despite such suppression spoke volumes about the sheer magnitude of Lin Yufeng's power. As the earth vibrated, a colossal giant rose slowly from beneath the soil. Within the armor, Lin Yufeng bit open a medicinal capsule in his mouth, his aura surging violently. Roar. He threw back his head and bellowed. The giant's chest split open and Lin Yufeng leapt inside. At that moment, Shan Liang's eyes gleamed brighter than lanterns. Mecha. A mecha. Could his talent truly be wielded in this way? A genius. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Shan Liang raised his hands once more, conducting an eerie symphony. One after another, chains of punishment pierced the mecha's armor, entwining and knotting, seeking control. But this time Lin Yufeng shattered them effortlessly. Not only that, the armored giant's eyes blazed with crimson light, radiating raw feral fury. A formation array bloomed beneath the giant's feet, and one by one identical titans emerged from the earth. This was the true heavy armor formation. Shan Liang smiled, crimson mist pouring from his body as his right hand hovered empty in the air. Chains coalesced into a long sword wreathed in mist, flesh sprouting over its length until it fused seamlessly with his arm. Vein-like tendrils pierced the blade to a vertical eye slowly opened at its guard, glowing with malevolent awareness. Amidst the surrounding crimson, Shan Liang looked less human and more like a primordial abomination. The fleshy sword pointed at Lin Yufeng, and the hair-thin chains swelled instantly to the thickness of water barrels. Space warped around the giant, halting its charge mid-stride. In the next breath, the chains twisted into grotesque, writhing flesh worms, jaws agape, gnawing ferociously at the titan. Lin Yufeng fought back fiercely, cleaving worms apart, only to be splattered head-to-toe with their viridian ichor. SSSSS. A corrosive sizzle echoed. Lin Yufeng's face turned green. This warden's techniques were profoundly unnatural. In that instant, he was thrust back onto the demon-plagued battlefield, surrounded by an endless tide of malevolent entities. Gravitational field. The armored giant roared, his eyes blazing with intensified crimson light. The other giants echoed his bellow, their footstep arrays merging seamlessly as a crushing gravitational force descended with thunderous finality. The fleshy worms gnawing relentlessly at the armor were instantly flattened, some bursting outright under the pressure. Dan Liang felt a suffocating constriction in his chest and abdomen, as though an invisible hand sought to wrench his viscera from within. Gravity. He drove his long sword deep into the earth, his own eyes flaring crimson. The vertical eye embedded in the hilt snapped wide open, a vein snaking along the blade tore free and plunged into the ground. From the sword's base, the earth rapidly transmuted, flesh and sinew spreading outward like living tissue. Spectators beyond the arena erupted in shock. Dan Liang's technique stirred a chilling memory, one they dared not name aloud: the Curse Realm transmutation. When the Curse Realm invades reality for prolonged periods, it corrupts the very fabric of existence, gradually transforming soil, air, and space into a hospitable domain for malevolent entities. That slow, insidious assimilation, exactly as Dan Liang now manifested, was turning the battlefield into fertile ground for corruption. And given Dan Liang's current state, observers found themselves unnervingly disoriented. This youth, was he not more monstrous than the demons themselves? Yet no matter their thoughts, the metamorphosis accelerated. Form ranks, Lin Yufeng commanded, and the armored giants responded with synchronized roars, raising their spears high. No, those weapons were no longer mere spears. They had become towering, jagged monoliths akin to colossal lightning rods. Throw. With a piercing whistle, a dozen of those monoliths hurtled toward Dan Liang, capable not only of impaling, but shattering bone and tendon on mere contact. Yet he seemed to have forgotten one crucial thing. Boom. Dan Liang dissolved once more into crimson mist. The monoliths pierced straight through, plunging into the fleshy earth and erupting in gouts of scarlet spray. The mist coalesced anew. Dan Liang offered Lin Yufeng a broad, serene smile. Then the ground convulsed violently, and the audience beheld a sight seared forever into their memories. The arena split open, not merely cracked, but opened. Along its central axis, the fleshy terrain parted like eyelids, revealing a colossal eyeball, its diameter spanning 2 basketball courts. Its scara pulsed with thick, writhing blood vessels, each throb suggesting something trapped, straining desperately beneath the surface. The pupil was even more horrifying, a grotesque maw lined with serrated fangs rhythmically snapping open and shut, terrifying primal alive. Even the cheering crowd froze in stunned silence. Most spectators were ordinary civilians. When had any of them witnessed such visceral horror? Yet Dan Liang gazed upon Lin Yufeng with unsettling benevolence. Your gravitational field has left me utterly astounded. Allow me to return the favor with something rather entertaining. Truth be told, you are the first to witness this technique. Quite the serendipity, wouldn't you say? As Dan Liang spoke, the fanged pupil slowly swiveled toward Lin Yufeng. Though encased in impenetrable armor, Lin Yufeng felt a primal dread coil through his limbs, identical to the terror he'd first known facing a demon. That same dread surged again, just as Dan Liang's voice, low and resonant, echoed across the arena, "Torture life I." The air itself seemed to chill at those 3 words. Then pop. Veins across the eyeball ruptured and barbed serpentine tongues lashed forth, coiling toward Lin Yufeng with predatory hunger. The visual impact rivaled even the earlier swarm of fleshworms. Brace yourselves. Lin Yufeng bellowed again. The giants raised their shields, bracing for impact. But they grievously underestimated the technique's true power, or misjudged where the real threat lay. The fanged pupil glowed faintly. Instantly, every giant locked rigid in place. Then their legs began dissolving into the fleshy ground, absorbed, assimilated. Crack. The nightmare unfolded. Rot. Shatter. Scorch. Pierce. Each giant endured a uniquely agonizing torment. Horrific, visceral, unbearable to behold. Only then did Lin Yufeng grasp the full meaning behind torture life I. Yet after ingesting that elixir, his combat prowess remained formidable. He knew hesitation meant death. Abandoning all restraint, his veins bulged like steel cables. Heavy armor formation. Disassembly. Dan Liang chuckled aloud, thinking inwardly, what an amusing fellow. This suit of armor alone would keep me busy for hours. On and off, on and off. Does he think H-City's diurnal temperature swing justifies wardrobe changes? With a thunderous detonation, the surrounding giants exploded into black ash, ascending like spectral dust. Only Lin Yufeng's own colossal form remained intact, not disintegrating, but enveloped by the swirling ash, swelling to 3 times its original size. The residual ash coalesced into his hands, a massive saber in one, a circular shield in the other. His energy grew volatile, unstable, far less controlled than before. Lin Yufeng slashed toward the torture life I. A crimson-black crescent of condensed force cleaved the air, but the barbed tongues twisted together, intercepting the blow without yielding. Lin Yufeng withdrew without contest, instead pointing his saber directly at Dan Liang. A terrifying concentration of energy coalesced at its tip. Simultaneously, a crushing weight descended upon Dan Liang, as if an entire mountain had settled upon his shoulders. He sighed softly, murmuring under his breath, "After all that theatrics, it always comes down to charging up for a blast. How disappointing. Such a magnificent divine manifestation. Wasted on you, truly a pearl cast into darkness." At Dan Liang's words, the torture life I likewise began gathering energy, clearly preparing for a direct heating clash. Lin Yufeng sneered. How dare a novice who'd barely breached the divine ascension realm challenge him in raw energy output? Did he not know Lin Yufeng had been selected precisely for his overwhelming reservoir of power? Clearly Dan Liang did not know, and even if he had, he would have dismissed it entirely. For when it came to clashing energies, Dan Liang feared no one. Boom, boom. 2 beams, crimson-black, identical in hue and intensity, lanced forth simultaneously. For a heartbeat, they were indistinguishable. Within a second, Lin Yufeng's confident expression stiffened. This is a newly ascended divine ascension cultivator. He felt not a man before him, but a mountain, an unyielding alloy-forged mountain. Spectators watched anxiously, both beams identical in color and ferocity, rendering advantage impossible to discern. Veins corded across Lin Yufeng's temples. I must not lose. I cannot lose. Defeat was an outcome he refused to accept. Yet, just then, Dan Liang's voice echoed unbidden inside his skull. Anyone home?